3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life, antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another day to the road to the Esports World Cup. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, we're here for the SCA qualifiers. Day number 2 once again. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mikey. Of course, day 1 was pretty action-packed. We had a good series to kick us off yesterday with that Boom versus Kukuis matchup. And again, we've already seen some of our teams head up into the upper bracket final after day 1. Day 2 is when it starts to get a little bit spicier, Mike. We've got lower bracket matches lined up today. We've got eliminations that can happen today as well. So we will take a look at our bracket. A little bit of a look back from yesterday. Again, first round for us here, we saw Boom Esports take Kukuis 2-1 with a lot of all chat in that one, along with watching the side of Castaway up against Execration, going 2-0 for Execration, with the quarterfinals of Boom and Tech3 as well, going the distance in a 2-1, although it did look one-sided towards the end in favor of Boom Esports. Of course, none of the teams were eliminated. We do have our lower bracket lined up as well, and again, this is where it starts to get spicy because this is where your last chances are. Kukuis, an early start into the lower bracket now, up against Yangon Galacticos to kick us off. On the other side, you also have Castaway up against Interactive Philippines, who did get knocked down by Ivory, interestingly enough. Probably down to the fact that Ivory has managed to play together for about 8 months now or so. Of course, the winners of these first rounds will have to face Ivory and Tech3 Gaming to further their chances into that grand final for the journey to the Esports World Cup. And we do have our match schedule lined up here today as well. Starting off with Kukuis up against Yangon Galacticos, followed by Ivory and the winner of that series, and closing it out with the upper bracket final of Boom Esports up against Execration. So, a very exciting day for us lined up here. This matchup of Kukuis versus Yangon is pretty interesting because, well, for one part, it's really interesting to see that Yangon, had to let go of Ha. He decided to take a break from competitive Dota, so you have JG stepping in to fill those shoes of Ha, who's been playing in the team since, 2023, and this roster of Yangon hasn't really changed since 2023, so JG stepping in is a very interesting change as well. Yangon is a team that has managed to beat out teams like Kukuis in some of the open qualifiers for other tournaments before, so this is a matchup historically that can go either way, I do feel like. There's also, I don't know if it's really bad blood, but I do really remember that one time for Bob all chatting constantly onto Young PH. And I know Young PH can kind of take it in pubs. I know there's a few, some of the streamer squads do stuff. I'm not sure, but there might be a little bit of that mixing in as well. I don't think Yangon Galacticos cares as much, as they do just focus in the game, as far as I know those guys. So it should be an interesting one if any all chat comes in, because for Kukuis yesterday, Mike, if you remember, there was this weird obsession with them in killing John Yuel. John Yuel had tanky heroes the entire time. They had this obsession to come down bot by 6 to 8 minutes and die to Zhao.
They did.
We'll see if they repeat that today. We'll see if they paint the target on probably Young PH or JG for playing with the Burmese squad. We'll have to see. But if they get stuck in that mentality again, YG is a team that can punish that.
Well, I can update the viewers by saying that there's no lobby chatter, Jonathan, which is pretty unusual for an SCA game. I want to say usually we do have a lot of chatter in the game lobby before the draft does begin, but there is nothing. Dead silence in the lobby chat right now. So I'm not sure, John. Maybe you're right. Maybe there is a bit of bad blood. I'm not 100% sure. But I'm sure we'll find out because, you know, it's Kukuis and we know this squad. They love to talk. They love to rub it in. I mean, it's basically a team led by Gabby, John. What do you expect? What else do you expect? If a team captain, if a team is led by Gabby, you know you're in trouble. You know you can't lose to that team. They're going to keep talking.
That they will. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if Gabby wouldn't, you know, just start the all chat in the game later on if things are going well, or the tips start flying out early, as you'd expect from Kukuis. We shall see. And we'll also see if there are adjustments in the bans. Again, for Kukuis, they've been very keen on targeting those tanky supports since Jianyu. Well, it's not in this game, of course. They probably won't be emphasizing stuff like the Undying and Death Prophet as much. Yangon do start much more stock standard with TA ban. Doom gets taken out by Kukuis. Stuff like Bristleback, Brewmaster still up there. Maybe some of the pesky sports again, like the Undying, like the Shadow Shaman, like the Death Prophet very specifically, although, again, hasn't been popular outside of Boom. So probably not a priority. But there are a few solid choices. And again, it has shifted a little bit since this patch came in. I'm surprised Oracle just isn't a top-tier pick yet, a top-tier pick ban, just because the healing he provides is ridiculous. And we saw, again, a few teams try to focus all in on countering Oracle to no avail. It just feels like a very clear and precise first pick for any team that can play it.
Yeah, I think it's a very obvious pick for any of these teams to just take. We'll see if it does get... I don't think it's in the realm or territory of getting banned in the first phase yet, or even banned in general. I don't think teams are viewing it as that potent yet, but certainly that support Oracle was looking fantastic yesterday. Which is a long time coming, John. I've been saying it for years. I feel like this hero has been viable for a long time. But, you know, they're slowly finding out, it seems like, as Kukuis. Could also be the meta, I guess, John, in fairness, because, you know, there aren't that many heroes that can jump the back lines right now in the meta, it feels like. So it feels like one of those kind of patches where, you know, you don't have your Clockworks and all those kind of supports that can just take care of a backline support like Oracle.
And it's fair. I'm still curious why people feel like Clockwork has kind of died. It still kind of does the same thing. He just got a meme facet, really. I think that's the main thing. I think that's why people maybe forgot, because they go in their pubs, some guy picks Chainmail and buys Chainmail its entire game, then you realize, oh, you think, oh, Clockwork's really bad. It's because the guy's playing with a dumb facet. You know, the hero, if you don't pick the dumb facet, still does the same thing and is still that counter if you'd want it. So that's one here that also faded out. We have had spectacular Clockwork performances in like the past year. It's just maybe again, just patch changes. You're attracted to the bigger, shinier objects than the stuff that didn't really get touched too much. So your focus lies elsewhere. But if the Oracle does rise up, I wouldn't be surprised if Clockwork were to rise back up as well as a counteraction. Still, Kukuis do ban out some of those tanky heroes. Kunkka taken out, Tiny taken out, and the Undying does get respect ban, just in case they do decide to dive at 6 to 8 minutes in. Don't want to have to deal with a tanky support like that. Standard carry bans coming out from YG, as they take care of the Terrorblade and the Gyro, and they get to pick up the Beastmaster that, again, was very popular in Dream League 26. We saw a little bit of it yesterday. Bristleback was left alone, so Kukuis also gets to have fun with a big tanky hero for themselves. A lot of viable facets, of course. Seeing Red and Snot Rocket have pretty much the two big ones. I do honestly prefer the Snot Rocket. I'd like to see this on the off lane for Nico. This tends to be within his playstyle of being as annoying as possible, and it can still flash form. So I wouldn't mind us just running off lane instead of committing early for it to Natsumi. We'll have to see, though, as that flexibility is on hand. For Yangon, Beastmaster has been flexed quite a fair bit. I would say this is much more if a JG hero than would be a Young PH or Kish hero, for sure. So again, likely just revealing the offlanes, revealing the foundations of their drafts early to build upon. A good number of saves here, though, for Kukuis to kind of dip into if you're worried about the Roar. You do have the Shadow Demon, the Ringmaster still on hand, the Oracle we mentioned still viable as well. YG will instead take care of the Slark, which I feel like if you're up against a team that has not shown itself to maximize support Slark, you're honestly better off leaving it in the open, right? Like, it feels like such a bait if you can't utilize the Slark properly.
Yeah. No, I certainly agree with that. It's very hit or miss. And I mean, yesterday, Boom Esports were running that pos 4 Slark with Tim's, and I pretty much spent the whole draft stage talking about how garbage this hero was as support, and obviously Tim's proved me wrong, John, in that game. But like most games you see position 4 Slark, it just doesn't do anything. You know, it just doesn't do enough. So I do agree. It does feel like a wasted ban, but you know, maybe Yangon, they know a bit more than we do about Kukuis. Perhaps they've got some info we don't. As Kukuis looking for their final ban, they got rid of the Undying, which has also made its appearance or reappearance in the meta as it seems. Could indicate that we could be looking at a position 3 Bristleback based off that Undying ban, but yeah, it's you know, not that certain yet.
Not fully. Again, considering how Kukuis plays, I would prefer it on Nico. I think Natsumi, again after that chatter yesterday, doesn't have access to the gyro, but tends to enjoy farming heroes, or heroes that can kind of be a hybrid rather than an all-in tempo core. They'll start off with the Pangolier first here from Kukuis. Not the freest Pango game. You already have Roar from Beastmaster to stop him in his tracks, so there is that to consider, but this could just be some solid comfort coming in. That forces your Beastmaster to always look for the Pangolier, if that is a concern. So that already kind of just drags attention away, opens up the rest of your heroes to play around, not worry about the Roar as much. And for Yoa, the Pangolier tends to have really decent matchups anyhow. Like, the lanes don't tend to go bad for Pango in the mid lane. They can still ban out in the next few picks. They double down on counteracting the Pangolier, though, on the YG, picking up the Bane. So there's the Roar and the Grip to kind of stop Yoa from doing what he wants here. Rather interesting doubling down, but the Bane has been a pretty solid support overall. Like, we have seen this hero do quite a fair bit, even from the laning phase. And there's always the funny possibility of also having a Muerta support on hand to just keep dragging heroes back and back, or something like the Nagasiren we saw last time with a reel in. You mentioned it, but that's some stupid amount of relocation spots that you have no counterplay for, so that could be funny.
It would be funny. Sadly, it didn't work yesterday, but it would be pretty funny to watch again. I like the Bane, not only into the Pango, but even the Bristle. And this is something you always bring up, is why don't people like go for the Enfeeble max? Bristle's one of those heroes where you can abuse Enfeeble quite well, as we do see a Tusk come out. But Bristleback really doesn't enjoy Enfeeble very much, Jonathan, so I feel like this is one of the games where you can really abuse it. But they probably won't, because, you know, Nightmare's still too good. You can't lane without Brain Sap, John, so who needs Enfeeble?
Yeah. Probably not, unfortunately. But later on, it is going to be a nuisance, right? Like, even as the game scales on, once you get the value points in, it does feel damn good. Here's your counter for the Bane. Silencer comes out for Kukuis. So it's not going to be smooth going to look for the grip. We saw this yesterday with Bane and Silencer as well, where it's so difficult to look for that opportunity to use your ultimate here as the Bane. Not going to be a smooth time now for Yangon to try to get that hold onto the Pangolier. And the Silencer has proven itself to be quite potent laning support as well, especially in the early clump ups for bounty runes. If you get turned, just the brain drain going off makes you feel really bad to head into the lane -1 into to kick things off. And this is exactly the kind of hero that Kukuis would enjoy to be trash talking with. I'm pretty sure if the game goes well for Kukuis, whoever plays the Silencer, maybe Gabby on the 5, will start pinging the brain drain just to show how smart he is, as the line comes out as well for Kukuis. So hard control's there, burst damage is on hand as well for Kukuis. It is solid enough. Like, there's some good mana drain, mana restoration combination, especially with the Bristleback here. A lot of sustain now on the offlane that you can play with. I do like this for Kukuis in terms of just building up their strengths here in their draft.
I like the line pick here. It did feel like they were lacking a bit more stun, you know, especially from their support duo. So the line bringing that added control with the Hex stun is going to feel very, very nice. Not to mention, you know, damage is always very nice as well with that finger. We'll see some one more pick come out from Yangon Galacticos before we can see the final ban outs here between these two sides. Yangon still have 2 cores to pick up. A carry and a mid is what they're looking for. They know the mid matchup is probably going to be Pangolier. It should still be an offlane Bristleback, but could also be flexed into the position 1 role if Natsumi feels confident. Like you said though, Natsumi tends to have a bit smaller of a hero pool, so I'm not 100% sure if he wants to play it.
I don't know. I just feel like it's so much better on Force, considering how, or Nico, considering how he plays. I'm a little bit surprised Yangon just commit onto their safe lane now for Kish, like going for the Ursa early on. Sure, Bristleback's tanky, he's not going to enjoy getting Fury swiped down. Pango as well, when he's roared up and Ursa has BKB, just gets torn to shreds. But it feels like you could have just picked your mid lane matchup here. Like, you know Pango is likely going to head to mid. Like, the hardest flex you can do on Kukuis is a safe lane Bristle and an off lane Pango for Force or Nico. That could be something they work on, but it looks like that's what Yangon is expecting. They are banning out a couple of off
They could be forcing the Bristle to go 1 with this Ursa pick. Like, they could force Natsumi to play Bristleback because the lane is horrendous now for Bristle versus Ursa, especially with Bane. So you got perfect setup with Bane to just, put them in a very awkward position with that nightmare. Ultimately as well, obviously, John, Yangon, they could be very cheesy with this last pick mid. They know they're up against the Pango mid. Would not be surprised to see something like a Husker come out if Yangon wanna be very cheeky.
Still fits in for Yangon if they'd want it. They could also do a very weird flex. Again, Beastmaster has been run on mid. You could last pick something on the offlane. What do you miss?
I feel like I miss having like OD against Bristle. In games like this, you just mid OD. I know OD is kind of bad, but if you just mid OD, you just astral him over and over again in a team fight. He can't do anything, John.
Yeah, that's true.
It's nice,
but it is nice. It's just the hero is really dead. We've seen a couple of it every now and again. Like every time the new patch drops, a team tries OD and the team realizes, yeah, this is still trash. Sadly. Or actually, to the great joy of mine, because I hate playing against OD, one of the most annoying heroes. So I'm fine with OD not being viable. It is a sweet thing to do against Bristleback, sure. But I'm happy overall OD's not viable. As we do get the Void Spirit coming out for Yangon. So mid lane matchup, potentially into the Pango. Again, depending on how hard you flex here in Kukuis, is pretty fine for Void Spirit. There is hard enough hold here to catch a Void Spirit out, though. You've got the line, you've even got Global Silence to have to worry about. Not the easiest game here for young PH to just take command of these fights. But once you hit maybe at the very least, a Manta, likely a BKB, you're going to be feeling a lot better there. So we will get the Centaur coming out from Kukui. So they do flex the Bristleback to Natsumi, taking that lane away. The Centaur matchup against Ursa is still not particularly amazing, I will say, especially in the first 2 levels. There is a lot that Kish can do to just run down, lay some damage in, play with Fury swipes, make that lane pretty hellish for Nico. But you do have the double stuns lined up here for Kukuis with Hoof Stomp and the Earth Spike. So there is a lot of ways of at least dissuading Kish from getting too aggressive in that bot lane. My one concern now for Kukuis is how well do they get their tempo started? Right, like you do want Natsumi to have a decent enough lane into the Beastmaster that is pretty viable for the Bristleback. You can just clear out the boars if they walk up too close. Chances are you might have to force JG to play the Axis build here, just to not bleed that gold back towards Natsumi. And for the side of Kukuis, again, it's about tempo. Right, you want this Bristleback to be up and running early. You want Nico to be able to play a little bit early as well. For the side of Yangon, you kind of have to, you need to play tempo, but the biggest thing is you can't afford to lose lanes. Like, we know what Ursa builds. It's always a Battle Fury into a Blink, into like a BKB. That takes time. That takes a winning lane. Your lane matchup is already mildly hellish with a Centaur and Lion. And JG, if his lane doesn't go well up top, I mean, a delayed timing to the Dominator Overlord can really start to cause you issues. You're not going to be pressuring tier 1s as fast as you'd want. You might be bleeding gold to the Bristleback. I'm especially surprised that JG is just opting for Wild Hunt, as there is a lot of creep control here from the side of Kukuis. Like this Pangolier and this Bristleback alone kind of clears out the army that JG will want to build up. So whether or not he gets the maximization of Wild Hunt, at least in the early points of the game, we'll see. They should still try to secure that tier 1 as fast as possible to open up the map space. For Kukuis, it just feels like this game is easier to play. You've got Global Silence to cover. You've got a Pango, who again is going to be absorbing the brunt of the roar and the grip, which does free up the game for the Bristleback and the Centaur. Anyhow, you have really good disengage with the Centaur. It just feels much more forgiving to play the Kukuis draft in this game.
I agree. Thing is as well, like just looking at these off lanes for both sides, like these off lanes are going to be horrendous no matter which team it is. It's just a matter of which safe lane has a better time. I want to say, it's like Bristleback Silencer is pretty disgusting to have to play against, and obviously Ursa Bane is pretty disgusting to have to play against. So it should be a fun one. We'll see how these safe lanes do go. As again, I do imagine they should be pretty good. And here we go. Nico's onto it. Smiley faces coming in from Gabby and
Really?
Natsumi, and JG will get the tip. Target acquired, Jonathan.
Yep. Just target the one Filipino on the other side, of course. As they call him an addict. I don't
The
know
lone
why.
soldier. They called him an addict.
Yeah.
My goodness. Addict of what, Jonathan?
No implications
Dota,
of anything, just an
30
addict.
seconds
Yeah,
to
probably
battle.
Dota, who knows?
We're all
Never
addicts
know.
of Dota, Gabby.
Yeah, we've all spent unhealthy amounts of hours, equaling to perhaps a few years of our life once you calculate that
Yeah.
down.
If
You
you're
do not
a
want to
real
check.
moron, John, if you're a real moron, you'd make it your career. Not
Oh,
the
yeah.
smartest choice.
I mean,
It's,
that does
here
make
we-
everyone in this lobby moronic.
Uh-oh. Well, I was going to say, speaking of, here we go. The Ursa's been caught out, Jonathan. Downey picked up, but Gabby to draw first blood. Jonathan, you prophesized it. You literally said that was going to happen.
It's silence.
Oh, not again!
Foam. Saw Rain, what are you doing? Why would you
And you
walk
said
there?
it was going to be 2 of them.
Oh, Lord.
John X Prophet.
There you go.
Well done, Jonathan.
I mean, it's happened every single time we've had a silencer in the game. There's a clump up. They find 2 to punish. They're playing with the double stuns well in Kukuis. Gabby must feel like his brain is the biggest brain in the world. With
He's
2
big.
brain drain already off. Let's see if the lanes improve again. This top lane is hellish for Kish. Into the double stuns. Look at that. Look at that gameplay. Stun him
Yeah, I
up
mean,
and you can't do anything.
The way you win this lane against Ursa Bane is you just be ultra aggressive all you can. Like you have to be ultra aggressive in the first few levels just to get a nice XP and CS lead. And I like the fact that they're just going to run at Krish every single time he gets close. That's the way to play it. Just don't let them gain the advantage with this combo.
Yeah. You just have to keep applying, keep draining your mana out. Once Kish hits level 3, that's where things can get dicey. Going for 1-1-1 or 1-0-2, Fierce Wipes ready to go. It is a lot of pain for Amelie here to have to match up against. They are doing a great job of just being a nuisance. Already hitting that level 2. Nico again with the great morale booster of the Mike LaPhoenix voice lines.
Yo, I just, I kind of wish he'd qualify to an event, John, if he's going to spam my voice line this much.
He did.
Jesus Christ.
He did.
You know, Nico,
He
get to work, so what are you doing?
He was in the Esports World Cup last year, right? On mouse?
Well, my voice line wasn't out yet then, John.
Yeah, you know, he would have if it was. The spirit's
go.
there.
Jumping on Krish again. This is what I mean. They're very nice. Hoof stomp, earth spike, plenty of damage. Krish is not feeling comfy at all. He's already 1 level behind as well. Well, now he's not, but you get my point, John. He's behind an XP. Let's have a look at the other side lanes. We've of course got the bot lane where you do have the Beastmaster and the Tusk. And this is a lane that should also be pretty disgusting for the offlane of YG, and it certainly is. Unlike the offlane of Kukuis, who actually just lose Lion right now, but Krish is still taking a lot of damage. Zulrain go for the chase onto Nico, hoping for another, but does not really have Brain Sap off cooldown, so won't really chase.
But going back to the bot lane again, this is just a nightmare time. Playing up against a silencer as a Beastmaster when you want to spam out the axis to control up against a Bristleback does not feel good. You can't also go for clean pulls here on skill late. Even his sentry just getting directly dewarded early by Gabby spotting that movement out. It means that your EXP gain's not going to be coming out. Natsumi's free farming with no contest. All the lanes right now for the side of Kukuis looking quite smooth overall. And Yangon not really having any answers from the lane. And that kill up top is nice. And that is something to help things going there for Kish, but the damage is already kind of done, right? Like, you're already making this Ursa feel awkward. He does go for the 1-0-2 up top.
Gabby.
Control, Gabby.
Gabby in a lot of trouble down bottom. He was trying to harass out the Tusk, but he took a fair bit of damage from the neutrals. It looks like he will go down eventually, but he got a lot of spells off before he does at least go down. And Natsumi trying to trade with the Quill spam. He has to be careful though, because you still have the Axe spam from JG. Natsumi, it looks like he's got this one. Oh, can he get another? Yeah, he's got it. There you go. Beautiful. You even heard the sound cue of the TP, but he had it.
Yeah, it's a bit painful for JG having to make the walk of shame back to the lane. But again, the lane setups here from YG just aren't as strong as what the Kukuis have worked out. The mid lane has probably been their best time. It's a little bit more even with Young PH and Yoe. Yoe, of course, having that slight advantage early on, as you would expect from a Pango. It is a manageable lane matchup into the Void Spirit. No contestants over the Water Runes. Still managed to get yours on Yoe. Zarya not able to block it off. Joel, though.
Joel playing with the dragon here, Jonathan. Hold on a minute. Nobody dies. These damn supports. He's playing with fire. Both of them will be able to get out just fine.
Yeah. Did have to get a lot of regen commitment out from Joel. I believe he did eat a Lotus for that one, and perhaps even Fairy Fire on top, or just use it up as stick charges. So not going to have anything for the lane. We'll have to walk home, giving Zalrain and Kish some opening. Having to wait for the Lion to make the walk and TP back does provide at least a creep wave of space here for the top lane. Still, things are again going very smoothly for the side of Kukuis. 3-2 start. Mid lane's been going extremely well for Yoa. Safe lane's been going absolutely swimmingly well for Natsumi, as JG is just constantly forced to TP away every single time he pushes forward. And again, there's just no pressure. He went for the Wild Hunt. He needs that timing on the Dominator Overlord. It's not going to come out too quickly. There is room to try to stack up, but you've got a melee 4. You're not going to be able to stack up as much as you'd want in comparison. And it's just going to mean that your launch point from the offlane is going to be that much slower. And that's one weakness for YG. You're going to need to farm on your offlane. You're going to need a lot of farm on your Ursa. Battle Fury, Blink, BKB until you're comfy. And Young PH doesn't have the best launching points tying in with the Tusk and Bane, especially if the level spikes come in here for the Kukuis. Although they'll try up top.
They are trying. Nightmare is available, so they should have this one. Oh, why even do that? They went for the shards instead. Why take the risk? You had Nightmare. Just set it up.
Yeah, that was a little bit awkward. Zalrain did have range. He was right there. Maybe the call was made. And we're like, no, we'll get the shards. We'll trap him right there. Use the Nightmare afterwards if something does happen. If a rotation comes in. Never does. Not even necessary for Kukuis. And Nico is just smiling. Freeing up the side lanes even more. Making the bot lane stay as hellish as it is for GG without help. Does provide an opportunity to try onto the mid lane at the very least. But that is a tanky Pangolier.
Yeah, I mean, chances are the Pango's not really going to die. Looks like we have some Discord issues. Young PH only has one Astral Step available, so... Yeah, I mean, even if you land all your spells, not really going to matter. Yoe is certainly not going to be dying with this rotation out from skill late. Maybe if you had a +1. In fact, they did have Zalrain coming, but he's playing Bane. You know, all you're going to do is Brain Sap and walk away at this point. He'll go for a Nightmare onto Jules, so maybe skill late will rotate and they'll go for a kill attempt on this Lion. You do have level 6 on Yoe though, so he might move in to try and help out. There's your Nightmare out. And it looks like they've just left him.
What? Huh? No.
I said it looks like they just left him, John. I had to sneeze.
No.
What is
it looked like they just stood around waiting for a little bit. I think they were looking for Young PH to make the jump in. There seems to be some communication things happening. I could believe a Discord issue, because that decision wasn't made all too quick. I don't know. It looked like they wanted to hand the kill to Young PH. And they hesitated a little bit, just clean up in the end. Nice freebie for YG. They've got room to try to siege up top a little bit. They still have the double supports here. Could look for some weaknesses if it presents itself, but Kukuis are playing rather defensive. Again, they understand that commitment coming out. They don't want to give openings. See though.
TPs are incoming. They're going to jump in onto the Centaur, but Nico's still perfectly fine. More help incoming back. Now they're rolling Thunder to fly through. That'll be skill laydown. They'll chase for Kish. Rather Krish, but he's going to be okay. So instead they'll settle for Zorain if they can. Zorain, no Nightmare to abuse here.
Next time.
Just kind of has to do the old-fashioned run, and in fact he's fast enough. He's perfectly fine. But still a freebie onto skill lay, and nobody really going down here for Kukuis.
Not quite. That is Kish, by the way, Mike. You were right the first time.
Oh,
Krish is a different player. No problem.
Yes, he is, John. He sure is.
Oh,
Snowball.
mid.
Lane. They are jumping the silencer. Gabby. Oh, he's being blocked. He's been blocked, but he's still okay. Yo,
Oof.
maybe has to be careful now. Gabby's going to have some words here. And Yoe now also in danger. Well, Captain Gabby not going to be too impressed.
Quite. And he did manage to juke out the shards at the very least, even after being blocked, so you had to work double time inside of YG. And you only really trade the supports, so it's not too shabby overall if, you know, Gabby's thinking about the team, which he should. It's perfectly fine. Still in a good spot here for Kukuis. All of this action happens away from the Bristleback Natsumi. Still free farming bot. Ag's timing on this Bristle is going to be a nightmare to deal with from Yangon. Like, there are no easy answers for just how much Natsumi has worked himself into at this point. 3 parts away from full Ags, with a free lane to play with free stacks in the back, with no contest. It is getting a little bit scary. Once you have that Bristleback active, the burst damage starts to really kick in. And again, you tie that in with Nico having this way of stampeding the Bristleback in and out of these fights, with having this jump potential from Yoe, with Diffusal Blade to help chase down. The timings are lining up quite quick in comparison to Yangon, who, again, a little bit slower in the Dominator timing, going to be way slower in that Battle Fury Blink BKB. They'll try, though, getting the gate movement cross for Kish to join in a down bot as well.
Here we go. Rushing in, he'll try for the Bristle. Natsumi, though, he's a tanky boy. He's a very tanky boy. And the chase is on now. Kukuis, they want to punish. Kish has been slowed up. He'll get the enrage off. They'll commit the raw hit for the Rolling Thunder. And ultimately, everyone from YG does make it out. A bit of wishful thinking, though, to try for Natsumi by the Tier 1 bottom tower.
Yeah, again, this is something we've seen from a lot of teams, especially yesterday, where there's a lot of emphasis on that bot Tier 1, but it's also overemphasis wherein it feels like they don't care if the hero's tanky going into it. Like this time it's the Bristle, it's not a pause 5 at the least, they're trying for a pause 1. It makes a little bit more sense to take that risk. Still just not enough output in the tank yet for Yangon, which is going to be the running issue. And you've got cores that need farm to really have that presence. You're going to have to just sit back and wait. Young PH doesn't have anyone to connect with. He is going for the Yasha, likely into the Manta just to dispel the silences off in this game. And again, I don't see a clean connection with that and the Tusk and Bane all too soon and onto some of these tankier targets. For supports, sure, it's much more feasible here.
This is theoretically, in my opinion, the best creep if you're going Wild Hunt, right? The Dark Troll Summoner. Because the Skeletons count as his units, I'm pretty sure. So it's really nice for JG to just be able to abuse this with the helm of the Dominator. Those towers, my goodness, they go down quick when he does reach them. It will be defended for now by Natsumi. Speaking of, our Ursa has now overtaken a net worth without the Battle Fury, by the way. No Battle Fury up, still top of the net worth board here is Kish.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And that's very good news for YG. It seems like this Ursa having absolutely zero issue keeping up with Natsumi.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And that's from Kish having a really rough lane with double stuns early on, is managing to find space to recover. The timings will line up, but again, it's still time you have to wait. Battle Fury should be a little bit quicker in comparison to the Ags of Natsumi, still 2 parts away. So that is some good news. The farm build-up for Kish will continue to build up, and that means there is going to be a launching point. Inside of Kukuis, though, probably don't feel too bad. Like, the Fusel for Yoa is not too far off. The Recipe Gold is certainly a little bit further away than you want it to be. You've got the levels lined up on all of your heroes. You've got Global Silence set to go. You don't even have the Grip ready just yet in Zorain. With the space they've bought from bot tier 1 being sieged by JG, it does make it a little bit more annoying for Natsumi to get that build up at the least. There's always a little bit of a threat onto him. At the same time, he doesn't care too much about the creep army either. With a full spray up, is going to be able to just clear it out after a couple of uses, so not the most concerned in the world. I will say though, for YG, the important part about this build-up in Kish is that they utilize the timing. Even with Battle Fear, we've seen some Ursas willing to join in some engagements and try to get a pick-off into a sneaky Roshan timing. Could be one way to really accelerate things here for YG. If they want to kind of sit back, wait for the Blink or Blink BKB as well. And again, that's just going to lead to a little bit more stall. Maybe you can start to connect with JG down bot, considering the Dominator is up, and he is working into Blink. So there's some earlier timings for the rest of your side to play with. The farming game isn't too bad for Kukuis anyhow. Again, Bristleback is going to need the full ags. Nico's trying to go into his Blade Mail. You kind of want some of the levels to be up. You are ready with Joel and the Finger. That is one thing that's maybe a bit of a missed opportunity. Just looking for a smoke play to just get an instant pick-off early on. But considering the lower cooldown on Finger, it's not as painful as it once was. It's still pretty annoying. And that's a 130-second cooldown you'd want to get out of the way ASAP. But at least it's not 140, you know? Like silver linings.
Always a bright side, John. Always a bright side.
Could be worse. Could be, I don't know, Warlock. You could have Golem's cooldown online. That'd be funny.
That's true. What do we even paused for? What's Natsumi's problem? He hasn't said anything.
Yeah, they just paused. You know, maybe I know Gabby's like telling him, look at my brain sap. It's not big enough. What are we doing with brain drain? We need more kills.
Oh,
there you go. We do have the question raised. And it's just, all right, G. Mike, sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
It's always a mic issue. It's always a Discord issue.
I accept your apology, Natsumi. Spell my name correctly next time, though, would you? Smoke up. Amp damage rune available. You see how I get things done, John? Like, these admins, they hear me complaining. They know. Like, let's ask these idiots what's the pause for. We don't want to upset MLP. You know, he gets too upset, this old man.
You know for a fact that no admin listens to anything that we're saying. They have
admin. If you're listening to this cast, say something within the next 30 seconds, please. You have my permission.
We're on a 2-minute delay.
Bristleback. I don't care. 2 minutes then. You have 2 minutes to say something.
Dire's top tower is under
say it in Discord if you're gonna get in trouble. Don't say it in the game if it'll get you in trouble, sir. Just boost my ego a little bit here against John X5, please. It's bottom lane. They will leave the area, John. Nothing's happening. 5-4. Both teams very happy to just sit back and relax. Who does this favor, though, I wonder? Like, Natsumi's overtaken net worth again. His Aghanim Scepter is basically now available. It's just coming out on the courier. You do have your Battle Fury in this Ursa, and they are taking Roshan, as you can see currently on the screen, John. But who do you think this slower pace of game is favoring?
Right now, it's favoring YG. If YG can maintain that momentum and start to push in, they need to play up against these timings. Like, Global Silence was popped for literally nothing. And they're kind of still playing on the defensive. It feels like this is your prime opportunity with the Aegis up to just take a fight. You don't need to worry about an easy way of ending the Fiend's Grip. You can just hold on to one, you get that pick off, you run down. It's at this point where YG does have to kick up the pace. So, it is better for YG, but it's not doom and gloom for the Kukuis as long as YG don't capitalize on this early advantage. And it's certainly still very playable for the side of Kukuis overall. So, yeah, like YG has to kind of kick out of the farming mindset. Maybe just waiting for a couple more items, like the Mantle for Young PH isn't too far off. Have that tool to try to juke out some spells here. Get some activity going for yourself from that. But again, you kind of want to play while you can. Global Silence is about to come off cooldown again, so that window of opportunity has pretty much just faded away. But you really need to capitalize on those mistakes that Kukuis make. Like that was just a useless Global Silence. You should be doing more. You should be trying to punish when that big team fight falls down, because Silencer is just kind of useless without Global Silence in the middle of these big team fights, outside of just getting some debuffs onto you.
Oh, nothing's happening here, John. Nothing's happening.
Radiant
Here we go.
structures are fortified.
Nightmare out onto Nico. Which means nothing's happening. Because
Yeah.
they just walk away.
You know what the real nightmare is? This game, isn't it?
I was gonna say the exact same thing, Jonathan. I really
You know,
was.
if I didn't give a serious answer and who does this favor, 5-4, F10K.
Jump in. Here we go. Kish wants to fix the game, Jonathan. But sadly, Kukuis is not allowing it. Nico will just...
5-4.
Best
17
part
minutes
with
in.
Nico is he uses the voice line correctly, bro. Nico's
Yeah, he
using the
does.
voice line correctly. That's what makes me really happy with this man. Right? He's not just a spammer. He uses it at the right moment. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I feel like for Nico, he just spams it at any moment he feels like it's a good moment for a voice line.
Maybe you're
And your voice line's very flexible. Like, Skillet! They get a kill. Finally, 6-4. Wow. Look at that.
And Gabby's onto 5 brain drain now, Jonathan. Huge. Absolutely huge here for Gabby.
I feel like every time the silencer takes brain drain, it also kind of saps us as well.
Bottom.
Natsumi,
Yeah, Natsumi's been caught. A big kill if they can get it. Stampede was popped to try and allow him out, but he cannot get away. Very nice kill, but here comes the cavalry. Nico gonna try and jump the Bane. Meanwhile, they are still going here on the Ursa. Kish gonna find Gabby, but Kish maybe going a bit too fast, though he does have the Aegis up, so I guess there's really no too far as they get a Fiend's Grip now. He ends up killing himself with the Retaliate. But that's okay, because he can blink right back in and take care of Nico now. Oh,
that's-
boy. Here we go.
that's what we should have seen from YG earlier while Global Silence is down. They finally take the advantage, though, with that movement onto Natsumi. And it's like we were talking about. They have this early advantage. The Ursa's strong. The side of Kukuis need to stem the bleeding. At the least, Aegis is gone. So there's an opportunity, but with Global Silence down, with Stampede down, your big team fight spells aren't fully up to try to get a successful defense off. They will be able to hold back the side of Yangon with the respawns coming in at the very least. But that slow, steady siege can just come out from JG pretty much free of charge. Has himself the Croaker with the tendrils of deep up as well.
Holy.
So there's some good stuns on top of that. Love these creeps.
That's a big boy. Look at that frog, Jonathan. My goodness. Look at him. It's an Australian frog right there,
Is it a
John.
frog? It looks like a catfish, doesn't it? The whiskers.
John, it's called a croaker, John. What do frogs do? They croak.
Yeah, but it's not very frog-like. You know?
It may be a toad then, John. Perhaps it's a toad.
But it has catfish little fins on its mouth.
I imagine
like
when
a-
a frog gets that big, Jonathan, they start to, their genetics change a little bit. We've never seen frogs that big, John.
That is fair.
Anyway.
We should try to grow them.
We should. Probably not. Fight breaking out. Bottom jungle. They'll take down Zorain. Not really much to play for, though. Like, Roshan are obviously still a while away from respawning. They do have... They don't even have a Tormentor, I guess. It's just nothing to play for.
Yeah, 10 seconds to Torm. It's gonna be up
Okay.
soon at the very least. They could line
Here we
up for
go.
that. Gonna be up top. And good old JG will get the creep army out. We'll be able to scout out, perhaps, that people are coming in. Doesn't quite get vision. We'll see people trying to go through now at the very least.
It'll be scary. They're waiting. Pings are coming. This is a trap, ladies and gentlemen. Natsumi. No trap, in fact, because he does have Nico there. Smoke up, though. YG, they're ready. They're ready to take the fight at any moment. Nico and the tree line could be a pretty big nuisance towards them, though. They're going to see Natsumi. They're going to want to make the jump in. In fact, they go to the back instead, finding Gabby already, so no Global Silence available now. Hoof stomp in onto the Void Spirit, trying to at least burst down Young PH, but he's still very healthy as they take down Jewel to boot. They found Natsumi now, and the Fiend's Grip. Lock him down. Just do a burn out of the spot, why don't ya? Yoe gonna come out of it, still trying to fight this one out, but there's no hope in hell they win this one. They'll lose Yoe. They're gonna lose Nico on top. And they also lose the Tormentor, John. And,
Nice.
Currently, it really starting to feel like Kukuis is falling apart.
There they are. Again, YG identify their powers quite nicely. They play around it really well. and they mitigate those losses in lane. It felt like from the laning phase, it should have been a very clear-cut game for Kukuis to be able to suppress out this Ursa, but they just gave too much space up top. Like, they weren't really hunting down Kish for the most part. They were much more focused on playing towards mid, playing towards bot in response to Yangon's aggression, instead of playing their own aggressive game. And that just cuts out the potential for them to stop this spike. A 9k, 10k lead coming up for Yangon Galacticos. 8-13 coming out now on the YG side. And for the side of Kukuis, they're going to need a lot to counteract in this game. Right? Like, it feels like a Lotus is going to have to come out just to protect either Natsumi or Yoe, prevent the Roar or Grip from holding either of these key heroes down, as once they're held down, I mean, there's not much you can do. And BKBs don't really do much for you. Your two big threats are the debuff and UT Pierces here. So a Linken's has to kick in. You have to be a little bit more cautious with your Global Silence as well from Gabby. Didn't get to use it last time because he was caught out, but you have to position yourselves a little bit further in the back here on the side of Kukuis for those two supports. Very key in trying to get that counter initiation up against the run and gun that YG is currently running at this moment.
YG is certainly looking very confident here. The Kukuis is now going to go for a 4-man smoke. Mid lane, they do see Young PH, though a nice juke out already from Young PH. YG, do they want to fight? I mean, all spells are up once again. Same thing for Kukuis, though. Just a matter of whether they can keep Gabby alive throughout these team fights, because without the Global Silence, it's proving to be pretty challenging to force a fight for the Radiant. Oh, it gets even worse now because you got a full Ag Scepter up on Young PH, so even more ways to just deal with Gabby. And they're coming. YG, they're waiting in position, hoping somebody shows on that small kind of river. Nico still holding his ground. Seems as though Kukuis are pretty well aware where they are right now, as Nico going to move forward. They'll see the Centaur. Young PH still waiting behind the tree line. Going to be spotted eventually. Will look to escape though. Young PH getting caught. Astral step away. He's going to be alright.
Being very patient here from the side of YG. Young PH did pop both of his Astral steps to retreat. I believe by accident on the second step. So it doesn't quite have enough to try to re-engage. And for the side of YG, I mean, if they get this flank out, Roshan is set to respawn relatively soon, in a minute and a half at the most. We'll see that come out. So you do have a good timing for a fight here on YG. If it is a faster Rosh, you take that team fight, get the Rosh respawn, take it instantly. That's going to line up into some good timings here for Kish as well. Very close to the full basher up, already has the BKB. And things really do start to simplify. Quick pause out from the Kukuis, as you tend to have here in Southeast Asia in the middle of a big smoke from YG. Joel having some sort of issue. Not declaring what.
Something. We don't know what, but you know, he's got some problem. That's alright, I'm sure he'll be back any time now. Kukuis, they got to sort something out here. They're currently 10k behind. Natsumi certainly looking like he's fallen pretty flat on the bristleback, and I don't know if it gets any easier. Like, you're up against an Ursa carry. It's pretty tough.
I know, like, it does feel like your scaling is it's kind of capped on the side of Kukuis. Like, this seeing red bristleback can right-click pretty well. You're just going to need a lot of items in this game to get that done. Again, Linken's feels like it's going to be necessary either way. Sanjin Yasha's done at least, or some stat reses on hand. But that doesn't feel like it's going to be nearly enough to handle this, as again, the smoke is still going here from YG.
They're trying. Around Young PH, he's going to see Nico. Doesn't quite like the initiation though, so does look to retreat. And that'll be about it for now. No fight to break out. Still a lot of caution from either side. Obviously, Kukuis have a lot more reason to be cautious here with their own game, but YG certainly looking to not throw the game back the other way, and sometimes all it does take is one team fight to make that happen. You do have a blink now up on JG, so it seems like they might want to try and make another smoke happen. that perhaps they could be out. I don't see anyone holding us. No, they do have a smoke. There's one on skill late. Here we go. Try to get the blink surprise reveal going. And the main culprit that they want is probably going to be Gabby on that silencer. If they can burst him down, the team fight is just infinitely easier every time. They'll ignore Natsumi in the mid lane. They're going to run right into Nico. That's not what they want either. Roshan also available. And naturally, YG can see it. A lot of hesitation there to move on to that Radiant Triangle. Just not feeling like they're safe trying to jump Nico.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Everyone hiding in that little tree line by the mid lane. But it's still very awkward for YG to try and get the spike going. They will lose their Black Dragon. Nico just double checking to ensure Roshan has not begun. Get some D wards off while he's at it.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I mean,
So we have a
this standoff. Yeah, this standoff is not really benefiting anyone. No one's really farming. Nothing's happening on the map. No one's fixing lanes too hard. So it is just pretty much like you said, a stalemate. There is some farm coming up for Natsumi. They're very focused on clumping up as a team on both sides, preempting this movement across. I guess the one advantage you do have is cleaner wards coming out from Kukuis. They have that river ward that they have kept secure by killing off the creep. There is a ward here as well from YG to watch the dark side Roshan pit, so they can still opt to make a play. But nothing else coming out. Still, the deep wards for Kukuis defensively are a little bit better in comparison to where YG has set their vision up. And they need to hunt the backline somehow. This is the most exposed Gabby's been if they take the right flank, but it doesn't look like they've got the long flank towards the left lined up at all. And they'll try for a smoke out on the side of Kukuis. Might be able to get a good jump here.
They're going. They have found a Beastmaster to start. This would be a fantastic start, but the Snowball does buy some time to allow him a way out. In fact, he does blink out. So skill lay will go down, but he does save the life of JG as they're going to buy back now. Looking to move in. There's an amp damage rune now on young PH. He got very lucky with that. Here we go. Misses the Aether Remnant though. Roshan time. They've had enough of waiting. We may as well just start Roshan. There's no silence. There's no Rolling Thunder. Just get it started.
You do have Stampede. Nico can try to make a play with a jump forward here if he so wishes. Get the timing right.
Nico's going to move in. Actually blinks south. Very awkward. Blink trying to go for a power, and I do believe. Nico did pick up the haste. Here we go. Roar is out. They found Yoe already. A great start here for YG. Stunned and Fiends gripped up is going to be Nico, and that'll mean that Kish can move in for a nice easy pick-off. And naturally, Jonathan Roshan is going to be all YG's.
And he managed to get it in the end. And that little play from Nico just to ensure the haste rune wouldn't go anywhere else does cost them the potential steal. There was caution from the side of YG. They did pull out of the Roche pit in the nick of time. And it does give them that leeway now to just have this secondary life up onto Kish. Roche banner down as well. They've got an opportunity for high ground lined up. At the least here for Kukuis. Global Sound's half a minute away. So we'll have that ability to take a team fight once more. Natsumi does have some armor on hand as well to mitigate some of that output coming out. Especially from Kish if he does get focused in. I'm still surprised we're not seeing anything like, say, a Linken's on anyone. Like, one Linken's or Lotus does a lot in this game for you. No one quite farming into that defensive item to just get that single target spell block off. And that's going to cost them. Again, once Global Silence is down, you are free to grip, you are free to roar. No problems here on the side of Yangon. And there are no answers. There's no hard dispels on hand from the side of Kukuis to help things out. And it will always be a persistent issue, especially if, you know, your Global Silence is down or if Gabby dies. Like, either or is a very good scenario for YG. And for Kukuis, what they have to do now is cleaner initiation onto the back themselves. Like, likelihood is their prime target has to be JG or even Zarine. Kill off this Bane, even if Roar comes out, that's one less spell you have to worry about in the grip. You can afford to use Global Silence a little bit differently there as well. And you can try to allow Natsumi a game to actually run around and do some damage here on the Seeing Red Bristleback. Try to get some right clicks in because he's not been able to focus on anyone really for the most part in these engagements. Just constantly kited around here on the side of Kukuis. For YG, again, they've done a great job of baiting out the Global Sounds before committing out the grip. The Global Sounds tends to come out after the roar, and it's just not enough. Like, you have to really use it just to interrupt a grip. Chances are, though, with how patient YG is, they might still be able to find opportunities even without the grip. In the middle of these engagements, it's just becoming harder and harder to look for output on the side of Kukuis. This just stems back to the fact that you did have to run Phosphor and Bristle here.
Jump in. They have found one, but it's another snowball save that's going to allow them out. Another awkward start here for Kukuis. Mid tier 2 tower is going to be targeted now by YG, and it will be taken pretty damn easily. No real contest. Natsumi's going to try to rush in. They'll get a hoop stomp off here with Nico. They're going to deal with the first line. And that'll be enough. It looks like, no, maybe they'll think about continuing, but it seems though they'll let their T2 tower go. They'll take the Aegis, and it is something. You know, it's one less thing to worry about if you're Kukuis.
And it is. They have lost all of their outer towers, so the access point now for YG is a lot cleaner onto the high ground. But at the very least, they've bought themselves some time. You're not going to be the comfiest here on YG until that resource is back up. There's at least 5 more minutes until the quickest respawn we'll see here. And the likelihood is you're not getting an instant respawn at all, as we do get another pause. Lag issues coming out for Young PH. At the least we know what's up.
Yeah.
And we do have the ready to go instantly. So fair enough. Just a little bit of a lag spike. If the side of Kukuis could also be ready. There we go.
We're going to go ahead. Roshan's going to be a long time away till we see a respawn for that, so could be another down period between these two teams. We'll see. Kukuis, it almost feels like they're going for a hunt.
They are.
Nobody really around.
No, just getting aggressive farm going, trying to scale up on Natsumi. He's still keeping up with a build-up of Kish, not too far behind on the Bristle. They're really suffering on Yo and Nico more than anything else. These two tanky cores just not really able to find their groove in this game past the laning phase. Feels like it's been a little bit of a struggle, especially for Nico. Like, he is extra durable now with some a lot of armor coming in with a casual plate mail, a full Lotus finally to try to counteract some of this control from the side of Yangon. So at least you have some solutions on hand here. Not the best, nothing like a Lincoln's, but it can do some work, at least in complicating things for the side of Yangon Galacticos. You know, I was doing some deeper thinking, Mike, as to...
They're going to find themselves maybe a bit of a free, because Skill Lay was just trying to force out the creep wave, but does end up giving his life away. Little kills like that, you've got to be cautious of. Even if it is a support, these kills can start to add up, and that, in fact, that kill was worth an 800 gold change. Just for the task.
Yeah. They're very far ahead on YG, even on the supports. Comparing the supports of YG to the supports of Kukuis, quite a huge margin, especially on Zalrain. Like, this Bane is just filthy rich right now. So even killing off that Tusk is massive. If you find Zalrain, you're going to be talking about a huge gold loss coming out there from the side of Yangon. There is a big timing here for Zalrain, though. Rushing into the Ags now on that Bane, so having that extra illusions on the Fiend's Grip, being able to reposition himself does give a lot more leeway as well for the positioning and the usage of the grip, especially post-silence here. Pretty gate.
Roar is out though. They've already caught Natsumi in that roar, and it seems like he is gone. So is Jewel, and sadly they couldn't even pick off JG, as it seems like they will miss out a little bit, but who the hell cares? You're still just finding the easiest fights of your life for YG. It just seems like there's no stress at all right now for their side. And you really are running out of answers now for Kukuis if you haven't already. Like, every time we see Natsumi in a team fight, he's just getting destroyed. Funnily enough though, John, win probability currently is actually 43 to 57%. So Dota Plus does not think it's that far of a difference.
Has been killed.
I think it's a little bit optimistic. I mean, again, there's some counterplay potential on the side of Kukuis. It just feels like the execution is just not there. maybe a symptom of first game of the day. 12 noon for a lot of these guys is just the time they wake up, especially the streamer squad. I'm sure they stream until like 4 a.m., so it could just be a bit sleepy to not utilize the max potential for a lineup. As, yeah, it's just felt sloppy. Even from YG, it's not been the cleanest, but they have been playing, the aggressors. They've been the ones playing with the upswing. They're the ones identifying their moments of strength, trying to double down on it. And for Kukuis, I don't know, it just doesn't feel like they're able to do much. Like, nothing defensive yet on Natsumi. He's trying to go back for Ghost Scepter, just to save himself from the Ursa trying to swipe away instead of something like, say, maybe a Halberd, or again, the Lincolns, just to prevent the Roar or the Grip coming out onto him. We'll just want a way to just stop getting hit instead, which is fair enough. Will it do enough? Maybe, but there's always potential for a Nullifier to come in as well from the side of YG. And that is being farmed up by Young PH next. Very heads up from our mid-Void Spirit in this game. 10 to 17, 16k lead as we approach the 36-minute mark. Kukuis trying to gun out for a smoke. Good lines being drawn down bot. If they catch out Kish, that could be quite the turnaround. But killing off this Ursa with a Satanic BKB with a Basher on the turnaround is just a nightmare.
Bad start, though. Yeah, they went for the illusion, John. The old smoke blink into the illusion. We talked about this yesterday. Illusions do not break smoke.
Yeah, that's, I know. That's unfortunate for Kukuis, for Yangon. They're getting this free weight into Roshan, no problem. Like, they have some pressure in the lanes. Lanes are shoved out, mostly in their favor outside of mid, which they are correcting for. Got their own smoke out, and again, the timing's about right. If it's a quick Rosh, you win the team fight, you get Roshan nice and fast. The side of Kukuis as well are, again, constantly grouped up as 5, not wanting to give pick-off potential away, but are handing map control out as well. Does look like a relatively quick timer on Rosh. We'll see how long it takes to tick down, but not quite instantaneous as you'd want here for the side of Yangon. And for the side of Kukuis, what item progression are we looking for? Nico is working towards an Axe, so the cart will save. That could be nice with, say, Natsumi standing on top, just spamming out some quilt sprays, spamming out some ghoul, saving him from the grip, saving him from the roar. Could be one way to kind of find some solutions here. At least Nico is trying to save his team. But that is still a ways off. You are working on to the refresh for Gabby as well instead of the Ags build up on Silencer. Double global silence will make a massive impact, of course, in this game as the rush again is up. Was a quick respawn. And the side of Kukuis are just nowhere near to contesting. No wards down to watch as well. A freebie coming out for the side of Yangon with the banner, the refresh shard, and the cheese. Lots of utility to get into that high ground if it does go away for free here.
It does. Roshan. It's just gone for free. So you're in that position in a game where, like, you've got one team that can't do anything, and they're waiting for a mistake to happen so they can abuse it. And YG are refusing to allow themselves a chance to make that mistake. Now with the Aegis cheese up, you'd think they'd want to try to make a play for the high ground. Hell, even the Refresher Shard on JG is going to make life very hard for Kukuis. But we'll see. We shall see.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah. I mean, it's felt like it's just been a stalemate game for a long time. YG, oh, get the jump in.
They're going to try to burst down the Ursus. Aegis and a nice rolling thunder actually catches 2 of them out. They're going to kill Skill Lay. There's this global silence committed, cancelling off the Fiend's grip so the rolling thunder can keep going. Zorain will go down. The TP away with the BKB is going to wear off. And there you go. They found an opening. Kukuis ending up finding 2 supports and an Aegis for the price of nothing.
Very well played to them. It just looks like they finally figured out how to play the game. And they execute the way they'd want to. And they managed to find that punishment. Without the safety net now for Kish, the game becomes a lot harder. Very awkward spell usage as well coming out there from Yangon. Not waiting this time around for the global silence to fade out. Giving Gabby a lot of value in cancelling off the grip. And not able to get the good connections you'd want for the roar usage from JG. Now you've got the save coming in here from Nico. Full Ags up and running on our Centaur. Does have the workhorse up. So again, just a lot of solutions for that single target control onto a sensitive target like Natsumi. For the side of YG, I mean, they've played better than that. They just have to be really cautious about slipping up, about getting too comfy in this game. Because there is still room for the side of Kukuis to at least force some fights out. And you lose a couple of fights like that in a row, things start to go away from your favor. Right? Like, suddenly, again, with all the saves on hand, Nico and Natsumi can start to be a huge menace in these team fights. YG, at least, again, still have ways of just shoving out these waves. Mid and bot are shoving their favor top. Not quite so, but there's a tier 2 to stop it anyhow. And can look for the response. Global Sound's down for a few more seconds, but not for too long.
Radiant's bottom
Only have a very
tower is
small
under
window here if they really want to force things out.
They're trying to approach it. Kukuis being very annoying with his defense. Holding ground. I don't think YG are going to feel confident to move up without the Aegis here. Unless they can find a pick-off or two. And they are looking. Like, maybe they will commit. Down at bottom, they've got a couple siege creeps there. They might want to start to move in with at least some units.
is under attack.
The Beastmaster units will start to move in.
Dire's top
Hoping for a quick pick-off, perhaps on a Gabby. In fact, they're going to see him. Nico trying for a hoof stop, not going to quite find it on young PH. And, well, there's going to be an immediate smoke from YG. It seems like they want to try and wrap around and see if they can find this Pangolier. Yoe farming the area. We're going to have another pause coming out as another lag complaint.
It happens.
I mean, it happens, but, you know, when nothing's happened in the game and you're pausing on top, John, I'll tell you what, it gets painful. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. This is a very slow game. We do have to go ahead.
They should be able to find Yoe, I think. Yoe
he
looks
still
like he's
walks
going
up.
towards a triangle.
He stops
never
walking
mind.
up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh.
Well, this is another
Sense
awkward thing about the
something's wrong.
pauses, right? Because whether they have an idea or not, it makes you think, should I be going this way?
It does. So they miss an opportunity again. 12 to 17, 15k lead. Very reminiscent of, I want to say like a 2023 Talon match right now.
Yeah.
It's all the way back. This is some beautiful gameplay. Smoke out from Kukuis. See if they can connect onto anything. They have a good idea where everything is with the remnants down. Oh, this is a big one.
It is a big one. They're going to find the Ursa, but a nice nightmare dodge on the finger, making life very challenging. He's still alive here. Kish, can he get it done? It looks like he might just as he's healing up. They'll move in on a Nico, trying to lock him down. In fact, they're backing off. Do they not want the fight? No, they're kiting. They're moving back in. Kish, he's on a Nico. Nico trying to get out of there. Barely. No, he's not going to make it. Meanwhile, Natsumi trying to deal with this Ursa. He hasn't got him yet. They'll snowball back towards the Pangolier. Yoe in trouble. Yoe set to go down, but the shards actually save his life. He'll still go down to young PH though. But Natsumi's been left. They can't deal with him without the Ursa. So even though it's a one-team fight for YG, it feels like in the end Kukuis actually win it out.
That they do, and again, it's just down to how much saves they have now. They have the workhorse on hand, which didn't even come into play. They managed to hold on to Bullet Silence. And again, it's just this moment where you might forget what the state of the game is because of all these bosses, because of how static the game has been. You step out a little bit too far in Kish, you get picked off like that. The response means your team fight's not as clean as you'd want it to be on YG because you're not the ones initiating, and simpler for Kukuis overall. Still maintaining that 14k lead on the side of Yangon Galacticos. The game is still in their control, but the margins aren't growing any bigger. Mind you, there's no threat yet for a tier 2, for a high ground, for a Roshan from Kukuis, so in that sense you are relatively safe here. But you can't afford to keep bleeding tempo away like this. Natsumi still has a lot of slots left in itemization. Can eat the Ags. Is trying to work onto a Basher Abyssal himself for control onto that Ursa. And again, can also consider something like the Lincolns if you be with that other item slot after Ags is eaten up. So, There are solutions that are still left to be made here on Kukuis as the game goes on. And that just complicates this for the side of Yangon Galacticos themselves. This Ursa will have some kiting issues, especially as the BKB fades down to 6 seconds now for Kish. So it's not going to be a free time and just looking for these targets to pick off any longer here.
Go for a Tormentor now. Kukui's finally able to get within range of a Tormentor and get a shards for themselves, and it will go the way of Jewel. Meanwhile, JG keeping the bottom lane forced in. They don't really have Kish around them. Kish, he's slowly moving his way south. You are in a position though where you may as well just wait for the Roshan attempt. It's possibly not that far off. We're going to find out in a minute 10 just how long it's going to be. And Kukuis, they're not budging. They're just sitting in their base just waiting behind Natsumi. So I'm pretty sure we're looking for a Roshan attempt now.
We are. Again, YG trying to take control in the same spot in that Radiant Triangle, as we've seen them try over and over again. Kukui's just completely avoiding that area, are keeping the wave shoved out. So again, they have this natural way of just preventing an easy Rosh. They have to fix lanes at the very least, ensuring that mid stays shoved in. A good scan comes out as well, letting them know that the triangle, again, is just the hunting grounds right now for the side of Yangon. And yeah, no need to commit too much. Just kind of wait out. Like, I don't know. Both sides are just waiting for a mistake. Right? Like that's the state of the game. There's no incentive to take that risk yourself. For either side, both sides know how much risk there is to start these fights themselves. So you might as well wait. You might as well wait for someone to slip up, for someone to be out of position again, as we've seen a couple of times from, say, Natsumi and from Kish in this game so far. There is an amp damage rune down bot. Roche respawn, we'll see. It doesn't look like it's going to be too long, as the time isn't too far out.
Trying to fight, just chipping away. Roshan definitely not too far away here for either team. Kukuis probably can't afford to keep giving these Roshans away. This seems like the next Roshan is the one they can actually contest. Problem is that they are being forced back into the base again. So top wave is now being forced in with their Ancient Croaker, though it is immediately taken out by Natsumi.
Radiant are scanning.
Question is, how are you going to approach the Roshan pit? Like, are you going to be able to get there fast enough to actually contest the next Roshan attempt that probably will be started by YG?
I think they can. I think the side of Kukuis can afford to go out. It's just a matter of, can they read the Roche properly? That's the big issue here. Can they get that right read on when the Roche is back up? Can they correct their lanes in time? Can they find a position in? You do have a refresh up on JG, so double roar, double BKB is up. Simplifies things just a tad bit for the side of Yangon Galacticos. If they can find the angle in, which again is a big hurting point so far.
No, sir.
No.
Roshan start. Let's see if Kukuis are going to try and contest or whether they're just going to hold high ground. I have a funny feeling they're probably just going to hold high ground, but we'll see. Smoke
they have
up,
the good
right,
line drawn out. They have
There's
the
your
angle.
roar, they know what's happening. Here we go. Nico
Dire are
looking for a big stunt to get started.
Dire's
Smoke not
bottom
broken
tower
yet. They'll
is
go
under
for a smoke
attack.
of their own now, YG. Big wraparound from Natsumi into the Dire jungle. JG's going to break it. They have found the Beastmaster already. It's a fantastic start. The Nightmare does save the life of JG. And now the Snowball buying even more time. He gets the roar off into Natsumi. Meanwhile, Jewel already down on the Lion. It's Natsumi. He'll chase down Kish. Kish is going to be alright. He'll just kite him out. Natsumi still doesn't know where he's going, John. He gets Nightmare now. They'll just focus down Nico instead. Look at him. He's just trapped in the shards now. This is what I'm saying. Like, you just get kited around as this hero. Now the Fiend's grip. They've got silence. They'll commit it eventually. But what does it matter, John? Can Natsumi really 1v5? Oh, maybe he can. Maybe he can. He's going. Natsumi. No, he can't do it. He can't do it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He had me
Good
believing
attempt,
for a
though.
second, John.
It was close. I mean, that Satanic kicking in did do some work, but not quite enough. to stop Kish and get their spacing right on the side of Yangon. And again, the initiation out. Valiant attempt out from the side of Kukuis, but you're seeing why no one wants to take that risk, which is a lot of counterplay for both sides. This time off the saves coming in from the side of Yangon. Yoe.
He's going to find one. Skill 8 does lose the gem, but it's on the deck. And I don't think Yoe is necessarily going to go back for it, because I don't think he even saw it. He'll just TP away. In fact, nobody's seen it, because nobody's picked it up. It's just sitting behind that tree line.
Yeah. It's an
That's
awkward
alright.
one.
Radiant's top
That's
tower
okay.
is under attack.
And the tree does block it for most viewing angles. It's one of the funny
Yeah.
things with this viewpoint, eh?
Radiant's top
So
barracks
eventually
you think
come.
Skill 8
well,
would say something.
yeah, you think that he would. Courier did fly by, but it's just not Sumi's. It's going back to
Radiant's
do
top
I don't know
barracks are
what in the
under
jungle. Eventually, surely no. JG just walks past it.
Radiant's
Courier's
Oh,
coming in.
no. Come
Alright.
on. There we go. They got it. That's
There's
all right.
another gem. Natsumi picked up another gem, and his courier died from the creeps. There's
Oh.
another one further back by the Lotus. That's what he was doing. They picked up different gems.
attack. Radiant's
Oh,
bottom
yeah.
tower is under
Alright.
attack.
There's gems on the deck everywhere. Mid lane. Nico jumping in. Still, the jump in now onto Jewel. He'll be able to get away just barely. Thanks to the outward
Radiant's
staff.
top barracks has fallen.
You've still got 3.5 minutes on the Aegis, so there's not exactly the biggest kind of rush for Kish and the rest of the squad.
Oh,
Although, he does get caught. We've seen this one before. He's lost his first life. Meanwhile, Roar out. They do catch Yoa with that Roar. He's still rolling them. He's going to be okay to find a way out, I think, as they do commit the global silence. Yoa is still running. Workhorse out from Nico, but he's carrying nothing with it. Rather than hitch a ride.
yeah. I mean, they managed to pop Aegis again, right? Kukuis get to hang on. Yangon, I'm not sure if they're going to be too keen to try to push high ground without that secondary life. They do have a refresh shard on Kish for double BKB. Double Satanic, double Abyssal Blade as well. So a lot of utility here for Kish with an amp damage rune running, but without that coverage, you might not be feeling as comfy. You still have the refresh global silence set to go here on Gabby as well. No double back-to-back usage, but again, a secondary usage if need be set to go. I worry about just going into another stalemate into next Roshan. I feel like this game should start to build up a little bit more. And surely YG or at least maybe YG, because they are in the lead, YG starts to feel a little bit more confident to try to take the fight. And heck, we're at the point there's a block of cheese on Zarain, Mikey, and it doesn't even matter.
Oh, it does.
Like, he has a block.
He does have a block of cheese, John.
Agents of the Void.
Why did they...
But yeah.
They nerfed that as well, didn't they? Like, the
Yeah,
shield
they
only
did.
lasts for like 5 minutes? Why?
I thought that was really weird. I was like, well,
I
yeah,
thought
I
it
had
was really
the
dumb.
Well, yeah, you know, I wanted to be nice about it, John. It was pretty dumb. Like, you know, I mean, like what we saw it like twice before
Yeah.
they changed it. It wasn't even that
Maybe
good.
3 times.
It wasn't that
No.
strong.
No, it was not.
Oh, Natsumi! He's got buyback. He's got buyback, it's alright. He's going to commit it immediately as they have found Zorain. Zorain does not have buyback. YG just looking to escape now that they've seen the buyback of this Bristleback. Raw committed here by Yoe, rather onto Yoe. The chase kind of continues, but everyone has escaped and they have forced a pretty important buyback from Natsumi. So
Radiant's
that's all they really want.
is under attack.
They're happy with that. Now you can come back another day. Maybe,
can.
you know, maybe after the 60-minute mark, John.
Yeah, why not? Take it nice and slow and easy. Relax. You know, at some point, I feel like Roshan, maybe at his fourth take, decides to just spawn on mid lane and kill all creeps and run towards the lower net worth or the higher net worth team. I don't know. Just force something, right? Like, 5th kill. Roshan spawns for the 5th time, spawns in mid, runs towards the higher net worth team to punish them for playing so slow. And then he one-hits towers. How about that? Wouldn't that be cool? He has like half his HP, but he one-hits towers.
Very pog.
And he doesn't
Very
drop
probably.
Aegis for that. You just have to stop him. You know, it's like... There's something about these. I mean, I understand why. I'm not saying this is the wrong choice from either side. We see the risks taken when YG open up. We saw what happened when the side of Kukuis opened up the team fight with that smoke flank into the top jungle during that Roshan. There's a lot of risk. No teams want to take that risk because the reward isn't that high when you have more to lose than to gain. So you're just incentivized to play safe. But it feels like this has been the entire 50 minutes of her match, to be fair.
Yeah.
It's been pretty hard to find something interesting outside of the
Radiant are
odd thing or
scanning.
two coming out here. I will say, I'm a little bit disappointed in the workhorse from Nico. He's just using it for the Stampede, which is fine, but I'd really like to see him carry Natsumi. Just once.
Here we go.
Just once.
Here we go. I heard a rolling thunder being handled, but
Here we go, back to the stalemate.
yeah. Good news is, John, I was having trouble sleeping last night, so tonight I'll just put this replay on. And I'll have
Yeah.
a great sleep, I'm sure.
Nah, I would have told you to just go right ahead, take a power nap for the next 5 minutes or so. I think you're good for it.
Dire are
You know,
scanning.
I think we're all set.
Oh, we're horrible. We're really horrible, Carl. We're just the worst. We're the worst. What's wrong with
I mean, yeah, I think, I don't know. You know, it's just you have some good matches. Then you have this over a 5-year span. It's just, it's something.
We've had a lot of this is the problem, I think, John.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit too much of this.
Yeah, a bit too much. You know, I don't know. Sometimes there's a vibe you can make it funny. We're not at the point where it's funny because there are a lot of stakes for losing and winning a team fight. It's not completely static. So there is a good reason. I think that's the thing. There's a good reason for the stalemate, which makes it hard to meme, right? If it was a little bit more like they're stalemating because no one can win, that's a little bit more funny. This is a stalemate because they don't want to lose, and both sides can easily lose. So it's like,
It's
all right,
okay.
it's smart. It's smart.
You don't need to explain yourself, John. It's okay. I think everyone appreciates where
No,
you're coming from here, Johnny.
I had a thought process. I was thinking back to yesterday. We were talking about seed money, right? And I said it should just be angel investor. I think my one condition on that, like, it was like you gain what 1,000 gold, but you have to win the match. If you lose the match, you go low prior. You know, fast like
Jump
that.
in.
Whoa.
Jump in. They're going to try and go onto Nico here. Nico going to be safe because he had the Lotus Orb, so he's in a snowball. Meanwhile, they're onto Yoe. Yoe's gone. He's down with that buyback. So is Gabby. It's a 2v5. They'll move on to Nico now. Nico in danger. Still tanking through all of this with his Heart of Taras, but he can't go that much longer, I don't think, because they will take him down, and GG's called. Naturally before the 60-minute mark, because these players, you know, John, they just... No fun this game was. No fun.
No, not a single part of that was fun. Maybe the early game was a little bit fun there for the Kukuis. Yangon kind of struggling in their laning setups for sure. Kukuis maximizing that, especially the top lane, getting it a little bit slower for Kish to kick off, but they end up giving Kish that space to farm. Again, Kukuis and their obsession with just going towards safe lane rotations, whether or not they're Dire or Radiant, has kind of given that space out for Kish to get that catch-up farm, get the Battle Fury up, get the timings right, and then lead us into prolonged stalemate post-Roshan. They played really smart on YQ, right? Like, they understand what Kukuis has to have happen to win these fights. They understand that the conditions on Yangon and Galacticos to win their team fights are also very specific. It relied mainly on the fact that Natsumi, for a couple fights, was out of position. And you only get that every so often. You know, Natsumi's not going to hand that over to you too much. But it did lead to that slower pace. I want to see a better game, too, from both teams. I don't want to see a stalemate for one arm, Mike.
No, neither do I, John. I imagine Game 2 will be much more interesting, Jonathan. I mean, it's one of those games. It's just one of those games. It's alright. We'll move on. We're going to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game number 2 of this best of 3 series between Yangon Galacticos and Kukuis. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for our second game of this best of three lower bracket series between Kukuis and Yangon Galacticos. In case you're surprised at the scoreline, Yangon ended up pulling off game number one in, I don't want to say convincing fashion, John, because it wasn't very convincing, but you know, they managed to make it work after a bit of a, I think it was 56-minute slugfest. Not even a slugfest, John. It was just 56 minutes. Let's be honest.
It was 56 minutes of something, for sure. That was one of the games of all time. We haven't had a series like that, a game like that in a long time, mainly because if we do get long games, sometimes it's funny. You know, it's funny because neither side can kill each other. This time, both sides could kill each other, but they didn't want to because it's risky. And that's just, you know, it's a hard one to fault either team. It's just how the game goes sometimes, where you're in a high-risk environment. You don't want to take that risk. You're also in a winning position, so you don't need to take that risk. So you're just stuck. And same thing goes for Kukuis. They couldn't really find the opportunity to go out and punish as well, as they weren't in control to get that game. We'll see if any adjustments are made into Game 2, as I wouldn't want to see the same kind of slow style. I'd like to see more activity. I think Kukuis had the right idea from the laning phase. Again, the top lane, the double stuns for central line was pretty sick. Kish only managed to recover because they stopped focusing up top and focusing elsewhere. And for the side of Yangon, their laning phase was pretty atrocious. JG had a hard time down bot. We saw, what, a 10-minute timing on Dominator there. It wasn't the quickest that we've seen from Beastmaster. Certainly the tempo wasn't all fully aligned. So not the ideal game from Yangon as well. We'll see if those adjustments are made, as we should be able to head into the draft relatively soon and should be able to take a look at what adjustments these teams will make. Again, you are one game away from disappearing from the road to the Esports World Cup here for Kukuis. Relatively early for a squad that I'm pretty sure people have had high hopes for. Mind you, since nothing's going to be happening in the draft for a while until we get into maybe the second pick phase, Mikey, there's been some drama on the Kukuis end. There's been some drama, and I only caught a glimpse of it while browsing through my Facebook timeline, just a little bit. I saw someone calling out Mr. Nico. Someone calling him out in the Kukuis group. And not like from the core group, like the actual people who you know watch these streamers. They call themselves Kukuis as well. So there was like one guy who was saying that, Nico, you have to check yourself. Your ego is too high. I'm not talking about your gameplay being bad or anything like that, but you don't listen to feedback. You think you're always right. It's not good for the team. It's not good for the scene. That guy, I don't know who he was. Maybe he was a streamer or something. I didn't seem like a name I recognized, but that was an interesting one. It got a lot of laugh reacts on it. I'm not sure what the consensus on that was, but that's the drama. That's a little bit more interesting than Game 1.
It sure is. What's going to be interesting to me, John, is whether YG ban out Gyrocopter or not. Because they're up against the best gyro in SCA, John, as Armel would say. And last game round, they ban it in the first phase, which I think is a smart choice because Natsumi obviously really enjoys Gyrocopter. I'd say it's his best hero, right? Easily the best for him.
10
So
seconds remaining.
I'd imagine, rather than letting Kukui's first pick
5
Gyrocopter,
seconds
you'd want to just ban it.
Yeah, certainly so. It's a safe move from Yangon. You know, when you say that about Natsume, I feel like it's kind of funny because in recent times, sure, his Gyrocopter is the best of his heroes, but I feel like peak Natsume was really about like Medusa, wasn't it? Like Medusa was by and far in his time in Polaris like his absolute best hero. Like he was doing stuff with it that. Yeah.
For whatever reason, I always remember PL for
5
Natsumi,
seconds
but PL's
remaining.
been so bad for so long now that it's, you know.
Dire
But
team
that's the
battle.
hero that he always reminds me of, is they don't
Wait,
ban
what?
Gyro, John.
What? Why would they do that? So I guess it's going to go 1-1.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I guess Kukuis is about to choose Gyrocopter first pick,
5 seconds remaining.
because why
If they
wouldn't
don't-
you?
If they don't, they'd be kicking themselves. Because that would be a very dumb thing to not do. It doesn't feel like Gyrocopter first pick really loses to anything. Maybe Morphling is the one thing that counteracts it. I don't know if you're really scared of Razor. We've seen that matchup. It's so-so. Like Gyrocopter into Razor. It's like, it's not the best for Razor. It's really playable for Gyro. You itemize against it. You get Hurricane Pike, and Razor cries himself to sleep in the storm. And while he's in the eye of the storm, he's just going to be crying. So I don't... It's a very safe pickup for sure. Going back to the
Dire
Phantom
team
Lancer,
pick.
Mike, you know, you mentioned that hero. I always think of Pale Horse and his Midas Axe Rush. I miss that man. I miss Pale
Look at
Horses.
that,
The
John.
Conka is the first pick.
Dire
Interesting.
team back.
Interesting indeed. Conker picked up, Pango immediately after. So they've got another chance to just ban Gyro.
Excellent.
Just ban it.
They should.
Ban
Just take it
Gyro.
away from the. They should take it away from the number one, the best gyrocopter in Southeast Asia. No
That's
need
right.
to have to tempt fate.
10
And
seconds
take that away from Natsumi.
remaining.
Have him play a real hero like Alchemist with seed money. Then we're talking.
5 seconds remaining.
You know, now that's gonna be coming out. I really hate that facet. It's just so dumb. Again, make it angel investor. You start with 1,000 gold, but you get no
Dire
creep
team
income
back.
for the first 10 minutes. How about that? Or no passive gold income for 10 minutes and half the gold bounty from creeps. But you start with 1,000, and if you lose the game, you go into low priority. How about that? Isn't that good? I think that's a design choice that's more interesting than start with 200 gold. It's like, all right, cool.
10
Awesome.
seconds remaining.
Well,
If
you
you
know,
see-
I'm
if
not
we
an
see the
Alchemist
Alchemist
player,
here.
John. So I don't
See the
mind seeing
Alchemist. 5
Alchemist
seconds
players going to low
remaining.
priority, John. I couldn't care less.
I'd
like the
enjoy
idea.
it. Can you imagine all these Alchemist players in low prior? All of them are hoping to get Alchemist as well in low prior.
The thing is, you'd make Alchemist so unviable because every time you're playing against an Alchemist in the pub, you try that much harder. Because you know that dark side of you
Radiant
knows
team
that there's
back.
more than just the win now. You can make them suffer a little bit.
Yeah.
We all have that dark side in us, John. We all want to see someone else suffer a little bit, you know? Young
Oh,
Gun,
that'd be so funny.
do they want to suffer by not banning Gyrocopter?
Just ban Gyrocopter. Come on. You
10
play against these guys so many
remaining.
times. You know how Natsumi is. Just ban it. JG knows.
5 seconds remaining.
Maybe he's doing the guys a solid. You know, he's no snitch. Not telling them Gyrocopter is Natsumi's only hero. It's like, yeah, I'm not gonna. No need to reveal that to the boys. I'm just
No,
standing
no.
in while Hao's on break.
Don't do that.
I miss the days of when Dota 2 had more copy passes, Mike. You know, we have some good ones, but they're derivative copy passes. Stuff like changing people to a different nationality, it's more derivative. Like the OG copy pastas, like the Arise copy pasta. You know, stuff like that. Just the dumb stuff. I
Radiant
miss that era of
team
memes.
pick.
They actually banned the Dusa. So they do think that Natsumi would still be thinking about Dusa carry several
That's
years
alright.
removed from his time in Polaris, which leaves the Gyrocopter.
Oh.
Whoa!
Oh,
Okay!
there it is.
The switcheroo!
The master plan, Jonathan. How did we not know? The plan all along. Take it away from them, John. It's in the game, just not for you.
Oh,
Dire
that is
team
such
pick.
a gut punch to Natsumi.
What a plot twist.
Seeing his gyrocopter taken away from him.
What
Mind
a
you, he
plot
could play
twist.
gyrocopter by taking Morphling, I guess. So there is that if he wants that. If he's so desperate for that feeling of being on a helicopter, he could do that for himself. We'll see. I don't
10
think the matchup's too
seconds
bad.
remaining.
Anyhow, there is room for an AA pick, but chances are
5 seconds
I don't know, like the
remaining.
A is a counter. At the same time, it can also feel like it's not. If you play your cards right, you just kind of reposition. You let someone else be in the firing line, try to jump the AA first, blow him up. You've got the damage to do it. So I think it's still somewhat playable. I know that's what some people think as well. Let's see what they'll want. Not too much reserve time here from Kukuis, so not too many deep thoughts to have here. Dark Willow on hand does tie nicely with a Kunkka. You know, we've been talking about it for a couple of days, but I really do feel like Mirana is something that's just been underappreciated after that
Radiant
short stint of it
team pick.
appearing quite often. You have a good setup here. They'll take the A aim themselves, which could set up for something like the Morphling. So no things like a Mirana X Arrow setup with the Brambles on top, but you do have some good ways of playing with the Cold Feet, with the X back still, with Ramble Maze. Ice Blast is going to feel good. Gyrocopter with a Satanic buildup
10
is not going to be
seconds
as
remaining.
happy as he would be in most games. So you're kind of happy
5
enough with
seconds
Kukuis. There's enough
remaining.
AoE hold here to set up for the blast as well, that it should be consistent coming out here from Gabby.
I wonder what Young Gun go for now. I mean, they're still lacking 2 supports on their end, unless we're seeing a support Gyrocopter. Which, you know, it's possible. Hopefully not, though. Young Gun. Still thinking.
I remember there was a proposition
Radiant
to
team pick.
change Dota 2's draft, and that kind of drew some split opinions from the pro scene. As we do get the Lion coming out,
What
they
would
get
they
to
wanna
snag that away
change?
from Kukuis. I think there was some people, I don't know if it was a pro committee or something. I remember talk of halving down draft time, which I
10
think is
seconds
honestly kind of
remaining.
fair. Like maybe not the overall pick time, but certainly reserve time.
5
It's
seconds
basically like
remaining.
level 1 penalty. But I feel like you should know what you want to play. There shouldn't be this much discussion. You know, it allows more creativity. It allows more risk taking because you're not thinking too hard. You're like, all right, let's just pick this. It's strong. This is what our paper says. No discussion. Just pick it up. This gives you way too much leeway time to just ruminate and discuss.
Yeah, I agree.
And
I mean, we've
I
been
know.
saying this for years. You and I, we've been literally talking about the same concept for years. Like, just halve the time they have. You know? Just, they don't need this
Dire
much.
team pick.
Young gun. Oh, there it is.
Oh!
We were talking about it last game, John. The Oracle does make its appearance into an AA. But I keep saying, I think Oracle's fine into AA. I actually think it's actually pretty good into AA. You know, it just... You know, sure you don't get their healing off, but you stop. You know, you stop them from
seconds
trickling
remaining.
down to that HP threshold. Fate's Edict is also very good at just blocking out that tick
Dire
damage from
team
Ice
back.
Blast. Kukuis is going to go for a Razor pickup, which you did call earlier against the Gyrocopter. I think the Oracle's very good.
Yeah, it lines up really nicely. I think to your points,
Radiant team.
I mean,
back.
you really don't care about the Ice Blast. As long as you're not in the kill threshold, you plop it on. In the middle of Ice Blast duration, chances are it fades away. You still get the healing post afterwards once False Promise fades away, so you're still happy. And it kind of works out because all healing and damage is paused. So I think it still runs the calculation as long
10
as Ice Blast
seconds remaining.
fades away before False Promise fades away. So you're really happy as an Oracle overall.
5
As long as
seconds
you do
remaining.
manage to catch up to your core. The backline jump here from Kukuis to hunt down an Oracle isn't that clean either.
Radiant
Kunkka and
team
Razor don't
back.
really jump the backline. You can go for the blink build up on Razor, but it's a lot less common nowadays. And again, this matchup of Razor into Gyrocopter is not bad for Gyro. All he has to do is buy a Hurricane Pike, which Natsume himself did last time around. So I don't mind this at all. I think it's actually a really good game for Yangon. Their draft
10
is very
seconds
clean.
remaining.
There is this aspect of durability on Kukuis, which can be annoying.
5
With a
seconds
Kunkka on hand,
remaining.
but it doesn't feel like you've gotten enough. Mind you, the lane setups do look good. Razor Ancient Apparition is a pretty sick lane. A good amount of slows to hold back with the Plasma Field. And the Vortex, the Cold Feet, the right clicks of the AA. There is enough slows to try to maximize static link in
Dire
lane.
team
But
back.
Yangon can kind of try to figure out an offlane that works. Heck, you could run the Pango offlane into the Razor. You'll always have Swash away from static link. That could be one way to go here for the side of Yangon Galacticos. Last pick a different Young PH mid. If they do go that route, like,
10 seconds remaining.
there's a lot of heroes that can just slip in and out here. Ember Spirit comes into mind when I'm thinking
5
of Young
seconds
PH.
remaining.
It really looks like a very strong Ember Spirit game. There's
Dire
not much
team
hold.
pick.
The roots aren't reliable. Kukuis seem to expect an offlane to come out, so they do feel like Young PH will just
Radiant
lock
team
himself in
pick.
on the Pango, as he will take the Mars to close out on Kukuis. So doubling down on the tankiness, doubling down on that AoE control, their team fight is looking pretty sharp, and that is one way of trying to jump the backline with a clearer Blink Initiator on the Mars. But Nico is going to have to really aim for the Oracle every single time, because
10 seconds
we've seen it before.
remaining.
If the Oracle lives, your fight is ruined. You know, the
5
Gyrocopter's not going to
seconds
die.
remaining.
Probably no one's going to die if the Oracle plays his cards right. So there's a lot of pressure here from the offlane now for Kukuis to deliver the goods.
They are going to go
Choose
for a
your
puck
hero.
Yep.
finish here for Young Gun, which like you said, a pretty good pickup here for the side of Young Gun Galacticos. Going back to the Mars for a second, John, I do like the Mars pickup, especially with the Bloodsport facet, because it is going to make, it's going to make it hard to actually target if he does go Bloodsport, which he really should, I do believe. Because if you don't go Bloodsport against Oracle, then all those problems you talked about with the Mars exist, where they don't need to. There you go.
I like that you keep emphasizing it. You're just waiting for Nico to switch. You know,
Well, because it's really stupid if you don't.
I kind of wanted him to stay on Victory Feast just to
I'll tell you,
just to see.
John, if he didn't go Bloodsport, I would have jumped in for Zorain. I would have gone, Zorain, take it easy. I'll cast and play Oracle. I'll do it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, he
Take
does
a
end
break.
up with it. I'm so surprised Kukuis did not read this flex for JG offlane Pango. Like, they banned out Beastmaster and Enigma. I'm like, sure, those would have been decent into the Razor lane, but come on, Pangolier into Razor lane, is already painful enough. You've got the line as well to tie into that. You will always swash away. This is probably a lane where Natsumi, if he was smart, would opt to go max plasma field and surge, just because you're really not going to get much value from Static Link overall in this game whatsoever. Right? You might as well go for the farming build. You hit 6, you hit jungle, you're clearing out stacks really quick, and that could be the way to accelerate your game instead of focusing on winning lane with Static Link. We'll see if that's the play. Overall, I really like Yangon Galacticos' draft much more. I think this doubling down on Kukuis and the durability, it does mean they lack damage, right? Like, these are not high burst heroes in the Kunkka and the Mars. Not any longer. They used to be. Their damage value used to feel a lot higher. As the game goes on, once you've got a couple of utility items up, especially if you don't find the supports, your chances of trying to burst these heroes down are low, and your chances of trying to hold down a puck are pretty damn low, right? You have X Mark, you have Brambles. Trying to catch a spear arena combo on a puck is not impossible. You're reliant on your Kunkka here and your Dark Willow to get that done. And if you don't, Young PH has himself a very free game here to just dance around the entirety of Kukuis.
Big wraparound here from YG. Going through that dire jungle. We tend to see this wraparound quite a bit through the top lane. Doesn't seem like Natsumi or Gabby should really get caught out of position here. A lot of pressure on Kukuis, of course. One game away from being knocked out of the road to EWC qualifiers. Definitely a lot on the line here. They've got to ensure they play pretty much a perfect game against YG. And I think you and I, we kind of have the agreement that YG has the better draft, but it's hard to know as well, because you go into the late game like we had last game. These raises, they do become a problem after a while.
No.
You know, just the amount of damage they can pump out in the later stages of the game do get quite scary. And mind you, naturally you are up against a gyrocopter of all people, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I feel like if Kukuis drag this out long enough, if they're off to a bad start, they could just make a comeback.
They could. I will say this is not the simplest Razor game. It's not just your gyrocopter matchup. It's also just going into Oracle. Because the way Razor works nowadays, it's less about right-click damage, it's more about area control with Eye of the Storm, right? Because you're playing with Thunderhead, you're actually playing more with how much Eye of the Storm does for you in the middle, how durable you are with that spell Lifesteal talent, and with the Storm Surge running. And with an Oracle on hand, you just cut off all of that spell damage, right? You just Fate's Edict, no one gets disarmed, it lasts 5 seconds at max level.
Wow.
It's just going to cut off so much DPS there.
Ooh. Kukuis asking how much time is left. Wow.
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
That's look, I'm not gonna say it's unsportsmanlike. I understand that they're gonna abuse any rule they can.
Begins.
We'll see what happens later, John, if YG have some pauses they've got to make, as we are gonna see some bounty runes picked up. 3 for 1 in favor of Kukuis this time around. And I think Kukuis have made it pretty clear that if they run out of pause time, they're not handing any over. So there you go. I think YG got to be pretty careful not to extend that pause time too long, because chances are they'll have to play 4v5 if they do.
Yeah. I think as well, they should remember that pause time is per game, so it's not per series. They should have the allocated same
unlucky.
5 minutes. So, you know, there should be some in the tank there for YG. We'll see if it's going to be an issue later on, as it hasn't yet. Taking a look at the mid lane, of course, Young PH up against Yoa. The Kunkka versus Puck matchup should be pretty clear
ironic.
for Yangon. How much pause time is left for Kukuis?
That would be the first thing I type. I'd be like, how much pause time? The first thing I type if I was on YG. Oh, I type it so fast, John. Oh, good on the boys from YG. You know, they're well-mannered people, John. They're not gonna troll in this instance.
No.
I appreciate
Gabby?
that. Gabby, in a bit of danger, going down, is going to give first blood away to GG. Very nice start here for the Pangali.
Yeah, feeling good. And again, this lane matchup for Natsumi, not the best. He has started with level 1 Plasma Field. He'll likely just go Storm Surge into level 2 Plasma Field. There's an argument for the value point in the stat blink, but not too much value here. Just focus on the farm and try to build up. Otherwise, again, there is some good aggression. Skill A, if he lands these shots with the Earth Spike every single time, can make it pretty hellish for a slow, non-mobile hero, very squishy hero like the Ancient Apparition of Gabby. So he's really going to have to watch his spacing, play a lot more passive, maybe every now and again throw an Ice Vortex out to maximize Plasma Field, but that's all you'll really get. pull is there as well, but nice contest out from the side of Yangon to get the majority of creeps going their way anyhow. So you'll still be able to find some farm and EXP to soak up. Last lane down bot, of course, you've got that gyrocopter of Kish along with Zorin on the Oracle up against Nico on his Mars and Joel on that Dark Willow. This lane is a pretty sick lane for Mars if you can get close. And that's the big if. Can you come up? Can you try to get the Gods of Reap to spear off with the Brambles? It's not very easy into Gyro, who just has a lot of counterplay with a Rocket Barrage as well. So it should be safe days here for Kish to just get that build-up he'd want on the Gyro. Get that farm he'd need. He is going for a very standard Falcon Blade Power Treads Crystallis build-up first, maybe going back to the Ags afterwards. But a little bit more aggressive in that kind of style as well, providing some early damage or some early trades if need be. And again, there's not much you can really do here on Nico. You are getting some protection out with Bulwark at the very least. Not going to be as poked out as other offlaners would be. But you're also just not stopping Gyro at any time at all in this lane. It's just a free farm lane for Kish unless he oversteps.
In top lane, it seemed like they're just trying to chase down Skill A. But Skill A is going to be okay to retreat. Natsumi and Gabby trying to get a bit annoying here now. This combination, but not able to get too much done. Mid lane's been going pretty evenly, by the way, between Yoe and of course Young PH. Pretty much, you know, just on board with the CS, just neither one really pulling ahead too much. So pretty even matchup in the mid lane. I suppose you kind of anticipate that with the Kunkka vs Puck matchup, and doesn't seem like we're going to see any kills here anytime soon here in mid at all.
No. And again, the Puck does tend to just pretty much draw most of its lanes. Kunkka is probably one of its slower lanes in terms of in the fact that the Kunkka can clear the creep wave quite fine. So you're really not playing the deny game that much as the Puck there, which does mean, again, it's just a slightly better time for the Kunkka, but not by a huge margin. Rune control, it's a big part. Looks like both sides will just get their water runes, no problem. Not a big part of Yoa's game. Certainly a bigger part for Young PH, but no contest coming in. Means you will get the free top-ups no matter what. 6-minute runes, a lot more important for both sides. And that's where the rotation potential comes in. And the rotation potential of Yangon is quite high. You've got Line, you've got Oracle that can collapse onto mid nicely at the 6-minute mark. And see if that's something that pops up. Already applying pressure onto Natsumi just a tad bit.
TP attempt. He's going to be alright. Nice TP away from Skill 8. Just quick thinking. JG going to get the pull away with the double creep, and that's going to be about it. Of course, Natsumi is starting to become a real nuisance here up this top lane, so they aren't able to apply quite as much pressure as they were initially able to. You're at the stage where the Razor is not going to have any issues just free farming now. And that he will do. Nothing they can do to really stop it.
No. I'm still slightly surprised he does opt for the static link, but again, he's just trying to feed off if the line overextends. Not the ideal target to sap away, but more damage is more damage here for Natsumi. And that does allow some opportunities out at the very least. This does slow down his farm pace if there are stacks built up. You know, just maybe the value point in Storm Surge comes out next, so you can play with the Eye of the Storm and Thunderhead to help clear some stacks. If there are any built up, there's not really too much action. Maybe just the large camp and triangle here for the side of Kukuis. So maybe not as important overall. JG still is finding decent enough space. The pulls have been consistent from Gabby. They've been very disciplined with keeping that small camp open. But that is putting a bit of a hindrance to what should be a free lane for JG. Cutting off some of the farm and EXP he'd want to gain for himself. And that is kind of salvaging this lane here for Natsumi. Just all of these great pulls coming out. Gabby getting some stacks up as well. Trying to contest now into the 6-minute rune. And no emphasis whatsoever from Yangon. It's an illusion rune at least, not a very important one for Young PH to miss out on, but is getting pressured in the lane from Yo as the levels build up. It's level 6 threat up now with a both an X-Mark combo. So there is some play here for Yo if they did want to commit the supports for it, but again, their support rotations just aren't as steady in comparison to what YG can do with their own support duo here.
Well, kind of 1-0 so far. Looks like some stacks to be stolen here by Yoe. Not really being scouted at all here by YG. They might see it eventually, but no, they don't even make their way into the triangle.
Dire
Step lively
structures
now.
are
Your
fortified.
admiral is on board.
Trying to Wisdom could be a point of contention here for Yoe, who has rotated over, trying to make it
Dire's
hard
middle
for Skill
tower
Lay
is
to
under
take it.
attack.
We've also got Gabi around as well, and it seems like they're just going to hand it away. Not going to try and contest, and so both Shrines of Wisdom will go the way of Kukuis.
It's a pretty big take for the Kukuis. These supports on YG do want a good chunk of EXP, and they'll even lose out some of their stacks. Large medium camp just cleared out by Yoe quite nice and fast with the Tidebringer. Doesn't take too much time at all. A nice gold injection coming out. Big wins for Kukuis so far in the laning phase. And yeah, again, even the lane score, even the net worth, Natsumi, been given enough room to just farm up. Does double down in the plasma field.
JG, middle of nowhere right now. Boat will connect. He's got a swashbuckle, but he's not going to have the chance to get it off. Nice pickup here for Gabi of all people. So far, so good for Kukuis. They've had a pretty good start to this game already. And with the draft they have, you don't really intend to slow down too much either. Just, you know, quick pickoffs here and there. Push the laning a little bit. Mid lane, a bit of action, but it's very messy. I mean, young PH gets stuck in the tree line. They are going to at least find the Arcane Rune in the end. But already a slight bit of discomfort for YG.
Just a bit. I mean, you are getting a ton of free space out for Kish. He's got some good stacks in that bot jungle. No contest to farm up, but you're also giving a lot of free room out now for Nico to just play his own game on the Mars. Getting complete control over the creeps, getting his own farm going. And you've got the activity lined up from Yoa. Because of that even mid, he's got the levels to back up the movement. The X can just ruin JG's game. The Rolling Thunder is up, so at the least he has that to bail out of dodge this time around. Not an easy target to try to chain stun any longer. But the emphasis is still there from the side of Kukuis, and I love that read. Just targeting this off lane, trying to slow down this defusal timing that JG is trying to work into. Just a tad. Again, I am concerned about the free space you are handing over to Kish. It doesn't feel like you've done enough to slow that down, as they are emphasizing mid just a tad bit here.
Sure are. Arena is down. He caught the Oracle with that one. Should be okay, actually. The Fate's Edict will keep him alive a little bit, but ultimately, he will die in the end. They will find a 1-for-1 trade in that mid lane. Not really bad for either side. Jeez, it's already only 2-2 at 9.5 minutes in. Could be another slow one between these two teams.
And it is, but I'd say it's a lot more forgivable this time. Again, they're finding some good openings on both sides. There's a build-up that has to happen. YG understands that they're a little bit slower. This puck is ready to go to Natsumi.
Rolling Thunder going to connect. He's got a tier 1 tower there. The TPs are a bit slow, but they don't actually have the follow-up to finish the job because they didn't have Dream Coil. It was on cooldown for another 10 seconds. Onto the Zul'Rain they go. Zul'Rain going to be in pretty big danger and does go down as they don't seem to be able to help him. And young PH ends up dying as well to Gabi.
Yeah, just the blast. It's just caught in the blast coming in from a mile away from Gabi. Didn't have too much HP to play with. Very keen on that rotation out from Yangon. Surprised to actually see that kind of timing. Like not having the Dream Coil up. They could have waited a little bit more, but Creep Wave was shoving into the tier 1. They wanted to do it while it's a little bit further out, and that does cost them.
It does. They're going to move in once again, this time onto the Dark Willow here in the mid lane, as Jewel was trying to set up for a kill to Skill Lay, but it's just a really slow process to try and even deal with the supports right now. Is JG just going to end up walking away?
And just no output. You don't have that Diffusal Blade up just yet in JG. You don't have the levels on these supports to try to go for the burst. They will need to start cleaning out this triangle. Ideal target would just hand that over to Kish, as he is starting to build up a storm. Crystal is already up on our Gyrocopter 2 farming bot. Should be some pressure starting to come in.
Bottom lane. Get the arena down. Ice Blast going to fly through as well. They've got the Oracle, but it's not going to help so much with the Ice Blast flying in, and they do end up finding Kish. They will eventually find Zul'Rain as a trade, but it's going to be a bit of a massacre for YG. It's, the side of Kukuis finding a 3-for-1 special down to this bottom lane. Already, I mean, off to a brilliant start as Kukuis. Look at the net Wolf shot. All three cores pretty much hanging around at the top. Sure, you've got the gyro there too, but as you can see, right now the gyrocopter not exactly a threat.
No, and I'm really curious as to why Kish decided to play so greedy. Like, he's been very disciplined with where he's been showing on the map, how he's juggling in and out of the jungle. He gets punished very severely for just holding onto that tier 1. They at least managed to take out the regen. Again, they know where it spawns with prognosticate every single time. And now Kish goes back for the triangle. This is what he should have done a minute earlier. Let's go for that safe farm. He's got the damage with the Crystallis up. Didn't have to take that risk spot. You've got a 4K lead coming out for Kukuis, a much cleaner early game for them, which is consistent. Game 1 was also a very strong early game for them anyhow. And it just feels like Yangon are slipping up a little bit more in this game and providing some openings that shouldn't be found by Kukuis, and Kukuis maximizing off the back of these mistakes. This Razor now for Natsumi already has the full Maelstrom up. The Mjolnir isn't too far off, and the damage output does escalate. You can hold areas of control quite nicely with that Storm Surge, with the Thunderhead, while the Eye of the Storm is running. You've got Nico very close to the Blink Dagger, up 200 gold away from getting the initiation they need to jump that back line. And that's where you have to wonder if Zalrain can actually get himself in the right spot at the right time, or whether or not he's just going to be a sitting duck to all of this control here.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Let's
attack.
start pressuring that mid tier 1 tower. It's a pretty slow process though. There's no siege creep to really speak of in the mid lane, so they're just chipping away, hoping that someone will come react. Zalrain will eventually show up. Beta Edict will block off a lot of the damage from the torrent, but it's not going to save his life. And he will indeed die.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, I mean, Kish and School A, they're just hanging around in the triangle, trying to allow some space for this gyro to get some farm up. But in the meantime, Zalrain just casually dies, and the mid tier 1 tower is just being forced in.
It's just a bit confusing from Yangon. Like, they have these opportunities to defend. They've got Dream Coil, they've got the roll-up. They've got even Finger ready on skill A for some burst action. They do manage to get that full diffusal up under Pango now, so maybe just waiting for these initial items. I know that Young PH is also just waiting for the Witchblade, which should be finished up relatively soon as well. But they are just, again, giving a lot of space out to Kukuis. They're still set to go. They still have Arena to play with.
Radiant's top tower is under
One
attack.
tower under siege. Spells are up. They're smoked up on the west side of the map. They're going to go in with the Rolling Thunder, trying to aim down Natsumi, but Natsumi's got plenty of help around. They'll drop the arena. Still Natsumi being targeted is going to fall. It's a good start here for YG. They'll move in onto the Mars. Nico going for a run, but they've got a very nice Earth Spike. Just max range. They'll even find Jewel now. The Ice Blast does land, but the False Promise was already there, so really nothing to come out of that. Meanwhile, they're oh, he does get the kill. Never mind. Kish does end up going down, as meanwhile, they do find Yoe.
Yeah, that's maybe a small mistake out from Zalrain. Doesn't hang around with Kish, doesn't try to give him at least the spamming of Fate's Edict to block off a little bit of that magical damage to ensure that he stays in the green at the least, but you do manage to find that clean kill. I mean, you trade pretty good here for the side of Yangon despite dropping your gyro. They do manage to use that time well to get that opportunity to take that fight and even out the game a little bit more. 7-9, 2k lead still stands for Kukuis, but you are rallying back on the side of Yangon. And again, these initial items being up should allow them to play.
They're going to find JG for now, though. JG, tankier with the shield crash, is able to walk away this time. So suddenly 7-9. It seems like YG waking up in this game number 2 as they do take down Gabby now for a nice killing spree. Zalrain will take that for himself, and I appreciate as well Zalrain just immediate blink rush on the Oro. Just understands if the arena's dropped on his gyrocopter, he has to blink it. The Lion looks like he might just be safe. Zalrain is there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Just what I was.
Yeah, I do like the blink. You just get a blink into the arena, false promise, make sure the gyro survives, and then you can die.
Yeah. It's all about saving Kish. All you need here, or saving anyone else caught inside. Like, if your puck's in a tough spot, it's not a bad target either. Lots of output and control from Young PH that can play with. And it's going to be key for Zalrain to just be in position. He's been caught out a couple of times as well. He just needs one way of just kind of having to hang further back, ensure he's not going to be jumped first. Send their eyes onto Nico. They have the finger back up in skill lay.
Dire are
Nico's
scanning.
still hanging around this area. But they don't have that jump from the support, so it's going to have to come out from Young PH getting the angle in. And the scan is pretty clean from Kukuis, letting them know that the rotation was there. So back off on Nico. They're still getting that farm. It's a lot of space out for Natsumi, who does have that full Mjolnir up. Going into the BKB now. And again, with Mjolnir, with the static charge on top, with the Storm Surge running during Thunderhead, Eye of the Storm, it is a lot of area control for this Razor. One thing lacking is just that BKB. Zarain has to be pretty damn smart with a Fate's Edict usage as well. Because that cooldown, you only have a 50% uptime at max level for the Edict. You're going to want to block as
Radiant's
much of that
bottom
damage
tower
coming
is
in
under attack.
from Natsumi as possible. And that's going to take some good decision making here from Zarain and positioning as well.
Well, under committed here by JG. Unable to find Gabby or Jewel. Meanwhile, north, it seems like Young PH is trying to look for a target. They are just about to run into Yoe. Yoe's going to have some help around though. TP's incoming. He's got Gabby and Nico right by him. They're just trying to see where this power rune's going to spawn, and it will be an Invis down bottom. It's like they'll let Jewel take that one. I wonder if they try or even if they feel the need to make any plays here, Kukuis, because this is all time that Kish has been free farming now, and Kish has gotten to a stage where he has caught up quite nicely against Natsumi. So you start to wonder how much they care about the fact that Kish is just free farm.
I don't think they care too much. I think they understand that Natsumi is a lot stronger at this point, especially as the BKB approaches.
Dire's top
What they
tower
shouldn't
is
be
under
doing
attack.
on the side of Kukuis is giving away free objectives. The Tormentor is going to be a big one. They're going to have to take a fight over that. Don't want to hand it over for free on the side of YG. And I think the bigger concern is how much Young PH is getting built up. Like, yes, he's still a little bit behind. He is matching almost
Radiant's
the output of
bottom
Yoe.
tower is under
But the
attack.
puck just does so much. Once that full Parasmus up, once the Shard is up, all of that magic damage stacking up. And as the levels scale on, this puck can just solo carry games, as we've seen time and time and again here. So there are like 2 win conditions that you have to be concerned about on the side of Kukuis. Kukuis, for their part, again, with how not strong Natsumi is, they just need to tie that in with some earlier timings on Yoe and Nico. The Radiance for Yoe, about 200 gold away. Not too far off. Once you have that missed chance coming in as well, not going to feel too comfy for Kish. And you've got the Yules coming in for Nico to try to set up. Force some catches onto that puck if he's quick enough. Or onto anyone, really. So some utility comes in. Should start to simplify this game a little bit more for Kukuis to start to take some aggressive posturing. But again, you have to respect how much can come out here for YG. The space handing out to Young PH and Kish is pretty damn high. And my main concern really is the puck for Kukuis. Like, if you don't manage to pin him down in your combo, if you don't manage to root him down, this puck will ruin you. Nico's just
Find
soloed.
themselves a Mars.
That was
There's
solo.
Nico. That was solo. Top lane. Skill A will go down. Caught off guard. Could not get the TP off in time. Yeah, Nico going down like that, just completely solo here to Young PH. Not exactly a great sign. Won't really matter too much, but it does, you
Dire's middle
know,
tower
you start
is
to
under
wonder,
attack.
like, it's a bit concerning. Tormentor is going to be taken here by Kukuis.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, very important one to find. Again, not an objective you want to hand for free to YG, especially if Reign of Destiny comes out for free on Zarain. That's a massive one with how healing increase has worked now, and that's why the Oracle is such a big hero nowadays. Healing application is
Dire's
just
middle tower is under
massive
attack.
with Reign of Destiny running on this hero with his facet as well of the Clairvoyant Cure. It's just, it stacks up way too fast. So, good objective to take for free. They widen that lead up to 5k now on Kukuis, as it's 9 to 10. At least hitting double digits at this point for the Kukuis. That kill earlier onto Skill Lay. Timings are starting to line up though. BKB is coming out for Kish with a full Ags done. So, with a BKB up, this Razor shouldn't be too scared. Like, you're not worried about too much of the output any longer on the side of the Kukuis. Kukuis, for their part, hunting with a smoke, but aren't running in the right area. And their vision game isn't the best. Like, they've got one ward watching the spot area right behind the tier 1, where you tend to see some of the early wards being placed. Ramp ward as well, but the side of YG were holding top,
down.
except for Young PH.
Yeah, very nice pick off. Young PH caught. No, the false promise is going to make it just in the nick of time, but no, it's not enough anyway. Gabby, he hits the Ice Blast, and he was too low in HP. Zorain and Young PH both going down, as it seems like Kukuis now looking to return the favor against YG.
Dire's top tower.
Hell, they
is
might
under
even
attack.
run into Kish soon if they keep running towards the west, but seems like they're pretty happy with their kills, and so they should be.
Massive one to make. Again, it's this puck that you want to pin down very early on before anything defensive comes in. Young PH is already trying to work his way into the Lincoln, so it's going to take some time. They've got the opening now to go for the Roshan as well. And they didn't have to commit too many resources to find that puck kill. Just the arena, just the Ice Blast, not the longest cooldowns in the world. So after this rush, they should still be feeling comfy enough to try to take another fight if they wanted to here. Apply some pressure onto the tier 2s. Side of YG are starting to clump up. They've got the smoking skill late, they've got the blink in the line to initiate, and they have that full BKB on Kish. It's just a matter of timing, because the Aegis is there. 2 lives is hard to eat through.
Certainly is. Mid lane, Nico again getting caught. Rolling Thunder, they even found a bonus in Gabby, but Gabby with the Glimmer Cape and Tumblr's Toy will be able to escape. Nico, though, getting caught with his pants down here. Not going to be feeling too good. YG's still looking to move in. Hex is out. They found Natsumi. It's a big target. Natsumi is going to lose the Aegis. Meanwhile, they're trying for the line, and they will finish off skill lane. Zorain? Whoops.
The heck?
What was that? I mean, maybe he was trying to force them to just kill him and go? Meanwhile, Young PH now getting caught with the Terrorize.
Yeah.
I'm
I
not
don't
going to
think so.
sugarcoat that. That was just bad. That
Yeah,
was just bad.
Radiant
They
structures are
they were
fortified.
fine with trading away line for Aegis. Trading 2 more away for that, not good news. Kukuis, hey, they're not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. They're going to be quite happy with finding those kills themselves, and still getting some value out of the instantly lost Aegis on Natsumi, especially since Natsumi still has his 9-second BKB. I'm a little bit surprised Kish popped the BKB, couldn't hold his position, couldn't find that angle to just keep fighting, and forced to reset. It felt like a big opportunity to try to get the kills back to back, but was very staggered out from both sides overall. And again, this leads to a good circumstance for the side of Kukuis. Still in control of the game so far, 10-15, holding it at the 9k lead. Still so much room to grow. Satanic coming out for Natsumi into the butterfly. Just again, wanting that durability up front, wanting some sustain. For the side of Yangon, it is the Daedalus coming in for Kish. It's at that point you really should start to feel comfy. Maybe you'd want at least a Morbid Mask on top, just to try to play with sustain. But you should be able to start to, again, find these bigger kills you'd want. At this point, I'd say finding Nico actually doesn't feel good. Like this, Mars is bottom network core. You want to find something higher value. You want the actual life of Natsumi or a clean kill onto Yoe before he can get the boat off. And things start to look a little bit better. But again, Kukui is playing it smart. Not handing any of those opportunities out. Forward vision of Yangon as well. Not spotting anything useful. We'll just go for a siege onto the tier 2. Force out the early fortify. Inside of Kukuis are set up to shove in bot themselves. But with the fort committed early at the very least, should be a nice take onto a tier 2. Still a long smoke angle out from the Kukuis. 3-man looking to play up top with the TPs coming in here.
E2 Tower's already gone. BKB popped as well by Kish. No messing around. Just wants to be able to get out of there, and he does. The Kukuis, they unfortunately are unable to find any kind of straggler here for themselves. So nothing really to come out of this chase. They are still running somewhat south, though. I mean, they could head towards Young PH or Kish. It seems like they'll just go ahead and take over this Radiant jungle for now. Tier 2 mid tower appears to be where Kukuis are headed. And Natsumi will indeed get started.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Meanwhile,
attack.
oh, School A getting caught down at bottom lane. We'll get caught and... Well, there you go. They'll at least find something.
Yeah. Not the biggest kill. I think you're happy enough in Yangon to hand over the line like that instead of someone like your Puck who's pushing out the wave down bot. You reveal the position out from the
Dire's
side of
bottom
Kukuis. You know
tower
that
is
they're
under
fully
attack.
committing for the siege on the mid tier
Radiant's
2.
middle tower is
And you
under
get to play
attack.
elsewhere on the map. Like you're playing really aggressive up top. JG's clearing out that top chamber himself. Again, bot is constantly shoved out here by Young PH. Young PH as well bought out his own shard. So he's got that bonus magic damage coming out on his attacks. He's got the full Parasma. There's a lot of right click coming in as Nico yields himself by accident.
He does. He's okay. They are seeing somebody taking the outpost. So Kish wants to kind of intervene here and does move into the triangle, but the intruders have already left. They'll just take the outpost back. So 11k net worth advantage now for Kukuis. Still does feel like anyone's game, but Natsumi is well and truly just keeping ahead of this gyrocopter throughout the whole game. You're not really seeing that crazy level of farm you tend to see on a gyro.
Radiant are scared.
Not yet, anyway. Hell, even our Kunk is keeping ahead.
And then great job of managing that from Kish. I think the key thing for Yangon is that, again, all the farm in the world doesn't matter if Zalrain manages to get a good false promise off. And that's where all of this is riding on. And that blink you were talking about, Mike, 100 gold away now for Zalrain. So he's going to have the way of repositioning himself into these fights to get that false promise off when it needs to be on. And they just need to kind of play smart. Lead is still up there, 11k up for the side of Kukuis. Has maintained itself here. You've not been able to close that gap whatsoever on the side of
Radiant's
Yangon.
bottom tower is under attack.
But, and even if it looks dire for Yangon, again, there's the level spikes you're looking for here are massive. And like Young PH hits 18 with a Dream Coil, it's going to be quite nice. If he manages to hit level 25, if this game drags on, a piercing debuff EMT is going to be huge on a Dream Coil. Potentially with an Axe as well, could make a huge difference. They start to siege on a high ground, and Kukuis are just busy with a tier 2 bot.
But tier 3 tower is still going. They're going to try and jump Kish here. The Ice Blast will land, but the BKB TP away. No, they got the X off. It won't matter though. The BKB narrowly lasting long enough as they do find Zalrain. Scary, scary times. But they found the tier 3 tower. So YG more than happy to give up the Oracle for that objective. And naturally, YG, they'll get back to the farm game because they still have plenty of farm to go here for Kish.
That they do. And for Young PH as well. Like this Lincoln's has to be up for a Puck to feel really comfortable in this game. Does not want to get X marked back into any position. Does not want to get Yule set up as well by Nico. That's one defensive item you're having to wait here for Young PH. Not too far off, at the very least. Still needs a lot more time though. Side of Kukuis. They're still in the game. Again, they're still in that lead. They've still got all of this gold farmed up on Natsumi, who does have the full Satanic flying in now. So the sustain on our Razor is looking pretty sharp. Going into that Butterfly next. The Butterfly may be a little bit more surprising. More than likely to just force an MKB buyout from Kish. Doubling down on the durability he will get for the Radiance on top as well from Yoe. But it does mean you're going to miss out on like this refresh Razor build, which is really a big threat. Double Eye of the Storm, double Static Link, double BKB tends to be a massive turning point. But just the fact that this Gyrocopter will have to, if that full commitment to the Butterfly is up, the commitment for the Gyro to go back into MKB will cause more time stalled out here for YG to feel comfy in these games. Which, again, plays nicely into what Kukuis will want to do anyhow.
BKB forced out from Natsumi. Oh my. Natsumi maybe just feeling like the jump was coming. Preemptively pops the BKB, but as soon as YG see the BKB pop, they want to go. Naturally, there's going to be a counter smoke though, because now you've got to sight the Vice up on Yoe. So two interesting scenarios for both teams to try and force a fight in. See who sees who first. They're going to spot out the Pango. The Hex reveal is there immediately as they try to burst him down. The false promise does make it just in the nick of time. Meanwhile though, Skill Late does go down, but Natsumi! Natsumi's gone again! Still they'll try onto the gyro and they do take down Kish in the end. Young PH though still just getting to work. Should have the Kunkka. Young PH though held down. X is out. Yoe does make it away. And ultimately, Kukuis, they still actually manage to come out on top of this.
That they do, but it's a costly one. Again, they take that re-engagement without the BKB on Atsumi. The Hex reveal was nice, but it didn't really catch Young
Dire's
PH.
middle tower is under
And that's the
attack.
target you really have to commit on here for Yoe. It can't be the Pango. Like, he's forced to jump the Pango first. He's the one to show from smoke first. But if it's not the puck, then you're looking at trouble. Young PH can do a lot of work. This is him without anything like the axe up just yet, so there's no added damage onto that recoil yet. But once that build up is there, it is painful to play against this puck in mid to late game scenario, which we are approaching at this point. The fact that the False Promise did have to go out onto JG did cost Kish, though. That is the one thing. You can only really maintain one hero up here for Zalrain. And he had to save the Pango first, as, again, he revealed himself post-smoke quite fast. So the sustain wasn't fully running for our gyro, which, when your ice blasted up, means a world of difference. They're still playing poke and tag on mid, keeping it shoved out here on Kukui's end. But YG, again, they've stemmed the tide. The lead hasn't grown past 10k in a while. They are managing to find punishment on Natsumi. And they're finding the angles to work these fights. They're getting a lot cleaner angles out here as well in comparison to game 1. Knowing when to smoke, knowing how to position, how to initiate, and utilize that smoke has been quite an improvement here between the games. For Kukuis, again, it's not doom and gloom here for the squad. They've got a lot of control. They have to fend off with that full Lincolns on Young PH being finished up now.
Dire's top
But they do have
barracks are
control
under
for
attack.
Roshan. They're going to get started onto it very early on. The Obs Ward should have spotted the plasma field coming through, so they should know Roche is happening. We've got Zalrain ready to try for a blink steal if he's ballsy enough. And they are shoving in top while that commitment is made. Range rack's already gone. Melee poked out by Young PH. No worries here.
Yeah. We'll eventually just leave the area. Obviously does not want to risk it. Smoke is being pinged out here by Yoe. So they want to try and make another move. They can't afford to just keep standing here and letting their objectives slowly be chipped away at. Which YG are doing a very good job of, by the way. I mean, it doesn't look pretty and it's very slow, but it gets the job done. Here's a smoke out though. Zalrain, the only one really showing in the mid lane, but they're going to try and chase him down. Nice blink towards the south, but eventually he will run into the Kunkka and will lose his life. So they do find a quick pick-off, and it doesn't really seem like they're going to lose anything off the back of this. Young PH is trying, though, to just chip away at the melee barracks. And he does get a fair bit of damage, but it's going to reset. It'll be fine.
It's going to heal back up, but this does prevent them from the Roche skill lane.
Oh,
Caught out as well. A bit of a freebie.
very awkward scenario there for Scorlay. How did he even get there?
Just shoving out mid somehow. Looking to cut, maybe try to connect up top. And ends up in the wrong spot of the map. Still, again, this movement from YG is pretty smart because Roche was never taken. They're still getting that steady shove top. Young PH is now just being a menace, catching everyone, forcing so many rotations onto himself, and buying a lot of time across the map. This is just so much time to farm now.
We might have him though. Terrorize going to land. Ice Blast to connect, and this time they will finally punish the pesky puck. A bit of relief now as they don't have to worry for another 70 seconds about this damn top lane.
Yeah, but they could try to go for the Roche now as well. And this is away from the ward area that YG once had. They have no vision in this pit. So now they can get that nice free objective for themselves. War will reveal. The side of YG could opt to fight, but instead they're looking for stragglers. Gabby shows himself with that ice vortex. They should know he's hanging around by that tier 2 if they'd want to dive.
TP Tower though, plenty of TP rotation potential. Nico's going to jump in. Arena Spear is down. Zalrain has a blink up, doesn't need it though because he's got the high ground. That'll be it. They're out of it. That's just the game plan every time. In fact, hold on a minute. JG looking for more. Does find one. Meanwhile, Natsumi, he does actually secure Roshan while all this is happening. So Kukuis They give up a Dark Willow, but it's well and truly worth it as they do secure an Aegis now for Natsumi.
Dire's middle
Big
tower
one.
has fallen.
Key thing now is for Yangon to try to blow up Eraser again quite fast. If they get that Blink Initiation out, if they get that angle out here with Young PH, I think taking care of the 2 lives is actually quite fine. We've seen it happen before. Natsumi has to play a little bit cautiously, or his response time has to be really quick with that BKB, as he can't afford to lose that first life for nothing, as we've seen before. Like, he needs to be able to stand his ground as the Razor. He needs to be able to get the damage off for the team, as he is their main source of damage at the moment.
Dire's
The
courier
side of
has
YG
been
haven't
killed.
backed off from that triangle, getting a good snipe onto Yoa's courier for free, keeping that lane shoved out, keeping that pressure on the map. Lead drops down to 7k for the side of Kukuis and Yangon. Again, they're reeling their way back in this game. It looks awkward in a couple of spots. They get caught out every now and again.
Dire are
But that
scanning.
scaling is certainly coming online. A little bit surprising to see this build up on Kish. Is opting for a refresh and a swift blink. So it wants a double BKB Satanic to be up. And
Radiant
wants to be
are
able to jump
scanning.
in and out of these fights. But it can work. It's just a matter of he really does still need Zalreen to back him up. If he gets blasted up, none of this matters too much with the healing reduction applied. So he needs that save out from his Oracle. And again, they need to find Natsumi. At least catch him out with first life whenever he's farming way too far forward away from his team somehow. And that's the way you kind of just deny this Aegis advantage. They're not doing much with it on Kukuis anyhow. They're forced to repair lanes. They're forced to just play the farm game. They're forced to wait for YG to, again, make the first move here.
They are. Here we go. They're going to try and make their move up towards the top lane once again. Lee Barrack's still very healthy, but they can burst down pretty quick. And they try to burst down Gabby. Gabby's gone already. He's got buyback though as they take down Zolrain. Skill A also set to fall and does. A very nice arena from Nico. BKB TP out as per always. They've got the X though. Oh no! It just wore off as well. Oh boy. And this is at that point now where you can't just rely on the BKB TP anymore. Because the X will just outlast it.
Yeah. It's short enough. It's just a 6-second duration. Have to be quick. And a big mistake by YG. They jumped their 2 supports in for that one. Zalrain, way too far forward along with Skill A. You need that Oracle to be further back. I'm not sure what motivated them to jump so far forward. Like, yes, you get that AA kill, but you didn't even manage to get False Promise off there. Even Young PH.
Oh boy.
What's happening?
Well, what's happening, John, is we're about to see a high ground maneuver here from Kukuis. And without a buyback on...
I see. Go on.
And without a buyback on our gyrocopter, chances are they're not going to be able to defend this middle lane. Young PH not up either, so they can't exactly split push at the moment.
Under attack.
I just can't comprehend why they executed that fight the way they did. Like, how did Zalreen end up in the arena? Why was he running into the high ground? Why wasn't he hanging back? Why wasn't he trying to save for the false promise? They commit so much to kill off Gabby that they lose sight of the wider team fight.
Middle tower
And it's going to cost them. Respawn time at the very least for Kish isn't too far off, and you have buyback ready on Young PH if need be, but
Radiant's middle
just chances are you're just surrendering this Rax, and Kukuis are back to full control in the game again. After some shining moments out from YG, they kind of fumble it in that high ground siege. Just hand it right back to the Kukuis.
They sure do. And they could fumble again here if they're not too careful. JG gonna roll through. Doesn't really find anything. They're trying to hunt a little bit. They see Nico, but they don't really want to jump the Mars of all people.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's
They'll find a
bottom
tier 2 tower, and I
is
think if you're Kukuis, you might just keep going. You know, you've still got 20 seconds on this Aegis. It's not much time, but you're starting to feel like you just don't even need the Aegis anymore. But not soon.
Radiant
Yeah,
are
does
scanning.
feel that way. They're not able to focus down the Razor. They're having to look for these supports first,
Radiant's bottom tower
and
is under attack.
it's taking them a while. Like, again, they have to watch their positioning here on the side of Yangon, especially Zalreen. Like, you cannot jump in like that. You have to hang back. You have to get that false promise off. You have to make Kish and or Young PH feel comfy in this game. Being one racks down isn't the end of the world here for YG. Again, they've exposed top, even though it's just a range creep. Does make slight difference as well with the super range creeps to help clear out these creep waves naturally. So you are somewhat even in that sense, but okay. Very cool, Nico. We haven't seen a Tormentor death in a while.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Invisibility.
What is this game?
I don't know.
Radiant are scanning.
It's,
To qualify for the Esports World Cup, Jonathan, is what we're seeing right now with these two teams
is.
trying to qualify to be the best team in the world.
trying. I suppose it's a key word here, for sure. And of course, Kukuis trying to stay alive. One game away, so they're hanging on.
Yeah.
Smoke out from YG. I mean, they could still cleanly win this. If they take the next team fight with Aegis gone, you know, chances are you can just siege all the way in. This is a Jarkopter you're playing up against here from YG. The high ground potential is terrifying. They just have to not blink both supports into the initiation. Please, Zarya and Skilly, calm down a bit.
No. No, they want to go. Top lane, here we go again. Nobody's showing at that top lane, though. Might be due to the fact that the creep wave's pushed out, John.
It might
There's
be.
no creep wave, boys.
Could be, Mikey. For a chance. Since smoke doesn't amount to much, Kukuis now can gun for their own smoke. Gabby has it. Coming in the courier, or handed over to Joel. They can start to make that same play. They should know top is the target. And for the side of YG, it looks like they've just backed off. So, game of musical chairs, they back off right as the commitment comes in. Stall time again for the side of YG.
Step lively
And
now.
for the side of the
Your admiral is
Kukuis,
on board.
all they really need is a kill onto the puck. Just catch Young PH out or catch Kish out, you're happy. Even the supports aren't too bad. They're playing with fire. Skill A has BKB.
Well, of course he does, John. Oh, I don't know.
We're in for one of those games again, huh?
I don't know what to tell you, John.
Dire's bottom
So
tower
anyway-
is
Sure
under
are.
attack.
Sorry.
You know. Anyway, what?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of other ways to make these facets interesting. Like Black Grimoire, how do you make that interesting? Reusing it, you're right, it's a little bit strong. As they get the
Bottom
jump.
lane, they're going to find Zorain, and guess what, John? They've also found Young PH.
Oh, that missed.
It missed. It won't matter, though.
No
And there's the
buyback.
lines drawn out, because Young PH doesn't have buyback, Jonathan. 56 gold short.
Yeah, he
50
bought out the
gold short.
Octarine
He
without
should be
turning
o-
off
he'll
buyback protection.
The passive gold is coming, John. He's okay. I think.
He should be fine, but the high ground siege from Kukuis is certainly not something to underestimate here. And the side of YG again, getting caught off guard, gets punished quite cleanly. Good jump in by Natsumi to target that Oracle first.
Dire
They've
are
painted the
scanning.
target on Zarain's back in this game.
Dire's
And it is
top
paying
barracks
off.
are under attack.
The side of Yangon, they have a lot of trouble to deal with. Side of Vice now for Gabby, more ways to just pierce through that Lincoln's and lock down this puck. Surprised that Kish went all in for the disperser. Self-dispel is quite nice, but it will do nothing to the Radiance and Butterfly that Natsumi and Yoe have. Whether or not he even lays that damage in, who knows here for Kish, as it hasn't felt the best of times here in terms of trying to actually kill anything. Still, 45 minutes in, 14 to 29, and the Kukuis again can just kind of wait for next Roche. They need to repair these lanes just a tad bit. And again, with the the super creeps fully set on mid, and only the ranged super creeps up top, should be fine and still getting that slow, steady shove in. Roche spawns pretty damn early here as well. They've got a nice clean objective for themselves on the side of Kukuis, or on the side of YG if they can sneak this one in. But again, chances, it doesn't feel like they're confident enough to try for it. They need some vision down, and their vision game here on Yangon is just not good. They have one ward in that bot jungle, that's it. Playing a little bit blind in this game.
Well, they sure are.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Here we go. There's going to be a quick smoke up. YG looking to make their move through the river up towards the top lane. Roshan, of course, is going to be the main objective after this team fight.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, assuming they don't just rush the base if they can win this fight. Gabby, going to TP away, back towards his team. Chances are they're going to smoke up because they know Roshan's available. Or why not just hold the position around the Roshan pit? Even better. Smoke's still going though. YG, coming from the north. They're going to see Gabby. They'll see two of them, but they blink away. Oh, I mean, it's just... Anyway, they blink away, Jonathan, so they don't go for the double Dream Coil in that instance, and now Roshan's available for Kukuis.
Yeah, I guess they...
Is under attack.
And they can counterfight in the pit. You need a little bit more here on Kukuis, and they will hunt for more.
Yeah, they certainly are. Nico missing out on the God's Rebuke. Won't really matter too much. He pops his BKB though now that the Fortress Inn does land. Or he does need to run away.
Structures are fortified.
So BKB down at least for Nico.
Radiant's
Meanwhile, the
bottom
base is
tower
being
under
forced in.
attack.
Not too much to worry about yet, but you might want to send somebody down to sort that out soon.
Looks like JG is going to be fixing that mess. At the least, Roche is held back. They did have to buy back in skill lay. Still need to find a way to engage into these fights here for the side of Yangon. They'll try with a smoke. Not spotted out by any sort of vision. And Coil is still ready here.
Pressure's out. Young PH going to jump in. Now the stun out as well.
Natsumi!
Natsumi is down. No buyback on the Razor either, as they're going to lose Nico on top. No buybacks on either. And now Roshan to be taken. Well, if this isn't an opening for YG, I don't know what is.
Yeah, it should be clear cut for them. Buyback is not too far off for Nico. Pretty far off for Natsumi. 200 gold away for him. So you have that window opening up for yourself now on the side of Yangon. They can clear out. They have the creep waves slowly coming in on mid. They can course correct quite nicely with a gyrocopter. And, well, they do still get the buyback gold going. Finding some bounties on Yoa. Going clutch to find those bounties to get the buyback gold. But they're going to have to try to commit. Again, they did drop quite a fair bit here from the side of Yangon to get that. But Dream Coil is back off cooldown. And False Promise is still there here for Kish.
Jump in. Now I'm going to try and go after the gyrocopter. Kish still going to be okay with the False Promise, but they're going to X him up and hold him down for a while. Keep in mind, he still has that secondary life, so you've got to get through a couple of them here. Although he's going to lose the first one. Rolling Thunder is out. A nice Dream Core here from young PH. Gabby will drop. No buyback on him. Meanwhile, Skill 8 does go down. They're trying to focus down Yoe, who's almost gone, and he does drop, but he's got buyback. They won't commit yet. Looks like they might just have to leave JG behind, and they will. JG to go down. And YG, they don't find a axe.
They kind of misplay that just slightly here on Kish as well. Pops his Satanic while the Ice Blast is still going on him, so he doesn't have it on the secondary life, which means he's a lot less willing to try to fight post-Aegis there, leading to that awkwardness for the side of Yangon Galacticos. For the side of Kukuis, very successful defense coming in. They neutralize that Aegis advantage. They managed to hold on. They did have the buyback on Nico and Joel, but they do hang on to it here for Natsumi, which is the big one. Like, this Razor didn't have to buy out. Has a lot of room to play aggressive now, knowing that the side of Yangon have to throw everything out to try to find these kills. Just needs to not get caught out by, say, instantaneous stuns here from the side of Yangon, which is causing problems here for Natsumi. It has been the one reason he's died in the few deaths we've seen. Outside of those deaths, it's been a pretty pristine game here for the Razor. Still a close game. Scoreboard says 19-32, but only a 9k lead for the side of Kukuis at this point in the game. It's not much. Like, it is something that is worked around for the most part. And Nico is actually severely behind compared to everyone else. The only reason you probably have that lead is how farmed your supports are. Zare
He's in trouble. Does make it up with the... no, he doesn't. The X is there. There goes Zorain.
You can't escape the underskin.
51 and a half minutes in out of this game. Kish is okay. Does not get X, thankfully, for his sake. I guess he did have the BKB anyway, in case he needed it.
And I'm wondering if the side of Kukuis feel confident enough to just force this without Aegis, as I think the tendency we've seen in the series is a lot of waiting for Roshan. And could end up waiting a little bit more, in 4 minutes until we see that actual respawn timer kick in. But they do have control here on Kukuis to try to play aggressively if they so wish. You are doing a great job on YG overall to just play a standard puck game. MPH is constantly shoving in, bot lane's shoved out. Creep wave has to be responded to. Holding them back, they are going for the last outer tower left here from Yangon for free. It's free if you're not assuming, but again, there is this constant threat from the puck to just play split push, which is one of the more annoying parts of having to play against puck now that we are at 52 minutes in. The stall game is pretty damn good for this hero. So you have to kind of make a choice here on the side of Kukuis, and that choice is likely to wait for Rush. So they'll take it safe, they'll take it easy, they do have that slight network advantage their way at 10k, and they'll just kind of utilize that to keep that scaling going. Natsumi does have room to try to buy out a refresh, just doesn't have enough for that, and a buyback. So we'll have to keep farming up to at least have that next item lined up for himself.
Has been killed.
For the side of YG, we're looking at the MKB coming out for Kish, hanging on to that refresh shard for himself to have double BKB and double Satanic still. Overwhelming Blink coming out for Young PH for more durability and some damage to come in every time he comes in and out. Would want to start to see the puck maybe think about the Ags build-up, as it does feel like that the Ags will turn these late-game engagements for the side of Yangon, along with the level 30 talent now, as he does skip the Dream Coil piercing debuff immunity in favor of that bigger pull on the Waning Rift, which is useful, to be fair. I can see the utility in it. It's just that your issues tend to lie in wider team fights at this moment, as we have seen. Okay, it's just super awkward. They're fragmenting these fights on the side of Yangon quite hard. Just that added debuff immunity pierce would do wonders, but waiting for level 30 at this point, it's going to take a while. Maybe you wait until the 60-minute mark at the least. We'll see if that's something both sides consider as well on top of this Roche timing.
Oh, they're going to take a Tormentor, maybe? Looks of it. He should go ahead and get started. It's Tormentor for skill lane, Shard for skill lane out. Immediate rush over from Kukuis, knowing that they're around that Tormentor area. Two of them have already TP'd back to the base to try and defend, and in fact the whole team is there now, so no fight to break out for Kukuis. Nothing to come out of it, as we are going to see perhaps a bit of a wait for the next Roshan here between these two sides. Already 55 minutes into this game too now.
Yep. I swear, I feel like, again, we've transported back to that good old Talent Polaris series from 2 years ago. Bringing flashbacks. I mean, we have more kills. That's a blessing, a small blessing here, Mike. We could be sub 10 kills at this point.
It's not the kills that are bothering me, John. It's not the kills that are bothering me. From the north, Kukuis. Oh, Ice Blast. It's going to land. Yeah, we're not going to get within range for the X. Meanwhile, BKB skill lane jumps in for a bit of a ravage on his own. Dreamclaw committed as well, but are they committing? Well, Rolling Thunder now. One by one they move in, John. Nico's waiting for an ice arena here. I suppose they're very afraid of that big arena from Nico, and they don't make the big jump in. Seem like they could have gotten away with a couple kills there.
Not they could have, but again, they play it super cautiously. They don't want to throw everything out and end up in a losing team fight. Get themselves a nice amp damage rune at the very least for Kish to compensate. Again, it's a squabble over when Roche respawns. You're around half a minute away from seeing how long Roche will take, and that's the big one. Smoke out early from YG, hanging, using Kish as bait, but look at Kukuis all the way back in the high ground. They don't want to deal with it. They have no ultimates. And they still show a lot of respect for how safe they're playing right now in Kukuis. Rather fascinating.
Gonna show himself. No big jump onto Nico though. Smoke out from Kukuis.
My pension.
Wrap around through the top lane, trying to sneak up from above. They could run around. Oh, Kish, he's kind of alone here. Kish, they don't really see him. Now they do. They'll make the immediate jump in onto the gyrocopter. Arena down as well, catching Zorain on the Oracle, and now Kish is just dead. No buyback. What do you? He's 100 gold off.
Is under attack.
He's 100 gold. It's okay. He's 100 gold off. Excuse my reaction, John. Top lane.
Yeah.
They're gonna find the line. BKB, TP away. Can he make it? No, he cannot. Natsumi's got him.
Oh. What's going on? Huh? Out of position again on the side
Kukui's
of
turn,
YG.
John.
Yeah, it's Kukui's turn, and they could get this Roshan up early, so they're gonna be happy. Buybacks are available on the side of Yangon.
Lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Just gonna have to chill out. Look, at this point, we might as well chill out till tier 5s are up as well. Why take the risk? Young PH gonna try to hold as best he can by himself, at least taking care of the creep
Dire's
waves.
top barracks
So
are
he's
under
stalling out the
attack.
high ground action ever so slightly. And is still slippery, so not an easy one to find. JG a little bit easier to find if they could that was, but not quite either. And again, Roshan is up. As we get a pause. Where's our call from YG? No, they're too polite. Polite.
I don't think they care
No, they
anymore,
disconnect
John.
as well.
I don't think they care anymore. So all buybacks, literally every
Wait,
single
no,
buyback.
what do you mean go?
We can't go, guys.
Sorry, it's disconnected.
Oh,
Mean.
just... Oh, well, I'm glad they're having a good time. It's nice.
They're having a good time.
They're having a great time, these guys.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Young PH is the only guy who can have a good time in this game. It's the puck. It is a puck's game at this point. Oracle God. Alright, Joel. F. Guys, this isn't even banter. It's just typing on auto. You know, you set your brain on auto at some point. Which you shouldn't be
it's-
doing here on YG, by the way.
It's kind of like how I add XD to all my sentences, even though I'm not really XDing at all times, John.
Yeah, I see you type those sentences in person. Like, that is not the face of a man going XD. That is not.
Oh, thank you,
1-1
Gabby.
says Gabby. Alright. Cool.
Would have been more impressive if you said it 58 minutes ago, Gabby. Not quite now. So here we go.
Never underestimate his own teams of capability to throw.
Somehow I doubt it this time, John. Young PH, gonna be caught. Lincoln Spear is broken. They're going with the Rolling Thunder.
Natsumi.
Natsumi, he's in pretty deep, but he's got the Satanic to try and heal up through all of this. Can he survive on his own? Well, apparently he can because they've backed off here, John.
No! No,
Not
Natsumi!
yet. In they go again. Natsumi in trouble.
Young
Or is
PH.
he? The team's here now. He's gonna blink out. False Promise gonna save the life of the puck for now. They do get Jewel. Natsumi still being chased here by Young PH, but the BKB TP away is gonna allow him to get out. Is anyone else gonna die? It looks
the
like
bash.
yes, the answer. They get the bash onto the Kunka. There you go. Yoa's down now, but they've got buybacks.
Yeah.
Everything's fine.
Yeah, but what did we just say? Never underestimate what your team's capability to throw, Mikey. That's after Gabby says 1-1. Where's the 1-1 now? We're going to be waiting again until tier 5s, until next Roche, which YG has clear access to. I'll take it for free. They'll say, yes, please, give us Roshan. No problems here for Yangon. And again, farm into tier 5s. You might as well look for those divine regalias. Hopefully they don't become disgraced regalias this game. I have to
Time
wait
to
and
go
see.
searching in the jungle, boys. Almost.
This is not that fast for Roche. The damage coming up in this is actually not that high. Yeah. Surprising. So, I mean, okay, he doesn't have his full Daedalus. He has the Chrysalis and the Recipe with a Chrysalis in the backpack. So, to be fair, he doesn't have a steroid to play with.
No.
leading to some damage issues. Interesting.
I guess he can't afford it
Radiant
with buyback,
scanning.
so that's
Yeah.
fair. That's fair. But you are right. I mean, like usually you don't buy Swift Blink before Daedalus.
Dire's middle
You know, like
tower
it,
is under attack.
it's pretty interesting. Here we
Oh,
go.
oh.
Spear. Oh, immediate spear from from Nico. My goodness.
Dire's
I think he
middle
might have been
tower
trying to clear out the
has
creep wave. No buybacks being committed yet. Young PH now going to jump in, chipping away.
fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Up towards the top lane. Second lane of barracks now for YG. Natsumi to jump in. BKB pops static link out. He's trying for this gyrocopter and he's doing a lot of damage here to Kish. Where's the help? They're waiting. The Aegis is gone, but the whole team is still there. There's your Rolling Thunder.
Oh,
the arena.
blink.
It doesn't catch. The blink is there. Still Natsumi moving. He gets skill A. They'll find the line at least. X back onto the Pango won't really work out. Chase continues. Young PH trying to make magic happen here in this team fight. In comes the Gyro now with the flak cannon. The Terrorize does nothing. Natsumi, a sitting duck, surely set to fall. He pops a Satanic. He's still in trouble though. The Hex making it impossible for him to heal up. Finger, it lands, but it's not enough damage. Young PH surely get the kill.
Oh.
And he's got it. He's got it, but the buybacks are here. It's all rained down now. He's got buyback. Natsumi back in. Onto the gyrocopter they'll go.
Oh, Kish.
Oh, that's a TP cancel. Kish. He's got buyback at least. If he does go down here, he's got another Satanic to pop. He'll commit it, but the Hex is out. It won't matter. It might be time to force some buybacks now out of YG. But the skill A buyback is one you will not have, John, because he doesn't have it.
And the line buyback being missing. Maybe not the most impactful thing in the world, honestly. At this point, it's more that at least the Oracle has buyback. That's the bigger one to lose. And you still have to deal with this puck. Young PH is still being a nuisance as much as he can.
Oh, Gabby! Yeah, he's found Young PH. He's found Young PH.
That was sick. Playing right under the vision. Managed to get the big one. So now you have the buyback in the puck. The stall game isn't there. The bot lane is still being shoved in though. So that's one way you have to correct. This is super creeps up against super creeps on the entire side of mid. Again, there is some play contention there, but there is enough damage on Riyadh. You just wipe that through quite fast. Respawn on your Oracle is quite quick, but your cores will have to come in. And you will have to buy back soon, as there's not going to be too much time left
Dire's bottom
once the
tower
CJ is fully
under
committed on.
Radiant's top
Top
tower
racks.
has fallen.
Going down very quickly here. Natsumi got plenty of damage. No buybacks being committed yet either, which they have time for Megas if you're not going to buy back.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
They've got the time. Cliff is out.
Radiant structures are
8 more
fortified.
seconds for our Gyro. The tier 3 at least is going to be gone.
Is under attack.
There's your buyback from Young PH, and that'll be enough. Young PH, he's proving to be just too important in these team fights to not have. He's really the damage dealer for the team at the moment. Like, this Gyro, it's really not doing as much as you would assume comparatively to, say, Young PH, who's just jumping around the team fight, just applying the plasma to everyone.
Yeah, it's all down to him. And maybe he gets lucky, maybe he gets the cooldown reduction on his enchantment here for the tier 5. Could do a lot of work in these engagements. Just needs to be able to find that himself now. Very close to hitting level 30 as well with the Dream Coil Piercing debuff immunity. So he can start to eat through those BKBs. Still doesn't have something like his Ags to improve his damage yet. Hasn't had a lot of gold to play with. Has died a little bit more than you'd want to as a puck. Trying to go for an Aeon Disc to just, again, stall for time here. If he does get caught out. Full smoke coming in from the Kukuis. Looking for an angle out. Yoya with his own little spider legs up. Can be quite mobile.
Boy, the Gyro BKB popped already, but the static link's going. John, he's in big trouble here. Kish is going to be forced to try and fight back, but the Hex is out. The false promise is there, but they're just doing so much damage to him. I don't know if he can survive through it. And he won't. He will not. Another wipe it looks like here as 2 are down. They'll even find the third, but the TP away. He was outside of the arena. Just barely. They'll take a Tormentor while they're here. And it's time to maybe start pushing for the Megas. Maybe force some buybacks.
Yeah. Do you have the space for that now on the side of Kukuis for sure to get that done? Trying to
He
see
didn't choose a
what
tier 5 item.
Who didn't?
Our Gyro. I mean, in fairness, he could have picked Divine Regalia and just died immediately.
Yeah. He could have done
So
that.
maybe that's the idea. He just does. That's what he wants. I guess
it
that's
could
it.
be nice. I feel like Helmton on dying is kind of good. Sure, it requires you to die, but with this Gyrocopter, to be fair, if he's going to die with static link on him, it's just kind of griefing himself, I suppose.
Yeah.
Maybe not the call. Divine Regalia is kind of all in, but it doesn't feel like you have anything else that's good. Spider Legs doesn't do you any good here either. Did get the Fallen Sky for young PH.
Oh.
He's highly mobile.
He got the helm.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh
they jumped
my
in.
God.
Oh, they found the puck, John. Young PH, the Aeon Disc, it's going to buy him enough time to retreat as they do commit the buyback now on the Gyrocopter, but Natsumi, he's just still sucking away here in this team fight. This puck trying to make magic happen again as the Gyro now. Kish, he's going to jump in. Jump right back out, in fact. There's now an Earth Spike flying out from Skill Lay. Have they got Natsumi? They do. Natsumi's down for 2 minutes. It might be time to run for it.
That's... I can't believe they actually managed to kill Natsumi. It looked so awkward, but they did manage to reposition themselves just right, and now, find more?
They will not yet. MPH narrowly avoiding or missing out on Gabby. Nico is still actually there, but they don't seem to know at all that the Mars is around. They've got some lanes to address anyway. Craziest thing is they had 2 minutes with the Razor down, but it doesn't really seem like they're going to be able to make much out of it. Like, you can't really hope for the high ground. Thank you, Zorain, for picking up the Book of the Dead. You know, at least he's got the right idea. It's like, if my teammates can't do it, I'll do it. It's alright.
Yeah, it can be useful, at least for that siege. He gets Boundless as well, with the attack range and the cast range. That cast range is massive, of course, for this Oracle to actually get the saves going. You didn't manage to get the cooldown reduction for young PH, unfortunately, but he also has the attack and cast range on top for his enchantment, the Boundless on hand, so there is that. I think the one thing now is, I mean, Roshan is close to respawning. He could just sit through the respawn of the Razor, go for Roche, try to gun for the endgame at that point. Because you could brute force this on YG. False Promise plus Aegis, just kind of hit the tier 4s, bypass everything else, have a creep wave inside. You could look to end the game that way for the 2-0 here for Yangon. Of course, Kukuis will not want to try to hand it out that way. Try to make it as painful as possible. See Natsumi be pretty on point now with the static link usage. And with his positioning, he has a refresh as well on hand for the double link. Respawn time might not be too far. We'll have to wait and see. As at max, it's around 2 minutes here, of course. So, gonna be the next big one everyone plays for. And I can't believe we've gone into a sub 1 hour game, but very close to 1 hour game in game 1, and now a 17-minute game so far here, almost. It's quite the struggle for both teams. Very evenly matched here, Mikey, for a first series.
Well, there's your Divine Rapier now. So it's like Fish has officially had enough of this game. We are almost 70 minutes in, so I don't quite blame him for going down this route. In fact, I would have liked to see it a little bit earlier, if I'm honest. Here we go. They're running in. Could be a very awkward fight to start. Rolling Thunder, though, catching 3 targets. Oh, it's a nice start here for YG. They're moving in. Kukuis forced to pop their BKB so early on. They've got to escape, but young PH looking like he's going to chase them down. Meanwhile, Nico's holding down this Oracle. But Nico might have been left behind himself. In fact, never mind. Natsumi, he'll jump in, trying to go for Kish, but he's down. He's got buyback. He'll commit it immediately. Oh! The Undead. The Helm of the Undead kicking in now. As they will lose the Divine Rapier to Nico, I believe it was. In fact, he was denied by the Oracle. Skill Lane, meanwhile, going down. They do protect the Divine. Young PH.
Book of the Dead.
He gets one. Nick goes down. I mean, young PH is trying so hard to carry this game. It really does feel like a 1v9 right now with this puck versus the world. He's going again. Where the hell's young PH's team? Where are these people, John? Jewel is down. Where is everyone?
The Book of the Dead. It's just,
2 down that buyback. Young PH finally has the support. Here they are. Natsumi in trouble. This will be a dieback if he dies. Natsumi is gone.
what?
Oh, YG might have done it here. I mean, they have done it.
Oh
4
my
down
God.
with that buyback. YG have done it.
I can't believe it. They just have
Unless
to kill
they
off
don't go
Nico
for the
now.
ancient. Boys, listen to me.
Gotta go.
Go to the ancient. Don't
Please.
you dare do anything stupid. Just go to the ancient.
Never underestimate your team's capability of doing something stupid, Mike. Never do. But they are going for it. They've got the right idea. Lines are drawn. I was just having a laugh because while Young PH was playing poke, Zarain was just microing his Book of the Dead to be annoying. It was doing damage too. Like it helped kill off Yoe. That's the stupid part. It actually helped kill off Yoe. My God, this game. Onto the tier 4s. They might as well have handed the Divine to Young PH, but it is a... Who actually has the Divine? They dropped it back in the base, of course, to be picked back up, as it is picked up by his allied team.
Dire's middle tower is under
Refresh Orb on the ground from Young PH, as they will go for the tier 4s and the end game. Nico against the world.
Dire's ancient
Maybe from Zarain just to hit the Ancient.
Young PH,
Fair
my
enough.
friend, hit the ancient. Don't worry about the fountain. GG's called. There we go. And unfortunately for Kukuis, they are going to be knocked out here of the qualifiers for the Esports World Cup. And for YG, they will proceed with a 2-0 victory after a... What was that? That was like a 2.5 hour series, John, for 2 games.
That was a very prolonged series out here from the side of Yangon and Kukuis, but they do play it smart. And again, they show a lot of respect for that potential for Kukuis to turn. It's going to be interesting to see how Yangon does against maybe more aggressive teams that are willing to take that risk and are more confident coming in. It certainly felt a little bit more withdrawn here from Yangon and from Kukuis. For Kukuis, of course, the fan favorites, what everyone's watching out for in these qualifiers, out early, maybe surprising some. For me, honestly, after watching the open qualifiers, I wasn't really sure how Kukuis would do anyhow. I think this roster has a lot to work on. I think Gabby's still adjusting to the 5, although he had some great individual plays. It felt like there might be a voice issue right now in the team that it doesn't feel like they have that guiding voice in comparison to older iterations. So, unfortunate for Kukuis that their journey to the Esports World Cup ends here, but very good news for Yangon Galacticos. This is a squad that we've seen go pretty far in qualifiers. This could be the run if they steadily improve. Maybe to go deeper, of course, that does set them up for their next opponent in Ivory. They're going to have to get ready to play up against one more team relatively soon, but I'm going to be keen on seeing whether or not Ivory could be more aggressive here.
Well, I believe we're going to have a roughly hour break before our next series, John, but we are indeed going to have Ivory up against Yangon Galacticos coming right up after a short break. We'll see you all again very soon.
3, 2, 1, go. Three, 2, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Looking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da.
1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, 2, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman only one woman only. Only one Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman only. Only one woman only. Only one woman only. Only one woman only. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. It's our time. We're taking over. Time is ours. We're taking over. We are stars. We are stars.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for our second series of the night for the SCA qualifiers for the road to the Esports World Cup, and it is going to be Ivory and Yangon Galacticos who are going to be performing in a best-of-3 series to see who does proceed through the lower bracket. Jonathan, in case the viewers weren't tuning in, of course, sadly we had to say goodbye to Kukuis, who did get knocked out in a 2-0 against Yangon. So props to Yangon, Jonathan, knocking out what I would have assumed was one of the more favoured teams, quite frankly, in the qualifiers, but clearly did not pan out the way they would have hoped. Nonetheless, though, we have Ivory, we have Yangon Galacticos. What do you think about this series, Jonathan?
I think this one should be relatively close as well. I am expecting a little bit more aggression to come out. I don't think Ivory is the kind of team that likes to play slow overall, especially from a winning position. They tend to play pretty fast, they're willing to take risks, and they like to run pretty aggressive. The nice thing about this matchup is that Ivory has played together for at least 8 months, maybe even a year at this point. This roster has been formed for quite a while. We saw them, you and I saw them in APAC in the earlier league at the start of the year. So they've had a lot of time to kind of meld together, to kind of improve over time, and we're certainly seeing some of those improvements already. Again, they managed to 2-0 IAP, which I think previously, before this qualifier, IAP would be the favorite team over Ivory. They do manage to overwhelm that. They take a game off of Execration, which is pretty big for them as well. So I think coming into this one up against Yangon, if they play faster than we were seeing in the first series, which was a very slow first series, by the way. If this goes faster, I'm expecting Ivory to be able to kick that pace to overdrive.
I don't want to remember what happened in that last series. Don't even bring it up. Don't even bring it up. I don't want to remember it. I'm going to remove that from my memory, John. I'm going to remove what happened in that last series from my memory, as we are going to go into our next series of the day. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, this is the first series of the day. Ivory versus Yangon Galacticos is what we've got, Jonathan. Draft is now officially underway. The draft, and what is it, John?
Oh, nothing. You know, there's a lot of.
Radiant team
You said you
back.
wanted to delete that
Dire
first series from
team
your mind. I'm
back.
like, there's a lot of tournaments we've done, Mikey, where we've probably deleted a lot off our minds now, haven't we?
Radiant
I
I'll tell you
remember
what,
the
John.
grand one. I remember the DPL CDA. That stands out.
Oh, don't take me there, John.
10 seconds.
Don't take me there. Don't take me back, John. It's like, I can't erase it. It's hidden. I just hide it in the basement that is my brain, somewhere.
Team bang. Dire team
Oracle will
We're
get
not
banned
going
out.
back.
Beastmaster banned out. Yeah, don't remind me of DPAC. I don't even remember the name of the damn tournament. Don't remind me of that crap. Yangon Galacticos.
10 seconds.
Final banner.
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Take care of the Bane as well. I do like seeing the Oracle ban. You and I, again, we're talking earlier on today about how Oracle should be a priority ban now, and it's certainly showing up here. Maybe the Slark is a little bit more tenuous. I think, again, only a very select few support players can actually run Slark
Dire
effectively.
team
Tims has
back.
proven he's one of them, but we
Admiral
don't have
Tonka.
Tims here. Still, they get on with the draft. Pangolier to open for Yangon. Ivory going for the Kunkka. So you have that durability built in now for Ivory along with Yangon. You've got some good flexible openers here. We've seen Pango mid, Pango off work out quite fine. JG can run this off
10
lane as we've seen
seconds
before.
remaining.
For Ivory, this is pretty open as well. We have seen
5
Kunkka safe lanes
seconds
coming up.
remaining.
Aizen on Kunkka, I believe he's run before as well, especially in the APAC League. So it's something he's familiar with, but you can still toss that, of course, to Rupido on the off lane if you so wish, and Ken on the mid. It is very open here for the side of Ivory to kind of decide what they'd want to do, and that will
Dire
allow them to
team
adjust on the
back.
draft quite nicely. It will force a little bit more of a thought out from Yangon, as their flex is
shall.
only onto 2 lanes at the least. So there is that. I'm curious to see, again, this qualifier, it feels like we've completely ignored stuff like Ringmaster, haven't we? Like, that here was the hot stuff a month ago.
10
New patch
seconds
comes in,
remaining.
everyone just suddenly drops the Ringmaster like it's a hot potato. It's like, the here
5
still does the same
seconds
things.
remaining.
It's still really annoying. It still has really good poke, really good save. It's just not there. I don't understand why.
Well, they did nerf him a little bit. It was the
Radiant
escape
team
act they nerfed, right? It was the mana cost went up by 40. So instead of 80, it was 120, which, I guess that is a pretty big deal, considering he only has 375 starting mana on Ringmaster. So plus 40 mana on the escape act. I see what you're saying, though. I still
10
think the hero is
seconds
completely
remaining.
busted. But 120 mana is a lot for, that he
5
can't even cast it
seconds
3
remaining.
times. We're on at level, it's... Anyway, Ivory. There's no ringmasters here, John. Who cares?
No.
Ivory to make their final bet.
Yeah, they're leaving some big offlanes here. They take care of the Beastmaster. Stuff like Enigma still in the pool. Doom still in there as well, if you are concerned about that. We've seen a little bit of the Mars in the past few days. Could be a consideration. Probably not the highest priority. Shadow Shaman's the man to take the ban. And there's the Ringmaster out for Ivory. They do bring it out.
I go through that whole spiel of why it's not being picked up. And they pick it up anyway.
Yeah.
Well, that's great.
Honestly, I mean, the 40 man is pretty big, but do you really level up Escape Act and Laning
10
Phase? You don't,
seconds
don't you?
remaining.
In fairness, John, I did say the hero is still strong. I don't think it's bad.
Yeah.
Remaining.
I get you.
I know
you're
just
trying to
find
defend why
reasons.
teams would ignore it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like you don't need to defend these teams. You know what it is? They just freaking forget. They forget. They forget Ringmaster's good. They forget Clockwork could be good if Oracle is in the pool, right? It's like, okay, you pick Oracle,
but it's
just
not
pick
meta,
Clockwork.
John. Oh, but John, it's
Yeah,
not
it's
meta.
not meta. Oh, it's slaves to the meta. Oh, we're just chained to the meta. Oh, it's not supposed to be played. No.
How can they
You gotta
min-max
think
if
outside
it's not
the
meta,
box.
John? They can't min-max that. What's wrong with you?
Min-max for what? Min-max to win. Just min-max your possibility to win. You know, just don't think about the meta sometimes. You just gotta pick what's good for you. Still, Ringmaster comes out, and that's again, it's still pretty good. Maybe the mana cost becomes an issue. We'll try to keep an eye out for that, Mikey. But chances are it's not the biggest deal in the world. You have really good poke coming out. You have really good save. Like seeing that out for Ivory. Yangon seems to be surprised by seeing Ringmaster, are in complete shock, as it's like they're staring at the Wheel of Wonder right now, just draining into that reserve time.
No, they can't believe it. They cannot believe what they're seeing here, Yangon. See what they do want to pick up. They're taking their time. And they're going to go down the task route, so nothing too special. But they're also going to follow up with a nice silencer pick, which... Have we seen that every game today so far? We have.
Feels
Every
like it,
single
yeah.
game so far. Third game in a row.
I mean, it does feel really good for these early engagements. Global Silence can kind of ruin
10
Ringmaster. He
seconds
doesn't tend to get
remaining.
self-dispel, so you do have that to kind of contend with, right?
5
Like,
seconds
he's going to be
remaining.
locked away from the Escape Deck. He's going to be locked away from the Wheel of Wonder to try to break up these fights. The Silencer can put a big spanner in the works there for Ivory. Do you like seeing this for the side of YG? They're still not revealing too much about what they'd want to do with the Pango, whether or not that's our Young PH hero or our JG hero on the off lane. Remains to be seen. Like Pangolier Tusk, double melee can be awkward, but there's a lot of good damage that you can leverage out there in that kind of dual lane as well if you want to run it for JG. So they keep their options open. The supports aren't revealing too much. They have the counter action for the Ringmaster. And I'd expect YG to actually be really aggressive going in for that first blood. It's just what we've seen. When you have the Silencer, you're running in, you have Arcane Curse, you know you're probably going to get a kill if they try to trade back. So you might as well take that risk with the smoke later on. And you already have Pangolier and Tusk. So I like this from Yangon. It is early aggression, especially before the horn blows here in the game. For Ivory, have to find something to kind of contend with this. You would want a way to just maybe hunt down the Silencer. Your backline jump on Ivory isn't that clean with a Kunkka on hand. Ringmaster doesn't really jump backline either. So you want to prevent the Silencer from getting that global silence off. We'll focus on their core first with a Sven pickup along with the Dark Willow. So again, not the best backline jump. Sven can do that for you, and you have some good follow-through control now from Ivory. Like the Wheel of Wonder, plus the Bramble, plus the Boat, the Torrent coming in, the Terrorize as well. There's a
10
lot of good
seconds
hold coming in
remaining.
from Ivory, and I like seeing that from this lineup. The Sven also doesn't have to worry
5
too much about
seconds remaining.
magical burst, especially from supports. Even hard hold onto Sven isn't too
Dire
clean
team
here. Like maybe you get kited by the shards and Snowball, not a massive issue. Yangon will just go into the Ursa now for Kish. So they've got a nice scaling carry to kind of rip through the armor of the Sven. But it does feel like the Sven should be able to dance around this. This does look like a really good game for down the line in the mid-game
10
timing for the
seconds
Sven to double
remaining.
down on mobility. Like, it might sound excessive, but having the Blink
5
and Ags on
seconds
top,
remaining.
I think means that you can really dance around this Ursa no problems here.
I'm actually so shocked at this point that we aren't seeing Ag Sven a lot more than we...
Yeah.
Like, it's been a long time, but with the whole innate ability being, 20% bonus damage to stunned enemies, like, it seems to make sense, right? Or does it not apply the 20%? Like, with the Ags, is the first hit count with that 20%? Do they get stunned first?
Radiant team ban.
I believe they should. I believe that's how things tend to go when.
So then
They're
if you
stacked
get
together.
stunned first, if you get stunned first,
Radiant
plus
team
20% on that initial right click, that's a lot of damage on Sven.
That is. I think the issue is a lot of carry players don't like farming ags on Sven.
Sure.
They enjoy the blink a little bit more because it's half the cost for what in their mind is basically the same effect.
Dire team back.
I think that's
Sure.
really it. It's not as add value in comparison to Jarcopper. So it kind of slows your game down because if you go ags, you tend to not go blink. Even though I feel like there's actually a lot of situations where you would enjoy blink plus ags. It's really greedy, and
10
chances are you
seconds
buy blink
remaining.
first, you get ags like 2 items afterwards. You get the rest of your items
5
first, you get the
seconds
ags
remaining.
afterwards. But in this case, it looks really nice to kite around the Ursa. Right, you blink in. If you need to bail out, you try to stun away and kind of dance around this Ursa as much as possible. When he pops Enrage, you're going to have a lot of weaving in and out you have to do, but it can kind of simplify. I'm curious to see if it is an Ags build up here as well for Aizen, or if we just get the standard blink. But I would appreciate the Ags.
Dire
I
team
mean, even without the
Radiant
innate,
team
even the fact that they turned it into a toggle kind of fixed a lot of the issues that the Ags had anyway, right? Like, remember when this thing didn't have the toggle and you'd
Yeah.
grief yourself into a group of 5? That was funny.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Like, you have the toggle at least as well, so you don't have to, Superman into the whole team if you don't
10
want to
seconds
anymore.
remaining.
I do like the last pick DK from Yangon. Obviously, high base armor hero.
5
Sven's not going to
seconds
enjoy it
remaining.
very much. DK, overall, just a great pickup. Doesn't really lose the mid lane. Should be against the mid Kunker of Ivory, so should be a pretty even kind of trading lane between the Kunker and DK. Ivory looking for arguably an off lane. Could still be a mid lane if they want to throw the Kunker off.
Just go Timbersaw at this point. Ursa, DK, laning into the Ursa. It's a very 50-50 lane. Arguably a little bit better for the Ursa overall. But you're going to rip the Ursa to shreds. You've ripped the DK to shreds. You ripped the Pango to shreds. Again, no hard lockdown from Yangon. Global Silence is annoying, but you can get Self-Dispel on a Timbersaw. Lotus Orb is one big one. Guardian Greaves if you go for Aura build-up. Timbersaw would be pretty sick here for Rupido. It is something he's highly proficient with. They'll go with the Undying instead, which is another solution to rip these high-strength heroes apart. Love seeing the core
Okay.
Undying coming out. This is exciting. This is fun. This is a draft.
Now this is pretty pog. Finally. Finally, we
yeah,
get
I mean-
something here, John.
I think when I started to play a lot more Dota, I was leaning a lot into Undying because that was the era of tri-lanes. I remember making a lot of
yes.
friends playing at 4 a.m., running solo Undying offlane. They'd be like, how the hell are you doing that? I'm like, why are people asking me how I'm doing it? I'm Undying. I decay twice, I win the lane, and that's it. And it's so
really
fun.
not
You
that
don't get that same experience. It really isn't. It's to an extent, Tombstone positioning is important, but not that by that much, especially against triple melee heroes. Like the Tombstone placement, just put it on a cliff. They're going to be crying here on the side of Yangon. Loves to see this from Rupido. With a rotting mitts. This is the old facet, or the old shard that I think players like Tino used to run as a carry, if you recall some time back. The carry Undying. It's somewhat the same.
Yeah.
I don't know if you go all in on the facet nowadays. You probably don't. You don't go Echo Saber Harpoon. Certainly viable if Rupido gets a snowball start.
I don't think it's the worst idea, honestly. I really don't. I think, right? I mean, against the draft of what Yangon have got, it could be a little bit concerning to not just go utility, but I guess in fairness against an Ursa, you're not going to stand there man-fighting it as an
No.
Undying, so you'd probably much rather just go utility and, the Rotting Mid's still going to be useful for, say, taking Roshan, still going to be useful for chasing other people down. It's not like you can really go for the other facet if you're playing core Undying anyway, because it's not a good core facet at all. I mean, I guess it could be, with a small buff maybe, but not right now, it's not. Anyway, game number 1 here between Yangon and, of course, the side of Ivory. One of these teams will be being knocked out from the road to the Esports World Cup very, very soon after a best of 3. The other will proceed, Jonathan, through the lower bracket. Though it is still a relatively long run through that lower bracket, but they're proceeding.
Yeah, they are. You know what? I didn't realize Undying's base damage is 66 to 74.
It's high.
That's some insane... I didn't notice that at all.
It's
Jeez.
high, John. Why do you think I enjoy it so
When
much?
did it get that high?
It's been high for a while. It's been pretty high for a while.
Dumb.
It's
Goodness
really
gracious.
Yeah, they can't trade. You just can't trade with him. It's amazing. Even idiots like me can win Dota 2, John. Here we go.
It's a fun one. Oh,
Smoke
late
up.
smoke.
They're
Good
going to break
position
this
here,
smoke.
Eisen.
Eisen's going to break the smoke. They'll see
30
all of them.
seconds.
Eisen, though, he's not reacting that quick. Shard's
Hey.
going to block him in. Oh, here
Oh.
comes the cavalry, though. They're going to find first blood as they have taken down Skill Lay. Grims of all people to take the kill on the Ringmaster, but they won't mind too much.
Yeah, I mean, you're happy enough. A Ringmaster with faster boots, faster, even a Basilius could feel good. Even just added regen to play in the lane, to play with that poke that the Impalement Arts provides is
Battle begins.
pretty damn annoying. Look at Rupido. Runs up, gets a decay onto, knows he's just gonna get the rune. No problems. 3 for 1. As Yangon can only take their own on the safe side of the map, and that's a very beautiful start already for the side of Ivory. Keen on seeing how much they can get out of lane itself.
JG?
What happened to JG?
I didn't catch that, but I'm assuming he was just in an awkward position. They found him. And JG getting the tips out here from Ivory. Very happy with what they just saw. And well, what I'm most interested in, Jonathan, is obviously going to be that top lane because I want to see what Rupido is going to get up to on this core Undying. What's the game plan here, Rupido?
Game plan is try to get that Soul Ring. It's going to be mildly annoying to play against Zaryan, of course, with the Arcane Curse whenever it's up. But playing into the Ursa, dropping his HP down, threatening, especially with Drick once he has Shadow Realm up, it is actually quite scary to get decayed too many times as you get the lower cooldown decays off. There is the potential to just get one shot from a mile away by the Dark Willow. So there is that concern. You do have to be cautious. And you do have to manage your spacing well here on the side of Yangon. For Yangon, they've got to be consistent. They got to keep trying to burn out Rupido's mana, force him to keep casting spells to sustain the lane. Once he is out of mana, again, Soul Ring's going to mitigate a lot of those issues, but until that point, not going to be feeling safe. Even with the Soul Ring, that allows a turn opportunity there, of course, if you overstep for Kish to try to punish. So it's a good back and forth lane. It should be a pretty active lane overall, and it's really down to mana management for the most part here on Rupido, and to an extent for Zaryan to always have Arcane Curse when needed. So
It's
far,
really
looking
dangerous as
pretty
well
good.
at level 2, John, because you're going to have Tombstone. He's going to have it in one creep. I feel like they could just rush them at level 2 with the Bramble setup. If he goes Tombstone, because for all we know, he can pick up Soul Rip for whatever reason. We shall see what they want to do. They're trying to already stop him from doing it. Here we go, Tombstone's up. Brambles needs to land, and I believe they will just run at them. Decay out. Are they going to Brambles? It looks like they're going to start with Rupido, but no, they're going to hold out for now. Wait for a better timing, and in my opinion, you may as well give it a crack, especially right now, because you can add another Decay and go Tombstone, but they're not gonna. They'll leave.
No. Being pretty cautious, but they've done a lot to make this lane uncomfy for Kish. Like, he's 8-1 matching Rupido at 9-5, but the denies are starting to stack up here. And when you're laning with a Silencer who also needs EXP, not going to be feeling too good up top. We'll see if the aggression will come down later on, taking a look at the other lanes down. But this melee matchup for Eisen up against JG's Pango is a lane matchup you don't care for on this Fen. You're tanky, you've got the Warcry. All of the damage on JG is physical. You're going to be able to mitigate a ton of that for you and your laning partner, no problems. And for the most part, there's not much skill they can do but get those pulls. He does manage to get a deep one going for that free EXP at the very least. But you're not going to be stopping that build-up on Eisen either. And again, we talk about this with Sven every single time. He's a hero that just needs 2 out of 3 tempo items, almost like a TA. You're looking for the Power Treads, Standard, then Mask of Madness, Echo Saber, and you're set to go. Maybe you wait for the Blink. Some players tend to want that mobility first, but the ball starts rolling very quickly when Sven is given free lane, which you are finding here for Eisen. So mildly concerning for the side of Yangon. Just having to play it safe, having to soak up EXP. Skill Lay still stuck at level 1 as he's trying to give as much as possible towards JG, which means his impact on the Tusk, even to contest, say, 4-minute Water Runes, 6-minute Power Runes, not going to be felt too much early on, is going to cause some trouble. Again, slower lane setups coming out for Yangon just means Ivory can play that aggressive game that we've seen them do before across every lane.
A lot of patience up top. Brambles down. There is always the argument that they're just afraid that the Tombstone gets bursted down quickly here with Kish. So he doesn't have any points in overpower, so it wouldn't be that quick. They won't drop it. They're just holding out. I mean, in fairness, Rupido is having a free lane. Maybe they dive T1 with the Tombstone. He's pretty low. Brambles is available. They won't throw it yet. Rupido's holding out. Here comes a TP now. Maybe this is why he didn't want to. The skill Ace here, ready to go, and it seems like they will trade. The Undying will die, and they won't be fighting the Ursa either. He had stick charges. Kish will survive. A double kill for the Ursa. I'm not sure whether that's just too much hesitation. I'll be frank with you, John. I'm not 100% on that.
I would say it is. I would say it is a lot of hesitation. Expecting maybe the overpower like you mentioned, but one overpower, 3 attacks. There's still going to be 2 attacks that has to come in. There's still going to be a window, and you're not dropping it right on top of the Ursa anyhow. For the most part, in good position. Good rotations out from Yangon to punish that deep dive out from the side of Ivory. And does recover the lane nicely for Kish. They're still set to go here. No mana, not much mana left in Zarain.
Well, they're going to try and settle for the silencer, but a nice TP away is going to ensure they can't get that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Still, another rotation from Skill A. Going to set up another easy one for Kish, and even a free Tombstone now for Kish. Oh, you know, bit awkward. Skill A, props to him, John. Even at level 1, he was just making so much action happen up at this top lane. And at this point, you're in a bit of a dead period for the off lane of Ivory, I think, because this Ursa, he's well and truly off.
Yeah, you've missed your timing early on here for the side of Ivory.
Radiant
And
are
Skill A.
scanning.
That's one thing about having the pan go off. It's not going to die either, so you can leave it alone. You can rotate around.
Trying to find the Pango. JG going to cop the stun. They go for the whip as well, but it's not going to be enough. JG still having a horrible time down bottom, though. 18 CS in the Pango, not really able to secure much. And naturally, this whole time, Aizen is just complete free farm.
Yeah, but
There's a big group up in mid lane. They're going to try and start pushing in with Young PH's Dragon form. So he does have the corrosive dragon available for his side, so they want to get these pushes going early.
Dire's structures are fortified.
With the siege creep, they're just keeping it protected. Fair bit of damage being dealt. They can't stick around too much longer, but at the very least they do force some attention to the mid lane. Meanwhile, Skill 8 chasing down Drick, but can't hope to kill him on his own.
Radiant's middle
To
tower
retreat
is under
eventually.
attack.
And in fact, they're not even done yet. The Dragon form's still going, so still some chip damage to come to the mid tier 1 tower's way. And it seems like next Dragon form, they might just come back. In fact, who needs Dragon form? They'll just keep going.
they poke it quite nicely, getting a lot of value from the early Dragon form. Again, even though JG's suffering, this is giving them so much on the map. It's allowing activity onto the mid. You are sacrificing giving free farm to Aizen, but your Ursa is fully recovered now as well, so you don't really mind that too much. Battle Fury for Kish timing should be pretty clean. Sven should still be able to outfarm eventually once at least the Massive Man is sub. Rotate onto JG. And just TPs.
Yeah, and meanwhile mid is still just getting taken down here by YG.
Radiant's middle tower
No
is under
defense to
attack.
come. They've really only got Grimm's just throwing out these impalement arts at Young PH, but he couldn't give a crap about that. And so very early mid tier 1 tower already down here for the side of YG. Concerning signs for Ivory, considering how many kills you've already given to Kish on the Ursa. Now you've lost your mid tier 1 tower. Keep in mind you have weird picks as well, like an offlane Undying that you've got to try and work with. Like, things could get messy pretty quick for Ivory if they're not too cautious with this game one.
And it could. It will take some time to cook up now as well on Rupido for that offlane and dying. Going for the aura buildup, going for that full Crimson Guard. Not the fastest farmer. We'll try again onto JG.
Gets a bit of a swash off and still going to be able to run away. They do get a TP force that does get cancelled here by Skill A, but JG still alive, though is still level 5. Should be able to slowly just soak XP underneath the tier 1 tower while the Sven just denies all the creeps away. And right now, that's all JG really needs. He just needs this ulti up so he can actually join his team. Catch up through fights rather than farm.
Yeah.
So you
No,
can be
not
fighting
much
right now.
option
Stop
for
lane.
up top.
They're going. Rupido will get caught. He does not have the ability to pop that flesh golem while he's silenced, and that's going to be a dominating spree now for Kish, who's just... He's going to have a very quick battle fury at this rate, John. It's quick.
And he is. Again, they've kind of missed that opportunity top. Now the Undying does feel a little bit more like a liability. The build-up into that Crimson Guard's going to take a while. He can clear out stacks, at least with a Tombstone. Not very quickly, but can certainly happen to help get that catch-up gold. The issue is, your connection now with Ken, who's your most ready hero, this build-up into the Blade Mail, doesn't feel clean. Like, you don't really have a safe hero to connect with on the Kunkka. Your two support combinations can be nice. You will have to wait level 6 to really try to get some kills. And even that's a little bit nebulous. All you can hope for now on the side of Ivory is just to stall until Aizen gets, again, those two mid-game items of the Mask of Madness and the Echo Saber up. Maybe you can start to play. Your chances are you'll wait for the blink on top of that. But that will give YG that wider timing. Like, this DK is going to get a blink fast. Young PH is only 100 gold away after a back-and-forth mid matchup. But all of that emphasis for the push, Ken's not able to really hold him back. They're starting to clear out those stacks for Aizen. This is not the safest clear I've seen.
Rupido trying to get some body blocks off. They are going to at least find Zorain.
Tower is under attack.
Stacks are still being taken here. I mean, Aizen running out of that god strength, but does want to stick around. Bit scary for old Aizen.
Dire are scared.
Aizen, be careful, sir.
Radiant's bottom tower.
These damn supports don't want to tank it for you, sir. Be careful.
Was dancing around quite a fair bit. Clears it in time, gets the gold. So that's one out of the two tempo items we're looking for. Echo Saber next. They've got room to siege up top. They are getting space to actually get the push going. And eventually Rupert will at least find that Vit booster for the Vanguard, which will be one tool. Bot has been surrendered away though. With a mid-tier 1 taken, this does open up the entire bot jungle now for the invasion, which will cut away sources of farm here for Aizen, who again has shifted gears into triangle, probably going to be farming in the top lane as well. Battle Fury fully done for Kish is a big spike, and should allow him to maintain parity, if not eclipse the Sven, in terms of that build-up. And it is a worrying sign for Ivory. Again, they've not been able to slow down the Ursa. The first 2 levels were fine in lane. Afterwards, they just kind of fumble it a little bit. And if Kish does get this pacing into the blink quite fast, then the Roshan opens in a big way, and that is a huge risk for the side of Ivory. Having to play into 2 lives in the Ursa at this point, not going to feel like the easiest thing to deal with. Maybe they can find a nice simple pick off with a smoke out though.
They're looking. Young PH. Rooted in place with the Brambles. Both going to fly in with the X setup as well. Silence was committed, but it's all too late. He's going to try for the TP play out. Can he make it? No. The Terrorize lands just in the nick of time. That's going to be Young PH down. A huge kill here for Ivory. Seems like they'd love a little bit more now, chasing down, at least for Zorain. X will connect eventually, and they will have their way with another.
Radiant's
Zorain
top tower is under
will not be escaping this one.
Hear myself think.
Those are very important kills to find for Ivory. You get some activity out on Rupido, gets the completed Vanguard delivered out as well, speeding up that full Crimson Guard on top. They do find big targets, but they're still not able to pin down Kish, which is a concern. Like, if you don't find this Ursa before that blink, again, that blink time is just going to be terrifying. They'll have a steady way to initiate, or you already have that blink on Young PH. He's going to be able to gun for Roshan if they manage to find a successful angle for the team fight. And for the side, Ivory, you're going to need to hang on to another smoke until you get Flesh Golem back up. Once you have that cooldown ready, you should be able to take the next fight, or even just a boat from Ken. But it does look like they are more than satisfied to just play the farm game as well. 2 out of the 3 items done on Aizen, just needing the blink, and then you should be set to join. For the side of Yangon, they're not even going to look for that little pick-off risk. They'll just go Roche, why not? Very early on, but you've got the Ursa to speed us up, of course.
Absolutely. Sadly for Ivory, it doesn't seem like they're quite anticipating this Roshan attempt happening, but
are scared.
the first Roshan of the game now taken by the side of Yangon Galacticos. Are you concerned? Probably not, as Ivory. Like, let's be frank, John, they just want to farm right now. It's just a matter of what YG can do now with this Aegis.
Yeah, and likelihood is you're still going to wait a little bit more as well. It's a bit of a farming Aegis. Will allow you to perhaps pressure onto the tier 2s as the Blink for Kish does finish up. So chances are, if you can make this double connection of Blink Dragon Tail plus the Blink on the Ursa, you can definitely just delete the hero instantaneously. You will have to find that angle, but you're clumped up around, ready for that smoke. The side of Ivory, again, they're happy enough to play farm game. They are getting that build-up they'd want. Crimson Guard almost done. The smoke does fly out for Yangon. No forward vision to scout out too deeply here. They have gotten glimpses of Ken.
And, oh, he's gonna regret that. He just wanted to have a cheeky look at what was going on, and a big kill here for Kish once again. Now mega kill for this Ursa. Even gonna get there just in time to intervene with Eisen and his stacks. Take some creeps away. Nice shards actually blocking the stairway, but they're gonna force a fight. He'll jump in. Nice tombstone dropped here by Rupido. Now the Will of Wonder holding down the Ursa. Kish, he's got the Aegis, but he's surrounded now. How do you fight this one? Well, the answer is you just don't jump.
No.
Double kill for Eisen, and that lead that they had, YG, it's disappeared.
I'm surprised he pops Enrage in first life. Maybe if you Enrage on second, you could try to play around there. The over-aggression certainly is punished quite nicely here by the side of Ivory, and that's off the back of Yangon finding Ken earlier, too. They are starting to line the cards up right. The timings are coming in here for the side of Ivory. And it also goes back to how Yangon used their spells earlier on. In killing off Ken, they popped Global Silence very early for that solo pickoff. Like, it just meant that the counterfight, the quick respawn for Ken, they didn't care. They know they can re-engage. They know they've blown a little bit too much on Yangon. And they've left a big window for Ivory to play with. Getting that lead up to 7-5. Net worth not quite wide, but they could be on the hunt for a little bit more.
Absolutely. Jumping onto the task. He's going to be alright for now, but surely not for long. It's a big swing from Ken. Nice shards to bring him down to the low ground, but the Cursed Crown obviously just going to hold him down, but they don't get that final hit off from Ken. But Ken finds the kill anyway. It's
a little bit awkward for Ken. You know, didn't want to look at the kill. Wanted to just turn back. Still had to put in the effort in the end. Maybe trying to hand that to Rupido considering how slow his game has been. But doesn't matter too much. He has the full Crimson Guard up. Love the synergy of Crimson Guard as well with Undying. So if you get a good stack set of decays off, pop the Crimson Guard based on your current max HP, you will get additional block. Just much more utility here for our Undying. That going up and going into the Lotus as well to help block off. And quite nice in terms of getting some survivability in. Young PH trying to get on the run. TP is on cooldown.
Oh, they saw it. They saw it.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Kent not getting the vision for the X. Blink away, but it's a long run. Impalment Art's not quite going to land, but they've got the X this time. And look at that God Strength from the right as well. That'll be a nice easy one. We'll give it to Grims of all people. I guess nobody really needs it. Nobody really needs it right now on Ivory. They've hit a very nice stride with their draft. And this is again with Kish, who was on a 5-0 start on that Ursa. Like, he had the perfect start. Early Battle Fury, early Blink Dagger. But a couple bad team fights with a draft like this for YG. And things get really bad really quickly.
And it does. Again, it's just down to their decision in these team fights. They have to be a little bit less trigger happy. Zorian has to be patient with when he uses his Global Silence, especially if it's just on pickoff. You have to be very aware of how cooldown restrained you are on the side of Yangon and Galacticus in terms of a wider 5v5. And how unrestrained the side of Ivory is. The only thing that maybe holds them back a tad is when God's Strength is up. Beyond that, most of their cooldowns are short enough to keep running and gunning every single time. There's not much to wait for here on the side of Ivory in comparison. For Yangon, and that steady build-up is still coming out. BKB for Kish set to come out along with Young PH, and full Blink plus Shard Ags for GHE, just lacking 2 parts for the Agnims now. We'll have more utility and damage coming in. But it is getting scary to play into Ivory. Full BKB done for good old Eisen. Not even going for the blink yet. Just wants that debuff immunity. Nothing to pierce through that now. On the side of Yangon, outside of Global Silence post BKB. And once the Sven hits the Chrysalis into the Daedalus, that's when things start to get a little bit scary. You know, the big crit damage that Aizen can unleash, just going to melt the backline if you're not careful. And make short work of even something like the Ursa, especially with how much control they have to keep Kish in his place pre-BKB. The BKB, once it's up, will provide a decent enough window of opportunity for Kish, but he has to be very smart, again, with how his team kind of covers him in that scenario. Like, it's just a little bit trickier for the side of Yangon to, again, figure out what's a good team fight for them and how to kind of work around that, because you have a lot of bailout potential from the side of Ivory. You've got the boat to give you more HP, give you stall time. You've got the Decay, the Crimson Guard that can come in to soften them up and to increase your durability here on the side of Ivory on top. The Ringmaster saves are still on hand. Escaped Act is ready to go on Grims at level 1. You're going to get more healing done as well. Eventually, you'll hit a mech carrier in this team. And it's just easy enough to run away from Yangon if they do decide to make that move in.
Looks like YG going to hang out on the bottom side of the map. They are currently just rotating around this tier 2 bottom tower, and Drick is currently there. Rolling Thunder is going to be popped to try and get out of this situation because they have brought more numbers in the form of Aizen. The Rolling Thunder, of course, going to allow him to get away. There's no real fear of not being able to make it out. Mid lane, it seems like they were also trying for Skill Lane. In fact, they might have him here. Skill Lane will buy himself some time. Oh, he has the blink. Never mind, he's fine. Very nice escape from Skill Lane.
Yep. Does get to bail out, but also does have to show that blink off at that point. So you should be a little bit more aware of one saving play coming there for Yangon. Down bot, the side of Yangon is taking over in the Tormentor area, but they're instantly spotted out by these wards. They know that perhaps a movement's trying to come in for Aizen. Instead, Zalrain is just trying to make the choice to go across. Kish is soloing that Torm. A nice free shard coming out there for Zalrain across the map. And a nice sneaky objective for them to find on the side of Yangon, but the side of Ivory are ready for this.
They certainly are. Kish really doesn't want to die right now. Forced the BKB up, and that was his 9-second charge. They're still chasing him down as well. Curse Crown is actually going to stun him up, but they'll have to leave him be as Skill Lane will put his body forward to just tank the gank that was incoming. But that's your 9-second BKB charge now gone for your carry Ursa. And of course, without the BKB, there's no chance of a defense to come here for this tier 2 top tower.
No. Just going to have to hand it over. And again, that's just a really good read out from Ivory. They were at the right side of the map. While if that happens, they had the vision down on the bottom Tormentor as well, knowing if anyone would try to go through the gate, seeing that no one was, had that opportunity to force it, and it's not a great feeling right now for Kish after such a strong start. In comparison, Aizen still has his fresh 9-second charge, of course, on the BKB, going out for a hunt here on Ivory. They get the jump onto someone like JG, could simplify the siege onto higher objectives. No one coming up top, unfortunately, for Ivory. But could just be a free objective anyhow. Overall, you probably don't mind too much.
It seems like that's exactly what it will be. They get a little bit on the greedier side, just trying to get a bit more out of these this BKB usage of Kish, but ultimately no kills to come. Still waiting for a creep wave so they can finish off this tier 2 tower. Hell, they might not even stick around for it. It just they almost look unsure about it. But Aizen's moving. There we go. The Sven will get the job. It's alright.
First tier 2 of the game here, coming out for Ivory. And they're going to be quite pleased. The side of YG are forced to try to spray down bot. There is still a fort to stall. Not going to be able to fully commit. They're not committing either for the TPs back on Ivory though. So it looks like it will just also be traded away. But this could be quite nice for Yangon actually. They've managed to set up the vision very early on. One ward watching into the Roche pit to kind of secure themselves the next Roshan if possible. And one watching around between the tier 1, tier 2 area and the tree side. Just watching the movements across.
Quite a quick one on Grims. They get something for their time here at the end of the bottom lane. And in fact, they're going to go for a smoker. You want to try and take the 4v5 fight, or even just take Roshan, which is currently available. They're going to just suss out the Radiant jungle first. In fact, they could find themselves a Kunkka very soon, but the X-Back is there. And he does not look to come back in and clear out any kind of creeps. They are going to hunt mid instead, see if they can find themselves another pick off here, but you have got all 5 back up now and ready to go. They're going to see the Ringmaster TPing right into that tier 2 tower though, and they'll just immediately jump it. No hesitation, but here comes the Terrorize. In fact, they caught the DK with that. Can they save the TP away? Young PH, he's going to go down. Kish will also do the same. They'll get the silencer out of there. They're going to try for the Pango, but the X is back. JG gets caught. JG will go down. 2-for-1 trade. Yeah, you get the Ringmaster support again, but you lose your mid DK, you lose your offlane Pango, and now you lose Roshan more importantly. Not a good fight. Not for YG.
It's really not. Again, a very nice smoke movement out from Yangon, but a good read out from Ivory. Knowing exactly where they were coming in, having to use Grim to sacrifice to really find out, sure. But you get the big kills you want. Could have been so much worse for Yangon. They have to counter Lucky Stars that there's nothing to stop the BKB TP coming out there for Kish, but there's now nothing left in the tank to try to steal this Aegis away. Skill A still hang around with a blink. Be a brave move to make.
He tries. He gives it a crack. He was kind of close to the timing, but not quite close enough. They left the banner though.
Ha! Alright.
He supports John, I tell ya. You know, it's a support job. You can't rely on the course to do this kind of crap. Nobody's taking the banner if they're caught.
It's fine. You know, maybe YG picks it up, get a freebie, maybe lead into a little bit of a high ground poke.
They
Turn the
might
game
have,
on its head just a tad.
they might have genuinely forgotten that that was the second Roshan,
Yeah.
right? Because the first one was pretty quick, pretty early.
They could have. It happens. See if anyone checks on it. At the least, it's just a banner. It would have been funny if they left a cheese or something as in the old days. That always worked us up into a little bit more of a frenzy, and cheese would be left behind. That reminds me of one of, what was it, a Boom Esports game where Natsumi left Aegis in the pit. That has happened before, so I guess Southeast Asia just isn't good with remembering to pick stuff up. Hence the pollution we've had all over us, Mike. It happens. We don't clean up after ourselves.
Absolutely not. I mean, it's still there. So go pick it up. Somebody pick it up.
No. No, I don't think we will. I don't think we will, Mike. That stays in the river. Oh, wait! Oh, I thought the courier would try to peek inside, but no vision. Would have been funny. I swear. Yangon should just check randomly.
Well, T2 mid tower is going down. Problem is, Young PH has started on the bottom T3 tower now. So he's going to force them back. Question is, can he get out without getting himself caught? And right now the answer is no. He is brambled up here, rooted in place. Does have the help of a Pangolier with Rolling Thunder, but here comes the cavalry. They might have to leave JG. In fact, they don't. He does get the TP away with the Rolling Thunder. Rupido, though, he kind of stayed behind in this mid laning. Does get taken down. Ken gets snowballed. Cannot get the final hit off on the skill lay. Instead, they're going to try for Kish, who does get caught on an X-Back, and now Eisen's here. Eisen is here. The BKB does not help either. I'm surprised he didn't pop the BKB throughout the X. Maybe he just wasn't expecting to spend.
Maybe got a bit greedy as well. Find another freebie in Zalrain. And again, I appreciate what Yagon's trying to do. Right? They're trying to find openings. They do get punishment onto Drick on top of things. They're trying to force them to split their attention down. But Ivory are just too good across the map. You know, they're having to expend a lot to try to kill off Rupido, who's playing very well with a ceaseless dirge innate that he has, knowing when he can afford to be a little bit more reckless up front because he's just going to instantly respawn, allows him to take that risk for the team, and allows that opening up. Like, the way YG's playing, they're always popping BKB to retreat, which is not ideal. You're down to your 7-second charge now on Young PH. You're down to the 6-second charges now for Kish. You don't have that much time where you can try to swing around, look for these kills without the worry of all the control that the side of Ivory can leverage, and it's all down to how aggressive Ivory plays. And this is in stark contrast to the first series we've had earlier. This is a lot faster. This is a team that looks to make an advantage happen. And even though the kill score isn't that high, still, they have been much more willing to take that risk here on Ivory in comparison to how Kukuis was playing for Yangon. So I think Yangon has to be able to adapt. They had to look for more opportunities earlier. The best thing now is to look for the opportunities yourselves. You cannot afford to get counter-initiated all too much. You have a DK with a jump in. You have a Tusk with a jump in. Heck, you even have the Pangolier with his jump in as well, all set with the Ags and the Blink. So you need to take the openings first. They'll try with the smoke. They're using Kish up front as bait.
Dire are scared.
Quite cautious here. Smoke up is 5 now. They are playing into the Aegis, but the Aegis does expire in 45 seconds. Really unfortunate for Eisen, because he's about 300 gold off finishing the full Daedalus. But he won't quite have that ready for the fight. If there is going to be a fight, because YG have actually just retreated back towards their base anyway. So not really seeing the opening. They'll decide better of it and come back another day. That is going to allow Eisen the time to finish off that Daedalus we just spoke about. Seems like Kish is going to just work towards finishing off his Aghanim Scepter, which should help him quite a bit in these team fights. But we'll have to wait and see, because Eisen's right-click damage is getting a little bit ridiculous at this stage.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And it is. I'm a little bit surprised they don't have anything like a casual halberd to try to help control that situation. As Sven will not enjoy, of course, just not hitting anything, especially as the BKB of his fades down, although it is still at an 8-second charge. He still has a lot of time where he doesn't need to care too much about something like a halberd, if one were to show up. YG using the space to just get an easy siege on some of these softer objectives. The side of Ivory should be able to trade away for a tier 2 down bot as their top tier 1 falls. And again, yeah, YG just aren't able to find the opening, so I do appreciate the nice deep wards they have on the side of Ivory as well. Could have spotted out that earlier smoke, although I do believe that was a little bit more into the tree line anyhow, but it looked obvious enough there for Ivory with the information they have on the map. Tier 2 still being siege as the high ground begins.
Well, they've got to defend this. No chance they're going to try and race Eisen on the Sven, especially with God Strength still available. JG thinking about jumping in, will eventually do so, but Eisen's jumped in first, but he doesn't get the BKB off. Oh, Eisen didn't pop the BKB. He jumped in, he could have wiped out 3 of them if he was allowed to attack. JG still in a spot of danger, but can swashbuckle to the high ground. And YG successfully defend their base. Is a bit of an error here from Eisen. An immediate smoke as well from YG, trying to find more stragglers. But of course, the rest of Ivory immediately retreating. But the chase continues. They'll see Ken. Ken will get stunned, and it looks like Ken's probably just screwed. Terrorized though, gonna land onto a few targets. Ken actually pretty damn tanky. Gonna try and fight back now, along with Rupido. Can they actually do it? It looks like they kind of can. The Cursed Crown, it takes him out. Oh, they got Kish and Skill Lay. And now they've got another. It looks like the DK dropping so low to this Undying. You can't forget about the Undying, boys. He's got 40 stolen strength right now. Oh, goodness. They're still trying to at least secure Drick. The chase continues, though. And it seems like it's more to the chopping block here for YG. We do see at least this Pango. JG still giving it a crack and actually gets the Rolling Thunder away. I cannot believe it.
Yeah, I mean, after a reckless jump in from Eisen to get that turnaround as well without the Sven, a little bit surprising. Ivory, they make it work. Their durability is kicking in. And this is Undying plus a Kunkka. Right, like there's the ghost ship you have to deal with. They had a cheese on hand as well, it looked like. They had a lot of healing that did come in. Pop right on, maybe a greater healing Lotus actually, onto that Kunkka. And it just stalled for so long. I love this itemization coming out from Rupert. He does switch out from the Ags, going for the Shivas. Trying to reduce up the healing coming in. Get some slows. Trying to get control in these fights. But with that full complement again blown out by the side of Yangon, There is an opening once more for the side of Ivory. Mind you, at this point, it's probably a safer bet to wait for Roshan. That is the easier objective to take before the high ground begins. There is an amp damage rune on the top rune spot, however, and that could just convince them to go into that siege once more. And you still have an 8-second BKB on Aizen, because he didn't pop it last time around. So you do have a very prolonged time where the damage can just flow here from our Sven. And that can just make short work of the objectives if they so wish to take that risk. Not quite fully clumping up just yet on the side of Ivory. Again, their vision line has been pretty impressive. This deep ward has been doing pretty decent work in spotting anyone walking down, setting up for some of these ganks. And Roshan, not too far off. At most 2 minutes away, if it is the full timer. Looks like it might end up being slightly shorter. We'll see how long it will take, but it shouldn't be as long as 2 minutes. And for Ivory, having access to that next Roche should reveal the Roche banner to them as well if it's daytime. So, 2-for-1 special, Mike. A free Roche banner on the ground with more to come.
And an amp damage rune, Jonathan. Ready to go whenever. Smoke up. Do they see the amp damage? Well, of course they will. Aizen just licking his lips as he picks that up. So he's got, what, 500 damage without God Strength currently. Even more, probably 550 without God Strength. Could be a little bit problematic once he pops the God Strength, if he does find himself a nice target. YG still doing a pretty good job of just staying on the high ground. JG is okay. You're tempted to just jump high ground, honestly, if you're Aizen with that amp damage. They'll see Kish there for a second. Like with a BKB and God Strength with amp damage, it feels like you could just delete a couple people instantly.
And he could. Doesn't go for it. Plays it safe instead of Yangon are the ones with an opportunity again. Using Kish as a little bit of bait, will join for the 5-man smoke. Lines drawn for a long flank on the mid. This timing could work out. If they win the team fight right before Roche begins, that could lead them into the objective themselves and having that secondary life. See if Ivory's positioning is right, as no one's quite showing anywhere here.
Oh, nice
quick fingers.
Very quick fingers here. And now the turnaround. Brambles not going to land, but they'll land an Empowerment Arts out onto Young PH, and they've even got an X out onto Kish, who's not BKBing up. He's just tanking it right now. JG going to pop the Rolling Thunder, and we'll roll right through. No BKB necessary here for YG. But Roshan available. I think if you're Ivory, you might think about just starting it and just forcing a fight that way. But instead, they see some heroes up top underneath their vision. So they're going to go and try and find Kish, who is currently farming that area.
He gets scanned out. It is just Rupido showing on the mid. So,
they're going to find themselves one. It's going to be the silencer. Kish will jump in. They're quickly clearing them out. They'll trade. It looks like Zorain going down now, but Kish has been left. Meanwhile, towards the south, who have they got? It's going to be Rupido there for a second. But you've got the problem of Aizen just doing so much work with those right clicks as they do kill off Skill A. In he goes for more. Young PH barely able to just outrun him. Kish very risky jumping in again. But thankfully, the lockdown is not there for the Ursa.
not quite. There is a lack of control for sure, as we're seeing just a lot of ways of running around here on the side of Yangon. They mitigate their losses. Only 2 supports falling for a lot of commitment out from the side of Ivory, but this will lead into the Roche for them. Unfortunately, they don't spot out the Roche banner left in the pit, although it looked like someone did walk in to pick it up. And now they'll be able to get another banner on the way, refresh shard as well on hand. So a lot of ways of now just getting that fight going their direction. They will play it safe, pull back. They do have the Watcher Vision to play with as on top of things.
We'll jump in. They're going to try and contest this. Young PH in the middle of nowhere, though. They're going to help him. There's no God Strength for 20 seconds. They've got time without Aizen being at his peak. But they've already lost Young PH, though he does have buyback. But by the time he gets there, he's going to have God Strength back up. So I think this time you've just got to accept that the Roshan's gone. And I think that they will.
Again, full complement down. Ken with a fresh side of Vice as well. Going to be a menace in terms of actually getting some clean setup now on the side of Ivory. A little bit surprised that the side of Yangon just walked right past the Watcher. No, not respecting that it was taken. There was a glimpse of young PH as he was trying to walk in, giving that opportunity, giving that response time for Ivory to just kind of set up and finding the freebies. 21 to 12, 7k lead coming out for Ivory as the high ground should commence shortly. There is a little bit of a wraparound from Yangon down bot. Aizen is by himself here. They can somehow pin him down.
It'd be massive if they could, but he's got an Aegis, don't forget. We've got to do it a couple of times. Look, Aizen's actually the one chasing them right now along with Grims, but a nice shards to block the stairway. So Aizen's not done yet. He'll pop the Warcry and continue to chase. They'll get Zorain out of there. JG also going to go for the TP. Could make it and does. Just barely, but they're going to have to leave one behind. At least it's just the support task. Skill A happily dying for the rest of his squad to get out of there safely. And immediate TPs back towards mid here from our Kunka, who could find young PH. In fact, I think they just might. Young PH showing himself in the mid lane. Immediate jump in here. BKB is forced out. He's going to try for a push and TP away, and he's going to be alright.
Gonna need something for that BKB. Sven not the best here to try to carry a basher around, but you need something. I think an abyssal or something just to go through. BKBs are causing some issues. Nothing to pierce through debuff immunity whatsoever on the side of Ivory. So there is at least that escape plan for Yangon, but it's not leading to much. All you're doing is stalling out as much as you can, trying to get that build up, hoping that this Ursa can still carry you through the end game, which it could, especially with the room here for Kish to actually get that Abyssal himself. So there is turn potential if Aizen does overcommit, and overcommits wrongly without using that BKB. Very susceptible to that control that the Ursa now provides. Let's see if they clean their act up for the high ground siege here on Ivory. They had the right idea. That jump, I don't think, was actually all too bad. It's just that the BKB has to come along with it. Let's see. They are forced to have some people fix the top as JG was pushing in.
They're gonna have to just TP away here, JG. Gets his basher, does get the TP off.
I will.
Mid lane, YG. Still just slowly pushing it out. Ivory not together to really start a big push, though Aizen in the middle of nowhere might have to lose his Aegis. Global Silence will be popped. Kish gonna jump in, but they just don't have the damage. In fact, Kish now could be in danger. He gets 4-staffed out though. Jeez, it's just so scary, isn't it? Even young PH with the Hurricane Pike just not feeling like he can maintain himself up against Aizen.
No. That's the BKB down though. That's the opening for Kish down for a minute. It's a big window for the side of Ivory to just do what they want.
He'll do it with the Tombstone, but can he do it with the Sven? Aizen happily trying to move in. Snowball backed away the Sven. There's a lot of damage flying in as the Will of Wonder not really going to connect on anything. Looks like Aizen looking to set up back onto the tier 3 tower. Still looking for kill attempts though here as the Sven, and again still has the Aegis as well, so could think about sticking around for that tier 3 tower. But without the God Strength, it looks like he might think better of it. Or do they? They're jumping in again. Kish is the target. The Hex is out, but it was too late. The Enrage was already popped. Refresh is there from Aizen. He wants to keep going. They'll find Grims. Stun is out. They found the Dragon Knight this time. Young PH, though, not really down. Still Aizen looking for more targets. He doesn't actually have enough mana, though, to pop God Strength. He'll have to wait for the Aegis to expire. They could just keep kiting him out here. They don't need to kill him because he can't do anything for the team right now like this. In fact, they do kill him now. So now he can help out. He'll have the mana for the God Strength. He'll need to pop it as well, I think. And there you go. A 2-man stun. He'll rush directly towards the side of YG, finding at least young PH.
No wings would save you.
But he is getting kited very nicely by YG. Like, these 4-staffs are being a huge problem.
They are. They also don't manage to get that much progression on the mid-tier tree. They'll get progression bot now, but you don't have that secondary life any longer for Aizen. They did have to buy back on 2 heroes as well, so it's a huge sacrifice to clean up here. Rupido?
Yeah, he jumped in trying to create the space here for the Sven to safely take the racks, but he will give his life away. In fact, they'll give another life away. Rupido, ooh, Rupido, he's coming in. In fact, never mind, that was not Rupido, that was Zorain coming, or Young PH rather. Nice terrorize, X out, they've got the Ursa. Wheel of Wonder to block his way as well. But the follow-up damage is not going to be there as JG and Young PH holding everyone else back. They know they're safer without the God Strength up. They want to take this fight and they'll continue as Rupido in the middle of all of it. So is this Kunkka. Can he survive the escape act? It's going to give him another chance at life as they are still trying to retreat here. Kish though, he's dropping low now as the Ursa. Snowball's going to buy a little bit of time. Meanwhile, Young PH, you really don't want to die back like that.
God.
But he's died back on the Dragon Knight. Kish is still trying to fight, but he can't do it. He's going to buy it back, but this could be the last-ditch effort here for YG. They're throwing everything with the kitchen sink here up against Ivory, and now there's God Strength back up, John, though he has no mana for it.
Hey, you got some big diebacks as well out from the side of Ivory. Ken bought back, dies back. Same with our support there for the side of Ivory. I believe Drake did have to come back in. So it was huge sacrifices made just for one lane of racks. YG though, with their own buybacks, overcommitting. This is dangerous for them. The side of Ivory now can afford to just sit back, wait for a little bit of a reset, wait for the respawn on the Kunkka, and re-engage. You are seeing the issues in kiting, like we were mentioning. These bashers coming in are causing issues. The fact that you have so much mobility around here is causing issues. This is why, for Aizen, I would not mind at all if he double dips, gets an Ags up. Right, you have the Stormhammer to keep chasing, you hold it. Instead of a setup stun, use it as your mobility tool once your blink is utilized to weave your way in and out to keep that chase going, to actually get the kills you're looking for on these targets. And it could be one way to kind of try to simplify that. A nullifier would be one more thing as well, if you really are concerned about just not being able to be on top of these heroes. A little bit longer until the next Rosh. We'll see in about 50 seconds how long the Rosh timer will be. Could be an opportunity for the side of Yangon, if it's a faster one, but the respawn, again, of our Kunkka here isn't too long for the side of Ivory. Ken should be back up by the time the Rosh is back up as well. And again, a very even affair so far. Some shortcomings coming out here for the side of Ivory. The kiting that you worry about on Ursa is much more annoying for Aizen overall. And they just need to find a way to connect all of that together. Again, the Harpoon's one nice step to try to catch these heroes out. Not quite doing enough. JG's been doing a fantastic job of being highly disruptive in that Rolling Thunder. The Ags build up with the Basher up is certainly holding the side of Ivory back by a decent amount. And it's stalling out these fights. It's making it very awkward to take these engagements. It's leading to very split up skirmishes as a wide team fight. One thing as well that YG's been very good at is focusing on the Tombstone together. Right, so you're not getting max value out for Rupido. They are very disciplined right now on the side of Yangon Galacticos to play as a unit. Again, they'll try to utilize that little swing back to get as much map space as possible, maybe even banking on, again, maybe perhaps a quicker rush. If you take that Aegis now with an Ursa on top at this point in the game, it can make all the difference in the world here.
Big smoke up from both sides. Look, YG going to the mid lane. They're actually going to... Oh, they're not going to find the Kunkka anymore. Ken just X's himself back. But they've got a good idea of where they are now with that X back. YG, where do you go though? I mean, they're holding the high ground of that dire jungle, so it's pretty awkward to try and enter as YG. Looks like Rupido will break the smoke on JG, so both teams now very well aware of where each other are. Zorain on the front lines here. What? Zorain! Well, that's not how you want to start the fight if you're YG, John. You don't want to lose your silencer and tusk like that.
No, certainly not. Roche respawns as well right at that time. Easy clear now for the side of Ivory without having to worry about Global Sun's teamfight contest. All you can hope for right now in Yangon is, again, this movement onto the tier 3s. Good poke out from Young PH just to force a response out.
Going.
That's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage here on this DK. They will still find Brick, but what's it going to cost them? This time, nothing. The BKB TP will work out. The Rolling Thunder TP will work out. So they get a Drick kill. He does buy back, which does add a lot more value here for YG. The thing is, the next team fight that goes poorly for YG, you're not going to have buybacks. Like, there's no buyback on this Ursa for 4 minutes. And they know this. They've now got a cheese, Aegis, banner, refresher shard. Like, you've got everything you could ask for as Ivory.
Dire's middle
All they need is to kill this Ursa once. And they're basically done.
are fortified.
All they have to do right now is to just be really cautious about being kited too deep. Like last time around, they didn't focus on the objective. They were looking at those kills in the back line, missing that opportunity for the mid. Eventually found bot, but not as many objectives as you'd want from the last Aegis. This time they'll just focus in. No need to jump backwards. Wait for Yangon to try to make that first move without the numbers. And they'll just have to watch as the towers fall. Slowly but surely here to Eisen. Although,
Jump in. They're going to try for Eisen. Maybe the first life will go down pretty quickly, though. Eisen's still not dead. Will finally die. There goes your Aegis. See if they can get him the second time around. They found a target. It's going to be the Silencer. Zorain again going down without popping that ulti. He does have buyback on the Silencer at least. They only have 1 Rax left here for YG.
Dire's top tower is under
Ivory, they're going to get started. You've got to get something done here as YG. They're going to jump in, trying to deal with the Sven. They're doing a lot of damage and they've got him. Eisen, he's actually going to buy back into this. How's he going to get there though? He's going to run. He's going to run all the way back. It won't matter too much though right now because it's actually YG that are retreating. Eisen's coming slowly but surely. He had to TP to the outpost in the Radiant Triangle and made the run up.
barracks are under attack.
He does have a refresher shard though, so he does have God Strength again. And he just wants the Megas up, and that's exactly what he's going to go for. See if they can stop him. They'll jump in. Young PH though.
Oh.
Look at the damage output. 2.5k crits coming out from Eisen. Rupido, meanwhile, still alive with the escape act, just keeping him safe for a little bit longer. YG, they can't quite finish off the job. They'll try to buy a little bit more time, but Skill lays down a boon. Mega Creep still not active yet, but Eisen will get the job done eventually
Kish.
as they are still
he couldn't jump
hunting
up.
down this Ursa in the corner. Drag him back with the tidal wave, and they're just pulling him at this point. Kish still not able to get out, still trying to fight. Mega Creep's on the way, by the way, as Kish will finally die. And GG is finally called. Game 1 to Ivory.
they played it so smart in Ivory. And there were a lot of issues there. Maybe getting a little bit hasty on that initial mid siege. And getting the jump onto the heroes in the back instead of focusing on the objectives. Does waste some time with that Aegis. We saw as well on the high ground for Ivory. They make a really good call to jump onto the right side, but with no preemptive BKB, there was punishment. But I do appreciate the aggression coming out here for Ivory. Again, they're a team that's more willing to play active. They're a team that's more willing to take those risks. And Yangon, again, it was almost reminiscent of the last years we saw from them. They're having to play much more cautiously. They're having to play a little bit further behind. And that just means opportunities, they're not going to present themselves to you, especially if you miss your power spike. They had a good spike with, say, the triple blink timings coming out. Again, not able to play aggressively, not able to secure Roshan the way they want to either. And I think that's a couple of things YG need to identify clearly when they make these drafts. There was a good time for their lineup to pop off. They just couldn't find an opportunity to utilize that.
Yeah, there's no time for hesitation in a long bracket series like this. And well, with that, Jonathan, we won't hesitate either. We've got to go to a break, but right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Ivory and the side of YG. We'll see you soon.
Take it all, you deserve it all. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I know
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our game 2 here between Ivory and Yangon Galacticos for this lower bracket best of 3 series for the road to the Esports World Cup. And it is MLP Dota and Dronix5 joining you for this one once again. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Game 1, as you saw, going the way of Ivory in, I want to say, convincing fashion. Game 2, I do wonder what you believe, Jonathan, that YG should change up.
I feel like the draft didn't pay him too many favors there on Yangon Galacticos. That early Pangolier flex just to try to throw off the side of Ivory doesn't work for a team like Ivory, where it feels like they're just drafting for what they want to do, right? Because we see them pull out the undying off lane that you really never see nowadays, and it worked fantastically for Rupido. The laning phase might have been a little bit slow. You know, they kind of messed it up. They didn't take that opportunity by level 2 to try to play with the Tombstone, but everything else kind of lined up. They bought so much space for Aizen to free farm. I think that's one more thing for Yangon as well. Same thing that happened for Kish in their last series. Aizen just had a free game. Aizen could just outfarm, and he played a lot more active than Kish did in comparison in their first series for Yangon Galacticos. So that means that early farm for the Sven is much more
10
dangerous than it was for the
seconds
Ursa,
remaining. Radiant
considering
team
how
back.
active Aizen was willing to play. And I think that's
Radiant team
a
back.
couple of the things that Yangon Galacticos will have to
team
change
back.
up here. Paint the
Radiant
target onto
team
Aizen's
back.
back and try to
Radiant
play around
team
their own
back.
power spikes, because there was that moment where they had double, triple blinks up. They were ready to go. Didn't really find the
Dire team
opportunities. Allowed Ivory to still play, build up, farm up, and kind of scale up. And the power spikes, once Ivory hit them, they just hit the wall running. They did not wait around the same way that Yangon Galacticos did. And for Yangon, when you have an Ursa and you're not able to take control of Roshan, that just instantly ruins your game. You're just not able to take advantage of one major strength of that hero, and it just felt like that was taken completely away from Yangon Galacticos in the last game.
Absolutely, and don't forget as
10
well, like the winner of this
seconds
series, there's not really much relief after this series because you're going again
5 seconds
in the
remaining.
lower bracket
Dire team
semi-final.
back.
One of these teams are going to verse either Tech Free Gaming or Castaway Esports, and spoiler
Dire
alert,
team
but
back.
currently Tech Free Gaming is one game ahead of Castaway, so
Radiant team
they're in a
back.
pretty good standing to make it through to the lower bracket semi-final. Ivory obviously pretty good standing as well right now, John. They're one game ahead, so that could be the potential next round in the bracket. And while I'm here, John, I may as well update as well that you've got the upper bracket final coming up after this
Radiant
series as well.
team pick.
Boom Esports
Dire
execration
team
for the upper bracket final.
An exciting day with lots of Dota to play, of course. I'm a little bit surprised. I didn't think about that, but the lower bracket teams have to play 3 best of 3s. That's a brutal schedule if you come all the way from round 1.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they can maintain that energy, of course, for Yangon if they
10
do manage to
seconds remaining.
somehow turn this around, because they would have been starting
Dire
from that
team
earlier lower bracket round 1. Still the draft developing. Gyrocopter and Ancient Apparition out for Yangon Galacticos. Did ban out the Undying and Respecter as well early on. Fun to note. Along with the Dusa and the Void Spirit TA and the Terrorblade as well. Ivory, for their part, start off with Pangolier, take the Tusk on hand. So
10
could be
seconds
looking
remaining.
to run the same lane Yangon ran last time for JG with Pangolier
5
Tusk, which
seconds remaining.
does feel a little bit too passive. I'd prefer if it wasn't the Rupidaw here we're seeing early, especially into the Gyrocopter. Anyhow, it feels like you can try to work out a better lane matchup for Rupidaw to kind of try to stall out Kish as much as possible. We'll see if Ivory has something in mind, as Ken is a solid Pangolier player. You could just throw that mid. It doesn't have too many awful matchups. They'll pick up the Ringmaster once more. So they do have a good save on hand for Ivory. 2 saves, in fact, would say the Blink Snowball, once that's available here for Drick. So Grims should be quite fine. Again, we saw the effect of Ringmaster. It really hasn't changed. Like, the nerfs,
10
it is
seconds
painful.
remaining.
Like, the 40 mana increase is painful, but it doesn't matter too much because you never pick that up in
5
the laning
seconds
phase.
remaining.
I'd say even the impact damage from the Impalement Arts going down to 50, it doesn't really matter when you're doing HP percent damage anyhow. It's still strong. So it's good to see Ivory understand how strong the Ringmaster still is and kind of double down on that. I do love how much saves you have here on Ivory. Again, just Blink Snowball plus having Escape Arts up, Escape Act up is kind of insane for how much you can stall these fights out.
Absolutely. It's certainly a very broken spell, and Ivory certainly enjoying abusing it here as Young Gun now. You got the Gyro AA combo. Perhaps looking just for another support pick up here for Young Gun Galacticos. You do it. Well, I was about to say you have the option for the Oracle, but you don't. Instead, they're going to go down the Tiny route for Young Gun. I want to say I hope it's a support Tiny, John, because every mid Tiny we've been seeing recently in this qualifier just has not looked good.
That it hasn't. And I think picking Tiny
10
into the
seconds
Pangolier is also
remaining.
not particularly amazing as a lane matchup, right? Like, Tiny can farm,
seconds
so can
remaining.
Pango. And that's kind of it. Like, your blink timing kind of depends on how well you can try to bully out this Pangolier. A support Tiny has a little bit more impact. We have seen Skill Lay play that before anyhow. I think it does fit in with how Skill Lay likes to play from what we've seen from him over the years. So I wouldn't mind that flex. Pick something else for Young PH on mid. Never mind, it's a Shadow Shaman coming in. And no, it's not going to be a Shadow Shaman mid. And as dank as that is, it is just a tiny mid. So you just end up with Tiny Pangolier, very telegraphed. Ivory's fine with that. They can start to look for better Rupido heroes on the off lane. Shadow Shaman is a pretty sick support, though.
10 seconds
Lots of
remaining.
hold, lots of ways of locking heroes down, but it's all single
5
target,
seconds
and
remaining.
that is the concern, right? If this Tiny with the Avalanche Toss doesn't catch out the Tusk or the Ringmaster, when
Dire
time
team
comes for the
back.
Shadow Shaman to come in with his own control, there are the saves on Ivory. They'll pick the Kunkka up. They could just give this back to Ken
Radiant
and actually
team
run
ban.
the Rupido off-lane Pango, which, again, you end up with a little bit of a better lane for Kish overall, but still playable for the Pangolier. I wouldn't mind that. We've seen the Kunkka edge out up against the Tiny anyhow. That matchup is, again, very
Radiant
50-50,
team ban.
with slight advantages and just maybe 1 or 2 creeps, depending on how well you manage it. Not too much of a lead. This is a good way of mitigating some of that AA damage as well with the Ice Blast. Just a rum buff can kind of delay the inevitable if the fight does drag on. So I like this from Ivory. I mean,
10
good solutions all
seconds
around. They just
remaining.
need a little bit more damage, I would say. I'm curious to see what they'd want for
5
Aizen,
seconds
as
remaining.
the side of Yangon are banning out some big paws. Once Ursa taken out, could opt to ban out something like the Sven as well. Wouldn't mind that. There's an option like Razor that we've seen a lot of teams go into up against Gyrocopter, which has shown itself to be pretty alright, but Gyrocopters can itemize against that. So it's not like a be-all, end-all. It could be
Dire
really nice
team
against a
ban.
Tiny, and they will ban the Razor, just as a safety net. So Sven in the pool. There's stuff like Drow, although it doesn't feel like a game where Drow is necessary anyhow. Tiny has plus armor. Doesn't really make too much sense. But it's been one of the more popular range heroes. No
10
Terrorblade.
seconds remaining.
Monkey King carry is also not too hot, unfortunately, but I feel like
5 seconds
I feel like that's a fine
remaining.
thing. The issue for Ivory now is that Aizen doesn't know his lane matchup, so it might not be as clear cut. You could try to flex it, right? Like you could pick something flexible here that could maybe lane mid, and you can kind of toss Kunkka's safe lane if need be, kind of shift things around. That could be one way to go here for Ivory without last pick.
Could be. Final ban for Ivory before we do get to see the closing picks here for this draft. I mean, I appreciate Yangon Galacticos has gone back for something much more classic with their draft, something very, very simple to execute. Yeah, the classic Gyro, AA, Tiny, you know, all these heroes that there's just no complications. You know what you're doing. But whether it works or not, completely different story. I mean, you kind of said it as well last game. Like, it feels like Ivory are just playing what they want, whereas Yangon are trying to draft towards the meta. And as you saw last game, that didn't really work in their favor against a team like Ivory, which is arguably a better team. I can't say they are the better team yet, John, but I probably can after this game too, assuming they win.
That's fair. Also, I want to point out, I never realized Ivory was an esports cafe. I just see it in their banner now. I was always wondering, why is it named Ivory? And it's like, I don't know what that is. And it's like, oh, they're an esports cafe. A proper org. Yeah, that was
Where
one
is-
thing. I knew they were a small org, but I didn't know.
Dire
fully.
team
I'm not sure where they're
Radiant
based either.
team pick.
Ban out the puck.
There's
this.
It's the Philippines, John.
I mean, yes, it's the Philippines. I don't know where in the Philippines. I'm not sure
look
where
it
they're
up,
based.
John. I'll
out
look
of,
it
out
up.
of Manila. I think it's somewhere out of Manila, probably.
It's Taguig, Taguig.
Yeah, it's up there in
10
Metro Manila,
seconds remaining.
near
Okay.
Metro Manila. So it's right there. Nice. Shout out to them for still
5
maintaining an
seconds
org
remaining.
when we've lost a lot. It's always good to see support for the
And
teams.
an-
And yeah,
And an esports cafe, John. I hear
Yeah.
they're pretty hard to run these days.
actually, they're all right.
Choose your hero.
I see them quite full. They're not playing Dota, but they're quite full. There's a Timbersaw we were looking for the Tanky Heroes last game. Works out quite nicely for Yangon in this one because you're up against Sven Kunkka Pango. And I believe we've seen this lineup or some similar lineup to this where I was wanting the Timbersaw. Here it is for JG. It's a really clean Timbersaw game.
I was going to give you a credit, John, because you have been saying Timbersaw over and over again. And every time you've said it, I've sat there thinking, you know what, John's right. Timber is probably the best pick they could have gone for every single time. And they never chose it. This is the one game where they finally choose it, and it's a nice game for it. Whether it works or not, I don't know. But it is certainly a very, very good Timbersaw game. There's 4 strength heroes, 3 of them core.
10 seconds
You're going to have a
remaining.
great time.
JG should have a great time. The lockdown is
5
somewhat there, though.
seconds
X mark the
remaining.
spot's going to be annoying. The Stormhammer's going to be annoying. Lane matchup against Sven is pretty damn good for Timb. Also, very curious, Mikey. Skill Lay is hanging on to the massive Serpent Ward. He's hanging on to it.
He's
Is he
baiting
going to
you.
stay on it?
He's baiting.
Is he baiting? I don't think he is. If he's AFK and doesn't switch, that'd be hilarious. And he's like, "Can we remake? I got the wrong facet."
No, we can't. We can't remake. No. I'll say no myself. Too bad. My apologies, by the way. Before anyone corrects me, there's 3 strength heroes, John, because Rupido is playing a universal hero. So there you go.
Oh yeah,
John,
he is university. Why would? All right, fair enough. Yes, Pangolier is
I just-
educated.
saying before someone corrects me. I know how some
Yeah,
people
to be
get.
fair. To be fair, I also just think of Pangolier's strength hero.
It's just-
I mean, it's like it makes sense. You know, it makes sense. He's red. He's not purple. Fits the team.
Well, he is purple, John.
Is he purple?
Well, I mean, the clothes he's wearing is purple, John.
Is it purple?
Look, well, hold on, we'll have a look right now. Look at this.
All right.
It's coming, hold on.
Gander. Is it purple? His pants are purple, but his top is red.
No.
That's red.
Okay, look, it's a shade of red, all right, but I feel like it's more purple if you count everything. Look at it. Look at him. His hat's purple. You know.
Prepare for battle.
His armor, his plating is red-ish, isn't it? More like a red hue.
Aren't you the one that designs
Yeah,
things, John?
I'm saying it's closer to red than it is on blue. That's what I'm saying. I can see there's a slight blend, sure. Would I call it purple? Probably not, Mikey. JG angry.
Drick dropped the mid diff as well. I should add. Scroll up, Jonathan. Drick said
Yeah, I
mid
see it.
diff. Yeah. JG's angry
PH
according to
is
Young
fine.
PH. We haven't got any calls about time this game, thankfully.
Yeah. High spirits from both sides. Mind you, again, it's good to see Young PH just takes it in stride. Because I feel like, I don't know, it's just Bob just being Bob, I guess, but it really sticks to me that Bob was just clowning on Young PH when they were queued together and they were winning. That's the crazy part. Those two were in a game together, they were winning the scoreline when I was watching that stream, and he was going on Young PH telling him to qualify for a LAN first. He was just laughing as well, like, like that. It's like, bloody Bob. Young PH, probably used to the banter from the Filipino boys.
I mean, if you're a skilled young man like Young PH, you literally just gotta put your head down and just work.
Yeah.
Is the way I see it. You know?
Yeah, pretty much.
And props to Young PH as well. He hasn't jumped to another team, right? Like, he's playing with this Myanmar stack that he has. He's been doing it for quite a while.
Yeah.
It's not like
think
this is
since he
a
debuted,
popular
yeah.
country or region for Dota 2. I don't think. I don't know. Is it, John?
I'm trying to think back to my Burmese friends. I think it's reasonably popular, but the population also isn't that high in relative to the rest of Southeast Asia, and I'm not sure how great internet access is
30 seconds. to
percentage-wise, like proportional
Fair
to the population. I'm not sure, but I know it's
That's fair.
decently popular enough with the people that I play with, and I think it's known enough.
What I'm
There's
saying for
quite a
Young
percentage.
PH's sake here, John, is comparatively to, say, Bob, who's in the Philippines, which was a Dota mecca at one stage, you know, it's... I dare say Bob had a bit of an advantage growing up in terms of being a Dota 2 pro. Anyway,
That's fair.
The battle begins.
Drick, gonna run into JG. No problems, they'll just say hello and say goodbye. It's a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of Ivory for these bounty runes, so already a nice little start. See how this goes. I mean, mid lane, we're going to start here with this mid-tiny of Young PH against the Kunkka. And John, I will stand by my statement. I have not enjoyed these mid-tinies at all.
No, I agree with you. I don't like how you're forced to compromise to go for basically what the support does, but you get faster blink and you skip arcane boots for phase boots, right? Like that's what the mid tiny does get out. And normally nowadays we even see mid tinies go for Eul's, go for Octarine, go for the utility, which in a game where you're leading is actually quite fine. In the game you're behind, you're not going to find that farm to get that utility rolling. So Young PH has to work his mind out to kind of get this mid lane matchup going for himself as JG pauses and instantly says G, as whatever issues faced JG has settled. Good for him. And for this, Ken should have a good time, right? Like, he's not bound to having tree grab, he's not bound to a longer cooldown. Tidebringer makes short work of the creep waves, free harassment onto Young PH. And as the levels go up, the Tidebringer does more and more. Young PH always has the threat of an avalanche toss back later on, at least, if Ken oversteps. That is one advantage there, but Ken could also be cheeky and just X-mark himself every single time. There's some counterplay if you do get the value points up. And so far, it is coming out relatively even as you'd expect on mid, giving us a chance to look elsewhere. Up top, of course, you do have that contentious lane for JG with the Timbersaw up against Aizen on that Sven. And for Aizen, this lane is a lot less comfy than it would have been in game 1. There's always a threat. They do manage to cut the tree line early, so preventing any additional whirling death damage is pretty nice. And very smart from the side of Ivory here.
Interestingly enough to note as well, hold that thought, because top bottom lane we are going to see Rupiter going down, so a first blood already drawn by Kish, which is going to be a fantastic start for the Pos 1 Gyrocopter. For whatever reason, Aizen changed his sword cosmetic this game.
Oh, he did?
He did.
Maybe got bored. I believe, if I'm not wrong, isn't that the Fear cosmetic?
Is it?
I think it is. The Fear sword, at least. I believe. Because I used the same one. I remember.
I hate that.
Shout out to Fear.
Oh yeah, as soon as you said Fear, I was like, oh, that's why it's so bad. That's why it's bad.
Hey, free to play, you know?
Radiant's couriers
That era.
have been killed.
Yeah.
Fear in the old PC, yeah.
Yeah, on his CRT monitor, as you love to say.
Yeah.
All the time, yeah.
Good old CRT. Classic
Like, I meant
game
to
of Fear.
I meant to feel bad for Fear for not having a table. Like, come on, Fear, get it together.
Yeah, to be fair,
together, Fear.
I was like, that's pretty standard Southeast Asia.
What's he complaining
That's
about?
pretty standard Southeast Asia.
What's the problem?
But that makes him relatable, Mike. Makes
That's
him
true,
relatable.
That's true. Aizen, he does get shackled there for a second. Blood Grenade also landing, but no real follow-up. JG, he's hit level 2, so you could go for the chains build-up and start to play very aggressively, but it looks like he might just hold out. See if he sees the opening for the chains into the Whirling Death here to kill Aizen. And either way, Aizen, you've reached the stage now where you're just not going to be comfortable at all at this top lane. And it only gets worse. Like, as JG gets the levels up, you're just going to get more and more mad about this laning stage, I think, as a Sven. And in fairness, it's probably not going to get easier as the game goes on. Until you've got, say, a BKB up, because this Timber is going to be a big problem.
And it will be. Again, I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't read the Timbersaw pick. Again, it's been out of the meta, perhaps, a little.
Young PH gets caught out. No TP rotations to try and help him out. And a Drick with a pretty nice rotation at level 2.
And to make it work, it's again one of those beautiful things when you do have something that you can leave alone, like the Pangolier. You have space to rotate out, no problems. So Rupito, and he's not having the best of times, but he's also not having the worst in terms of CS at the very least, is finding that farm, finding that build-up. I think for now, at the side of Ivory, what they would want to start building up on are some stacks. There are a few stacks on the large camp in the triangle, so there's some catch-up gold to find here for Aizen. But again, that Sven is... he's still finding farm, all things considered. Like, the lane isn't actually slowing him down. Harassment is painful, but not enough to shove that Sven away from getting his right clicks off. He's having a much better time than Kish is, which is surprising when you're a range matchup into the Pangolier. Theoretically, you should be having a pretty damn good time here on Kish, but you're managing the lane quite nicely. Drake managing to get the pulls, managing to get the contest every now and again, is providing quite a fair bit for Rupito to play with, and is slowing down Kish by a significant amount for how free this lane should be.
Absolutely. Well, things still going relatively well here for Ivory, I want to say. They're going to try and move in to this Pangolier. Cold Feet not really going to lock him down. Rupito will be just fine. Not really much action top lane, which is somewhat concerning for me, for YG's sake. They actually end up avoiding the Timber Chain altogether as they go for level 1 reactive armor on this Timber Saw, so wanting to maybe play a bit more on the passive end for the laning stages of the Timber. I thought you'd be looking to apply a lot more pressure, though, I'll be frank with you, John, as mid lane. Young PH is not backing off, trying to go for the creeps. It would have probably not mattered anyway. He does end up going down. And it's another great setup, once again, from Drake.
Pressing top. You look stunned.
Timing works out. They might be able to find extra with skill A. But
They may. Well, they don't.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
they get to secure the power runes on top of that. Again, much more important for the Tiny with a bottle. At least he gets, well, with his death, he gets bottle refill anyway. So I guess that's a silver lining to look at, if you want to think of it that way. But shield rune for Ken does mean he'll sustain that lane. He can still play aggressive. His supports have left, though. So you don't have that backup any longer. But you have freed up the side lanes, or at the very least, freed up that top lane from a shackled threat, which leaves Aizen, again, relatively free to farm. This Sven, despite all that pressure, has not really been stopped. You've got gate movement now coming in with Kish. Does have the level 3 rocket barrage to try to make a play on low HP Sven here.
Jump in, Sven. Base is on, Aizen. He has a bit of help. Tame the Beast will land onto the gyro, but the chase continues here from JG, but it's not quite enough. Now you've got more. Rupido trying to move in onto the AA. Cold Feet is actually going to lock him down, so it's a bit of an awkward fight now for Rupido, who needs to retreat, but they're bringing even more bodies in to try and help out as another stun is thrown, but Aizen really can't get too close here, otherwise he's just dead. X will come out. Ken, he's going to throw the boat right in onto the timber, and they will find JG as all the tips come out for poor old JG. And nothing else to come out of this for YG. Hell, even Aizen being handed the urn from our Pangolier to ensure that he can just stay in the lane.
Yeah. I do love that interaction with JG. You have to remember, they were old teammates all the way back in, I want to say, UD Vesuan, if I recall right. So,
Yes.
for letting JG know. Good clear up stacks from Young PH, but he's by himself now.
He should be dead. Well, Young PH is probably dead. Rupido also dying down a bottom lane. But Young PH probably still a bigger deal. See, Mid Tiny dying for the 3rd time already. He hasn't even got phase boots yet, John. Still level 7 comparatively to the level 8 of Ken. I mean, if Mid Tiny was already kind of bad, this is looking like a horrific game for him.
And it is. I mean, again, he does a great job of sniping out the stacks, but look at it, Ken. Rune control again, haste up. Could look for an easy pick in here.
He's trying. Doesn't get the X though.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
TP back in from Young PH, but I don't think they're actually afraid of him at all. In fact, Young PH is probably the one that should be a little bit afraid of Ken at the moment. Bo will be back off cooldown in 8 seconds. They're just going to go top, see if they can find JG another time. And if they'll run into him successfully. JG, though, this time should prove to be a little bit tankier, you would hope. The boat will land, God strength in, stun out. Do they have enough? Not quite yet. JG still running, but it's still not enough. They do get the kill.
Ah, they've completely shut down this Timb. The timing that you normally see on the Timbersaw for the Kaya now is just going to be stalled out. Even the Arcane Boots just stalled out. Stuck at 200 gold waiting. There are some stacks they can clear out.
They're going to find Rupido again, though.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So Rupido getting caught in the pretty much the exact same location, in the exact same way, just getting hexed into Shackle, and naturally with the rocket barrage spam of Kish, you're probably not going to make.
No, they are doing a good job of just bullying out the offlanes on each side. And here we go. Look at that beautiful, massive serpent board. Look at that.
It's a chicken. It's a
Yeah.
chicken, John. Look at that.
Yeah. I mean,
The
he
Colonel.
is the Colonel. The Colonel's
Hot and
finest
spicy.
GMO right there.
This
Look
is
at
some Wicked Wings or something here. Hot and spicy, my goodness.
You gotta be careful about handing that ward for Frito. It does have a lot of HP, but you eat through it, it's worth a lot in bounties as well. So, let's see if,
Scanning.
yeah.
I don't know why I'm bringing this up now. I guess because we just started talking about food and I'm hungry. But did you ever try that hot honey McSpicy?
No, I don't even know what the hell
Oh,
you're
it was
talking
so
about.
delicious. It was so delicious. Oh my god, I can't believe they removed it. Anyway, Young PH. Young PH. It was so... Imagine a honey sauce, but also spicy, John. I know it
does
doesn't
sound
sound
lovely.
appealing.
It sounds really appealing to me, actually.
It was really damn good.
Have you never had, like, a chili honey sauce with pizza? It's really good.
No.
Some chili flakes on honey? Yeah. On a
God.
cheese pizza. Yeah, it's really nice.
I
Sounds a little
formerly-
bit high class, but it's nice.
I formally apologize to any Italians watching the game right now.
I got it
Apologies
in
for
an
Johnny.
Italian restaurant. They serve it in an Italian restaurant. Some honey. I don't know why.
I highly doubt
This is
that,
the
John.
Philippines, though. Yeah, it is the Philippines. You know, no one's actually Italian cooking that food here. So, hey, we do our own thing with food, Mikey. It's nice.
You're saying Italian restaurant like you went to Rome or something. Like, what's wrong?
No, I didn't. But I did. You know, it's how else can I describe it? Italian themed restaurant, Italian styled restaurant. There you go. That's a
that's-
little bit better.
It's
An
like
Italian styled restaurant.
It's like going to Jollibee and being like, I had Italian spaghetti, John.
Radiant's top tower.
You did.
No, I wouldn't say that. I'd say I had Filipino spaghetti. It's 100%. Don't you dare accuse us of making Italian spaghetti in Jollibee. It's Filipino. Okay? It's different. It's sweet. It has hot dogs.
Oh, the courier! Eisen! Oh, the courier betraying its master. Look at this, Jonathan. This snitch courier. How dare you, sir? Ice Blast will fly through. They should have him. And they will. Eisen immediately going down.
Dire's middle
Meanwhile,
tower
Drick
is under
also
attack.
losing his life apparently to
Radiant
JG.
structures are fortified.
Great divide and conquer coming out here from the side of Yangon. Still not done. This could be a nice freebie to rush this
Radiant's bottom
blink.
tower is under attack.
Now he just drops the Wheel of Wonder. Doesn't really do too much.
Dire's middle
Escape back, gonna make things a little bit annoying. Oh,
Dire's top tower.
bit of a Crocus stun as well. Why the hell not?
Dire's structures are fortified.
Would have been
But that was the Marsh Mage, excuse me. No, it was the... What
the
was it?
Boglet. The Boglet.
Oh, the Boglet.
arm of the deep.
Of course it was.
Bottom tower is under
Good old
attack.
Boglet. Very. That's a very Neff name if I've ever heard one, isn't it?
Dire's
It is.
top tower
Neff-like.
is under attack.
Why? Oh, JG.
Still going. JG gonna get hit by a boat. Spirit Vessel out as well, gonna make his life pretty hard in terms of surviving through this, and he's just down.
Dire's top
I mean,
tower
you got a
is
nice
under
kill on
attack.
Eisen, but I don't really think you want to keep giving these kills away as this Timbersaw, because you're just not gonna have a game eventually. And ultimately, John, I still think like Sven versus Gyro, it doesn't really matter how much farm Kish gets. As long as Eisen somewhat keeps up, it's not going to be that advantageous for the Gyro comp.
Certainly not. Does get counteracted quite heavily by just Warcry being maxed out later on. Good smoke here, though. Good angle out to find something juicy here if they can.
Jace is on for Rupido. Swashbuck was actually on cooldown, so this is very awkward for him. But he is still just outrunning the Shaman. And so they will have to leave him be. But there's all 5 heroes now from YG looking to make
Dire's
this move onto this top tier
is
1
under
tower.
attack. Radiant are scanning.
And they do get it. I mean, there's no real defense to come.
Dire's top tower is falling.
It is a lot of time commitment now. Again, you're using the map maybe a bit more efficiently here. On the side of Ivory, you're getting free space for Eisen Bot. Again, already at the Mask of Madness, working towards the Echo Saber into the BKB with a blink, and that's the time we're looking for on the Sven. So it doesn't mind hanging back and just
Radiant's
farming
bottom
elsewhere.
tower is under
You
attack.
also have the eventual build-up into the Radiance for Ken, with a Blade Mail already up. We're seeing how tanky this Kunkka can be. Quite a fair bit. You have the interesting build-up for Rupido with the Spirit Vessel coming in for this game. Trying to mitigate some of that healing, get a little bit of damage off, and maybe get some healing going as well for the defensive usage out. The Fusel is stalled out because of that. So again, for the side of Ivory, this is probably the moment to kind of chill out a little bit. Get that build up. You are concerned, though, about handing that time back for Young PH to scale up. Blink Dagger is set to come out within 300 gold. He has managed to recover here on the Tiny to an extent. Bottom network core is Rupido on our offlane Pangolier. So you will need to be aware, again, once that blink time is up, which it will be soon, the aggression for Yangon does kick into overdrive. You have 2 supports that can play nicely with Avalanche Toss. The combination that can line up for just free chain stunts with the Cold Feet and the single target control we have in Skill Lay. Can just line up for those easy pickoffs we've seen on isolated areas of the map if you do overextend on farming here for Ivory. There's that blink we've been yapping about. The Young PH can be set to go. They do have a smoke in the backpack here if they want to make that connection with Zarain. And they have some good forward wards to give some information on. Really forward up top. Good defensive one down bot in that jungle, just in case anyone sneaks into farm. Just need to find a good reveal now for that blink as it comes in here.
They do. Mid lane, they do see Young PH, and they will see the blink. Thing is, like, the blink timing's basically like a support blink timing right now. You know, it's like, yeah, you got a bit more XP than a support tiny would, but the timing's pretty yucky.
Dire are scanning.
Smoke rotation from Ivory now through their own jungle.
Radiant are scanning.
Maybe just going through the twin gates to try and reposition. No, they decided better of that. The whole of YG are also kind of just smoked up around the mid lane right now. They will secure an arcane rune, but nobody takes it, and instead they just drop the serpent ward. The big chicken is down.
Yeah. Let's get a little bit of a free poke, free siege going. That's the beauty of that gigantic ward, of course. It's very durable as well. So it's a lot of damage. Look at that. Down to less than half. Drick's wanting to look for the last hit. Come on. Get that gold. No. No.
No.
Get the gold.
What an amazing spell.
Isn't it? Isn't Shadow Shaman great? What a hero, huh?
It's a great
So
spell.
fun. Love it. If you don't get the annoying free hex, you have this massive chicken. It's great. Meanwhile, Warlock gets a book.
Dire's middle
It's a good
tower
book.
is under attack.
Have you read it, John?
It's terrible.
Don't judge a book by its cover, they say.
I guess. It's a bad book, Mike.
It's a great book, John.
Oh.
Smoke out. In fact, if they gave Earth Spirit Black Grimoire, you know how happy I'd be. You know how happy I'd be.
What if you lost your rocks for it? You have no rocks, so all your spells still rely on
What am I going
rocks.
to do? I mean, it'd probably
Yeah,
just be the
exactly.
same as usual anyway. AA. They're going to find Zulrain. 6 to 7 now, 17 and a half minutes into the game. YG have got a slight net worth lead, but I don't feel like they're anywhere near in control of this game. It really is feeling like Ivory is in complete control right now, as they are going to miss out on JG. Nice TP away from the Timbersaw, avoiding the smoke gank that was coming. But it really does feel like with this mid-tiny just kind of flopping and, you know, JG not having the good Timber game you were hoping for. Starting to feel a bit flat here from YG.
That it is. At least you have the Kaya up. Get the jump in.
Eisen? Oh, that's a big target. They found Eisen.
Oh,
Radiant's
Sumba.
top tower.
Never mind what I said. Eisen goes down. They'll move in with the snowball now, but he's obviously going to die as well. The snowball save does not really come in, and well, that's pretty big because they can look towards Roshan now.
Dire's middle tower
And they've
is
got
under
the
attack.
massive serpent board to help as well if they want. Might not even be necessary here for skill lay. We'll see, and he will throw it out. Look at that giant chicken in the pit. Bigger than Roche! That is a
Big.
massive serpent board.
Genetically modified chicken, Jonathan. Don't underestimate it.
There you go.
Jump. Oh, Grims getting caught by Young PH, but Young PH also getting caught. And surprisingly, YG actually not looking for the fight. Even though Eisen was still down while it started, and he has no TP point. But they'll let their Tiny die. And now Eisen's back with the team. They just want to keep going. Like nothing ever happened. What, Roshan?
The two lives isn't the most scary thing on Kish. He doesn't have like a BKB for the secondary life. He can be controlled. His output is pretty high for this point in game, to be fair. But I think it's kind of manageable, right? It's like you mentioned. The sacrifices you've made on your two other cores are pretty significant. That your threat mainly is just from this Gyrocopter standing to hit. But whether or not he gets that full space to just stand and hit, considering how underfarmed your other two cores are, probably not as much as you'd expect until his own BKB is up. So I like this movement out from Ivory, just looking for some punishment, understanding that perhaps Yangon aren't too keen just yet, knowing that they need some recovery farm to really set themselves up here. They are maintaining a 3k lead now on side of Yangon Galacticos though. Right, this is not the most significant 20 minutes in. It is still worth noting though, as that will allow a little bit more leeway for Kish. And at least most of this is from the disparity for Rupido, who also has had a really rough game here on Pangolier. He's the one lagging behind, causing most of this disparity on that work. Tormentor being taken by the side of Yangon. Get a nice free shard going for skill lay. So he does have the fully annoying foul play up. Good old one with the illusions coming out. God bless. Can't believe that's still in the game. But it is.
John. Sure is.
Dire's top tower
T2
is
mid
under
tower
attack.
now going to be under siege. No, I mean this is YG with an Aegis not looking to defend, instead trying to push in the top tier 2, and in fairness they can just drop the Serpent Ward and back off again, so I guess it's a free objective for them. Yeah, no one's going to defend against the Serpent Ward, so
Dire's top tower is under
it's
attack.
just the tier 2
Yeah.
gone.
Look at that. Peak gameplay.
Oh, the creeps.
Dire's
not good
top
enough,
tower
John.
has fallen.
Just not good enough.
Oh, so much HP on that thing. Free objectives coming out. Honestly, this is still decent for Ivory. They're trading objective for objective playing into Aegis. And you're still pretty happy about that overall. You're getting free space out for Aizen. BKB only really lacking the recipe gold at this point, and it's not too far off right now. Just about 8 gold. Gonna have it in short order for Aizen. So he's gonna have that security for these team fights. The side of Yangon now going to hunt for a smoke. Again, they do have Aegis, but you don't really have Kish joining in. We'll teleport towards the mid now. They catch Ken, that could be a big opening.
Certainly could be. Rushes on. They do see Grims. In fact, no, they see Ken. Tossback is there. A great start, but the BKB going to be popped here by Ken. Right into the boat onto JG. You see the BKB not going to amount to too much, but it does allow him the escape he was looking for. Though now knowing that Ken doesn't have that available, you might want to try and force another fight for YG. You've still got the Aegis up for another minute and a half, so it's perfect timing for them to give this a crack. 20 seconds as well to the Mass Serpent Ward is back up and available, so if you can win a team fight here, it might be a very quick tier 3 tower if YG were able to get through this tier 2 as well. Kish happily frontlining. There's your X out into the torrent. They'll get rid of the tier 2 mid tower. Meanwhile on the backside, they've jumped the AA, though no, they miss out on him for now instead of going for the Shaman. Still trying. They will finally find Zulrain. Meanwhile, the Shaman still in trouble. Will turn into a chicken, but skill A is gone. 2 for 1 so far. But it is the side of Ivory that are looking to retreat now as Ken is in pretty big danger. Ken's still trying to run. But eventually should go down. Meanwhile, they do get the Aegis on this gyrocopter, but it won't matter too much. It was about to expire anyway. So you don't really find much out of that, and now it's basically a full wipe. Only survival was Aizen.
A little bit deep considering what they were doing there on Ivory. I do like how they identify that team fight. They go for the backline first, take care of the supports, except they overcommit on the chase down for the cores. You don't have damage up yet in Aizen. Right, he doesn't have even just the Crystallis up yet. So your output on this Fen is not high enough to feel threatening, especially onto a Tiny and a Timbersaw. Both of these heroes are also just innately tanky on their own. You need a lot more output to come out here. For Yangon, it's a great usage out from the Aegis. They maximize that quite nicely. They take control of the triangle. They can start to choke out the map. Bot tier 2 is the next safe objective to take to close out the map entirely.
Lane. X is out. They've got themselves a task here. In fact, they've got themselves a 2 for 1 special. Grim's also getting caught, and suddenly Ivory dropping the ball a little bit here. YG looking to start to move into that tier 3 tower. Serpent Ward's not up for another 10 seconds, but I still think it's worth just dropping it here. And if you've got a creep wave, just get the tier 3 down at least. And I think they might just do that. Oh. Discord issues, apparently.
You know, it happens. See if the reconnection is quick.
I mean, it's never happened
this
to us, John. It's never happened to us.
Maybe once. Maybe it happened once. But that was like a Cloudflare DNS issue, if I recall right. You know, like a lot of things were down. So it happens. Usually is a wider issue than this, but, you know, I guess routing issues, more of an ISP thing. God bless the Mass Serpent Ward, man.
It's a great ward, John.
So many hits to destroy. Just drop it. Watch it siege solo. If only you could give it Solar Crest. You know, that'd be funny.
Well, I wish
Drum it up.
I wish there was a nice cosmetic for it. Like like it was actually like a bright white chicken and it pecked at your tower rather than just spitting out stuff. You know, that'd be fun. Like a red and white chicken.
That would be cool. That would be very cool. At that point, we should also get a Colonel outfit for Shadow
Oh,
Shaman.
absolutely. That's a given. That's a given.
I
What
love
do you
the
mean?
2 drumstick idea you have for his wand. It's a good one. You get a
It
fully
is.
voice-acted Colonel. It must be modeled.
There's gotta be one artist out there that sees the vision, that says, alright, I can put 2 drumsticks in this man's hand. I can get a bucket on there, though, a white and red bucket, you know, I can put it on his head. It'll be alright. They'll never know. Here we go. X out, Torrent will connect. They're going to try and burst down the Shaman straight off the bat, though he is a chicken once again, so still fine for now. In fact, he gets the blink away. Here come the cavalry now, trying to blow up Ken, though Ken is going to survive. Meanwhile, Rupido in the middle of nowhere trying to chase down Skill A, but Skill A survives. Rupido the one to die. Eisen, meanwhile, trying to go after Tiny. Will find at least young PH, but does not feel confident enough to keep going while the BKB is about to wear off. He'll run back up to the high ground, but it looks like JG not done yet. The escape vector will save, but the Ice Blast, it did connect, and they might have just enough damage, and they do. The flak cannons will land.
Dire's middle
YG.
barracks are under attack.
Finding a way back into this game, number 2. Onto the mid-racks they will go. It is a slower process, but much better than their own racks being taken, that's for sure.
And it is. They'll find themselves in control of this game too already. 26 minutes in, 18 to 12. And after a little bit of a disastrous start there for young PH and for JG, I mean, in the end, this is a Timber Saw into 3 strength heroes. 3 melee strength heroes. He ripped them right apart. The start and the build-up there for Eisen just a little bit too slow, and even the build-up for Ken. I think bypassing the Radiance just kind of cost him. Having to go for the early BKB over the usual Blade Mail Radiance just means that your presence on the Kunkka here isn't as great. Your damage output on the Kunkka just isn't as great. You're not able to be a threat. You're not giving the mischance durability that can counteract as Gyrocopter 4. And it just takes away so much from what the Kunkka will want to do in all of these engagements. You also had a pretty rough time for Rupido, which was what we were talking about in the draft. Shifting the Pangolier off into the Gyrocopter lane just is not great overall. Certainly showed up in this game. Having to go back for Spirit Vessel, stalling out the defusal timing. The blink timing's nice, but the impact certainly isn't being felt from Rupido. Some of the rolls early on were big, but not enough to offset at this point in the game. And look at that, just drop the ward and siege away. Protect the siege creep, you're all good, you're fine. Nice and easy.
I like it a lot.
Oh.
Nice toss back here from young PH as well. Finding the task. That's going to be Drick going down. Eisen, though, going to jump in. He's found the Gyrocopter. Can they burst him down quick enough? They can. Kish is gone. This could be the turning point that I've been looking for in the past 5 minutes. We'll get Kish at least. A big amount of gold going the way of Ken now in the Kunkka. They couldn't find much more though, but they will successfully defend that second lane of barracks and give themselves another chance at this game too.
They get to have that opportunity to try to farm back into this game. It's still the Daedalus to come out for Eisen, so the damage is still set to grow here on our Sven into the Harpoon afterwards. You have the full Nullifier for Ken to kind of take care of a lot of the things going on here, like the barrier of JG is not going to be as much of an issue. The Yules to save, the Force Downs not going to be holding people up any longer, so you are eventually getting tools here to deal with some of the utility on the side of Yangon. The big thing for the side of Ivory is, again, that Daedalus for Eisen. I think that's going to be the most impactful thing. Just having some burst damage on hand. It's like you called earlier as well in this game, where as long as you're within striking distance of the Gyrocopter as a Sven, you tend to have a good time. You just innately have much more armor than the Gyrocopter would, so you are more durable as long as you don't get kited around. And that is certainly the case right now. There is a marginal lead coming out here for Kish, right around the 2k mark, which is nice, but that's only, at this point, like 2 major components for an item. And it's not quite a full item ahead, so that does make it quite playable here for Eisen and for Ivory overall. Still, they're having to course correct on mid quite hard. And for the side of Ivory, starting these fights is pretty difficult. We are seeing them more playing into counter initiation or waiting for someone to overstep their bounds. But it's really Yangon this time that are in control. And they've got the tossbacks, they've got the Blink's Hex Shackle. They have a lot of ways of just putting heroes out of position. Whereas for the side of Ivory, it's a lot harder to do that. Maybe if you had Tidal Wave, perhaps it can become a little bit easier to drag heroes out of their place. But just looking for an out-of-position hero like this is pretty difficult.
They're still waiting for the smoke. Ken, be very wary of that tossback. Young PH has been pretty good at finding the tossback plays, and he might just find Rupido in just a second. Or Ken also going to be there. They're going to jump the Pango straight off the bat. Rupido already down. Boat will fly out, but it doesn't do too much. They're going to try and jump in, try and deal with JG immediately on this Timbersaw, and they've got him. Eisen now looking a little bit scarier with that full Daedalus up. He can burst people down pretty quickly at this stage, and they're looking for the big chase. They're going to find a Shadow Shaman now. Skill Lay also set to fall, but he's a chicken man. He'll finally go down. The chase is on. Escape Act is out. Eisen, though, going nowhere. Has to fight this one. The Ice Blast, they're going to land. And he will die just so damn quick. No buyback for Eisen. Looks like they're going to find Grims as well. Eventually they will. And even Rupido, not going to be safe as they'll wipe him out to boot. So another nice team fight. YG just kind of hiding them deep enough to be able to turn. And Ivory maybe just getting a little bit too excited.
That they do. That's a dieback out for Rupido on top of all that. So a lot being expended here by the side of Ivory. And some good openings now for Yangon. Roshan is up if they'd want it. They should have seen it walking back into the pit as well. That could be their safety net they go for first. And they are inching towards their own timing with the Daedalus now. 500 gold away for Kish. Going forward though.
Forward, they're trying for a bit more here. And it looks like they're going to find Ken. Though no, apparently not. The Gale Guard of the boat run proving to be barely just enough for him to walk out with 1 HP. The thing is now, Yarax are under siege. There's an Ice Blast flying towards Ken, which is going to make life even worse for him because he might tick out now. Yeah, he's gone. They got him with the Chakraming as well. Oh, the smiley face from JG. Ken's not happy about it. Ken is not happy with what he's seen. Oh, JG. The sweet revenge.
That it is. Up against former teammates. You always gotta be a little bit cheeky. They drag it back. They're gonna go into that Roche pit now. And a massive Serpent Ward down. This is Roche number 2, surprisingly, in our 15-minute game. With the banner and the Aegis ready to go. Inside of Ivory, and they're going to be able to get a respawn back up. They have buyback ready on Ken. But they really have to watch themselves with how far they commit. Right? They are diving fairly far when they're fighting outside of the high ground. It does feel like they kind of want to try to play on the high ground at this point. Just hope that they overextend on the side of Yangon. Like say, Young PH jumps in, doesn't quite find the toss target he'd want. Then he's stuck in the middle of nowhere. Try to stun him before the BKB. You need to react very fast here on the side of Ivory. That is your best bet right now. As they are under a lot of pressure for Yangon, though. They've done a fantastic job. Again, the early laning start for JG wasn't amazing. The laning start for Kish was pretty damn amazing. There. And Young PH had a struggle to find that phase boots into the blink timing, which now it pays off. His utility buildup is working out. Octarine, Yules, what we tend to see from Tiny's just looking to drag heroes far away from their team. And there's just been no easy counterplay to come in here from the side of Ivory. They don't have any instant disables to kind of rely on when that Tiny does blink in. So you've always got a big window there to play your game here on the side of Yangon.
A lot of patience here from both sides. Aegis up, of course, for another 3.5 for Kish, so he's looking to make the move up onto the high ground with this mass Serpent Ward once again. You don't really have much of a choice now as Ivory. Like, you can't let this ward just take away your tier 3 tower and your axe. You've got to get in there. This could be the final team fight for Ivory, though, in this game, too, because there's really not many buybacks. you've got one on Grims and you've got one on Ken.
Radiant are scanning.
None actually available on YG, surprisingly enough. But I suppose you won't be able to get too close anyway if you have to buy it back. Kish will get started with the Roshan banner. God's Strength has been popped. This is they're going to try and sneak in from the backside. In fact, they have done so, but they're getting shredded here by JG. Aizen already in trouble, needs to get the hell out of there with his BKB. But the chase continues now. They land the Yule Scepter. Oh, and Aizen's gone. That has to be it. GG's call. They know straight away it's over. And suddenly YG. Yeah, I'll tell you what, John, after game one, I thought the side of Ivory might just have it in the bag because they made it look so easy the first time around. But well, game two, YG proving them wrong, just sorting out their draft and their issues. And well, now we have a game three on our hands.
Yeah, spectacular performance out from the side of Yangon. And that read on the draft, and that last pick, Timbersaw, just ruined their day. Sure, laning-wise, it wasn't amazing for JG whatsoever. And even the lane for Rupido, I think that was the one weakness. Like, and as great as this Timbersaw pick was, the offlane Pangolier for Rupido was non-impactful. A couple of those ganks were great, sure, they were getting some good rotations out, but he wasn't doing anything in lane. We know what happens when you let the Gyrocopter free farm. You were getting equal amounts of farm on Aizen, but it just felt like your launching point there for the Sven wasn't as clear-cut. Ken having to go back for the BKB first over the Radiance as well just kind of cuts off that early power spike you would have normally had as a Kunkka, well, tying in with the Sven, so you couldn't play around that aura area control you had. And Yangon reads it right. I think, again, teams have to remember when you're picking off these strength melee heroes that Timbersaw is a hero, and that's something you have to watch out for.
Yeah, I mean, big props to JG and Young PH in particular. I mean, both these guys had atrocious landing stages, but they still managed to find the impact here in this game number two. And well, with that, we are going to head to a break, but right after that break, we'll be back with game three between these two sides to see who does proceed through the lower bracket. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our third game of this best of 3 lower bracket series between Yangon Galacticos and, of course, Ivory and Jonathan. Surprise, surprise, we've ended up in a tie so far, game 3 being the decider naturally. I don't know what to ask you here, John. I think I want to ask what you think Ivory should change up now for game 3.
I think Ivory has to be a little bit concerned about how their lane setups happened in game 2. I think that Pangolier flex opener that they had, it really doesn't pan out when you already see the Gyrocopter on hand. And Gyro alone is already a good lane matchup already, and I don't think you can afford to do that. When you already see that win condition on hand, you don't want to have to give Rupido a lane that's just not something playable. And we saw that again with his build-up. He had to go Spirit Vessel here. He had to go for a delayed Diffusal, again stalling out these timings that you really wanted to play around for the side of Ivory. And they didn't ban out Timbersaw when it was a pretty good Timbersaw game. Again, the hero's not in meta, sure, but they know JG. They've played with JG before. Ken knows JG. He should know that the Timbersaw is something that he can pull out, and certainly showed off in that last game. So those are pretty much the big ones. I think Yangon, they definitely outplayed as well. Again, they had some poor laning starts. JG's lane wasn't good to kick off. Young PH's lane was a little bit of a nightmare with a stall out on the blink, but they still managed to make it work, mainly because their draft was just easier to play up against what you had there on Ivory. So I want Ivory to cover their bases, ensure that their draft is rock solid. And I would say, I don't know if the Pangolier deserves such high priority from them for first pick. It just doesn't feel amazing, as I've not seen us fail to connect twice over in a long time.
Yeah.
So that's also very interesting.
Yes, for the viewers wondering why we're still sitting here, it is because we have not connected to the lobby. Don't know whose fault it is, Jonathan. Probably one of us. We'll find out soon enough, I'm sure. Anyway. Oh, it looks like we do have a reconnection. Never mind. So what are the plays? It's not our fault for once, John. Happy days.
Yeah, it is happy days. And, you know, they did say they were having Discord issues. Just some connection issues overall. It is Southeast Asia. I believe there's a low-pressure area building off the coast. It's been rainy, although today's been pretty warm. It's kind of annoying, actually, how warm it is, Mikey. But
Really?
you know how it is. Yeah, it's been warm. You know,
Absolutely
it's not pleasant.
freezing where I am.
I would love to be there, Mikey. No, I'll head down there. I can do the chores for the kids. I'll do it for free if it's cold. I just want the cold, Mikey.
I mean, while we have nothing going on, I was surprised to see that apparently it's so cold that if you go up a mountain right now, like if you trail a hike up a mountain, like not a bad hike, John, I'm talking an easy mountain, you might find snow from what I'm seeing in Australia right now. So that's very. I know you would have enjoyed that had you been here for me to take you up a mountain, John, but. Sadly, Jonathan, you're across the ocean right now, and I don't believe the Philippines has snow.
No, we don't. Even our tallest mountains aren't high enough to have snow on the peaks, so no snow, Mikey.
That's all.
I mean, it is what it is. You know, we have lots of rain. That makes up for it, I guess, as we'd also make up for it for by finally heading into Game 3 here of our second series of Yangon Galacticos up against Ivory. See if the bans change. It doesn't look like they are, as the Terrorblade TA are still being banned out by Yangon Galacticos. Ivory take care of the Slark, Beastmaster Pangolier, and the Ancient Apparition. So good to see that the Pango is at least not going to be played, as quite frankly, I still can't believe we are several years into our casting, and since Pango came out, it's still there. But Yangon get to pick up the Shadow Shaman again. Good old Colonel Sanders himself.
Oh boy. Here we go. Oh, they gave it to him, John. I mean, Ivory, they saw what happened last game. Obviously, they knew it was still there. They allowed it to happen. Ivory immediately just going to go into a Void Spirit pickup, so they just already have somewhat of an answer in just jumping this damn hero every single time. Mind you, obviously, the Shaman can work as a counter towards that same hero, Jonathan, so it kind of goes both ways.
That it does. You're going to want to watch yourself, especially as the blink timing comes in here for a Shaman. It does get a little bit tricky, and without instantaneous control. But if the Void Spirit's the one playing from the back, not showing himself until the last second, then something like the Ags build-up is certainly going to do a lot of work here. The silence on the Shackles does make things a little bit complicated there for the Shaman trying to lock someone down. Let's see what else does get banned out. Did see the Silencer banned out by Yangon, along with a Dark Willow now being taken care of him. Ivory, again, still haven't had their bans come in. They only have the one ban to kind of protect
10
themselves
seconds
here.
remaining.
I'm wondering if they'll try to go back into, say, the Ringmaster
5
once
seconds
more for
remaining.
Grims. I feel like the hero itself wasn't doing too bad. I think it was just a matter of your cores didn't manage to really get too much out. So I wouldn't mind something like Ringmaster coming in. It saves you from the shackles, saves you when you're hexed up. It is a good counter pick to kind of deal with
Dire
Shadow Shaman to an
team
extent.
ban.
Of course, there's stuff like, to an extent, Bane and Shadow Demon as well kind of do the same thing. Love to see Yangon banning out the Undying, as Rupido has shown how potent it is in the off lane with his performance in Game 1. So I like that the respect is there on Yangon to just remove that from the pool
10
as well.
seconds remaining.
One more ban to go
5
for
seconds
Ivory.
remaining.
I wonder if they just want to ban out Gyrocopter as well, like considering they didn't have the greatest time last game. Obviously, they could just go ahead and take it themselves if they thought that was the real problem. I mean, I don't want to say Gyro was the actual issue in that game, but at the same time, like, you had Young PH without a good lane, you had JG without a good lane, and they still managed to make it work anyway. So you start to ask, like, what really went wrong? Obviously, the Shaman did have a pretty big impact, just finding objectives freely with that Mass Serpent Ward over and over again. That was pretty problematic, I would say.
Was. Yeah, I'm
Dire team
I'm
pick.
just staring at the
Radiant
Shadow
team
Shaman,
pick.
imagining there's some drumsticks. And
Yeah.
the sight of it's too beautiful, Mikey. I wish we had that cosmetic. Tiny comes out for Ivory. Now, this one is an interesting flex. We've seen Aizen play Tiny 1 multiple times before in different tournaments. So that could be the way they go. This could also just be our Drick Tiny coming out.
10
Should be a
seconds
support. I don't
remaining.
think there's room for it on mid when you have the Void Spirit. No, it's insane enough to try
5 seconds
experimenting
remaining.
with like a Void Spirit safe lane or off lane. So more than likely Tiny support or 1, which is good to see. I think, again, considering what Young PH did in the last game, sure, you had more EXP, but the blink timing was kind of lined up with support timing
Radiant
anyhow.
team pick.
You're still going to have that impact here for whatever you do with a Tiny. There's a Gyrocopter you mentioned as worth a ban. Does slide through for the side of Yangon. So, again, they do get to pick up this hero that has been ubiquitous so far in these qualifiers. It's had a lot of impact, and for good reason.
10
It farms at a
seconds
good pace. It does so well in lane. It's a hero that really
5
does it
seconds
all at every
remaining.
point in the game. Scales nice into the late game. It really checks all the boxes, so I can't fault teams for going back into it. It is just boring that this hero is the way it is. You know, it does everything a little bit too well, Mikey.
Dire team pick.
It does. Marcy now coming up.
Oh.
That's not such a boring hero from YG. What do you think about this, Joe? Where's this Marcy going?
You could run it off lane here for JG. I believe he's done that multiple times before.
10
There's a very
seconds
odd
remaining.
Marcy mid that I believe has been tierized as
5
well.
seconds remaining.
But matchup versus the Void Spirit's not really the most natural one for Marcy.
Dire
Void Spirit
team
will
pick. Radiant
simply
team
out-survive you. So that can be a little bit awkward. It does work as a 5 as well, but we'll have to see. Ivory just double dipped now. Warlock and Batrider. So they've locked in that Tiny, probably locked in the Tiny as a pause 1. There is potential still for you to run that as support with Batrider
10
off lane core for
seconds
Rupido.
remaining.
Again, something we've seen from Rupido over the years. Could be the way to go.
5
No saving
seconds
support here on
remaining.
Yangon, as they should be expecting a Marcy support to be coming out. The Marcy Gyrocopter lane is very scary, though. Like, with the Afterburner facet, with the carry through from the rebound, chasing down with Gyrocopter Marcy is very easy to get those kills. Sure, they did nerf Sidekick just a tad bit on sustaining your ally. It isn't as amazing as it once was, but this hero does have a lot of utility on the support, and I do like seeing it here for Yangon. Of course, there's this weird flex you can do where you run the Gyrocopter support instead and you run the Marcy 1. That could be one way as well. It is open enough for you to consider that here on Yangon. We'll have to wait and see, as the next pick should start to reveal a little bit more as to where they want to run the Marcy.
Radiant team ban.
Ember Spirit.
There's your Ember Spirit coming out from Yangon, so we still don't exactly know where the Marcy is going to be laning. We'll find out soon, though. Final bans to come out. Sad to hear, John, you haven't raved on about how great the Warlock pick was from Ivory.
10 seconds remaining. Dire
so
team
good.
ban.
Black Grimoire. Wow. The Librarian. Outstanding hero. As exciting
Well, I
as
mean-
game 1 was.
In fairness, John, he can't be a librarian because he only has one book. You know, library, I believe, by definition, needs more than one.
I think lore-wise, Warlock was a librarian
10 seconds remaining.
of the Grimoires. That's yeah, I think that is lore-wise. This
5
man literally
seconds
is the biggest nerd in Dota 2. All he did was read and he summoned a demon. And that's his power. That's why this man has no HP, no right-click damage, nothing. He's a nerd.
So his special power is he reads books.
Yeah, he can read. Which
Oh.
I guess in this day and age is a bit of a superpower. Who knows?
10 seconds remaining.
You know, John, honestly, you're probably not wrong. I'll be frank. Have you
5
seen people
seconds
spelling
remaining.
lose as loose? Is that just me?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Oh,
annoys
it
the
drives
hell
me
out of me.
nuts. It drives
that
me
all
nuts
the time.
every time.
And it's
Look
like
at
it's a
that,
waste of energy to correct them, you know. But it's
I
like,
know.
gosh.
It
hurts the
just
head.
bothers me so much when somebody's trying to act smart and they try to type out lose, but they spell loose. And it's like, I know I shouldn't have the bother wasting my time, and I
Radiant
don't.
team ban.
I don't. But it bothers me that nobody's going to sit there correcting them on their stupidity. It really does.
I can imagine you going now. Actually, it's lose, not loose. This is how you spell it. I can imagine you
Pretty
in your
embarrassing
deepest,
mistake,
darkest fantasy.
It's an
It is pretty
embarrassing
embarrassing.
mistake.
But it's so
5
common.
seconds remaining.
You know what gets me going as well? When people, you know, did you ever run into people that love to type with triple dots at the end of the sentence all the time?
Oh, yeah.
It's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Yes. It's
I
like,
hate those people.
What are you implying? Why are
Yeah.
you trailing off? Did I do something wrong? What's wrong?
John, I grew up at the age of MSN, Jonathan, so I know
Yeah.
what you're talking about. Trust me.
Yeah. There's people who type like that.
Please,
What's wrong?
They add the 3 dots, and you're like, why is this person mad with me?
Radiant
What have I done
team
wrong?
pick.
Medusa ban is the final
Oh.
ban out.
Dire team pick.
Younger. They'll go for a nice centaur pickup.
I don't mind that. It's very straightforward to run Yangon's draft. Whether or not you run Marcy 4 or 5, it fits into both lanes quite nicely. Again, that aggression is there. Chances are you are running Shadow Shaman 4, Marcy 5, Gyrocopter Marcy,
10
good front line
seconds
for the
remaining.
Gyro in the Marcy. And again, if you go for the rebound carry facet, then
5
not
seconds
the, not,
remaining.
not the roll carry, as in you carry your ally facet, then you can just drag along the Afterburner Gyrocopter for some free easy kills and get going on that offlane. So I like that coming in. Double stun lane as well for Centaur Shadow Shaman. Nice easy setup for the hoof stomp. Can lead to some good opportunities here. Ivory have to show us something special. Again, assuming we get the Rupido Batrider out, we are looking for the Aizen hero to come in here. Unless they just give Aizen Tiny, and then we're looking for a Rupido here to close out. Again, and there's a lot of ways to flex. Yangon does believe an Aizen hero still has to come in. Your matchup against the Gyro. Razor still available. Lanes nicely into Centaur. You could just take that. Just take the Razor, lane into the Centaur. Easy static link lane. Easy time to run down. Later on, just jump onto the Gyrocopter static link. BKB, you're fine. You can just still melt that hero. They'll go with the Monkey King instead. So they go a little bit left field. And that is a Ken here. They go Aizen Void Spirit.
Wow.
Haven't seen this in a while. And they go Rupido Tiny
Okay.
over Drick Tiny.
Yes.
I
Yes.
honestly would have preferred a Batrider with farm, especially if you're going stoked anyway. You know, every other hit you apply Napalm, once you have level 5 Napalm, it is a really potent cure to have on core. If you are going for the Napalm facet, Stoke, I mean, it's just a move speed one. But, I know, off-lane Tiny into Gyrocopter as well. Like, how much farm are you expecting Rupiter to get? Because he's not going to be able to gap close into the Marcy Gyrocopter lane. It is pick-me-up as well. So it's the facet where Marcy carries your ally on rebound. So easy setup for chase downs with Rocket Barrage with Afterburner. Like, that lane is hellish for Tiny. You would have been better off finding farm on the Batrider standing back. I know I'm not a fan of this from Ivory. It's a weird flex. I don't mind the Monkey King mid. I don't mind a Void Spirit safe lane because it's been done before. Although, universal type carries nowadays just don't feel as good, but Void Spirit does still do a decent chunk of damage. It's just this offlane Tiny. I'm not convinced. The lane against Kish, it's the same issue for Rupido with the Pangolier. It's a melee lane matchup. This time around, he doesn't even have the survivability to play with the shield crash. He just has to eat through his own HP. He's going to need to come in with some armor in the lane. A ring of protection has to be there, or he's going to be sitting in the lane with a lot of physical output with 0 base armor. And then that's what you call a very scuffed lane.
Here we go. Game number 3, Jonathan. One of these teams proceeds, the other one has to go home, or stay home rather. And I mean, this is a very interesting graph to finish things off. I don't know how to feel about it. As now Young PH, pos 4 diff is the question being applied here, and Rodrick says, let's see this game. Oh my. Uh-oh, did JG mute us?
Whoa! It's
No need
not
to swear, Rupido.
broadcast
Calm
friendly. So
Calm
Rupido. Looks like he might have actually muted him though for his own sanity. Fair enough. Little
JG's
GG.
trying to
Locked in.
qualify for the Esports World Cup here, John. He doesn't care about the friendly banter at the moment.
No, certainly not. Late smoke again. Again, the level
30
1
seconds to
jump
battle.
here is quite potent on the side of Yangon. Just need to find the angle. Also, do want to point out, it's been a while since we've seen double impact Ember, but Young PH is running that. We are not seeing Chain Gan coming out. Much more standard Ember gameplay here for Young PH.
They might break out into a fight down bottom. You got Rupido there. Skill lay obviously with the
The
shackles.
battle begins.
Could set up pretty nicely here. Rupido, he will eventually see the Marcy of Zorain, and that's going to be enough. He will be okay to survive, but it is going to be a 3-for-1 trade in favor of YG to get things started with these bounty runes. So mid lane, you're going to have the Ember versus the Monkey King matchup now, which obviously should be favorable pretty heavily for Ken as the MK. Do you have any disagreements with that, John?
No, it's pretty much the ideal Monkey King lane. You can run up, you can already apply pressure with Jingu. This was nerfed quite a fair bit though, to be fair. So it's not feeling as good to kind of go for that nowadays. Monkey King was nerfed down, but the impact is still there, of course. Once you have the double Wraith Band timing to Brown Boots, it's not going to feel great for MPH. You're already seeing Ken pull him out in that lane. So you will have yourself a good old time here. For Young PH, rune control not as important for him either. It's down to Young PH to try to get a bottle timing here, try to secure that to maintain presence in that lane. Whether or not he can, we'll have to wait and see. We're taking Gander down bot, of course, where you've got Drick on the Arsonist Batrider with that Napalm that can go to level 5. And he's doing a great job of just zoning out Zorain, who with a rebound would want to be aggressive, but is trading a little bit too hard with the bat. At least has the magic stick to be able to regen some a little bit more later on. But they have gotten that spacing out for the Tiny on the off. Again, this offlane Tiny for Rupido, not the most convincing offlane here I've seen. This here
Dire's
still has
top
its
tower
weaknesses.
is under attack.
Kish should still be having a good time farming. And again, once you hit like level 2 on the Marcy here, having that rebound, having the rocket barrage on top, will make short work of Rupido if he's not careful. Zorain just isn't able to really maintain the healthiest HP pool to do that, thanks to Drake. So he's certainly making this Batrider support work. I'd love to see if he changes his itemization because he has that Arsonist. Like the level 5 sticky Napalm would, you know, just having that
Dire's
Napalm come in
middle
every
tower
other
is
attack
under attack.
does make Batrider an actual viable core. On support, it shouldn't be as impactful, of course, but there is still some utility if you do manage to get some farm up here.
Oh, it's still very annoying. Like that turn rate slow and just the movement slow is super annoying to deal with. How's the top lane going? I mean, you've got Eisen on this pos 1 Void Spirit here with Grims on the Warlock and of course JG and Skill Lay on the Centaur and the Shaman. Really wasn't anticipating a position 1 Void Spirit of all things, and I know you and I both have our significant doubts about it. I guess you could make the argument maybe the MK is going to scale into a carry, or even Rupido, but we'll find out. Eisen, see what he can get done here, as he does catch a nice little Aether Remnant onto Skill Lay, but not much going to really amount from this. it doesn't seem like he'll struggle too much to secure farm at the very least, because he does have Grims there who can just spam Shadow Word over and over again, and chances are he shouldn't really be dying on the Void Spirit. So I suppose his laning stage should be going pretty well.
And it should. There is some burst damage that can come in, though, later on, especially as you reach, say, level 3, level 4 here on the side of Yangon. Remember, this is a double stun lane still. And once you get those shackles off, there's not much you can really do on Grims to stop that. Like, you can drop a heal. Eventually, they can out-damage that heal here on the side of Yangon.
There's all rain in the middle of nowhere right now. I'm not even sure how he got there, to be frank with you. Maybe just trying to deny some creeps away from Rupido, but ends up giving his life away for that.
Yeah, a little bit of a risk. Does get Flame Break into the tower. Not even a toss-up yet on Rupido, so... What I expected to be a strong lane isn't panning out. I'm surprised Zarain's so focused on trying to trade away a Bat Rider in this kind of game. This is not a support you can run down on Marcy. You should be trying to play with your Gyro. You should be looking at this Tiny. But with the lane shoved out, it's a lot easier to play that lane now. Still have the opportunity to TP mid. Permanent Water Runes were picked up. No refill coming out there for Young PH. His skill lays forced to take one away. But perhaps a movement onto Ken if they can land their cards right. Instead, they are just going to be walking back. So, wasted TP, wasted time. A huge opening for the side of Ivory. Like, they are getting space out. They are allowed to actually farm on Rupido at the moment. He is doing well for himself in this lane, which you'd expect to not go that well for Tiny into Gyro because of maybe just mispositioning out from Zarain. And it's leading to a stronger start than you'd expect. The lanes are honestly quite fine here for the side of Ivory. For the side of Yangon, that is a concern, as this Gyrocopter will still farm, sure, but you want that aggression in Marcy. She needs to find some early kills to get the ramp up on levels. Very EXP hungry Pons 5 to really have that consistent impact in the game. Just not finding that spacing to really get that done here.
No, certainly not. Mid lane's still going very well here for Ken. I mean, just look at the CS difference. 31 to 12. Nothing Young PH can do about it. No helping coming. Power Rune's going to spawn up soon, but I don't think he'll have much of a chance of getting that if this MK has anything to say about that, as we are going to have some TPs incoming. The skill lane want to try and save this lane. Gets a nice shackle off, but it is outside tower range, and Drick is there anyway. So he's going to be okay on the MK. Because they are here for the Power Runes after all, but Young PH certainly needs a bit of assistance. He's still level 4, and Ken's already level 6.
This is a wash. They get lucky on the spawn. Oh,
Shield Rune actually going to be given to Young PH because they'd rather the kill anyway. Onto the Shaman, though a nice chains out from Young PH. Although maybe now he's in danger.
Middle tower is under attack.
The chase is on. But no, he's okay.
Yeah. Bit of a missed opportunity. Good plays overall. Now it's their time to try to hunt. Level 3 up on Zarain. Does have the bodyguard to throw onto allies now for a little bit more healing and damage, but also no opportunity. So again, a lot of space opening up in the side lanes. And sure, you're also getting space out for Yangon. It's just a lot better for the heroes right now on Ivory. Aizen's getting farmed. There's no threat from JG. You're getting that build-up you'd want on Rupido. Phase Boots is actually going to be faster than Young PH's own timing in the last game, as he does have that flying out now. So already a great improvement on the Tiny from off here for Ivory in comparison to what it was for Young PH in the last game. And again, this kind of start is in favor of what you're looking for. You do get to jump on Rupido now, but it's a bit late.
It is a bit late. Which is fine. Still 0 to 1 here. Not too many kills happening across the map quite yet, but it certainly is a definitely advantageous start for Ivory, and you certainly start to get a little bit concerned once Ken decides he wants to rotate around and be a bit of a nuisance on this MK. Even Aizen, like, look at the CS on this Void Spirit. He's just having 0 issues here. 42 and 8. The combo of the Shaman and the Centaur not really applying any pressure this time around at the top lane. And I mean, sure, your Gyrocopter's also free farming. I'm not saying that Kish isn't having a pretty decent time, but the timings of Ivory's draft feel like they're going to be online so much earlier.
This reward
They are. Again, like, Void Spirit does need quite a fair bit of farm, but once he's set to go, it can be devastating. And I like that Aizen's just going for Radiance. Knowing that he's going to be playing frontline down mid though.
Young PH again being targeted and does go down to Rupido. In fact, they even find Zorain. Ken got pretty low, but not quite low enough. In fact, they're still trying. Ken moving back in now, hoping for a Jingu proc. He does get it. He needs to hit, though. Shackles. Oh, no!
No, my god.
Oh, so messy. Oh, and now the cleanup from Kish.
Oh my god.
Oh, the avalanche that missed literally everything. Well, when have you seen a rock slide literally miss every single person?
Right there. Right there. That should be on the news. Very fortunate no one got caught in the avalanche. For Yangon, would have been another set of kills coming out there. Poor Ken, just Rupido missing the mark, and that's going to cost him. That's a huge gold swing coming out. All on Kish. Like, this Gyrocopter is going to be very, very happy. The Crystallis timing's coming out a lot faster now, which means faster timing into the Ags. A wide lead coming out for the Gyrocopter after a very even start across the board. All because they miss one spell. And that's how severe the game is. You get punished for any small mistakes you make. Mind you, up top, Grims has eaten his Black Grimoire. He does have the Chaotic offering ready to go. So the Librarian has eaten the texts, Mike. He's ready to summon the big one, and they are going to set up for a push. Off of that, no defense coming out here from Yangon as they're busy clearing out some stacks. Recovery farm for JG after a very rough lane. Nice injection of gold for him to play with into that Blade Mail. But the map is going to open up. There's no real trade coming out anywhere. Shoving in on mid from Young PH, but you don't have, say, the Giant Serpent Ward from Skill A in that area. So you're not able to get that full commitment out. And there will be time for Ivory to defend if any sort of push does come out on the mid or bot.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Rupido's going to run right into Kish here. Avalanche toss up onto the Gyrocopter, but doesn't really do any damage.
Dire's
all right.
middle tower is under attack.
Kish more than happy to just walk away with his dormant Curio. Very, very happy Gyrocopter.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Meanwhile, Miss Marcy can't say she's looking too happy. John Zorain to go down here to Ken. Meanwhile, they also find an avalanche onto the Gyrocopter here with Rupido, but he doesn't really have any assistance around him. Just going to try and bully Kish out of this laning stand.
Scanning.
Yeah, just try to buy that space. They do manage to secure their stacks here on the side of Ivory, so you're more than happy. That gold injection onto Ken. Going to be quite impactful, getting that build up into the full Mage Slayer. With the Orb of Corrosion up. So his damage output's starting to feel pretty damn good. Young PH for his part does get rune control going his way, has the Invis rune bottled up. So you can try to slip out of here and just poke and prod.
Radiant's bottom
Again,
tower is under
the
attack.
space that you're buying now for
Radiant's
Yangon is
structures are
significant.
fortified.
And Kish, off those kills, he's feeling ready to go. He's got early Crystals, he knows he has damage. They could look to make a play.
Radiant's
Could set their eyes onto Aizen up top. He is fairly mobile though with an Astral Step ready to go.
Zone of invisibility.
Fine for now. They're not actually able to close the gap yet. They're still showing the creep wave. Young PH going to show up. They've got... Oh, they land the chains. That's problematic.
Dire's
That is very problematic. The chains landing very nicely. And
Radiant's
with that, of course, Ivory going to lose their position 1 Aizen. Again, I kind of question how much of a position 1 Aizen's meant to be on this Void Spirit. You know, he is building into a Radiance and a Manta, so he's going that kind of build. But it really is starting to feel like Ken might just be the actual carry right now, at least in the Monkey King. But he's not exactly
He is
building
going to
for
have
right click in fairness.
Not quite. Later on, he should be able to. This is just very standard Monkey King for that tempo early on. For Aizen, it does look like he's going to be focusing in on, again, just being able to frontline for the team, kind of taking those responsibilities on himself with a Radiance build into your typical Manta style. And that's where you will have a little bit more play to bail out, like the root's not going to be a problem at that point. But again, it's just taking a lot of time here for the Void Spirit. Kish is still managing to maintain that lead on our Gyrocopter. 3 parts away from full Ags. But again, progress is being made quite fast. at the least here, you've got enough gold on Rupido for the blink. So he's going to be able to initiate for the team. He's going to be able to set up or follow through if Ken does find a target. And this is the moment where you kind of want to see that aggression to come in for Ivory. Perhaps they could also just wait for Drick's own blink to be ready, but it's going to be a slower process for a Sports Batrider overall.
Mid lane. Oh, quick remnant out. Young PH very, very close to getting caught by a boundless into a lasso, but remnant away just perfect. They're still going to try and move in though. Avalanche is out, Toss is in, back to the Batrider, into the lasso, and well, it turns out he wasn't quite anticipating Rupido with the blink up, so he will lose his life.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ultimately, Ivory not going to be able to get a tier 1 tower off this, but pretty happy to see the mid-ember die once again.
Yeah, it does cost them quite a fair bit trying out the Wukongs, but they're not expecting a wider team fight anyhow, and they hang on to that chaotic offering here. They still have something else to try to turn things around if need be. It does still feel like you're happy enough in Yangon, right? Like all of this action's away from the gyro. You're also getting recovery down for JG. He's able to farm up top with no issues, stealing some camps away, getting that build up into the pipe in this game. Which is rather interesting considering that you've got a Void Spirit and Monkey King who will be physically quite potent. Now, but it will manage to mitigate some of that output, especially in Rupido. And I guess the early output of Void Spirit certainly is much more focused on magical. So you will have that. Pipe timing shouldn't be too far off with all of that space handed over. The key thing now for the side of Ivory is trying to work onto, again, the secondary blinks. Like if Drick can get his, you start to feel a lot better about this game. The Radiance for Aizen, not too far off. They would want to start to clear some objectives, especially the mid. It does feel like the triangle control Yangon is maintaining is a little bit too comfortable right now. But it does feel pretty challenging to commit in. Although, again, they still have the chaotic offering anyhow for wider team fights. We'll see. They smoke out here. But no one's hanging around down bot. Could use some forward vision here to simplify the process, as that is something lacking right now on Ivory's end.
Well, Aizen's being hunted, I think, here. They're looking for an opportunity to get a Hex Shackle on to the Void Spirit, but he's not going to move down south to where they are. Be a real shame for Aizen to die here as well, because he's pretty much 300 gold off having the full Radiance up now. They're going to jump in to try and take down the Centaur, and it seems like they've got him. JG will get caught with his pants down up in the top lane, and his team just was not close enough to help. So happy days finding JG. Aizen now has the full Radiance on the way on the courier. YG, not to be outdone though, still looking around this mid lane to see if they can find a nice pick-off. They could find themselves with a Drick kill here on the Batrider. Can they get the chains? They certainly can, and with that, they should have a nice kill.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Serpent Ward down as well. They will lose perhaps the Shaman of skill late. In fact, the Serpent Ward's completely being ignored as it hits the tier 2 tower. They'll finally get back to it. It's all
Nice
1-for-1
gold.
trade.
1.5, I suppose, for the Serpent Ward. It is a good chunk of gold. 200 coming out there for Aizen. So faster progress into that Yasha. As you mentioned, Radiance up there, Mike. So some evasion to have to work up against here.
Nice
good
toss, but the Avalanche.
Ah,
He's a bit off the mark with the Avalanches here today, Rupido. At least so far. Golem will be dropped, Fatal Bond's out, but Ken's already gone. Now JG rushing for more, will find Rupido. And they don't want to stop either. They see two supports to take down to boot. Drick desperately trying to take these stacks while he still can. Looks like they will go for the Warlock instead, and Grims, well, he's still running, but eventually will get caught out by the mid-tier 2 tower. And Rupido, I mean, it really felt like he did not need to make that jump in. Sure, it was a nice opportunity to find young PH, but you missed the Avalanche, and suddenly three of your teammates just get wiped.
yeah. And it's so curious as well. Again, they're taking these fights here on the side of Ivory while Aizen just goes back to farm. Doesn't connect with his team after those initial pickoffs. Goes back top, goes into the jungle. Wants to get that build up. They're missing out a little bit there.
A chase on for a little bit. Won't amount to too much. They still want to go back for that mid-tier 1 tower. I must admit though, if you're Ivory, you might be starting to get a little bit scared now, because I mean, Kish has just been free farming on the gyro the whole time. And with this Pos 1 Void Spirit, like, I don't mind taking risks like this, but I don't think it's better than the Gyrocopters. They are going to jump in once again onto GG, trying for the Centaur. Toss is there. Wukong's dropped and they will get it. Even using the Serpent Wall to try and protect the Centaur, but it will not help. It'll just be more gold back the way of Ivory. But they are still successfully pushing them away from this mid-tier 1 tower. And the longer the mid-tier 1 stands, the more farm Kish can safely collect, and that's exactly what he's doing.
He's done a great job of just finding some opportunities to dip in, still work the efficiency on the map. 10.5k in the bank total, a full 1.5 ahead of the next course here in the game. And for Ivory, again, that has to be hanging on their head. They need to be able to find that movement onto that gyrocopter, as Drick does get picked up. MPH finding freebie.
Fire falls.
Drick will go down. We could have seen a chase on the Kish top, but it was only Ken. Won't bother trying for it on his own. Again, Kish still farming extremely well now, working towards his own BKB. Not quite at the stage where he feels confident to join his team yet, but it's probably roughly 5k away. Once the BKB is up, certainly he can look to get involved, as they are going to notice Ken in the tree line thanks to that flak cannon following him down. But of course Ken will leave the area. Down at bottom, they are going to go for a big group up onto the Ember, and young PH will be dropping. A nice pickup now for Grims in the side of Ivory.
I believe that was just the Fatal Bonds giving Grims the last hit. No
So
question asked for him. Gonna be quite
So
happy. Yeah, this hero is so busted, isn't it? Eats books, steals kills,
Oh,
finds
GG.
one more.
GG. I mean, he's going slow here. The TPs aren't coming and they're quick enough. I'll just drag him out. He's alright.
9-9 game, 20 minutes in. 2k lead coming out for Ivory.
Scanning.
Sure, anyone familiar with the term F10k is having a great time right now, as we are 1 kill away from finding out.
That feels like every game today. Oh, I'd hate to be.
It has,
I'd hate to be betting
yeah.
on any of these games. It's just impossible. Oh, they jump in. Nice avalanche
that's
this
a good
time
one.
to set up. And with that, with the Wukong set up as well, it seems like Kish will drop very quickly. It's Rapido finding a perfect initiation that time. And they got Zorain out for now. The Radiance is actually burning him away. And they're going to see him. He can't stand there. That's hilarious.
Radiant are
It's a
scanning.
little bit unfortunate for the side of Yangon, but you are getting that pacing out now on the side of Ivory. Grim's going to have to walk his way away for dying to that Tormentor. This is a slow and painful process now for the side of Ivory. Eventually finding it. Very low on HP, but hey, does drop that big green puddle for you to soak back in on. And all of a sudden, Ivory finds himself 9-11, 6k lead. These massive movements across the map with that punishment onto Kish, the target that has eluded them for a long time.
Dire's
And you're starting to
bottom
really
tower
see the
is under
impact
attack.
of this draft. The scaling's starting to kick in. BKB coming out next for Ken, then he can start to focus in on damage. No, he switches for the Yasha into the Manta, which I do prefer for scaling. Aizen, as well, does have his full Manta up. So if that soft hold you have here in Yangon not going to work as much as you want it to. You still have to be on point with the avalanches on Rupido if the shackles come in, though. That's one thing that's been
Dire
a little
are
bit short here
scanning.
for the side of Ivory. We'll see.
Radiant
It starts to
are
get better as
scanning.
there is a smoke out from Yangon.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And with the target, but does get away with the
break.
Boundless Strike. However, they are going to see the Warlock still jump in now from Aizen, trying to burst out the Shaman. Nice save though from our Marcy. Shackles will get off in time, but he's still going to die here on School A. Meanwhile, a very nice Wukong's command holding down the gyro. Perfect lasso from Drick.
Radiant's top tower.
They're going to lose the Marcy as well to the Fatal Bonds eventually. In fact, never mind, she's still barely alive, but the creep wave now does reveal her, and the chase, they're going to give up on it. I think as long as they see... Oh, they found another. Young PH. Not out of the woods yet. And really doesn't look like he's got a way out. He will die. Ken will pick up another one. And I'll tell you what, like as much farm as they allowed Kish to have on this gyrocopter, it's just not translating. Because it feels like all the fights are breaking up before he has his damn BKB.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They are. He's still struggling to find that gold.
Radiant's middle tower
Still a
has
good
fallen.
1.4k, 1.6k away really here until that full BKB is up. And they just need time.
Radiant's
And
bottom
the side of
tower
Ivory,
is
again,
under
her lineup
attack.
did take time to get online, is a lot stronger in the initial timings. They find JG again.
Many help around and JG will tie as the tips do come out. Oh, Ken rubbing salt into the wound with the smiley faces. Oh my goodness. Poor JG, what's he done wrong? He's just
He
trying to
left
get
the
to the
team,
damn,
Mike.
Huh?
He left Ken, Mike.
Okay. I mean that's fair.
it. He left Ken. Is he not
So-
Kenough? He's just
He
Ken.
wasn't Ken off that time, John. He was just Ken. That's right.
Radiant's
Great
middle
song, by the
tower
way.
is under attack.
I still haven't watched the movie, John. Probably never will. Mid tier 2 towers. It was a good song.
Mikey.
It was a good song.
a great
I
song.
like the song. Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Horrible movie from what I hear, though.
It was
Dire's
so-so.
bottom
I
tower
know.
is under attack.
I don't know. It was like
Radiant's
fine
top tower is
to
under
turn my
attack.
brain off. It's all right. You know, a lot
Really?
of films like that. Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. It's not amazing. I wouldn't recommend it. But it's also not like hurting my brain. It's not like hurt your brain juice, like some of our games are, as they find a freebie and it's all right. That's
do,
hurting
it's
your
all
brain
right.
juice right there.
Middle tower has
Absolutely. Meanwhile, young PH, remnants away. He's going to be okay for now. Seems like they're just trying to get everyone out of here down from this bottom side. As obviously the side of YG understanding that they're not in a position to try and get any fights going right now. They're about 300 gold off the BKB of Kish, but at this stage, like, you've fallen behind now with the net worth. And sure, you're going to have the magic immunity, but now it just feels like you're lacking damage.
It does. Their lineup is severely behind in output. I mean, it's difficult to get the angles in for the first place. Like, if you're not playing the aggressives here in Yangon, this game is extremely hard. You don't have the blink up yet on JG, so you can't set up for that time the gyrocopter to stand there and try to do damage. The damage is there, it's just they can't set up for it.
They cannot. Mid lane. They have found themselves young PH.
Oh.
He is gone once again. There goes your shaman. Laughs still happening here as I think Ivory realizing this game. At least they think it's over. By the way they're acting. JG getting tipped again by Ken. My goodness. Ken, have some mercy, sir. You love this man, what? What's wrong with you?
Still does, but you know, when you're playing up against your friend, try to get into your head, try to let them know, this is what you're missing out, buddy.
Radiant structures
You know,
are
you could have had
fortified.
this. Could have been here. You're not.
All is fair in love and war, they say, John. Here we go.
Radiant's
They found a
middle
Marcy.
tower is under
That'll be
attack.
Zor rained down.
Radiant's
This is
middle
a
tower
very
has
dominant
fallen.
performance coming out from Ivory in this game 3. And, you know, you and I, we were a little bit confused about the drafting, but as you can see, Ivory, they were always confident. That'll be a free mid-racks by the seams. No real defense to come. They just don't have the net worth right now to really fight, as JG has jumped in for a hoop stomp, but it means nothing.
Radiant's bottom tower is
You can
under
see
attack.
that the side of YG, they're not really feeling confident to try and follow up there.
No. Again, they just need so much more time. Like, even young PH isn't fully set up yet on the end going for the SNY. Maybe you can start to see a little bit more damage or utility if you can go for his Ags. Still a ways off from any of that coming in. 1 melee racks up now, as they are starting to chase, but it's only the Batrider, the high value target you want. Still worth a considerable amount of gold. That just shows you the state of game. That's how far behind you are. That the pause for Batrider is actually outfarming your Ember, and alright,
That's so
that's
sad.
just a bit
Radiant's
ridiculous.
top
I did not
tower
even
is
see
under
that.
attack.
More farm than
No.
young PH and JG. That is not good.
That's pretty sad. Pretty sad state of affairs right now for YG, but they're not out of the game yet, John. They're still in here. Roshan attempt is going to be made by YG. They are actually looking like they're going to get away with it, funnily enough. So YG getting a bit of a sneaky Roshan attempt here.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
I don't think Ivory will be too impressed with the fact that that's just happened. God forbid Ivory fall behind as well, because JG, I'm sure he's waiting. I'm sure he's waiting to say something.
And he would be. I'm sure. We'll see. I mean, he does have them muted on the side of Ivory right now.
Oh, I would unmute
Well,
straight
GG
away.
just ignored.
He knows the tips
Oh, yeah,
are coming, John. There's no way his team hasn't told him what's happening. You know?
Maybe. And I feel like YG boys are just focused on the game. That's the vibe I get from them. As long as they're in game. Kind of lock in, you know? Like that GIF. Or is it GIF? You just kind of lock in. Focus. Nothing else matters, Mike. Outside of the politeness at the start of the game. Pause 4 diff, if you recall right. So far, Drick has been proving there has been a big diff. More than just pause 4 right now. Considering he's above the 3 and the 2 of the side of YG. And he's only one part away from his Ags. So double lasso is set to go here, Mikey.
Radiant
Fun
are
times for
scanning.
Drick.
Absolutely. Love myself a double lasso. Start working on that bottom tier 2
is
tower.
under attack.
Still out of towers. I mean, we were very early into the game once that mid-rax was taken.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Now, Eisen well and truly top of the net worth board now, looking very intimidating on that Void Spirit. Gonna go for a smoke up.
Radiant's bottom tower
Ivory
has fallen.
now on the hunt once again. There's an Aegis on Kish, but I highly doubt they're concerned about that. In fact, they've seen him. Rupiter looking for a toss-back play, has found one. Oh boy, BKB's been popped. He'll try to run, but the lasso is there. The golem has been dropped, and that's the first life gone. He's got no BKB for the second. This is a horrible start for YG.
Oh!
They'll at least get him out with the rebound play, but a huge stun with the boundless. It's just all chaos here in the mid lane. As they will lose their gyro, they'll lose a couple more, but they'll buy back on all of them. Trying to make this game work. They'll jump in again with JG, trying to stun him up. A big stun now on the Warlock. They'll find at least one support here for YG, but can they really keep it going? They're onto Eisen now. Eisen, he's dropping low on the Void Spirit, still stunned up. They'll take him down. Maybe they can keep it going, but JG has lost his life as they'll continue chasing him down. Looks like they find the Monkey King here in Ken. Uh-oh, Kish has found a triple kill on this gyrocopter, and they are not out of the game yet.
They make it work. They did pour everything out there on the side of Ivory for that initial pickoff in the first life of Kish. With the buybacks coming in, they know no Golem, no Wukongs, nothing available to try to break this apart, no Lasso as well. And they didn't have to pop their ultimates. Like we saw the late usage of the Unleash for Zarain. We saw a really good Shackles coming out there as well from Skill Lay. And for the side of Ivory, they're not in any danger just yet. The tier 2s are still secure. The map control is still their way. It is a recovery coming out there for Yangon Galacticos for sure, but they need to translate this into more wins. Like this isn't the turning point yet. This is them hanging on. They will need to find at least one more team fight like that without having to buy back, which is easier said than done. That's really the one main reason they even won out. It's just they had to mass commit the buybacks. And that's the bare minimum you want when you commit so hard. This just leaves Ivory a big opening. If they find Kish one more time, if they find any VCers that bought back any other time, it's over. You have to be somewhat conscious on Yangon. You need to take some risks to find pickoffs, yes, but you can't afford to lose any of those heroes right now.
Moment to take him. Chance for Zorain. YG still in danger, all things being said and done, but a new kind of lease on life now with their side. You know, suddenly Ivory needing to pay a bit more respect here to the Radiant. Probably just stuck waiting for the next Roshan attempt now. Meanwhile, YG not really sure what to do. They'll just hang around as a unit down in the bottom lane. It almost looks like they're anticipating a gank attempt or something, but Ivory, they're just farming the jungle at the moment. We could see a potential smoke attempt, but they don't really have many buybacks left here on YG. So it seems like they're just better off kind of accepting the farm they have now, but they're going to go for the big smoke, perhaps to just relocate, get into a different position. Still waiting in the mid lane, hoping somebody moves up, but nobody will.
Dire
While
are
this is
scanning.
happening, Aizen did just pick up the full eye of Skadi now on the Void Spirit, so
Radiant's top
he's a
tower
bit
is
more
under
troublesome to
attack.
deal with. It's like YG, considering going through the twin gates and heading to the opposite side of the map, as we are going to have a quick pause out from Drick now. Thing is, if they get to the other side through the twin gates, they might run into Ken. Ken is actually underneath vision right now, in fact, so perhaps that's the idea. Get through the twin gate, see if you can kill off Ken on the Monkey King while he's on his own, and go from there.
That would be the massive opening you're looking for here on the side of Ivory. Doesn't look like they're fully making their way to the gate just yet. Ken's not going to be hanging around this area too long either.
Tower is
They
under attack.
lose out in that opportunity. Straightforward siege coming out for Ivory onto the tier
Radiant's
2s
top
into the
tower
high
has
ground.
fallen.
And you have to contend now with that Ags
Radiant's
being
top
out
tower
on
is
Brick.
under attack.
Double lasso is there. All of the spells are off cooldown now for the side of Ivory. So they can look to force this team fight here.
Thinking about it. Ivory looking to make a move. I mean, they know the buybacks are very limited. If Rupido can find a nice couple toss-back plays, they can pretty much burst somebody down instantly. Especially with Aizen around.
Radiant's top tower is fallen.
Tier 3 tower gone. There's going to be a smoke up from Ivory. Still hanging behind Aizen. We'll jump in. Tossback is there. They found JG. They want the former teammate, and JG still going to be saved here by Zorain for now, but not for long, as he will die. Stampede or not, but he has buyback available. As now Young PH jumps in. Yule's up though, tossed up with an avalanche, and Young PH is down a boot. He
Oh, the
has
lasso.
or rather buyback with the lasso out onto 2 targets. No buyback available here for our gyrocopter. How do you defend now? The answer is you probably just don't here, John. Chase is on. Zorain in trouble. Zorain surely dying back here, and he does. And GG is called. They've seen enough. There you go, Ivory. They will proceed through the lower bracket.
Radiant's middle
Yeah, that's a massive win for the side of Ivory again. This team, we've
yeah.
seen it go from...
Jesus.
It's got to get their smiles in. Good luck next, says Young PH. Young PH being a good sport. And yeah, I mean, look, we've talked about this for Ivory. This is a team that has shown promise, that has shown steady steps towards being better and better throughout the past year. And it does culminate here. Yangon Galacticos is not an easy team. Yangon Galacticos is a team that, when you play through open qualifiers, when you play in these close, sometimes surprises you, sometimes takes you out of the picture
Yep.
very early on. And YG do end their journey here for the road to the Esports World Cup. Ivory have a clear shot now to try to make it through. Going into this lower bracket semifinal, they will be facing up against Tech Free Gaming. So facing up against the last hope of the Indonesian stacks, of course. And that's going to be quite a matchup to watch. Pretty exciting to see, of course. They should be playing relatively soon. In fact, our next series are both running relatively soon. But massive props to Ivory. It's going to be cool to see what they do up against Tech Free. But of course, for you and I, Mike, we do have a different series coming up later.
We certainly do, Jonathan. We've got the upper bracket final coming up. Boom Esports versus Execration should be a real banger between those two teams. But we do have to head off to a break first, and right after that break, we'll be back with our upper bracket final for our final series of the day. We'll see you soon.
1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, 2, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive.
2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are in for our final series of the night, and the upper bracket final, to be specific, between Boom Esports and the side of Execration. And it is an LP Dota and Dronix Fire. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Best of 3 series here for the position to the qualifying match. That is after this. One of these winners, they get there. Basically a grand final.
Yeah, pretty much the upper bracket finals here for these two teams. Boom Esports up against Execration, our upper bracket teams. And this should be probably our best match here. This is what I'm expecting to be pretty close. We had some good series coming out from Boom. We saw them kind of experiment with their draft. You know, they were doing some different things. They're doing a lot of great stuff with John Well, giving him some tanky heroes. So I'm curious if that's something Execration is aware of. And for Execration's part, we're seeing some pretty standard stuff from them. Their series up against Castawake was fairly straightforward, being a nice 2-0 for them. The Ivory one getting a little bit more complicated, of course, yesterday. So up against Boom Esports, it's going to be a fun one to watch. And I do personally expect Boom Esports to come out on top, but Execration is not a team that you can ever sign off, of course. This is a team that, for the most part, has stuck with the same roster for quite a long time now. And you never know what Tino's going to get up to. I feel like that's the one key part here for Execration. If Tino has a good game, he's going to smash the game out. But the same thing goes for Boom. If Jabs has a good game, Boom doesn't have to struggle. If Jabs has to sit back and farm for 20 more minutes, that's where the trouble begins. So it feels like the emphasis for these two teams is going to be on the off lane, a little bit on the mid as well. I think that goes for the side of Boom Esports a lot more. Like if Armel can kind of carry the slack, then it kind of works itself out. As long as either Armel or Jabs can kind of carry the game, or at least get that tempo early on, you have the foundations for a good game for the side of Boom.
Well, we do have the draft on hand, Jonathan, for this game 1 between Boom and Execration, so we can have a look at that. And I guess I'll ask you before we see some opening picks here, John. I'm gonna go ahead and assume Boom Esports are the favorites in
10
this.
seconds
Would
remaining.
you agree or disagree?
Yeah, I did just say I would expect Boom to be the favorites. You can't really write off Execration at all, but I do feel like Boom is definitely the favorites coming in. They have shown up to multiple lands this year. It's been a little bit of rock here for Execration in this past year. They haven't had as much success, I think, as they had in the past year. So they're still finding their footing. Again, they've gotten rid of good old Bob. They've had a little bit of a swap around on the pause 1 multiple times, ending back with Palos, but so far so good, at least in these qualifiers. Let's see if that maintains, and we'll see what kind of heroes they allow here, especially, like, again, for Zhao, for Armel, and for Jabs. It feels like that's where the most interesting things for Boom has been coming out. For Boom, they do ban out the Undying along with that Bristleback and the DP, so they're the ones banning out those tanky supports that we saw John Well play with. Execration ban out the Puck and the Terrorblade themselves. Wondering if we'll see something like the Beastmaster banned out. It does feel like both Tino and Jabs are highly prolific. Beastmasters instead, AA is banned, and the Shadow Shaman is prioritized here by Exa, which is very fair, considering how much of this hero we've seen. We saw it a lot in the last series. We saw it a lot in our first series. And this hero stocks has gone up, Mike. Both Foul Play and Massive Serpent Wards has felt amazing for every team that has picked it up. So I can't really fault Execration. Doesn't show too much from the draft. Has a lot of good control. Still pushes like a maniac. And the hero's just pretty darn good right now.
Yeah, absolutely. That Mass Serpent Ward we've been seeing has been very annoying to deal with, as Boom Esports right into the Silencer, which has been very, very popular, to say the least. It does work well against the Shaman, obviously. You know, nice way of cancelling out the shackles if one of your teammates do get caught out across the map. And again, a Silencer proving to be very potent in the current meta. Always winning lanes, always effective as long as it doesn't die before the R button is pressed. But yeah, most teams seemingly favoring this Silencer, and so far from either side, we haven't seen any really first picks.
Not quite. I will say, seeing the Silencer come out for Boom, the tendency has been, if there's a Silencer in the draft, something happens during the pick of the bounty runes, whether or not the Silencer gets 2 stacks and or the Silencer dies. Feels like that's the result we've had, but it hasn't been a quiet time for the bounties whenever Silencer's up, that's for sure. So I'm keen on seeing if Boom will try to capitalize on that early aggression you can get out here with a Silencer in your draft for that contest. We'll have to see what they would want to do, of course, as there is still a lot more to go on. You have quite a few bans you have to eat through here. Execration only the one ban left. Did take care of the Tiny. So no flex pick for our Mel. No flex
Radiant
support for
team
Tim's.
ban.
Take care of the Gyrocopter as well. Taking that option away from Jackie, which I'm glad to kind of see the Gyrocopter banned. We've been seeing a lot of it today. So we'll get something else for Jackie in this game. Still quite a few options. Something like Morphling still stands out, especially with the AA ban out.
10
Could be a
seconds
nice
remaining.
morph game for Jackie if he'd want it. Of course, that's later on in the draft. But
5
Boom's still looking
seconds
for
remaining.
bans. I'm surprised a lot of the
Radiant
mids have been
team
left in
pick.
pool, as the Beastmaster eventually does get taken
Dire
out.
team pick.
No Beastmaster for Tino, and the Slark does come out. Now, I know we were questioning this yesterday when Boom picked it, but Tim's did prove us wrong. Like, he played a pretty spectacular support Slark. I do feel like he's one of the pause fours that does understand how Slark works as a support, so don't mind us at all for Tim's. I'm curious to
10
see what lane he
seconds
gets with
remaining.
jabs, as that does feel like working out a good lane for Slark can be a little
5
bit tenuous.
seconds remaining.
Otherwise, it's already really nice into Shadow Shaman. You always have Dark Pact to play with. Locking in a Slark for a simple kill, not going to be that easy here for Exa.
Absolutely
Dire
not.
team pick.
Execration, though, not to be outdone. They'll go for the Pango, which we have been seeing quite a lot of here today, and I suppose it is still Pangali. You know, this hero just never seems to disappear. So Pango picked up by Execration, as we are going to see a third
Radiant
pickup
team
now for
pick.
themselves, and they... Oh! Okay. That's not what I'm anticipating, Jonathan. Techies comes out.
I do like that. I feel like Techie's... He's really fascinating in that his facets are all quirky. Right?
10
You're
seconds
never going to get
remaining.
the attack range facet with attack speed, of course, especially as a support.
5 seconds
But
remaining.
his blast off facet is really strong in lane. The damage he provides is kind of insane, and his facet now with enchantments is also pretty hilarious, because I do believe, and I haven't tested this yet, but Dormant Curio at tier 1, once you change that into something else, the Curio upgrade, that modifier onto your neutral, is actually counted as a enchantment, if I recall right. So you actually do get, you might be able to carry it over. I haven't tested it yet because, frankly, I haven't seen any techies play in quite a while, but it could work that way, and that could be really cool. The one use case for techies is RNG roll. Hope that you have a Dormant Curio, and if it does function that way, then you have a great time with super powered neutrals.
That's pretty cool. I mean, we'll see what happens. I'm looking forward to it. I kind of hope he does get the courier now, just to see what happens. As we are going to see the Jabs Darkseer coming out, and Boom Esports also picking up the TA.
10 seconds
John,
remaining.
one thing that I've noticed over the past couple of days, and mostly
5
over the past
seconds
couple of
remaining.
tournaments, is we see TA basically first phase banned every single game without a doubt. The one game we don't see it banned, naturally Boom Esports do take it. Do you feel like this was a mistake on Execration's part to allow this hero? Oh. I think we might have lost John. Not 100% sure, but like I said, we haven't seen much TA at all because it's been getting banned. Hello. We haven't seen TA at all because it hasn't really been allowed to get through the first pick phase or even the second pick phase, but well, Boom Esports suddenly have it. Execration. We shall see what they're trying to cook up, as John will be back in just a moment. Just a quick reset of the PC. Execration. What's the idea here? Surely they've got something cheeky up their sleeves with this draft for game number 1.
Dire team ban.
Gonna be the Ursa pickup to come out, so nothing too crazy
Radiant
being
team
provided
ban.
here by Execration. But obviously it does work very well against the lane duo of Darkseer Slark. So not too much pressure being applied here onto the Ursa by these two, and Ursa pickup makes enough sense. See the ban out of the Quap here from Execration. As Boom
10
Esports, they are
seconds
still looking
remaining.
for a mid laner for Armel.
Radiant team ban.
Lycan banned from Boom Esports, and in fairness, they are playing against Tino, who can play these really, really annoying offlane heroes. I think John was saying earlier as well, it is going to be one of those matchups where you're kind of looking at both offlaners to perform, and the one that doesn't will probably end up losing the game for the team. There's a lot of emphasis here on Jabs versus Tino in this best of 3 series. Final ban to come. We get rid of the Brewmaster here for Boom Esport. One more mid ban for
10
Execration.
seconds remaining.
Unless they're intending on giving Armel TA, but I highly doubt it.
5 seconds remaining.
The Execration back into the reserve
Dire
time.
team pick.
They'll get rid of the DK. Back into that last pick, Execration. Do you want an off lane for Tina? Or are you just going to hand him over the Penga?
10 seconds remaining.
Still 45 seconds reserve time left to make this choice.
Radiant team
And
pick.
they are going to make it. And it's going to be a Mars pickup. So it should be a mid Pango, I assume, off lane Mars here for Tino. Fair enough. Boom Esports now seeing this. How do they want to finish their own draft off? They still require a mid lane of their own.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Boom Esports still thinking about it. And Armel, he's going to be playing Storm apparently. Hello, John. Welcome back.
Yeah, made it back. A little bit of a PC crash there for a moment. Cool little draft we've worked out in here. Armel with a Storm coming out. It is very cool to see. Armel, again, as we were talking about earlier on in the draft, has been pretty key to setting up that tempo for Boom, and I like what Boom's kind of worked out. They get the Darkseer out for jabs. This hero has been high contention. Into the lane of the Ursa. Should be pretty fine. You can play Iron Shell here. Slark Darkseer is a pretty natural lane combination as well, although chances are you're not looking to be too aggressive into a Darkseer lane, but you should be able to get your own build-up, and Tim shouldn't be too easy to pick off. The key thing now is you are running CML on the techies, and you are putting Shanks on the Shadow Shaman. So you're not running the Shadow Shaman Ursa lane, which is the higher aggression lane, the more punishing lane to play into. Instead, you have that setup to try to contest Jackie on the TA. And I feel like this lane is still pretty fine, right? Like, Mars Shadow Shaman does have that setup. You have the spear setup for sure. This is a little bit awkward for TA early, as she doesn't have too much range to play with until more levels are there on the side blades. So there's a lot of poke back from Exe. My big concern now is, how do you hold down the Storm? Right? You see this lineup coming in. You see the global silence. We've talked about that with the Shackles. It's not going to be straightforward in pinning down Armel. It does feel like you kind of have to layer your spells well, almost as if you're reliant on the Mars to come in to spear him, which is not easy against the Storm. So I'd say Boom overall, they've managed to work out a draft that does a lot. And the answers from Execration are a little bit more nebulous here, a little bit harder to figure out.
Well, here we go. Game number 1 of this best of 3 upper bracket final. Winner of this gets to proceed to the qualifying match, the grand final basically of the road to the Esports World Cup. I was kind of reiterating what you were saying earlier, John. I do truly believe that this is going to be a lot of emphasis on these offlaners here between Jabs and Tino. Because both of them tend to have a similar playstyle where they kind of sit back if they've had a bad laning stage. Especially Jabs.
He does. Eats up a lot of farm if the game doesn't quite go well. I think this is the kind of game where this should be relatively fine for Darkseer. It should just be a straightforward aura build. I think it's actually a little bit more time sensitive for Tino. Like, whenever we talk about Mars, we love to talk about the blink timing. For Darkseer, it's not as important. It's aura build up. It's building up things your team can use to make your team tankier throughout these team fights. For Mars, it's really about getting tempo up, and that is more time sensitive. So Tino has to watch himself. He has to try to get himself as good of a time in that lane as possible. And again, when you're set up with Mars Shadow Shaman, you should be looking to make that lane as hellish as possible for Jackie. Especially in level 1 to 2 here. For the TA, it's not going to feel all too good. If you manage to find a good position, should be able to slow down the TA by a significant margin early on.
Well, what's Tino said, John?
No hurting, Chief. No
No
pain.
hurting, Chief. Okay.
No hurting us, Chief.
Well, Armel has said nothing, Jonathan. No promises from the Chief himself. No promises.
Locked in.
Armel's had merienda today. I got confirmation, John. He's happy.
He should be. Well, yeah. We'll see how happy Boom will be. Of course, And again, a lot in the line. I mean, going into the grand finals to smoothen your ride without having to go through the lower bracket would certainly simplify things here for Boom or Execration. We'll see. As again, it's been a little bit up and down for the squad with this iteration, but it's been the best it has been in a while as they've been shuffling around. Mid lane match, of course, is just Armel up against Lewis. This one's pretty stable for the Storm. Up against the Pangolier melee matchup should work itself fine. We're seeing some of that aggression down bot here from Jackie onto Tino. Again, that poking and prodding is pretty damn strong. You've got the Shacklets level 1 here for Shanks. Does get the D-Ward in the large camp to try to get lane control back. And surprisingly, Zhao does go for the Glaives. Didn't opt for that early aggression and posturing for the bounties, so is opting instead to try to punish Tino in a melee matchup against that Silencer, and this is pretty painful. The Glaives being reworked to how it used to be does mean you have a lot of good poke out, and Tino is not going to be enjoying that all too much. Has the stick ready, but not too much spell spam comes out here, outside of Jackie just lining up for the meld. So not as much flash region as you probably want here for Tino. Down to his last tango. Zhao's going to be very pleased and just getting free right clicks off. 14 mana for all of this harass. Nice and easy for Zhao.
And I think I was trying to say as well earlier, before you ended up having that PC crash, John, it's a game where we finally see TA picked up, which is interesting, to say the least. I was kind of saying this after you disappeared, but why give away TA of all heroes?
Feels like we've seen this a couple of times as well. You just kind of forget that certain heroes are still in the draft, right? There's so many things going on in the draft. There's so many things you're trying to ban. You're trying to protect your own picks. You're trying to ban out specialist heroes, like, say, that emphasis on Undying and the Death Prophet earlier that we saw coming out from Exe, that you can kind of get lost in the sauce. Maybe they're confident enough in clearing out T8. Certainly doesn't feel like the core-to-core is the smoothest overall. Ursa into TA can kind of kite around the Ursa quite hard, especially with a Hurricane Pike that could come out from Jackie later on. So I'm keen on seeing whether or not Execration planned to give out this TA, or they're going to have to find a solution on the fly here to deal with that. Taking a look at the other lanes, though, up top, Tim's is doing a fantastic job of just poking back at CML, and has been doing a pretty good job in trying to juggle those creeps back towards him. Not getting the full pulls now with it, but he's getting some good spacing out for jabs. Again, just feel relatively safe. It's a double melee lane, and Slark does enjoy having Iron Shell once you have enough levels on that. Tim's is slippery enough that once he sees that charge up, he just pounce away. No worries.
Very nice. Very nice indeed. Should point out as well that CML did not go for the facet we wanted, John. He went for the Spleen Secret Source. So we're not going to see the crazy stuff coming out with the neutral items, John.
Dire structures are
It's kind of boring. It's also pretty safe. Sometimes you get some really bad enchantments to try to carry through.
This isn't safe.
Fair enough. Ooh.
This is not safe, not for the Ursa, John, although they do have a rotation now from Shanks on the Shaman. Still fighting. Jabs, he does actually go down first. The Palos, he will die ultimately in the end, but it won't matter too much as he gets first blood. Meanwhile, Zhao's the one cleaning up everybody. Gets himself 2 in for his trouble. But certainly a pretty good engagement for Palos because he secures first blood before he dies.
Yeah, you're feeling pretty grand for that on Palos. Feeling nice and good. I will say this is reminiscent of what we were seeing yesterday. John Uel tends to get that early activity for himself under the belt. And he's still set up for more. Has the mana, has the Arcane Curse up. Could try again as Tims is already poking quite hard on the side.
Zhao. Still playing around here with our Ursa, Palos.
That was
Are they going to keep 3 heroes up here? Is that the idea now? Like, Jackie's obviously free farming bottom anyway. He's not really under any pressure. It's like Tims is going to leave. He's going to start securing some mid laners. Well, he doesn't even need to, John, because Armel's apparently just soloed Lewis in the mid lane. So, sadly for Tino, apparently there will be pain today from the Chief.
And it looks like he did call out for it, unfortunately. At the least, it's not Tino dying yet. Armel getting that solo 1v1 kill, though, is pretty massive. And it is a favorable matchup for your Storm, but this is a Storm with 302. He doesn't even have the instant double overload with, say, the value point in Vortex. So he's just outplaying Lewis by a huge margin, and that does not bode well. A fast level 6 comes out for the Chief right before the power runes as well. Nice and secure. left alone in solo lane, getting that build-up you'd want on the Storm. And it's like we talked about. It's the off lanes, but for Boom specifically, it's also Armel on mid that carries some tempo here for the team. And he is set up for it off of this great start. You don't want to have to give away power rune to the Storm, as we are half a minute away from it, but without your mid lane on mid, you're not really able to contest that either. So it should be a freebie for Armel. If he's lucky, should open up some rotations as well with that fast 6 that he's found for himself.
Absolutely. I mean, for now, he's just going to be happy enough to secure farm in the mid lane because there's no real reason to leave if he doesn't need to. Power Rune is going to be a nice haste for him, so perhaps there is some nice rotation potential if the opening does show itself. We're going to see a Shaman. Shanks is around the mid lane to defend, so that could be a nice easy one for them to just go ahead and secure. He does have Lewis around. Problem is Lewis is being chased by Tims, and so that is going to be a bit of a freebie for Armel, and oh, he's already up to 5 galvanized stacks, so he's a very happy Storm Spirit right now.
And he is. Again, just getting the freest time on mid. This is the beauty of having that TA into Mars matchup. Really not much Mars can do. They're also being highly disruptive on Tims. Just look at him contest that camp. Lewis can't even get free farm in his own jungle. Really good deep wards to watch some movement across into the mid lane as well. Just like that, mid tower's already gone. No defense coming out from Exe. Just down to how this draft plays.
This is so dominant from Boom. I don't truly think people appreciate how dominant this is already. Jabs. He's going to be able to get the Shrine of Wisdom for himself. Chases on from Tims. See, the thing is, like, you're watching Tims just chasing the mid lane Lewis on the Pango, and Lewis can't actually turn around and trade with him because at any moment Armel's just going to jump in and just Vortex him. In fact, he doesn't even have Vortex. Doesn't even need it.
No.
Like, when you give a Storm this good of a start, it's... Unless Armel really messes up, it's going to be hard to stop him now.
And it is just a good snowball set up for himself. Having that solar
Bottom.
topic mana. Oh.
Trying to set up onto the Mars. Melt Strike is going to land from Jackie, but Tino is still able to get away as Shanks chasing a little bit. Can't really secure the kill onto Zhao. Jackie won't mind missing out on the kills though. Like, he's still farming very, very well. On parity with the Ursa farm, and that's Ursa with the first blood bone. So the TA having a great old time. I think the one thing that Execration really should be worrying about is the Storm, if anything.
That they should. It's also just concerning how far that they're letting Jackie just free farm. Yeah, we also talk about this with TA, but it's a big Roche timer hero. Palos is as well, and we've seen what happens when Ursas don't get to secure that objective. It just feels really awkward.
They missed the blast off again. Tims is going to rush in. I'm not sure about that, but it seems like he's very confident here. He's got Jabs nearby with a vacuum, but no wall ready. They'll get a shackles onto Zhao. Here comes Jackie, though, and now with the vacuum, they're all trapped up. CML is gone, and it should be another here onto Shanks. You killed Zhao, but Zhao's going to be smiling from the grave here with that glorious mullet of his. And that'll be a tier 1 tower that they'll move into. In fact, there's still an Ursa. Uh-oh, Palos. TP's coming in from our Mars. Tino's going to join in here with the arena up. But a nice retreat from Boom. Realizing that the Mars is probably on the way, they look for an escape route, and Jackie's just going to connect back to the bottom lane here through the Twin Gates. Very nice play, just wasting Tino's time completely.
Yeah, just in and out. Hit and run is the name of the game for Boom. Buying a lot of space for Armel to freely farm into the Kaya. Already has the one casual Staff of Wizardry up. So the build-up is nice and steady. And again, the answers from Execration just aren't there. If you don't land that magical nuke, you're reliant on your support damage at the moment. If you don't land the blast off, then...
Oh, poor old Tino. He just came from the top lane too. He went through the Twin Gates. Zhao's going to take a kill for himself apparently. 5 brain drain already. And, I mean, this is going to be a great game for Zhao. He's going to be sitting there soaking in the whole game by the looks of it.
And he is. You have 2 infinite scaling heroes. Free int for Zhao, free galvanized stacks for Armel very early.
Don't forget Tims.
Oh yeah, and the stats for Tims. Infinite scaling is top.
Dire's top
They're moving
tower
in.
is under attack.
Palos.
That was unreal.
He's going to survive. Armel out of mana cannot continue. Theoretically, you've got infinite scaling for jabs as well, John, with that that quick wit facet. Everyone's infinitely scaling here on.
I suppose. Yeah,
Dire's
quick.
top tower
The quick
has
wit
fallen.
is pretty cool. I mean, it's not like he steals it from anyone or builds up a stack, so it's not
But it
as funny.
scales.
It does scale. It does scale. But it's just not as funny. You know, if he stole int to get attack speed from enemies, that'd be funny. Everyone's stealing that. Maybe a little bit too
That
much.
would be pretty
lost. I mean, he does have a big brain, Mike. Big head, little Darkseer. What if his head kept
sometimes big-
growing? If he would, the more you vac, the more head you grow.
Well, look, I think that's a great idea. I was gonna say big heads don't necessarily mean big brains, Jonathan. In my experience, sadly. You may have noticed I have a big head, John. And I've become a Dota 2 caster somehow. Bottom lane, tier 1 tower, gonna be under siege. The
Fortunately,
Super Wards drop, but they're not doing as much as you would hope. Jackie's just clearing them out and getting a bit of gold for himself. There are a lot of heroes. Still TP rotations are incoming, and Jackie just took no damage. He took no damage. Refraction was there. No problems here for Jackie, boys. He's going to find a nice, easy kill. More int for Zhao.
Dire's won.
If Zhao's head grows bigger with int, does his mullet grow bigger, John?
yes.
Okay.
It would be very weird if it didn't. You know what? I want to say no, just because I think that's funnier. Imagine
No.
if his hair stays proportionally the same as his original head size.
I
But his
feel
head's
like
gigantic.
Dire's
I feel like
bottom
that's
tower is
law
under
accurate
attack.
because generally mullets don't imply intelligence, so that might be pretty accurate, John. I mean, I'm from Australia, so I feel like I'm qualified to talk about mullets. Bottom lane, TP's coming in. Nice little arcane curse from Zhao, and they actually just can't do anything.
No.
That's kind of sad for Execration.
How are you supposed to initiate? Your Pangalier's not there. Lewis isn't ready. Wants the full Diffusal Blade first. Without that roll, you don't have that instantaneous, or at least a more mobile hero to jump in. All it takes is one debuff, and you kind of don't want to touch us. Look at Paulus' HP. When that curse kicks in with the silence. Half HP done. I love Silencer. Actually, I really don't. I hate Silencer. But it's amazing what he can do.
Silencer, John. Nobody likes Silencer.
It's an instant ban every time. Hero sucks. Anti-fun. If people think anti-mage is anti-fun, Silencer's the real anti-fun hero. You just can't play your game. At the least reverberating silence is gone. That's a blessing.
It is a blessing. Thank goodness for that. Thank goodness for that. Palos now with a Battle Fury up.
Thank goodness
the
for
farm-
execration.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. The farm speed set to escalate here for Palos. Does he keep up with Jackie? Probably. I mean, I feel like the TA still just tends to out farm you anyway with the Sire Blades, but you know, they're keeping on parity quite nicely. The concern I have is the fact that Execration, they have been falling pretty flat every execution they've tried, and keep in mind, Armel's been uncontested all the game. He's going in again now looking for a techies, and Jabs will take that one for himself, but Armel, he's just here for the Galvanized stacks. He's out of here.
Yeah. He's got enough to build himself a nice home out of a 1 square meter lot, of course, as is lore accurate for Storm Spirit. Meme will never get old. Another
Are you
power
still
room coming
watching
out
those
for
damn
Armel.
videos, John?
I actually don't. I haven't been
Okay.
watching the videos. They disappeared from my feed. But, you know, the lore stays in my mind, Mikey. Now all I get is brain rot and tung 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 sahur. Which is probably
Dire's
worse.
bottom tower is under
Probably
attack.
worse, Mikey.
Dire's
My brain is
top
not
tower
doing well.
fallen.
I am no silencer. I have no brain. Palos!
Tell you what, John. Palos? Uh-oh. And range is
doesn't
up.
care.
Hold on a minute, John. Palos, he's still running. Global Silence is out, so they can't really help him. And Armel,
Doesn't
easy
care.
peasy. What's so funny, John? Palos. Oh, this is just getting a bit sad now, isn't it, John? Tim's still gets caught in the arena, does go down.
You do what you gotta do. It's just funny because that was Armel solo poking Palos. That's all he did. Of course, the enrage, but he amped damage and he just gets a freebie. Just like that, the storm is just out of control. And that is the key issue for Exe, right? We were talking about Jackie getting farm, how free Jab's game is, and how do you stop the storm? Like you were asking earlier. Especially once the BKB comes in for Armel, there's no holding down the storm. There's no debuff immunity Pierce here. He is free to zip around and do what he wants.
This is what I was saying. You could tell this was going to happen like 7-8 minutes in with how far ahead Armel was. It was always going to be a problem. He's now 12 galvanized stacks. Johnny's
Tidings from peaceful chroniclers
he's
stand now
he's galvanized.
ashes.
No two ways about that.
And he is just out of control. Free 3.6 mana regen at this point in the game is kind of nuts. Now you've got the Desolator up for
Radiant's
good old
top
Jackie.
tower is under attack.
Time to look for a pickoff into Roche, as Armel will just look for it himself.
I mean, why the hell not? Oh, maybe he could get punished though. Last stop, Shackle's locking him down. They've got another coming in from Lewis, but unless he can get the Rolling Thunder off in time, it's not going to be enough control. And well, Armel just freely walking out, even finding an Invis rune for himself.
Just everything you could ask for coming out for Boom. Free rune control. They'll try with a smoke. This is pretty brave. Not the most mana on CML.
Oh, Jackie.
Can he even kill
That's a
him?
big one. If they can get him, he's got a Deso up and he's got Refraction. They'll drop the wards. Armel, of course, going to zip right in onto the Shaman. Jackie, though, still dropping very low, unable to do anything and does go down. That's a massive kill now for Execration. His problem is Armel. He still wants more. Armel is not done yet. He'll find another as they take 2 down. Moving on to Tino now. They want the mask. Tino, can he get away? They just won't leave the man alone. He wanted no pain, Armel. He asked you for mercy, sir. Armel, he asked you for mercy. He showed you respect.
No. There's no sanctuary here, Mikey. This is a war zone. This is defense of the ancients. Right? You have to defend. You have to defend with your blood. Poor old Tino. 16 stacks of galvanized now for good old Armel. Jackie, unfortunately, not getting stacks off the Deso. Pretty big kill for Exit Define. Just offset by the fact that you lose 2 cores for it. And you feed that onto a Storm, who is just unstoppable at this point. This is pre-BKB for Armel. Once he has that BKB, like we mentioned, there's no way you stop him. There's absolutely no way you stop him. You are still getting some timings out here on Exe, but it's only on Palos. Only Palos has farm. Only Palos has room to build farm. Lewis and Tino just have no game. Blink for Tino. 300 gold. It's going to be something, but he doesn't have anything to add to durability. We'll probably try to go back for a Yule to build up the utility instead.
Not top.
Clump up top
Palos.
here.
They're thinking about going after Jabs, but Jabs is baiting them, and they're going to take the bait. Here we go. They think, oh, look, we've got a free kill, but turns out you're the one getting baited. Palos not going to be happy. Armel just not leaving him alone. Jabs on a double.
Dire's middle
And then he
tower
voice
is under
lines them on top. My goodness, Jabs.
Oh, big brain play from the big brain character, Mike. That's all it is.
Yeah.
That's all it is. For Execration, well, they're getting brain drained, they're galvanizing a Storm, and eventually they'll also start to feed some Desolator charges onto Jackie, which is not ideal. At the very least, that hasn't happened yet. It's also concerned. I mean, Tim's has 6 permanent Agi as a support Slark at 18 minutes. This is something you see on core Slarks at this time of the game. Like that's... It sounds small, but it's free attack speed, easier farming, a little bit more armor for Slark to play with as well, and clearing out those creep waves. Scans on point from the side of Boom, knowing that Execration's just hanging around top. They're still set to go.
Ah, and they're going to find a freebie here with the techies. Jao picking up one for him. So how much in has Jao got? He's already got 14 brain drain on Jao. He's a smart man with a very small mullet. Poor Januel.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Love to see
Zip
that.
in Armel. He's pretty deep. Armel. This doesn't matter though, does it? Because he doesn't think he can die.
He can't. Like, even if they grab him with shackles, they still have Global Silence. They're using it literally just to cover Armel when he dives in. That's all it's for. Another smoke out. Boom still hugging that top area. Exis starting to look for a fight. There is that blink on Tino. They can get catch on one.
Here we go, Tino.
Oh, boy.
No relief for Tino so far. Global Silence perfectly timed. My goodness. Oh, just... That's beautiful. That's... you know what, John? This is the kind of Dota I wanted to see today.
Yeah.
Boom Esports playing very clean so far. The timing. CML gonna go down. Meanwhile, Palos trying to run, but going nowhere with that pounce. Palos is gone. I mean, I don't want to say it this early, John. I don't want to say it. You know what I'm trying to say.
I know what you're saying.
I'm not
Mikey.
gonna say. I'm not saying.
The conditions here for Execration to come back are very narrow, to be fair. They're going to need a good spear back with the arena from Tino. They're going to need to isolate one. They need to look for solo pickoffs. That's it.
Dota Plus pretty rough right now, John. 20 minutes in, 92% is the call.
Dire's middle tower
Sounds
is
about
under
right.
attack.
If not extra based from Dota Plus to suggest certain things are inevitable. Mike, that 7% chance, you know, you're fighting for that next set. You don't want to start off the series 1-0 as
Spear will land. They've got to get anything they can get here, and they will secure at least something. I feel like this is the only way they make that slow comeback for Execration, is just taking any kill they can get and hoping that Boom make a mistake at some point. Mind you, Boom really haven't made too many mistakes this game one so far. It's very, very clean. Mel, though, might be looking to make that mistake if he's not too careful. No sentries on the ground. He's safe. No gems either, of course, unless they want to place a sentry here with Shanks. But zip in Armel very confidently now that his teammates are here. And that'll be Shanks to die. It's just so much value every kill you get, because you get some int, you get some galvanization.
Yep.
You're getting everything here, John.
yeah. All they lack is like a pudge as well to get some flesh heap on. Then you're talking about ultra value per kill team. Still, they'll get value elsewhere, Mike. Into the Roche they go with Jackie. Nice and easy clear here. No real complications to come out for the side of Boom. A secondary life for Armel, if they'd want to hand it to him to take those further risks, would make this game almost impossible. Again, there are still ways if Armel severely overextends. Looks like they're happy enough to hand this to Jackie, as he has been the easier target to find. Might as well hand it over. Mind you as well, Mike, that was Johnny Well finally getting some kills with a shard up. So even more brain drain. That was all of that was without the shard. So he had like 18 without the shard. Now it's set to go crazy if they keep finding these kills here.
It's really sad for a hero like Mars, right? Tino's died 4 times, and Mars already has a pretty bad mana pool as it is. He's at 585 right now. It's not too bad. But with 3 installed, and at this point, it gets pretty bad. Same goes for the Ursa, I guess. Like, Palos has got a mana pool of 483 right now, so he doesn't really want to give any more away. This top lane, they are hunting Mel. Oh, he found him! My goodness, Mel. No rust here today, Jonathan. Meanwhile, bottom, look at this, Jonathan. Tina, don't... Oh, he gets the TP. Surely, jabs? No, he doesn't go for the vac. Too late.
Fair enough. Does happen. A little bit of mercy coming out. But yeah, Chief is hungry. That's the key thing here, Mikey. Looks like he wants to gobble up all of Execration. Yeah.
Well, we've been saying galvanize every 2 seconds, John. Does the Philippines use galvanize still to build stuff?
I don't know. I think so,
there.
actually. I'm not sure.
You would have to.
I think we do, Mikey. I can't afford to build anything. I do believe we do. I see galvanized all around the place sometimes in like construction sites or construction supply shops when you drive by like Chinatown. I don't think so either. I think it is common. Like I think you remember the shack in the back. I don't know if you remember it, but I do think that like a little extension we did for laundry is a galvanized steel. So there's that, right? We do use it. Nice. There you go. Armel's ready to build a home, an actual home. In the province of the Philippines now. In the provinces.
That's right.
He's set.
28. Galvanized stacks. My goodness.
28 whole sheets, whole rolls of galvanized steel for this man.
Oh, another. More, John. Another one. He needs more. Armel the Builder.
Armel the Builder.
Armel,
taking over
he
Bob.
looks like the kind of bloke you'd see at a Filipino construction site, I want to say.
You know what? That's nice. I can see it.
You put a hard hat on Armel, he looks like a construction worker, I guarantee.
He looks like an engineer.
That's
an engineer, a site surveyor.
Okay. It's not quite as funny, John, is it?
It's kind of cool. Not funny, but it's cool, you know? It's like, yeah, I can see Armel. Like, he finished civil engineering in, I don't know, UPD Limane, I guess. Let's make him top tier. He's a great engineer. He's out there surveying a site. No, it's not like we've got the Victoria Building Board I don't know if we have any inspections, to be fair. It's probably worse. Maybe. I'm not sure, Mikey. But you can trust Armel. No one
You
gets
sure
that,
can.
thank goodness.
Absolutely not. 29 galvanized stacks here for Armel. Got an ab damage rune again for whatever reason. Just bottled up, ready to go.
Is under attack.
BKB on Palos, probably not going to help as much as you would hope, John. Because most of the damage flying in right now is just pure right click. Zip in. They're going to see a techies, a nice easy one to try and focus down, and CML is still going to make it out as they do hex up and just lock down the storm. Meanwhile, Tino, though, just getting annihilated. So Armel not done yet. Once more. Will not be able to find any more. However, if he wants to go look for a rune, there's an arcane rune just sitting there waiting for him now. He's just getting the perfect runes every time here, Armel. Jackie just continuing to focus on the tier 3 tower, and well, there's not really much they can do to stop.
No. Yes, 33 mana regen. Just like that, but if we'll work it up, Jackie.
Zip in, Armel once again onto the Shaman. Oh, and jabs with the back wall combination. It's just a disaster right now for Execrationers.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
You know what? Maybe it was better Tino just didn't say anything, John. Maybe it was better Tino just didn't type anything to Armel today.
Probably would have been better. Still,
Radiant's
Chief
top
does
tower
not care.
is under attack.
I'm sure he would have done the same thing if he wasn't told to calm down. On the side of Execration, again, they have to find a way to make this work because there's no reason to stop. Aegis will expire.
Oh, Palos? Nowhere safe, John. Like, as soon as he
Oh,
sees you, you
no.
just kind of just chase down. He'll try to get on the high ground. We'll make it. Zip forward. They're going to just chase him down. Or are they? Armel? He's actually going to TP top. No, he's TPing mid. They're going top with Jabs. But Jab's going to leave it big. Is everything okay? Meanwhile, Jackie's actually just chasing it to 5 of them right now. Jackie, that's a bit crazy, sir. Jab's going to be there to back him up, but Jackie's dropping a bit too low and does end up
Jack.
going down as now Jabs, not looking to really stick around, wants to leave the area, does make it out for now. Meanwhile, Armel kills off CML again. Zhao's actually just dealing with Tino on his own at the moment here on the silencer. They'll get Jabs down. There goes Tino now on the Mars to Zhao, who's just taking all the int in the world. Armel, now here's the real problem. Here's when you know you need to run. Armel's here. And the fight's over for Execration. Rolling Thunder through. They're going to try, but the BKB is there, and God knows Armel is not dying.
Certainly not. Big kill to find good old Jackie, playing a little bit too far forward with the Aegis expiring, but you know, Armel just has a target painted on CML, feeds off of that techies, doesn't care. Full Ags flies out for Zhao now as well. He's gonna have everything he
36
want. 36 int. Massive brain, tiny malt is the call
Look at
here
it.
for Zhao.
He literally just chased Tino that whole fight, by the
Yeah.
way. Like, he soloed Tino.
He has so much
Tino's-
hit.
Yeah, like, Tino's not having a great old time. He's not happy.
No.
We did talk about it as well. Like, you brought it up during the draft, but it's been a pretty big kind of... The emphasis being on these offlaners here for both sides, and see Jabs performing very, very well as Armel zipping forward once again, seeing a freebie, or what he thinks is a freebie. And you know what? It might just be as Tino will barely survive thanks to the fact that he was out of mana. Though he's jumped in again, trying to go for the storm, but the spear lands on nothing, and Armel still zips away as the back wall, landing on 3 targets, will ensure Shanks will go down, and now will ensure Lewis will also go down. And they don't get the storm jump.
No. 13-0-17 for Armel. 36 galvanized stacks. I don't think we've ever seen it go this high. You can't stop him. You just can't. You need something like a Sight of Vice if you could even hope to farm one up. That's not coming out anytime soon here. No Aegis, no problem. The siege onto another tier 3 and the side of Boom are looking clean for this game 1. Execration. They're not calling it yet. They still have opportunities. Maybe you can get a big spear back. Lots of pressure on Tino to deliver the goods. Because again, we've seen that they can kill off Jackie at the least, but Armel, not quite. And now he has a full Shivas on top of it. Some armor to sustain True. Rune control is still consistent as well with a shield rune that will allow him to dive if he so wishes. One last set of racks here for Exe. The mines are being planted by CML. It's the beginning, but it's level 1 mines, so it's not particularly amazing amounts of damage. Let's see what they can get out with a smoke. Again, you need to somehow catch Armel. He's the big pinata you need to whack. If not, any of the cores would count for a pretty fine amount of gold as well. It's just how you catch him out. It's all the pressure in the world on Tino to get that jump in.
Even Tim's has a sight device on. Ouch. Like even your possible Slark just running around with a Yule sight device. What are you meant to do against this? Oh, they come Palos. Tim's is just chasing Palos while everyone else is getting deleted by Armel. Jackie, he gets caught in an arena. They're going to try and burst down the TA. Jackie, though, with the refraction, not really too threatened here in the arena. They will continue to jump in, but they're ignoring the main problem, which is the Storm Spirit. Palos is down, so is Lewis. And GG's. Which it probably should have came 10 minutes ago, but I appreciate execration. You know, it is the upper bracket final, John. You got to give it the best you got.
As you do, and very well played out to Boom Esports. You know, we were talking about how topsy-turvy it was yesterday for Boom. Today, looking like it's all business. No messing about in this draft. They get access to that TA. They have a good time with Jackie. They get access to the Storm with no hard counters, with Execration committing very early for the support duo. Or at least one of their supports, and coming out with that techies as well. They managed to clean up nice. Armel having a very free game lined up for himself. And the Chief was hungry. I think for the side of... excuse me. For the side of Execration, they're going to have to think twice about committing hard into these supports if they don't have the hard lockdown, right? Like, you can't afford to give Armel a free Storm game. If that was a puck, it's kind of the same story. You have to always be aware of those high mobility mids, because that's where Armel really shines.
Certainly does. We'll see what they do in Game 2 to try and rectify the issues they found here in Game 1, as we are going to head to a short break, but right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Boom Esports and Execration.
2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, 2, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our Game 2 between Boom Esports and Execration in this upper bracket final for the road to the Esports World Cup for SCA and its MLP Dota and Jonix Fire. Jonathan, Game 2 is what we're looking at here between these two sides. Boom Esports, they took quite a convincing Game 1. I don't think there's any two ways about that. Tell me, Jonathan, how are we getting to a Game 3? What are Execration changing up?
I think Execration are going to be targeting a lot more of Armel's heroes on mid for bans. I think they've got to take care of a lot of them. The Storm sliding through in the last pick is certainly a big one. Letting TA through as well is pretty surprising, considering we've seen TA first phase banned every single time. And I appreciate that Execration were banning out a lot of John Wells heroes. The DP, the Undying being banned first phase, being very smart, banning out the Beastmaster as well, just to ensure Jabs won't have it. But they left Armel out of the picture. And you can't forget about the Chief. You know, the Chief doesn't like it when you forget about him. Maybe he felt a little bit disrespected. And shows up looking very serious. You know, usually there's some all chat there. He doesn't reply to Tino. He's very locked in. And that is Armel at his best. So you have to kind of watch yourself here in Exa. We do already have that draft on hand. We're seeing that adjustments are taking here. They already do ban out at least one big tool from Armel. The Puck taken out of the picture very early on, along the AA, the Undying. Wondering if the DP will take the hit here, or the TA. For Boom, just the Pangolier and the Kunkka, your typical tanky cores, out of the picture for Boom. And they will take care of the Slark instead. So they take care of that Tim Slark, which honestly I feel like for Boom, yeah, Tim's had a really good game. It feels like Tim's can kind of do that on almost any hero. I don't know if the Slark is all too important, especially in the last game. It had some good impact, but it wasn't really your main issue there for the side of Exa.
Absolutely not. Final ban from Boom Esports before we can see some picks coming out. Another game where TA has not been removed. Wondering if Boom Esports or Execration is just going to go ahead and first pick it. The last game around, it actually made it all the way to the second phase. They'll go for the DP instead. Probably going to be the Jal Pulse 5 DP that we saw the other day. Why the hell not? It works. Don't fix what's not broken.
That it does. And the Spirit Collector just feels so strong right now. That facet, even when you die, you gain strengthened spirits. Eventually you die a couple of times in lane after forcing them to expend so much mana, so much HP to trade that back. You come back, hit level 6, you have this big threat for teamfight, big threat for push. I like seeing it. I think Boom has learned to maximize this hero. It has felt pretty strong when they have picked it up. Execration will just fall back to the Shadow Shaman, which I think is a fair move anyhow. I think it was just a tough game for Shanks. Having to play Shadow Shaman into Silencer is just never a good feeling. You could ban out the Silencer at this point. For Boom, if they were to pick Silencer, a Silencer Death Prophet support duo does lack control. So that is one thing to consider if they were gunning for that. But even the DP alone feels like it should be able to handle the Shadow Shaman. Right? You do have a pretty big AoE silence, an easy way to interrupt the shackles. And that should provide some leeway here for Boom to counteract what the Shaman will want to do. See that Beastmaster being banned out again by the side of Boom, showing a lot of respect for what Tino can get done. For Execration, it's time to make a choice. Do you allow the TA through? Bristleback still not in the pool. Okay, Boom did ban out the Bristle. But yeah, TA is the big one that's standing out here. Storm potentially could be annoying, as the Bat Rider takes priority and will take the Monkey King for Exa. Maybe setting up for a stronger mid matchup now for Lewis, as even into a Storm, we have seen some Monkey Kings actually work the matchup relatively well, although that tends to be Storm favorite still. But Monkey King can kind of play it, especially as he approaches the Wraith Band Brown Boots timing. So I'm keen on seeing how hard Execration is willing to flex this, whether or not this is a Palos or Lewis hero. But already, if this is for Lewis, much more presence for him to handle that mid lane matchup.
There's a tiny pickup here for Boom Esports. Now this hero does scare me a little bit because we've seen a lot of pretty poor tiny performances, and it does look like it could very well be an Armel mid tiny that we're looking at here for Boom Esports. And if that's the case against the Monkey King, that's not a very fun lane for the tiny, I'd imagine. We'll see. I mean, it could also be a DP mid flex for Armel, but I don't see it. It sure feels like it's going to be that tiny mid.
I think you could also run Tiny Safe Lane for Jackie, right? That could be a consideration as well for Boom, if they want to do that. Tiny DP dual lane sounds pretty threatening. if you can run that on the safe. Toss back with the Spirit Siphon, lots of presence early on. Interesting for Execration, they double down on this teamfight wombo combo. Magnus comes out along with a Witch Doctor, and Witch Doctor with his new facet is pretty cool. Like that Maledict explosion is what I'm sure most people are picking up nowadays, as Clef that is still kind of hot trash outside of specific circumstances. Mind you, you're also picking Witch Doctor into Silencer, so the utility you get with Death Ward is certainly not there if you're not able to initiate first here on Exe. That will make it a little bit tough for the Witch Doctor, but this combination with Magnus is pretty explosive, applying Maledict to all of those heroes. As some of them die, that burst damage can be quite a huge amount, depending on how much you've done since the last interval of Maledict tick. So I like this wombo combo from Exe. This is pretty potent. It's just a matter of you have to deal with a Silencer. Once that level 6 is up, getting that wombo combo going, easier said than done here.
Absolutely. A very interesting kind of switch up from Execration. I like switch ups though. I do appreciate the Mag Witch Doctor coming out. Boom Esports, of course, into the TA, which again was not banned till this stage, so they do just go ahead and take it. That could be an RML TA that we're looking at here this time around, though I'm not 100% sure. It still feels like it's probably going to be the safe lane TA for Jackie. Mind you, he has chosen that into a Witch Doctor, which can be a little bit awkward with the Melodic spam, but
Radiant team ban.
it doesn't seem like Boomer that worried. A TA just feels completely busted right now. It's felt like that for a long time, so I don't think Boomer at all too concerned.
No.
The only concern I would have for Boom is this Tiny versus Monkey King matchup in the mid lane, which really shouldn't go Armel's way if that's how they're going to run it.
Yeah, it's the hardest lane out there if they're forced to run that tiny mid. And it's the one that could kind of provide the openings here for Execration. I'm curious to see where they want to run this Magnus for Exe. Probably just the Tino Mag coming out here, which is fair enough. I think that lane combination of Magnus Shadow Shaman also provides some interesting possibilities with a Skewer back. There are some good aggressive plays that you can try to punish here onto the TA, early on onto Jackie. And see what the considerations are. It looks like Execration are expecting jabs here to come out last with that Enigma and Darkseer ban, which I guess does make a lot of sense. Not very likely you run something like a DP off lane. You go to Storm, so maybe you do run the DP off lane here. With the Storm Spirit coming out on mid for Armel. And again, with the supports you have, this looks like a pretty free Storm game. Only the Shadow Shaman can really provide a threat, but you already have the Silencer to cover. The mid matchup against Monkey King is pretty fine for Storm. Monkey King can, again, try to play aggressive once you have the Wraith Band plus Brown Boots up, but Storm Spirit can just hang back, play with Static Slide, no problems here. So I like what Boom has. It's almost the same draft as Game 1, just a change in the supports, or at least one support in the off lane. For Execration, it's time to kind of lock in where your Monkey and Magnus is going. Are you 100% certain you want to run the Monkey King mid, Magnus off? Are we looking for a Palos last pick hero here? If they want to try to run the Ursa again, you've got a Magnus Ursa combo, which could be fine, but you run the risk of getting run down very quick if the lanes don't go well.
We'll pick up Execration. An interesting conundrum back against the TA Storm. Still looking for mostly a carrier or a mid lane. We don't know yet from Execration. It's a bit of a mix-up. I'd still say a POS 1 is probably the best bet for them to try and go for here for Exa. Palos, he did not have the greatest game on the Ursa last time around, so looking to have a much better performance this time. Otherwise, they will have to make a bit of an appearance in the lower bracket final, which will be on tomorrow.
Razor looks pretty decent here for Execration. I think lane partnerships are fine. Tying the Thunderhead facet with Eye of the Storm in an RP is pretty sick. You can chain up the TA. Your lane matchup, again, is alright against the DP. It's not amazing. It's not too bad either. We'll go to Phantom Assassin instead. So they'll get their own high tempo here. You get the PA Magnus combination online. I'm not too sure how to feel about the PA. We've seen a little bit of it in Dream League post-patch in some of the games we've casted. It felt alright. I believe we saw the Dagger facet sweet release on that one. Methodical still works as it used to. Damage values were slightly nerfed down. The lane is, again, alright against a DP. You can always hang back, play with a Dagger. But I'm not sure if this is going to be enough. Mind you, again, PA Magnus is not to be underestimated. Magnus, Monkey King as well, all in on the physical damage. And the evasion should provide a little bit of a buffer zone with Armel trying to dive you, with Jackie trying to get a kill on you, right? Like, it's not as straightforward anymore with that inbuilt dodge here for the PA. So that does slow the pace down for Boom just a slight bit. They don't have that much magic damage outside of, say, the Avalanche Toss from Tim's to Burst, and maybe a little bit from Jabs. As Jabs is toying around with his facets, not sure which one he wants in the off lane. We'll just end up with the Morning Ritual to delay damage. Okay, sticks with the Spirit Collector for that tempo. Fine. Yeah, we'll figure out when Jabs actually gets in game. We'll find out.
Yeah. I also have pretty little faith in this PA pick, John. I mean, look, I like the mag combo. I realize that there's a lot of value between the Empower to the PA and the MK, but PA into TA? Like, your Phantom Assassin to the Templar Assassin? I never feel good about those kind of matchups. Armel Storm as well. Like, if he has another great game like he did last time around, I don't really care how much evasion she has. It's not going to mean too much against this man, as we are going to get into it. Game 2. Execration backs against the wall, trying not to get put down to the lower bracket final. The objective, of course, to force us to a Game 3 against Boom Esports, but Boom, I mean, they got the Storm, they got the TA. They even brought out a Jabs DP for this. I like this draft, at least from Boom Esports. It scares me for Execration.
I think this is pretty all in on Exe. A lot of things have to go right. You know, you want Palos to be able to get some good farm in the lane. Maybe even bypass that Battle Fury buildup. Right? With Methodical, you can make an argument for S and Y. You can get your Empower for the Magus anyway. If when Tino does connect, so it allows a higher tempo for Palos. Which is kind of what you want to do. You want to kind of keep the tempo the same with the TA, if not slightly higher, instead of joining in early engagements. So I'm curious to see what Palos' mindset is for that initial item, whether or not it's still the standard Battle Fury, or he's going to play a little bit more aggressive here. Wouldn't fault him for the Battle Fury. I think we've seen most carries, even with Magus, still opt for that, but it would be a little bit of a missed opportunity to try to take things a lot faster. You know, try to counteract that aggression of Boom by having your own carry that can play quite quick. That's the most interesting way of kind of running this here for Execration.
Lewis?
The battle begins.
Lewis? He's okay. He's okay. They don't have the lockdown for him. Lewis cosplaying as a chicken right now, Jonathan. That's actually the perfect kind of chicken as well for the shaman Arcana you and I were talking about earlier.
And it is.
That's exactly what I was taught. They've even got the skin in there already, John.
Yeah.
No need to put the work in.
You can just enlarge that little model. Be all set with our giant chicken later on. Still no giant chickens here in this mid lane. We've got Lewis up against Armel again on that Monkey King Storm matchup, which for Armel it should be pretty fine. Static slide. Eventually with the overload, you can poke back onto Lewis. Lewis as well shouldn't have too much trouble managing the lane. Should be able to get some CS going. Should always be able to slightly threaten, especially once he has the brown boots up. To at least run up, get a couple of Jingu stacks, and make Armel tink twice. But already in the initial wave, we're already seeing Armel again get some good control out. Clearing out the creep wave, no problem. Overload already up. And for Lewis, he's going to have to find some relief elsewhere. Try to hope his level 2, level 3 lines up a little bit faster, and maybe again the brown boots timing can play in his favor. Down bot, we're seeing a few shenanigans for the creeps. A little bit of a long pull from Tims. Let's get blocked by the creeps.
CML not going to be happy with this position. Looks like he is just set to fall now, and Jab's going to be handed over the kill as well. Very nice. They did get the Maledicted Lee, so you do have a bit of chase potential to try and burst him down. In fact, I think one will do it, and there you go. He should die. No. No. The one charges keep him alive, and the body block from Tim's actually makes it so they can't kill him. Meanwhile, though, more importantly, Jackie does die top lane to Tino.
Yeah, important one to find. Finding some pressure coming out here from the side of Execration. Missed opportunity down bot, but gonna be happy enough to find that aggression up top for yourself here. And that is a different story for Jackie. Again, last game he had a very free time against the Mars. This time, with this combination of the Magnus plus the Shadow Shaman, The skewer back threats are pretty big. There's not too much John Yuel can do to stop that. He does have the glaives ready. He can try to trade into Tino as he did in the last game. Jackie, for his part, despite that, is still finding the farm he'd want. Now, he's still working that lane up, not too far behind in comparison to Palos, just 1 CS. So overall, your TA is still working it out, but losing that gold with a kill, and the extra EXP Tino is getting, does provide a credible threat that you have to kind of respect here on Jackie. Some really deep movement out from Exa down bot here. Just trying to, again, stop the steady pulse for Jabs to gain EXP.
Well, Shanks was about to get aggressive top. He did throw a Hex out onto Zhao, but it really amounts to much. Jackie's been quite cautious as well, because he's stuck at level 2 at the moment and doesn't really want to get too excited here against the Mag Shaman, because if he gets caught in an awkward skewer into a shackle, he's practically just dead. Meanwhile, bottom, Jab's now being chased down on the DP, but a nice toss-up from Tim's going to ensure they can keep chasing. He's going to go for a TP play out, and he is fine. Back to the T1 tower. He'll have a salve ready to go.
Your ability is just a little bit too much. That's only the level 1 Spirit Siphon. They drag Shanks in for another opportunity. This is kind of all in.
Certainly is all in, but it's not really panning out for them. Maybe they can secure Tim's, and they will. Tim's does get caught. Oh, hold on a minute. A very nice toss back, but it's not going to amount to much. Palos going to be just fine. They do get the Tim's kill with that cheeky little rotation.
Does pan out. That is, again, some good aggression for Paulus to get under his way. He is going back for the Battle Fury as he attempts to on the Phantom Assassin. So nothing too special coming out here. Great movement out from Shanks after that. Oh.
They want the kill top. He's already committed skewer here, but I don't think they can really hope to dive tier 1s yet. Again, levels are a bit low here at the top lane, so you just don't have the damage output with that Meld Strike to actually kill off Tino at the moment. He's a little bit too tanky, but they are trying to apply the pressure and ensure he can't just feel comfortable standing in this lane. And well, they're going to go again, but he has the skewer already whenever. So Tino not going to die that easily, but he is stuck just not farming at the moment. Meanwhile, bottom, bit of action breaking out again as Jabs going for a siphon out into CML. Will be okay for now. Palos looking to maybe jump in because it is Jabs being quite low on HP. They've got Shanks as well trying to connect, and Shanks will be there eventually, but Tims is looking to just tank the gank so Jabs can survive unless they want to bring a TP in, and they are eventually going to do so, bringing in now Zhao, and nobody actually dies. Somehow Tims and Jabs both survived that.
These two are fairly tanky. Again, Tiny doesn't have armor, but he does still have that innate fraggy. 10% damage reduction. Does kind of add up early on.
They're going to see Zhao, and very nice cast though, and Tims this time should be dead, though they go for a siphon to try and at least get some trades going, but the Melody connected on Jabs, so now Jabs probably set to fall as well. We'll go for another siphon to try and survive, and he is still walking away just barely. Oh, and he survives on 20 HP. My goodness.
Yeah, barely eking it out. Again, this DP. Spirit Siphon still at now level 2, so a little bit more regen to play. They are using a lot of resources down bot. They are slowing down Tims, which in all considerations isn't that bad of a target, stalling out, say, Tiny's EXP gain, Tiny's blink timing because he's having a rougher time, can actually make this game a lot tougher for Boom. Inspiration. Some of your sites open quite nicely. They even get rune control, grabbing the Arcane away from Armel, who's lagging behind EXP. There was a movement onto mid a while ago. Again, we're seeing Lewis start to get aggressive with phase boots up, just running down the storm, trying to get some Jingu stacks going, even taking away the water rune earlier as well, leading to this harder time for Armel. So course correction is good from the side of Execration. Kind of righting some of the wrongs from the last game. You're not expecting a free ride this time around for that storm as they get a rotation after Lewis.
They do. Tims again going to be targeted on the Tiny. Toss back onto the Monkey King, but it is not going to save it. The try for a deny attempt won't work out. CML to claim the kill with the Melodic. Happy days for him. And of course, Lewis on this mid Monkey King having an already such a better game than game 1 was. Much better time for Lewis so far. Mid lane, Shank's still hanging about, just soaking XP here on the Shaman. He's actually was going to say he was the same level as Armel there for a second, but no. My eyes were playing tricks on me.
Alright, Mikey. Happens with age. Armal's doing just fine. And Shanks is not doing too bad. Still needs to catch up. I mean, you know, it's support about to hit 5. Doing fine. Scouts out the stacks as well. Nice movement out. Really nice early ward as well to watch when the camps are being farmed up. That should be able to contest later on onto Jackie, who has managed to climb his way up in the CS boards and the network charts. Still having a good time despite that one death. He's been given basically a solo lane. He is free farming. He isn't really expanding that to a sizable lead. But he is leading nonetheless by a small margin. Only one really lagging behind in this network distribution is, so far, Jabs. That bot lane has cost him a lot of resources, having to bring a lot of salves out. And cutting off his build-up as well in EXP. The early tempo is just not lining out. And Exe, this is a good tone to set. Right, Palos already has that full cornucopia, trying to go again for the Battle Fury. You've got Tino, who's been able to just free farm, has the casual rate band power treads, will work his way into the blink, and finds the stacks with a max and power.
Well. Mid lane Zhao. I mean, he's got Tims coming in, but Tims can do nothing to really help by himself. Armel also here now, but does not feel very confident trying to move into these 3 heroes in the mid lane. Even Tino now looking to meet in the mid lane and perhaps try to secure this quick T1 tower. They will not be able to connect onto Armel, but they'll try for Tims once again. Though a very nice avalanche up from Tims, landing on 3. But Tims ultimately will get shackled here on the Tiny, and he is set to fall. At the very least, he does ensure Armel doesn't get caught, but still a nice little pickup once again for Execration.
Tower is under attack.
It is. Again, they've given a tough time to the side lanes. There's no one that can connect onto mid. Jabs is still stuck at 5. Doesn't have Exo. So you're not really able to do much. Even with the Exo up, I doubt you're going to be able to make a big defensive play. You won't just have to stem the bleeding. Ensure that it's only the supports getting picked off. Allow that recovery period for these cores on the side of Boom for Exe. It's all about maintaining that aggression. Blink 700 gold away from Tino. Does have the RP on standby as well.
Oh, Jackie caught by an RP. He's got Zhao there to try and help, but Zhao really can't do anything. All the spells have been committed. Very nice setup here from Tino, catching Jackie. Another kill for CML now on the Witch Doctor as well. And, I mean, happy days if you're Execration. You really couldn't have asked for a better start in this game too. In fact, bottom lane, they're looking at Jabs now, who's trying to push in the T1 tower. Wukong's not going to do too much as Jabs thinking about turning around with this exorcism. Does have Armel towards the north if he needs.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They aren't
attack.
going to stick around. They understand they are behind right now, Boom Esports, and I imagine you don't really want to continue extending the lead that Execration does have.
Certainly don't. Side of Exe, and they're finding everything. Their lineup's just so much more geared for these early engagements. Your supports do have quite a fair bit of damage. Like, I like this build up in CML that you tend to see on Witch Doctors, but he's got the full urn up
Are scanning.
with a Maledict, just consistent damage to apply. There's some cheeky combos from Doom later on once you do get some levels up. I think one thing to note is this very fun interaction as Jabs.
Yeah, Jam's getting caught. Death Ward is there as well to ensure they've got the damage, though he is still siphoning. The Melodic damage should be pretty high here. Still the siphon keeping him alive, but I think the last tick surely gets him, and it does. Now, the classic Urn and Melodic combo here from CML. Very, very painful.
And it is. Again, it's just a smooth sailing game for the side of Exe. The supports are well farmed up.
Radiant's
You are
top
lagging
tower is
severely
under
behind
attack.
on Boom on
Radiant
that
are
support
scanning.
differential as well. Like Shanks and CML have had such a fantastic time that even Shanks is now just considering the blink rush on the Shaman just to get that catch onto Armel. And again, in stark contrast for Armel, it hasn't been smooth sailing. He does go for the Dormant Curio, so he doesn't have any good active neutral tier 1. And they're just set to keep that rotation. Smoke out from Shanks and Lewis. Gunning bot. Jabs is just a little, maybe a bit too tanky, but if they get the Maledict off, might just be enough again.
Jab's going to retreat. He seems to know something is awry, and I think there was actually a ward that potentially caught that smoke, but regardless, they're just going to push in that bottom tier 1 tower.
Dire's bottom tower
Pretty
is
easily
under
here, the
attack.
side of Execration. There's not really
Dire's
much in their way.
structures are fortified.
Now Boom Esports playing the avoid game. They're going to head towards the opposite side of the map as the tier 1 bottom tower still slowly being worked on, but they'll let the siege creep do the rest of the work.
Dire's
Palos will
bottom
move in
tower
and finish the
has
job
fallen.
off. There's just no play right now for Boom. Like, they're just still trying to get those initial core items up to start moving. There's your arcane boots finally up on Tim's. He'll finally get to start working on that blink dagger he'll be looking for soon.
Radiant's top
Armel
tower
meanwhile
is
going to run
under
right
attack.
into Tino. This will be a nice kill if they can
Radiant
secure
structures
it.
are fortified.
But he can't do it on his own, and he's got actually help from CML just towards the south. So he's not completely alone here, Tino. Global Silence is committed though, and he won't be able to RP in time. He's gone. The rest of Execration trying to move in. They find nothing apart from Jal though. Everybody else from Boom well and truly out of it. So a pretty good trade here for the side of Boom Esports now.
It is. It just takes so much to find that one kill. They had to have the luck with the invis to catch anyone out of position. Global Silence is down now as well. There's an opening out for Exit. They'll just drop the wards, get that siege going down bot. Battle Fury now for Palos flying out, so the flash farm for PA is lined up. And for Boom, it's a big kill. It's just going to be hard to find out again. This Jabs.
Jabs, middle of nowhere once again. Deathward will fly out. He'll try to at least get CML and does get a pretty big spree off him. But he will slowly still die to the melodic damage. The chase is on once again for Tino. Tim's trying to keep tabs. Armel trying to connect as well. I mean, Tino is half HP, so it wouldn't be the worst kill to try and aim for, but they do lose.
I appreciate what Jabs is trying to do. He's just sitting in the one dangerous lane down bot where they already lost that tier 1. Just trying to buy space for the team to get that build up elsewhere. He knows that Jackie needs more farm. Mel's just not ready. And he does have the Kaya plus the Soul Ring. There is some mana and some damage to play with, but it just doesn't feel as clean, the connections coming in now for Boom. They understand that they are constrained by whether or not Global Silence is there, constrained by the vision that they can set up, which isn't much at all in comparison to how well Execration has played the map. The vision has faded away, but they're still set up for the Tormentor
Radiant's
bot,
bottom
although it is
tower
going to be
is under
spawning
attack.
top at 20 minutes. But again, they've got a good read so far, and it's just down to the shift for Lewis to have that Monkey King, to have that added activity from the mid, has made a world of difference. Having a matchup against a Storm that doesn't lose out as well. Are looking to set up. And if you keep finding Jabs, at some point you start to feel like it's kind of worthless. If you find Armeldo, that's a different story.
Do they know he's there? Lewis? No, he's undetected. He's watching them. We're going to try and jump Shanks. Shanks will be going down. Lewis thinking about it, but can't really do it on his own. He's going to be quite cautious as well. They don't spot him. If Armel zipped through his tree line, he would have just been dead. Tino's going to TP up top. They want to try. Jabs is going to be the target. He's got a Yule Scepter. Makes things a little bit awkward, but no. The RP's out immediately. Global Silence not quick enough. And Jabs not going to be able to sustain himself. Another great pickup here for the side of Execration.
And the biggest part is that they also managed to bait out that Global Silence again from Zhao. So you don't have that coverage. Armel can try to make some gank plays without worrying about the shackle and control. Speaking of,
He kicks out. Armel, they're going to try for the chase. The shackle's going to lock him down, which makes it very awkward for Armel. He can't zip away. The Hex is there as well.
Dire's top
Oh,
tower
very
is under
unfortunate. That's
attack.
actually the first death of the series for Armel. Meanwhile, Tim's will go down bottom lane.
Regeneration.
again, it's just down to all these resources you're expending on Boom. Without Global Silence, there's no coverage for Armel. He can't make those plays. He can't take that risk. There's nothing to interrupt Shanks, especially if Tims isn't connected to you. So you have to really be cautious here on Boom. Execration are using every opening they're giving him. When GS is down, they constantly run in your face. They're using the space quite nicely. You know, Tino's going into BKB, not too far off. Same goes for Lewis. Battle Fury was all done in Palos, going for the Manta to, again, have a dispel for the silences here. Because beyond that, there's not much to worry about. Do have that full Deso up on Jackie. So that's one spike underway, but considering the farm of the rest of Execration, you don't really have an advantage here for Jackie. He's ahead slightly of Tino and Lewis, but is slightly behind Palos as well. And even with the blink up, I'm not sure how you work that angle in here for the side of Boom. Exa going out for a smoke. Have 4 with him for this one. Just lacking Tino, who's, again, just wanting to finish the full BKB. Global Silence is still down for just a tad bit longer here.
Boom. For now, gonna avoid the gank that was coming. Well, I say that. I mean, Palos is still looking at Armel, but we'll go for the creep wave instead. Thing is, Palos pretty much knows he can't die at the moment. Even without his teammates nearby, chances are they're not going to be able to kill him that quickly. They did see Tino underneath one of the TA traps, and it looks like they want to try to make a play. Tino will get zipped on. Global Silence immediately committed, and that'll be a very nice kill for Jackie. That's all they want. Problem is, Hex is out now. They've caught Armel in the storm. Shackles as well. They're not going to let him survive. Armel will drop.
Bones will make a fine powder.
I mean, again, you have to take that trade on the side of Boom. Tino is just worth a lot more. It doesn't feel good to drop your storm, but it's just down to how you find these kills.
Bottom.
You're having...
Jabs in big trouble again. Trying to survive though, and actually has made it out. His teammates there to back him up. They can't quite finish the job here onto Jabs. It's almost really starting to feel like for Boom, like for me, what I'm looking at is when Tim's gets his blink dagger up, because at this stage you're kind of looking at tossback plays to try and open up the game again for Boom Esports.
That is hinging on that.
Blink, yeah,
the blink is lagging behind. Tim's isn't getting that much activity out. I think, again, like, it's down to needing that blink, and it's also just them having to expend Global Silence every single time they're finding the kill. Right? They can't afford to use it defensively. There's no coverage for Armel. They have to use it instantly when they jump Tino, when you jump literally anyone. And after that fades, it's the free shackle of Shank's game. Like, he just holds them down and they're dead. You just don't have that many cancels, especially, again, while Tim's isn't joining all these rotations out.
nice pick off onto Zhao. Not much he could have done about that. Just a nice easy one here for Execration once again, as they're just continuing to hunt. They're not at all interested in slowing down here on the map. So they did kind of spot out Jabs. Jabs farming underneath some vision on the east side of the map, but looks to retreat at the right moment. The one positive note, if you are Boom Esports, is Jackie is keeping up pretty well here with the TA. Issue is, I don't think it can be all on Jackie this game. Like we saw it kind of last game. You are anticipating at least having another core ready to fight with you. They're going through the twin gates. They're waiting. One at a time, it looks like. Well, no, Shanks will cancel. Meanwhile, look at this. CML's moving up from the south. He's actually there at the twin gate now. So he'll scout out to make sure it's okay. Tino gonna jump in. Does find himself Tims, and Tims is gonna get left behind. So they still come out on top. They knew.
As well, with a very good ward planted earlier from CML, and a free shard now for Shanks just ensures he's going to be even more annoying. A little bit surprised Boom hesitated quite a fair bit. It felt like you had enough time for Jackie with a double melt to just clear out the Torm and back off, but they're just a little bit worried about any further losses. 16-5 Execration. Been doing a great job in this game too. Have all their horse in a very strong spot. It's a side of Boom that's struggling, and it's like we talked about a little bit in game 1. If you struggle on Jabs, the game tends to feel hard for almost all of his teams. I remember this happening on Fnatic. I remember this happening on his time in Talon. If Jabs doesn't have a good lane, there's not much impact you can expect from him. You just kind of have to sit back and wait. Roshan open out for the side of Exe. Drop the wards to get this one nice and quick. We'll be able to find it. Boom. Just can't contest. And just look at this beautiful vision out from Exe. Then into the tree line by the tier 2. Leading into the triangle right on the right side by the Shrine of Wisdom. They can spot every odd, awkward angle that we might want to take to contest. And they just can't.
Roshan for free. Palos more than happy with that. Boom Esports again, still just not in a position where they can actually fight unless Execration look to make a mistake. Tim's going to get caught mid lane, farming the creep wave onto the tier 2 tower. Thankfully, he does have his blink up at least, so you've got that going for you. Doesn't help in that instance, John, but he's got it. Armel, zip away, chase continues, but they're just too far now. They can't get within range.
Not quite. Did have a lucky regen rune bottled up as well, so he could afford to take that risky play. They are still in the position to just shut down everything from Boom. Already applying pressure on that bot tier 2. Mid going to be set to going as well, although Armel. Ballsy.
It's going to be okay, though I say that. Tino had the blink a little bit off the mark. Don't forget, he's got the keen eye on the Tumbler's toy as well here, Tino. So he's got that added cast range with the blink. Kind of, you can't underestimate how far he can get to get these skill back plays. And still scary days. 9k net worth lead for Execration. Age is still standing, of course, on Palos. 17-5 is the scoreline in their favor. Jackie going to reveal his position by hitting a courier. In fact, I believe he's going to run right past our Monkey King. Meanwhile, Armel being watched by Shanks by the looks of it. So action all across the map, but Jackie is going to get jumped top. Meanwhile, Armel getting jumped bottom. So both sides in trouble. Jackie, though, will get away, and so will Armel. The global silence allowing both of them to escape. So happy days in that sense. They will not die, but it's feeling very spooky on the map right now.
And it is. You don't have GS to, again, counterfight. It's your counter-initiation tool here for Boom. Without that, there's no threat. Execration knows they can just commit for an RP, knows they can probably just commit for high ground. There is the toss-back play you were mentioning. Tims needs to be on point to try to isolate one if they want to have any hope here.
It's just so scary into Tino as well. He's just waiting with the smoke for those big RPs. Palos will find one. Tino still looking, does find a skill back play onto Jabs, but Jabs gets the BKB and the Yules off at the same time. A little bit awkward for him. Armel meanwhile zipping in onto Shanks, trying to burst down the Shaman, does get him, and will take him down. That's one goal. Jabs though, dying, should be going down to this Melodic, and will go down to the Fountain. Meanwhile, they'll also lose Tims on the Tiny. And now it's become basically an impossible defense to hope for. If you are Boom Esports as Execration, they will at least find one lane of barracks, and I think that'll be more than enough for them to just casually I was going to say retreat, but they want more. RP committed. They'll find Armel. It wasn't even used last team fight.
Something went wrong here.
Yeah. I mean, when you have all of them clumped up like that, when you get a good square back angle just like that from Tino, you can't really ask for too much more. Gonna clear out the next tier 2 to threaten onto the high ground. Still a minute and a half in that Aegis. A lot of time left to play. And for Boom, I think the one blessing is that Global Silence is coming off cooldown for Zhao. No RP to worry about. So a couple of tools we're taking away this time from Exe. We have seen the capability at least burst down some of the softer targets. If Tims can find the angle, it is certainly possible. It's just there's too much damage coming in from Exe. Like the output from Tino, the output from Palos, the control from CMO and Shanks, it's all just a little bit too much. You need to really work the angle
on Jackie. They're going to try and burst down the PA. Palos is still alive, healing up so quickly with the Satanic, and now they're just getting destroyed. Jackie getting chased down. Jab's doing some pretty good work on these supports though, taking down Shanks, but they've lost Jackie. CML will drop to boot, but a very nice boundless. Lewis catching Armel and Tims. Fantastic performance here from Execration in this game too. And Boom, they're in this awkward spot now where they might want to start thinking about calling it.
That's your MKB reveal on Jackie. The Satanic is just, you have nothing to counteract all of that regen. Aegis is just about to expire now. Another reset for Palos off that recovery. And for Boom, I mean, your best hope now is they overstep, get too close to the fountain, you get the toss back.
Oh, they've already got Zhao. Zhao is down. They're going to try and move in onto the MK. And in fact, they do actually kill off Lewis. That's a lot of gold for Armel. In fact, about 1.5k gold for Armel. instantly in the bank account.
That
Boom
was
Esports
unreal.
not looking to call it. They'll play with 2 Raxes down. Certainly not out of it yet. It's scary, scary times as Execration look to retreat, reset, and come back another day. And that they will. Maybe even just wait for the next Roshan.
Yeah, I mean, there's no rush here for Exa. They know they've got everything to lose. They're in control of the game. They've got 19k lead 27 minutes in.
Dire
And there's
are
really
scanning.
just nothing Boom can do. Again, it's down to maybe if they overextend, maybe you get the toss back you'd want. Maybe Execration's 3 men 1 by 1. That's pretty much your best bet. RP, you've got 2 of those now, with Tino getting the full refresh up. Double BKB, double RP. Not much to wait for. They just wait for that, they get the reset, they smoke up. This could be the end. With all of those buybacks committed. Too much left for Boom if they do get caught off guard here.
Oh, Jabs really can't afford to die this early. Oh, the blink support the mark from Tino, but it's not going to matter anyway. They'll just commit the RP, get the kill, and maybe look to force a buyback. In fact, they have a refresher orb on Tino anyway, so they've got RP again. Tier 4 towers is where they're going. Execration, they don't even want to waste their time with Megas. There's still a tier 2 tower up top. They don't want to have to go through that. Serpent Ward's dropped. That tier 4 tower not going to be lasting too long. And it is now gone. They do look to jump in, but the RP does not connect this time around. So it won't matter because Armel is already gone. They'll continue to try with this team fight. It's looking pretty bad already for Boom though without their Storm. And now without Jackie, it's pretty much impossible.
Dire's
Game's over. Game 3 it is, I think, Jonathan. As they're not calling it, but there you go. Maybe just a quick conversation as to what went wrong here in this game too.
Dire's input is under
And Execration, props to them. They looked like they got destroyed in game 1, but game 2 they just kind of turned it completely on its head.
Yeah, they do. I think for the side of Boom, I think big issues that came out in this one, it felt like the lanes, again, just weren't that strong, especially the top lane was in stark contrast for Jackie. There was a lot more play coming out there from Tino. You weren't getting that presence out with John Uel in terms of just the trading with, say, the early Glaives of Wisdom was much more manageable there for the Magnus. And I think also a big one was just Jabs not having a lane. Like, yes, he wasn't dying, but he wasn't really finding much in that lane either. And as we talked about from game 1, if Jabs doesn't get a runaway start, the game can feel relatively slow for the entire team. Armel couldn't run away with the mid lane because they allowed the Monkey King through, maybe feeling confident with the matchup. Good read and good adjustment from Execration. I can't wait to see what's in game 3.
Neither can I, Jonathan. We're going to head to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our final game of the night between Boom Esports and Execration. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for our final game of the night and the final game of this best of 3 series to decide who does proceed to the qualifying match of the road to the Esports World Cup for SEA. And it's MLP Dota and JohnXFi joining you. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. My goodness, have we got a banger of a series on our hands. Game number 3 now. Between Boom Esports and Execration, set to get underway very soon. How the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great. It's a great showing from Boom in Game 1, a great showing from Execration in Game 2, and I'm keen on seeing what we see here in Game 3. It felt like this time around, Execration were able to work themselves some better lanes. I think the mid matchup for Lewis was the big one as well. A big factor there is that the Monkey King did manage to suppress Armel. It was not a free run for a Storm. It cost them a lot on Boom to even get some of the pickoffs they were looking for. They had to cast Global Silence, which left Armel vulnerable to the shackles coming out. That was the big difference. In Game 1, they were proactive, but they didn't have to use Global Silence. So, if the counteraction would come in, shackles would just be useless. Global Silence was held, and it's a lot harder. I think Boom caught themselves in a drafting trap where they probably wanted to run the Death Prophet as support, realized it probably didn't feel too good, were forced to run it on jabs, and when they flexed it that way, it really didn't pan out in any way that they'd want to, just kind of falling flat from that point on the offlane. Again, the mid lane matchup was rough. So we'll see how Boom adjusts. We'll see how Execration play it into this Game 3. As you mentioned, everything on the line for a nice easy ride into the grand finals here for the Esports World Cup Southeast Asian qualifiers. I'm already having some of the initial bans, Mikey. Monkey King banned out, and the Shaman finally being banned out by Boom after all the impact it has had in the games we've had today. Execration, for their part, banning out the Puck and the Ancient Apparition, leaving some of those tanky supports out here for Boom. Maybe not thinking about the Death Prophet any longer, but something like the Undying could something still make its appearance here for Boom Esports. And the Slark, if the side of Execration don't ban it out. So, gonna have to take a think through on that one if they'd want that through. Nope, no Slark, they say, as Tim's has proven himself to be, again, one of the few +4 players that can master that hero.
10 seconds
Absolutely.
remaining.
I do appreciate at the very least the Shaman ban from Boom. I think it's respectful enough to just get rid of the Shaman, especially after that game number 2 was just so debilitating off the back of the plays that we were seeing out from Shanks. Final ban from Boom Esports. They'll actually ban the TA themselves this time around, and they are going right into the Bristleback, which we probably assume is just going to be Zhao.
I think it's still flexible enough. We've seen Jackie play it with Seeing Red a couple of times in other qualifiers. Maybe even Jabs as well. It's open enough to draft this Bristleback around. If it is going to be Zhao, I think you would want something with a lot of physical output to make use of the minus armor and the slow. Something that stands out is maybe something like a Drow Ranger, which hasn't been as popular but could still fit in. So I'm keen on seeing what the exact ideas will be for Boom. For Execration as well, I do love the respect. Right? They ban out Slark, and then they ban out the Undying. They take care of some of those tanky heroes we were talking about for Zhao, which, again, as you mentioned, Bristleback could be as well. Still thinking about that first pick. They don't have the easy Shadow Shaman. They go for the Kunkka, which was left in the pool. So they do have some of that durability coming back for themselves here. And some of that flex. We've seen +1 Kunkkas. We've seen some offlane. We've seen a lot more of the mid in this past day. So maybe just an early pickup for Lewis to set up his laning start here. But you're not locked into anything just yet in Exit. It's open enough. Again, we've seen Kunkka do a ton of work. The Rum buff just sustains you through a team fight for so long that it might cause some issues for Boom if they're not too careful.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we'll see what they do tend to do about it. I mean, we're going to see some more bans coming out here from these two sides. Not too much being revealed by either team yet. Pretty stock standard picks thus far. Another respect ban this time against the Witch Doctor, which props to CML. He was doing some fantastic work last game around as well. Can't blame them for just the immediate ban on that hero.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
They'll even get rid of the silencer. So Boom Esports. A lot of emphasis on the supports.
There is. I do get the silencer ban, especially if you're running, say, Bristleback core. It can be quite annoying just getting... You're introduced every single point of mana counts for this hero a lot, almost like a storm. Just because of how much you have to be spamming out your spells. So it is understandable
5
to kind of take
seconds
that away. It
remaining.
could also open up the path for Boom to consider some other supports hero
Dire
channels,
team
like
pick.
say
Radiant
something like
team
Bane is
pick.
available, an off lane.
Sorry to keep you all
Enigma
waiting.
could be one thing as well. They could center here as Execration do get the next saving here in the Ringmaster into their side. Again, this hero has been a little bit forgotten in the past day, was remembered here today, and has had that impact. The nerfs really haven't done too much to the
10
hero,
seconds
so I
remaining.
like seeing this for Exa. The Escape Act is still pretty damn strong. Impalement
5
Art still
seconds
feels
remaining.
pretty impressive when you can land them in, and it's just a safe hero to pick. Again, you're not revealing too much in your draft. You have leeway to get something with more catch if Boom will opt for something mobile later on, and you keep that draft open here.
Absolutely. Ringmaster
Radiant
making its
team
reappearance here.
pick.
Boom Esports not to be outdone. Go for a Shadow Demon, which we haven't seen at all throughout these qualifiers, but it's basically their version of Ringmaster on Boom Esports' end of things. Like to see it. In fact, I think we saw it once. I shouldn't say we didn't see it, because I swear we saw it yesterday one time. And a Pangolier,
so.
for good measure.
Just nice, stable, tanky heroes coming out here for Boom. Some flex on hand, although chances are I tend to feel like you might just be running that Bristleback 1 now for Jackie. It's a little bit too early to really tell. I would like the possibility
seconds
of the
remaining.
Jiao Bristle you mentioned, so that flex still stays in place. If you are expecting
5
Kunkka
seconds
mid,
remaining.
Pango mid is a pretty decent matchup there for Armel. I'm sure he's not going to mind that too much. So I can see where Boom's trying to go with this one. Exa now with their own back-to-back picks. We'll have to see how they start tying in this draft. Likely a support plus one of the side lane cores coming in at this point. They don't know the safe lane matchup just yet. There's a couple of good cores that in general should be quite nice here. Razor looks like it could be very solid. You've got X-Mark to drag them back. Instead, they just go with Magnus once more, which, fair enough. You know, Tino had an excellent game last time around. Could just have a decent time again. There's always the safety net of, say, Blink X for the Magnus as well initiation. So if you're in a
10
late game scenario,
seconds
you're running some
remaining.
risk. You have X back play just in case he gets
Radiant
caught
team
out. But it's Skewer back, and you get the Dark Willow on top. Lots of AoE now for Execration here, Mike. RP, Terrorize, Bramble Maze, the Torrent, the boat coming in. So many ways of actually taking complete control in the big 5v5. Execration are covering themselves well. Blink setup isn't too bad
10
either. Dark
seconds
Willow
remaining.
Magnus does have some good play with, say, Bramble into Skewer back. So
5
from
seconds
a laning
remaining.
perspective, you're looking strong. From the team fight perspective, it's looking good. And durability as well. Ringmaster to save. Conk both run buff on top. It's looking smooth going. Mind you, they don't really have easy answers for the Bristleback overall just yet, but you could itemize for that no problem here. So it might not even be an issue for the side of Exa.
Absolutely. Pick up here for Boom Esports.
Radiant team ban.
The TB is what we're going to see coming out, and you know what? We haven't had the pleasure of seeing TB today, Jonathan, but it does make its appearance finally. So it was not banned out, and well, it seems like a pretty decent TB game thus far. You don't really have the best counters towards it.
10 seconds.
Not yet,
remaining.
anyway. Of course, there is still a
Dire
position
team
1
ban.
pick to come for Execration. But right now, this draft is pretty standard from both sides, and as far as I can tell, the TB should be having a pretty decent time.
That it should. It's flexible enough as well here for Boom to kind of figure out
Dire
what they'd want to
team
do.
ban.
They can easily run it now on the off lane here for Jabs, leaving maybe a quirky last pick for Jiao or Jackie, depending on what they'd want to do with a Bristle. They could just run this straight up for Jackie, and last pick of support, which feels slightly awkward, but can still kind of pan out. It is a little
10
bit stranger
seconds
on
remaining.
Boom, but if they were going to gambit with Bristleback support,
5 seconds remaining.
I think you'd want a different safe lane. You'd want to run the Terrorblade off lane in that case. TB plus Shadow Demon's a pretty naturally synergistic lane. Lots of illusion spam that can come out and just kind of play around with itself. You have a good save in the Shadow Demon as well, just in case it's Skewer. He's lined up for if a rotation comes in, if you do shift the Magnus somehow. So there is that, but I'm wondering how Boom decide to close. It does look like Execration is expecting a different pause 1. So they are expecting likely offlane TB, that Jiao Bristleback you mentioned. What other cores are they worried about? Like the Ursa does make a lot of sense up against these tanky heroes. Again, Razor's still in the pool, but it hasn't felt like it's been prioritized too much in these kinds of matchups.
Radiant
Double
team
melee cores
ban.
could make it easy. Batrider being banned out, so Maybe Excretion not so sure what Boom will try to close out with here. I mean, again, it's fairly open considering how hard Boom has tried to flex previously.
One more ban.
10 seconds
Esports.
remaining.
Brewmaster ban is what they go for here.
5 seconds
Interestingly enough.
remaining.
That's
Radiant
Brewmaster,
team
I mean-
pick.
there's the PA ban. Okay, so they're not 100% sure what's going on here. I don't see the flex for a POS 1 Magnus. I mean, I guess it's not impossible, but
I think you can also run the pause when Kunkka. That might be a little bit more common
10
nowadays,
seconds remaining.
considering we've seen, again, tempo safe laners coming out with carry mids,
5
especially in like
seconds
Dream League
remaining.
26 on the tail end. So maybe that's what Boom Esports is also worried about. Just tempo setting safe lane for Palos, playing quick with Kunkka, going for something like a quick Radiance build, and the Magnus from the offlane for Tino with the last pick that could come out, or just the mid Kunkka, or the mid Magnus and safe lane Kunkka with some last pick for Tino. You can just crush them. Boom themselves will have to show that flex. The buck ends here for Boom. Time to show us whether or not you want that bristleback on support or a pause 1 with the last pick here. What really fits in? I still feel like Razor's a good sell. Maybe if you were being quirky, Kunkka could, I mean, Morphling could be good into all of these heroes. Nothing to directly kill off the Morphling. You have decent enough forms and like Magnus Kunkka. Even a Ringmaster could be something annoying for the Morphling to play with. It hasn't been the most popular hero. Direct counters in like AA are gone. So it could be something for Jackie if he, again, is looking to play something else.
let's see. Boom Esports final pickup. They're using a lot of this reserve time to make this final choice. A lot of pressure on these two teams to pull off this Game 3 victory to ensure their position in that that qualifying match, and they're gonna go for a Naga last pick. Not quite what I would have anticipated.
I don't mind this. I think this Naga Siren Bristleback lane sounds devastating. The question is, which order do you play it? Is it
10
Naga 1? Is it
seconds
Bristleback
remaining.
1? Chances are you just run Bristle 1, but Jackie could be
5
enjoying himself a
seconds
Naga 1 game
remaining.
and Bristleback 5 again, with Snot Rocket isn't too bad here. So it's open enough. You've got the song as your counter initiation tool now on the side of Boom Esports. You have a ton of illusion spam, which, mind you, isn't as effective when you're up against Kunkka and Magnus. So it's not like it's that crazy where they can't deal with illusions. The line of Exa can kind of contend with it just fine. I'm wondering what Exa will want to deal with this. And again, for Boom, this is probably the last pick they could go for that is still fluxing between 1 and support. So they keep things somewhat open-ended. Execration will just go for an Ember, another way of dealing with all of these illusions. And that should just be our Lewis mid. So we are getting the Palos Kunkka and the Tino Magnus out. Very natural combinations with the Empower as well. Jackie's actually going to be taking the Terrorblade, and we will get ourselves a Jabs Bristle, I'm assuming, unless they go really left field here, which, again, I don't expect, but could happen. Very interesting as well that Lewis does go for Chain Gun, which I appreciate in this kind of game. Right, the added targets on the chains is great. The chains coming out from the remnants is going to be useful in stopping all of these illusions running around. So I like this coming out from Exa. It kind of answers this massive illusion spam you're seeing from Boom. But for Boom Esports part, there is actually some
10
good tempo here.
seconds
We talk
remaining.
about it all the time with Terrorblade. But once you hit Dragonlance, once you
5
hit,
seconds
like, say,
remaining.
around the 7-8 minute mark, you can actually join your team early on with Metamorphosis to just get a free siege going. You have a decent enough lane with Naga Siren. There's some good long-range poke that can come out that might not be as smooth going for Tino, although he does have a lot of magic damage to poke back at Jackie with a Shockwave at the very least. Chances are that with Eternal Empowerment, you are going to leave that at level 1. So maybe a little bit more playable for Jackie. But a very interesting game 3 here, Mike. Very different drafts from both of these teams.
Absolutely, definitely interesting for a Game 3 matchup. I really don't know how to feel about this POS 1 Kunkka of Palos. It's going to be pretty interesting to watch here, see exactly what they can get done. I gotta say, I did appreciate the Naga last pick once I kind of thought about it, because it's a very nice disengage tool. Especially against Tino, who was doing such great work with those RP skillback plays. Like, just having the ability to just pop song and disengage and reset and maybe look for a Sunder target for Jackie and all of that, even just the Rolling Thunder setup. It is really nice. I kind of question with this style of draft now, if these songs are good, like, are you going to have enough to burst somebody down with the draft you've got before the song just comes out and puts you all to sleep anyway?
Yeah, that's the big issue for Execration. I feel like there's a window where they do have enough damage, and that's going to have to rely on a very strong early start, which is easier said than done. And their lane setups here in Execration can kind of enable that. They have some pretty good lanes coming out, like Kunkka plus Ringmaster is pretty damn good poke. You're not going to be zoning out Palos too hard, I don't believe, up against the Bristleback. It shouldn't be that tough for Kunkka to just win out that lane. Armel getting question marks for Tino, wishing him well. What a tip as well. Doesn't seem to be enjoying Tino's poking here.
No, I imagine he's not. Classic Tino for you. Now going to have a bit of a standstill for now. Both sides looking to secure the top boundary rune, so there is a high chance of a fight to start. Boom Esports, they'll pop a 5-man smoke for themselves now.
30 seconds to battle.
Level 1 timings for Boom are pretty damn good. If you want to force a fight, you do have a Shadow Demon and a Bristleback on your side of things. So you'd probably want to force a fight if you can here as Boom Esports. In fairness though, they did go Disruption level 1 rather than Shadow Poison, so maybe not quite as effective with the Shadow Demon, but the Bristleback's still probably going to have a very good time if they do get started.
The battle
Execration, they're going to
begins.
move down, and it seems like the fight's just not going to come. They're going to end up getting a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of Boom on those bounties, and that's going to be about it. Execration, they just don't want it. Neither do Boom by the looks of it.
Poke and prod a little bit. Or at least TP's out there for Palos, but a nice extra start for Boom. Having that extra rune is going to feel pretty important, especially on the mid lane there for Armel, whose mid lane matchup shouldn't be too bad. I don't think we've seen the Chain Gang Ember up against just the standard Pangolier. This is going to be a little bit interesting from Lewis, but overall, this lane is still fine for Pango. You have an all damage shield going for you there with a shield crash. Should be fine and just swashing around, controlling the lane. There's not much kill threat from Lewis, at least in terms of sleight of fist spam. Searing Chains early on, the damage is pretty decent, but I'm not quite sure if you're going to be maxing that out anyhow on Lewis. So Armel should have his work cut out for him. Should be fine in maintaining a lane. Question is whether or not you get rotations out at, say, 2 minutes, 4 minutes to try to deny off these runes. Taking a look at the other lane still here. Mike down bot. You do have Jackie on his Terrorblade, along with Zhao on the Naga. So double illusion lane lining up here for Boom, up against Tino and Shanks. And again, for Tino and Shanks, there is some setup play here. There's a skewer back play you can get done for the Bramble and a skewer. Just easy setup to take. There is a lot of counterplay from the side of Boom, especially with Zhao. Once he has the Ensnare, you're not going to be able to get that combo. It just kind of takes away that aggressive angle for you. Tino as well, with that Eternal Empowerment, likely isn't looking to max out Shockwave Poke and not going to get as much in the skewer. Will be focused on trying to get that farm with the Empower. So how aggressive you want to be here on the side of X is probably not too much.
The reel in with the ensnare, and well, there you go, an easy kill. Jackie secures first blood, and it's really just that simple, isn't it, Joe?
That it is. Again, you have the Metamorphosis, you've got the damage, you've got the control, and this is going to be the hardest lane for Exa. Again, yeah, there's some place you can try to do. It just doesn't feel right when you have internal empowerment to have to max out Shockwave. So you're not going to be able to like magically poke on Jackie. You're going to have to just focus on farm. And that should lead to Shanks maybe kind of getting the message. He can't really afford to trade too hard with Shadow Realm. He can't afford to walk up too close, as this is a very low cost combination from the side of Boom so long as meta's up. It will take them time to have that back up again. That's the one blessing. Let's see if they'll find opportunities once meta's back up. Up top, Palos and CML up against Jabs and Tims. In this lane for the Bristle, first few levels will not feel great. Right? You always have that Tidebringer to play with. Initial farm for Palos is going quite fine. And Jabs isn't the healthiest on the mana pool department. down to just 94. So no threat whatsoever to come in from the Bristle. This is going to be, again, a passive lane as well for Boom on the off lane. Palos should just be doing fine. You should also not expect Jabs to fall too far behind, though. That is one key part. Like in this case, the Bristleback farm should go unimpeded at the least, and that should lead to some decent timings. We'll just have to see how much Jabs can get before that aggression starts to pile up, because once you get the value point in X, lined it up with Tame the Beast and Impalement Arts, there is some really strong poke here on the side of Exit to look for some opportunities.
That mid lane's going pretty roughly right now for Lewis. I mean, he's not too far behind in CS, but he finds a position where he has to go back to the fountain now. Armel having a pretty damn good time on the Pangolier, as we do see some supports rotating to get water runes, but it's basically CML denying one away from Armel. Of course, he does get the other because the Ember just was not there. It seems like Armel's going to find an XP advantage here in this mid lane, and I didn't think it would be this disadvantageous for the Pango, but Armel's been having a fantastic time.
Yes, it kind of goes back to going for Chain Gang. Right, like you lose your trade back potential with the double impact, so you're not getting as much damage back to Armel. Already the deep dive from Armel as well with the level advantage still.
They're trying here to move in onto Armel, maybe punish him a little bit for going this far, but he's going to be okay to walk away. Almost feels like it's more about keeping Lewis healthy here in this mid lane, so he doesn't have to make a walk back towards the fountain. But so far, good news for Boom in the mid lane and the side lanes. Nothing really going poorly here for them. Mind you, I mean, hold on a minute. Here comes that Reelan again, bottom lane. They've got a mag. They'll happily let him skewer them back into the tier 1 tower because they just want the kill. Jackie finding a second already, and you can really appreciate this combo. It's just so stupid. It's like every time meta's off cooldown, we can just kill somebody guaranteed. Speaking of death, though, Jab does die to CML.
And that's also the straightforward combo for Exa, right? Like X back, Tame the Beast plus Impalement Arts. Nice and easy to find that kill on the Bristle, especially if Tim's already commits the disruption earlier on. It is smooth going for Boom. Outside of the top lane, this lane for Jabs has been pretty painful. A bit slower even than the lane of Tino. And Tino's still trying to poke and prod. At least meta's down. When it's down, you have the opportunities to try to play tag, but not much more. Jackie has been very good with how he juggles around a wand. Only has the 4 charges now, but that threat just isn't there. Shanks doesn't have too much EXP rotating around the map. You're needing some catch-up as well. Armel does manage to secure the power rune and has level 6. So could look for some opportunities if he so wished. Even Zhao, I mean, that net is deadly, as you've said here, Mike. Could try to set up onto something.
It's deadly. It's scary, John. Get level 5 Ender Spirit here in Lewis. He's going to be pretty cautious because Rolling Thunder is up. And Armel's going. He wants the kill attempt.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Won't try for it yet. Looks like Zhao is going to move in, and so will Tim's. I'm looking just maybe for the easier kill in CML. Though CML with a nice little whoopee cushion, jumping back up to the high ground. So no kills coming out here, though they've been so annoying towards Lewis. Like, even just throwing the illusions in from Zhao. Just abusing the deluge here on the poor Ember. And Lewis, he's still level 5. He can't actually soak the XP for 6. Armel's going to be 7 by the time he's back.
It's painful. Like, this setback for the Ember is just... It's going to hold back that tempo for the side of Exa, because who else are you going to connect with? And Tino's not going to be ready, of course. Blink Dagger's still a mile off if he even wants that rush. Maybe might even opt for something like an Echo Saber if he's feeling a little bit greedier in this game. And you don't have the levels up on your supports. In fact, you're matching your support levels with all the space they've been given. Because you are managing to poke back just a tad bit more onto Armel, but doesn't really care.
Oh, Jackie. Big pick off. Jackie going down. Palos with the rotation down bottom. That's a big one. Palos, top of the net worth board, finding a kill for himself once again. And I don't really know how much to expect from this this Pos1 Kunkka, but
Dire's top tower is under
yeah,
attack.
he's had a pretty good time, John. Top of net worth, bit working on the Radiance. Already a very tanky boy. And Jackie dying, not going to be spelling great news for Boom. He's not going to be fasting anywhere near as fast as, say, Palos right now. That's for sure.
It's going to take some time here for Jackie. They're going to need to buy that time on the side of Boom Esports. The issue is, the only hero that can buy that time for you is Armel. Mind you, that investment in Armel on mid has been paying off. He's able to clear out some of the stacks now. Is one of the camps is still blocked off, but they still managed to get some good gold injection. The diffusal blade just lacking through the recipe at this point. Although,
End up finding a quick ringmaster. Armel will happily take that one for himself. That's the one thing I suppose is, like, even if you are having I say slower, it's not even a slow game from TV. John Jackie's still having a great old time, but it's one of those games where it feels like you're probably going to be relying a little bit on Armel to carry you through the mid game. And he's pretty close to having the full diffusal up. Meanwhile, Palos looks like he wants to get involved on the Kunkka now, moving into the mid lane. And in fairness, it is a pos-1 Kunkka, so he can well and truly fight whenever the hell he feels like it. TPs are coming in. Jiao will be there on the Naga Siren. Jabs will also show up, and that could be enough to just force them back, but it seems like Jabs a little bit intimidated by how many numbers he's looking at right now, and they are not retreating. Execration going all the way for this. They'll throw an X-Torrent out onto Jabs. He's already dropping pretty damn low and might actually die here with the Brambles locking him down. Disruption will buy him a spot of time, but nowhere near enough as Jabs is gone, and Palos will take another one.
you're so free right now for Exa. For the side of Boom, I mean, it's like you said, you need to buy Spade for the Terrorblade, and only Armel can do it. I'm not sure what Jabs is trying to do. Armel even just getting poked out quite hard. Damage output now, even just from CML, is significant with the level 3 Tame the Beast, but I think the one weakness for the side of Boom is the fact that Jabs is just not ready. Vanguard alone isn't enough, of course. The stacks are scouted out by CML. They could try to contest now on Exe, but the side of Boom are also aware they have to clear this out quick. Might be able to find another one on CML if he's not careful, but at least he's forcing out the resource early.
We come again. Execration. They want the stacks. They're going to find Jabs. Jabs already having a pretty atrocious game on this Bristle. Definitely does not want to die again. They are going to move in on to CML, so Armel at least finding a quick support pick-off. They won't lose anything, and more importantly, they can move into these stacks. And it looks like they're just going to split them up here. Of course, Jabs would have probably really enjoyed just taking all this gold for himself, because he desperately needs it right now on the Bristleback, but he won't get so lucky. More important matters here, Jabs.
And they just have to prevent the bleed out. Lots of issues coming in now. Full blink up for Tino. So the blink RP, blink screw back plays are lined up here on the Magnus, who's been given a free bot lane in comparison to the struggle that Jabs has been having up top. You've got the Radiance just lacking a little bit more gold and Palos, right around 380 gold here.
Try for Armel. A lot of damage dealt onto Armel, but he's not going to get caught. Meanwhile, top, it looks like Palos has a freebie for himself. The Tim's going to try and make it challenging. Oh, the Tidebringer! Not within range, or the angle was just wrong. Tim's still running. Pings are coming out. Tim's really should have no good way out of this. Jukes out the torrent. TP away. They've still got the vision, but they can't keep up with him. Oh, Tim! It's a very nice waste of time there against Powell.
And it is. They do lose Jackie in that process, though. So overall, I mean, you miss out on that support kill. You find the Terrorblade. You're finding the bigger trades you'd want. The space for Jackie just not really available. Execration, it is a marginal lead at this point, although we are only 12 minutes in. It has felt a little bit longer because of how action-packed it is relative to the rest of the games we've been casting. But the 3k lead is still certainly something you can work yourself back. It's just, this timing on Palos is just ridiculous. Radiance flying in now. Burn damage is there. Durability's added up with a missed chance to play with. At least you find a bigger one in Tino. It's a blessing for Armel.
Absolutely. Tino going down. Armel very, very happy with that. Top lane, a bit of a group up. It looks like Execration might be on the hunt for somebody, if not just the tier 1 top tower. Palos still well and truly top net worth and now has the full Radiance up, so looking to fight at any chance he can
Dire's
get.
bottom tower is under attack.
Won't end up finding
Radiant's top tower
Zhao
is
on the
under
Naga.
attack.
We'll get the tier 1
Radiant's
tower
top
while he's
tower
here though,
has
and
fallen.
really with Execration, like with how far ahead Palos is, you just don't want to stop. You really don't want to put your foot off the gas. It just, especially with the Radiance up now, you just know Boom can't fight against you. So if anything, you really want to just keep fighting if you can.
Yeah, and that's the key thing with the Kunkka Pause 1. Very high tempo, gets off to a good start, utilizes the early farm really strongly, and actually manages to zone out for space. Again, it's Tino that's playing a little bit greedier,
Radiant are scanning.
getting the space to farm Blink, trying to get perhaps into the BKB at this point. Even Lewis getting his recovery done as well on the Ember, although it's still been a rather slow game for Lewis overall. I think that's one thing that maybe prevents the overwhelming presence of Execration to really kick in just yet. Good wards being dropped here by Boom, going across into the triangle to set themselves up to at least get
Dire's
one
bottom
sneaky
tower
place to
is
farm
under
or try to
attack.
gank in.
Radiant's
But
top tower
we
is
still
under
needed to
attack.
work on catch up a little bit more. Exit out with a smoke. See if they can get a good connection out. Zhao wouldn't be a big target, but some bigger fish down bot that they could catch out here.
There you go. Find Armel as well. That's a great target. If they can deal with him, terrorize out. He's got no chance for the Rolling Thunder, but the disruption will buy him a bit of time. He'll try to get it off, and in fact, he's got him in the
Ooh.
RP. Oh, he jukes out the RP as well. Beautiful roll away.
Dire's middle tower is
That
under
disruption
attack.
from Tim's really just allowing the small opening he needed to get away. And Armel will be deathless still in game 3.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's an important save. Armel, again, is the only hero that can kind of play right now. Baiting out the RP means you honestly don't have too much to worry about on the side of Boom. You can't afford to take it a little bit easier. Heck, you could even consider your own rotations if you felt ready. Not having Rolling Thunder might put a hamper on that. The space now for Jackie, it's still not amazing, but he is number 2 in net worth. He is finding a way to keep up somewhat. Although the overwhelming lead of Palace right now is still an issue. Big timing you're waiting for is... I mean, it's hard to say. Blink for Armel does set things going as he's caught out again. So much
for now. Yeah, it's very annoying, these Impalement Arts. And even the Tame the Beast is so much damage. But it's alright, he's fine. Top lane is where they're going, where Jabs currently needs a bit of help. Palos is lost half his HP. Disruption will save from the boat damage here for Jabs, so Jabs can keep going. And these nasal boost stacks, they've really started to add up now. The Kunkka is moving very slowly to get out of this scenario. Meanwhile, Tino in the middle of nowhere trying to run away from Armel, but continuously being chased down. Song committed. Tino will die. They do give up Jabs, but it's a nice setup now for a bit more as they look towards the Ember, but the escape back going to allow him a chance to rim it out of there. It's going to be the Ringmaster that will get left behind, and that'll be a triple kill to Armel. He takes all of it.
Yeah, he's 6 out of the 8 kills so far. No assists here for Armel. All of it literally just going to him for the most part. And that's a major win. Again, that's the kind of catch you need. You're tanky enough now on Jabs to actually cop through the damage. He's got utility with a hairball. They're underestimating the Snotrock a fair bit here. And it's providing openings. Again, the lead for Execration, it's shrinking down. Most of that lead, again, is mainly just Palos. If you look at the net worth graphs overall, Lewis is bottom net worth. This Ember has not had a game. Tino is starting to lag a little bit behind as well. And Armel and Jackie are starting to nip at the heels of Palos. And this carry Kunkka, it looks strong right now. It does taper off quite a fair bit as the game approaches, say, the mid-game into the later portion, maybe approaching into 25 to 30 minutes. It does start to taper off just a tad bit. And that's where you have to be concerned about how much Jackie can get done. He is by himself, though.
Here's Jackie. Terrorize gonna connect as well. Jackie. Not what you wanted to see. They're gonna go down bottom though. Palos also in the middle of nowhere. But he's got some help incoming. Tino is here with the RP ready, but he might need to commit it ASAP. In fact, they spot him out in the back so he can't even help. And Armel, he wants more. Nice blink away though from Tina, gonna ensure he does not get caught along with his carry. So both position ones dying across the map. Don't know who that really favors more, but I think Palos is still much more valuable of a call right now than say Jackie.
Dire's bottom tower
And he is.
under attack.
You're fine with trading that way. You're getting some, again, catch up for jabs, getting this early activity on the Bristle, who has managed to even out in the net worth charts. Jackie maybe being a bit greedy. Armel playing poke.
Just move it
Dire's
in.
middle tower is under attack.
Gets the remnant away here for Lewis though.
Gives him a head start.
But it seems like Boom, they've come online now. They're looking around. I mean, Armel, he's at a point where he's just pretty damn strong on this Pangolier, and he just wants to move. Reeling is there. They're gonna find Lewis. Beautiful setup from Zhao, and it's just still the ensnare level 1 proving to be so potent to set up.
And it is. And again, just having that hairball, having the instant stacks of goo coming in from the Snot Rocket, that minus armor softens you up to a huge degree, especially since you don't have any plus armor at the moment. You don't have enough alt stats to kind of pad that out. So your output is quite high on Boom. If Jabs is able to get even just a couple of casts off, but the rush doesn't take too long at all, and that's with Jackie joining late. Security up for Armel. Not that he's died anyway, but we'll just want that safety net to allow the risk-taking here on the Pangolier.
Dire's top
And
tower
for
is
Exe,
under attack.
they've just not been able to start these fights on their own. They need to start taking initiative. They need to start even just a skewer backplay. Heck, at this point, you know, even just a RP onto one key target, you're happy enough. You just need to find those big targets. You need to suppress Armel. You need to stop Jackie. Maybe even just stop Jabs from playing catch-up, as the auras are starting to be formed up here for the Bristle. And these timings will just hold back the damage of Execration. It's like you were saying in the draft, where's the damage going to be coming in from as the game scales on? It will start to taper off. Especially since, again, you didn't go double impact on Lewis. He's utilizing chains. They're all focused in onto control, with most of the damage coming in from Palos for this point of the game. There will be issues once the Crimson and Piper are up here on Jabs.
There goes the Tormentor. Boom will get away with that. There is a big smoke coming. Palos, he's going to find an X, but a Song has been committed by Zhao. They will bring Jabs back, but the Song's going to allow him to get through the twin gates, but it's not going to allow Zhao to get out. He'll have to give himself up. It's still well and truly worth it to allow Jabs a way out of there. Though they are chasing him down through the twin gates, trying to see if they can find anyone else. Seems like they could run into Tim's here, as Tim's going to get hit by an Impalement Arts and should really have no way out. He's gone. But no, Palos! Did they actually... Oh, they missed him!
Oh my gosh.
Oh, how does he keep getting away with this?
He's a smooth criminal, Mikey. Good old Tim's.
Oh, he's... My goodness. Palos, are you okay?
It
Dire's
works!
middle tower is
Didn't
under
figure
attack.
that. Didn't think of that. Good on you, Mike. It's smooth. Very smooth.
Thank you, John.
Enough of the smoothness here, though. 10-8. Boom has made pretty much a full recovery at this point. Like, all of this gold and net worth sink of Palos, I don't know if it's going to pan out. Like, BKB is there, yes. Radiance has been nice. The Kunkka is starting to taper off in damage. Like, Tidebringer damage is all well and good, but it doesn't scale. Right? It doesn't scale like the Terrorblade. It doesn't scale like even, say, a Snot Rocket Bristle and the damage off Armel tying into that, as they're just set to go. RP is still up, though, if they clump up too hard here from Boom. But you always have the Song still on cooldown from Zhao from that previous play. Just need to find one pick off to open it up here on Boom Sendo.
And for Armel. Let's find a couple targets. Inhibit has been placed on Palos, but he's got a BKB ready. Kino looking for the right opportunity for a nice skewer RP, but it's not going to come as Boom Esports, they look to retreat. Obviously, this is a bit of a trap setup here from Execration. I mean, you do have the better late game scaling, I'd argue, as Boom. Like with this TB, Bristle, and Pango, I dare say you're probably better off just dragging this game out if you can. If you're Boom Esports, whereas Execration, to me, feel like the ones that should be playing a little bit faster.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. Again, it's all about tempo for Exe. You take a tempo core, you went for a Magus that isn't scaling for late, it's scaling for utility on Tino. Going for the Ags next. Trying to catch out, but the Chief is just way too slippery. I can't believe the only time he died was in the previous series. Game 1, he didn't die either. So far in Game 3, not dying yet. So, he's had a fantastic time on the hunt.
Armel. Carlos.
Radiant's courier.
They're gonna slow him up. That's all they're gonna get out of that. Just slow him down. Make it easy.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top
Find himself
tower.
tier
Armel will
one.
take the bottom tier 1.
Dire's
Yeah.
bottom tower has
They get a
fallen.
good
Gonna
snipe
have
from
the
the
Ags up
courier.
soon.
Great timing for the Yags. Maybe a little bit unfortunate that you're not going to tie that in with a
Dire's
pipe,
bottom
as
tower
again
is
Jab's
under
courier
attack.
did get sniped. So some of that
Radiant
aura
are
play isn't
scanning.
up, which means you might not be again fully comfy to play just yet in these big clump ups. But it shouldn't take too long. You're going to sit out 2 minutes, just more farming, more time for Jackie to build up, more time for that full Ags you're talking about for Armel to get assembled, just lacking about 1,200 gold at this point, 1,300 really. And for Exa, again, this slow game is not doing them any favors. Sanj and Yasha up for Palos, which is great. The stat res is good. A little bit tankier on the Kunkka. But the damage he's doing in the middle of that tankiness, it doesn't feel like it's there. Maybe if we actually see a proper 5v5 with an RP on top, with a complement of the boat and the torrent, and Empowerers being thrown about all these cores, could be different, but we just haven't seen that yet from Exa. It's just so hard to hope for that kind of team fight with how Boom is playing on the map.
We might have a bit of a running here with Tino. Things are coming out towards the top tier 2 tower. Boom seem to want to play around this top area, and Tino's about to reveal himself on the creep wave, though no, he thinks better of it. Does retreat as it's that Spidey sense that something is a little bit wrong here. I see it, team's more than happy to sit back and farm up those some core items before we get going again. It's like an Ags will be up pretty soon on Tino as well, so the Horn Toss is going to be back up and available for him. Yeah, in fact, all the cores on Execration are basically building Ags. Like, Lewis is trying to get a BKB up, but he's going for Aghanim Scepter straight after that. Well, we're not seeing an Ags on Palos, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, Kunkka Ags just feels like probably one of the worst ones. Double ship is really all you want, but when you have RP in the game, one ship is probably enough. Smoke out from Boom, see if they can collapse onto anything here, as they should start to be feeling very confident. Things are out, want to line up onto Lewis, but need a good jump for that one.
Dire are scanning.
Thinking about it, Lewis gonna remnant towards the regen rune and does manage to bottle it up. In Esports, they will see Lewis in the mid lane. Lewis, though, seems like he's just baiting for his side. They're just casually waiting on the right. Here we go. Rolling Thunder will connect onto Lewis, but he has a remnant to get back to. Still, Armel's found everybody else. Look at this, John.
Wow.
Armel's literally found all of them. He's found every single one. CML will drop, of course, and now they just need to get the hell out. But Palos has been slowed up to a crawl. Jabs will not leave him alone with the Snot Rocket, and well, they've got to find a way to help Palos because he's currently minus 23 armor on this Kunkka. It's not going to be a fun time for him as he pops the BKB to try to run, as well as the Terrorize now forcing them back a little bit. They'll try to deal with Kim at the very least. The disruption making it a little bit hard, but they'll finally get him. Is now Armel dropping low, should go down, and eventually know the song keeping him alive. Armel, how does he
healing.
not die, this man? Oh, he's still not dying.
No way!
Oh
No way.
my, he's not dying.
Oh, there
Oh,
you go.
finally. Jesus. Thank you.
Oh my
Oh my
god.
God, Shanks just had enough. You know what, Shanks, you deserve that Midas. You keep that Midas, Shanks. You do.
That he does. You can keep it. Yeah, that's the state of the game. Not that I feel like scaling Dark Willow is viable at all. I think that's really, really dead. But you're seeing the effect of just that sustain. John Yuel, he has the mech, he has the shard he got from the Tormentor. We talked about this all the time, especially when Loudspurt was less popular as Jackie.
Well, Jackie's pretty far forward. Bedlam's not going to do enough, though. Still has the Sunder available, and Well, it looks like they're not really gonna stick around too long for the tier 2 tower, as the respawns are coming up now for execration for the defense. And we do get to see a bit of a highlight from that last team fight, and I don't know how this guy just kept surviving. I think it was Zhao that just got in with the song and barely kept him alive, because Lewis's BKB runs out as he's going for the final right now. His BKB runs out mid-animation and he stops attacking. Oh, that's just unbelievable. What is that?
That's a different form of Gaben's blessing, Mikey. Armel
well,
is being blessed. The chief is blessed.
Or
He's,
Lewis is cursed. One of the two.
Either or is an acceptance. I guess I guess you can't say you're blessed if someone's cursed for you. It sounds like a very spiteful thing to say. Smoke out could be a spiteful move out from Doom. As a
I don't know why
Chaz
it'd be
will...
spiteful, John.
No clue. I don't know. It just doesn't sound as good as being blessed, you know? You know? Sounds a bit
Well,
weird.
they aren't. Spiteful and blessed aren't opposites, John. Just for your knowledge. Tims. Skewer. Tims is going to die. Meanwhile, Armel. Here we go. The Rolling Thunder taking down CML already. Meanwhile, Lewis needs to get the hell out of there because Jack is doing too much damage. They're going to find another in the Dark Willow. Shanks is down. Meanwhile, Palos now can't stick around. This is the stage of the game where it's basically all on Tino now. Like, Tino's going to find setups. Palos can't run in and hit people. Not when the Metamorphosis is gone. It's got to be a nice setup here from Tino.
Plumped up in the pit. Playing a little bit slow, though.
Jab's making it so hard as well. Just look at him frontlining with that Snot Rocket spam. CML just got back into the game as well. It was a buyback, but it looks like it'll be a dieback immediately as he's going down. But no, they haven't got him yet. Boat will fly in. Jabs will fall. No, in fact, he's still going as well. And now the RP. Tino holding down a couple, but the song's going to come in. There's no follow-up to it. He'll skewer him into the tier 2 tower, but what does that matter? What does it matter?
Oh,
Oh, boy. Double kill. Jackie's having a great old time. Zhao saving the day again. And Zhao's been doing some fantastic work, might I add, Jonathan. My goodness. These songs have been fantastic.
no. And they have. They should let Zhao belt one out in the karaoke room. Or just let him karaoke in the team house at this point. Would provide the same
That's right.
mental healing for Boom. As I'm sure maybe that's the reason why he picked the Nagasar. He belted out a tune for the boys. After that, game 2. And they're back in action, feeling the minds and hearts of Blue Esports. So they've got the opening into Roche, and it's... I want to go back to what you said, right? Like, it's all on Tino, yes, but what can you really hope to do if you get an RP? That was a big RP, mind you, when you have no damage, right? He went for utility.
Shanks just got quite literally deleted by Armel. One swashbuckle took out literally 90% of his HP. That was not very fun for old Shanks.
Sir. And yeah, I mean, there's pressure here for Tino, but we need to find damage elsewhere. Like, I like that Palos was trying with a Chrysalis pickup. It's just not going to be enough. Free Shard now coming out for Tim's. Demonic Cleanse on hand. More saves to come in here for Boom. If it felt impossible to kill off any of these guys a while ago, it's going to feel even more impossible now, because you've got a safety net with the Demonic Cleanse. For the side of Execration, honestly, it feels like your best bet is just a massive amount of skewer backs. Pulling someone all the way back, isolated away from the rest of Boom. That's your best shot for a pick-off. And then you try to break Boom apart one by one like that. It's a difficult thing to do, but you're in a difficult circumstance right now for Exa with this kind of draft. Just no fighting head-on unless that RP comes out before or after the song. Like, it takes a very specific circumstance to remove the saves here from the side of Boom. And it feels impossible to find Zhao in the backline. He's sending out these illusions. There's constant vision coming in unless you so hard to take care of that save here from the side of Boom Esports.
Well, they have the blink on Zhao, which makes it really easy for him to just sit back every time. Tino? Oh, Tino's gonna get spotted. Tims finds him. Not good news for Tino. Purge will be there. He'll try to skewer north or south rather, but it's all for north, John. Tino will die. does have buyback if he needs it. You really are at that stage now where Boom Esports is completely out of control. Mel has been out of control since minute 0, it feels like. This man just 11, 1, and 6 on the Pangolier just has been unrelenting. And it might all go back to the fact that Tina opened his mouth, John.
Yeah, in game 1, and then the question mark here. You know, Armel is just locked in. You can't piss off the Chief when he's locked in like this.
No, sir.
Building stuff. He was galvanizing. More free. Look at this.
We can't keep up with the Armel. We're not catching any of this, sir. We're not catching any of it.
Dyer's middle tower.
No, Armel's just playing his own game here, John. He's not even playing Dota anymore. He's playing like a hack and slash or something.
Dyer's middle barracks.
It's like
Let's
Diablo
feel
for him or some crap.
Dyer's
Here we go.
structures are fortified.
Roleplay. Siege away now as well. They need to find a way. I mean, Tino's going to be back up. RP is ready.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
How do you take this angle? Like, who do you prioritize? Who do you try to isolate away in the RP? Do you just try to gun Jackie with the Aegis? I don't know if you can handle his 2 lives, honestly. It just doesn't feel feasible. You have to look for the softer targets here in Execration somehow. Perhaps the smoke will lead to some answers. They can find it.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
I meant Diablo 2, by the way, Jonathan. Obviously, you know, things went a
Don't
bit
have
south
phones?
as the... yeah, well,
have
yeah, I
phones?
didn't have a phone, John. Obviously, I couldn't play the new ones. Anyway, moving on, mid lane. Something about making Blizzard jokes, I just really enjoy it. I really enjoy it. I don't know why.
It is satisfying.
I don't-
It is satisfying.
I don't. I think it's because I know Activision's there too, and I really just despise both of them. So it's really
Yeah.
enjoyable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Let's not get ourselves cancelled. Triangle. That's where Boom Esports are hanging about.
Radiant are scanning.
Tier 2 bottom tower. Should eventually get taken out here by Jackie and the squad.
Yeah, lane's a little bit shoved out. Need to get the creep wave in to get through the back door. Eventually we'll get that done. Palos has been stalling out here. Going for that silver edge, not too far off, but I don't know what good that'll do you. Yeah, Palos. I mean, Jabs is pretty annoying, sure. What a snot rocket? Is he your main issue? Probably not. But I guess at least removing all of the goo coming out can somewhat simplify your game. They should have an idea of that someone's farming here, and Palos is running right to Armel.
Oh, Mel, man, he just... BKB forced. Gonna be okay. But guess what, John? There's no BKB if they want to go high ground now.
Nice and open. And really not much they can do here on the side of Hexa. Bot lane being corrected. Last tier 2 to be taken relatively soon. Creep wave mid shoved in. At the least, for Execration, they did stall out the Aegis. So Jackie doesn't really get to play around with his secondary life. And that is one saving grace here for the side of Execration. But, again, the answers just aren't showing themselves here. Everything just coming out the way of Boom. I don't know. Like, you have to get a good horn toss. This Ag's investment on Tino, instead of going damage, like, it has to show up with that control, that pullback, that repositional threat.
Dyer's bottom
Just haven't felt it in a long time here from Tino.
No.
Dyer's bottom tower has fallen.
Well, here we go. Through the bottom lane they go. BKB for Palos still down for 30 seconds, so there is time to try and abuse that opening. Tino, not even in the base right now. He's probably going to have to get back there pretty soon. Because Metamorphosis has been committed. Jackie is certainly going for it. That'll be at least a tier 3 tower.
Dyer's bottom tower has fallen.
No reason to really back off, I don't think. They'll just let the illusions do the work, but there's your horn toss. Jabs, he'll get caught in it. They'll break him up as well with the silver edge, but Armel's moving in. RP never really coming out quite yet from Tino. He'll hold out for now. Armel, look at the damage output from Armel. These swashbuckles are destroying them, and Palos is gone.
Dyer's bottom tower.
No buyback available. This game's over. Is it just
Maybe.
over, John?
Maybe they can get a skewer back into the fountain? That feels like your last bet here on the side of Hexa. And the RP just, it's not going to cut it without that damage. And Palos is a lot of good damage right now.
Dyer's
We'll have to see if Boom overextends. That's your opening on Hexa, but they've been playing very disciplined in this series overall. I don't see that mistake happening anytime soon.
Well, the top rack's in pretty big danger here. hard to see a defense without Yakunka. They're going to get a nice skill back play though onto Jackie into the RT, but you've got to really just get him to the fountain. Look at the song. Oh boy, that just kind of, that's what happened in this game. You just screenshot that right there, John. That paints a perfect picture.
It does. No RP threat. They're not calling it yet on exit, but I don't know how much more they have left in the tank. Secondary RP ready on Tino. No back-to-back though, but now double skewer. Double skewer could be the way to go. It's just that you have to do that at least 3 times, 4 times to really even out the game. And you're playing against Mega Creep, so it's a slow, tedious process for the comeback of Exe. For Boom, I mean, this is their game to lose. They're in complete control. They have no reason to dive. They just need to wait out, maybe wait out the next Aegis to be secure onto the tier 4s, and it's down to Exe to try to find a weakness.
It's not going to be easy. They're up against the Megas. Not giving up yet though, Execration. Roshan is going to be a while away, so there is some time to try and find some kind of a game plan for Execration here against these Mega Creeps. Armel's going to spot out Shanks at the top lane. We'll go for the Rolling Thunder, immediately rushing in after Shanks and see if Shanks can find a way out. Just the damage output, John. It's a bit much. Oh. Jesus. What's that?
Yeah, that means painful. Painful.
Painful. Okay.
Pain.
Well, half his HP removed with one roll, John. What the hell's that?
Called amplified damage, and it is a fast rolling ball, so this is
True.
realistic. That is called roadkill, Michael Phoenix. Fey roadkill.
Buffet roadkill, did you say?
No, Fey. You know, it's a fairy. Fey. Mythical. It's a Dark Willow. Fey.
Oh.
Fey roadkill.
I don't really watch, you know, fairy tale movies and stuff, John. You know,
It's fantasy. It's just a general fantasy term, Michael Phoenix. It's not about fairy tales and all of that. No, J.R.
like,
Tolkien is fantasy. You like Lord
you
of
like
the Rings,
Peter
don't
Pan,
you?
do you, John? You like Peter Pan?
I honestly never read the book. I think I did. Not sure. I think the original kind of... It was always a little
Talos?
weird.
It doesn't matter, John. I don't care if you've read Peter Pan. I'll be frank with you. Palos gonna run away. Skewer back. Jackie in trouble. RP out. Can they deal with the TB? This could be the opening they needed, but he's not dying. They're just throwing everything with the kitchen sink at him.
Okay.
Another RP out. But
Nothing.
the song is making it impossible for them to kill anyone. They can't kill anyone. Palos rushes towards them. Jackie's just manning up, takes him down. Maybe they can finally deal with the TB, or just maybe not. Impelment Arts surely gets him. No, apparently not. Mel getting all the tips. GG call. See you tomorrow, Chief, is the call from Palos. Confidence from Execration that they'll be back here in the qualifying match tomorrow. Jonathan, in case there's any question about it, we're not handing out MVPs, but obviously, you know, it's Armel. Armel.
100%. Like, he really showed up in Game 1. He had that fantastic, deathless Storm Spirit game. Game 2, a little bit rougher for him coming out. Game 3, of course, the one death he had. The only death he had overall. And, I mean, look, we kind of got a sense of it when we got there in Game 1 when Tino, like you mentioned, opened his mouth, asked to take it easy, to not be too hard on them here on the side of Execration. And Armel doesn't like being told what to do. You know, we know the Chief. He doesn't like being told to take it easy. He'll go hard when he wants to go hard. And Execration, it's not the end of the road. They do go to the lower bracket, hence the call to see him tomorrow. We'll see if Execration can ride through either Ivory or Tech League Gaming, depending on that result there. But Boom Esports certainly looking like that top team. And there were questions raised yesterday. I think one of the games in the Kukuis match looked a little bit shaky. One of the games in the Tech Free match looked shaky. It's not like a completely dominating run here for Boom in the upper bracket. It's a little bit more even, going all the way to 3 games. But in the games they do win, it's just been very clean fashion. So I think Coach Mushi doesn't need to call the boys up fully. Just a little team discussion on the ground floor. No need to go upstairs this time. And maybe, if things go well tomorrow, maybe Jackie can play some PUBG.
Maybe. We'll find out. Well, there you go, Jonathan. There you have it. Here's our brackets, of course. Upper bracket, Boom Esports now in the grand final. They don't know their competitors yet. In fact, do we have a lower bracket finalist? No, we do not. Ivory and Tech Free Gaming still going at it on the other stream, I do believe. So if you want to watch some more SEA Dota, you can head over there and check that out. But yeah, one of these two teams, Ivory or Tech Free Gaming, currently 1-1 going to make it against Execration in that lower bracket final. And of course, after that, tomorrow we've got Execration versus somebody, and then the winner of that against Boom in the grand final. And the winner of that grand final, Jonathan, qualifies to the Esports World Cup to represent SEA along with, dare I say it, Jonathan, dare I do your job for you, Jonathan, Flipster Talent. I'll even shout out their sponsor, John. Flipster. I don't know who they are, what they do, but it honestly sounds like a circus, John, but you know what, it is talent, so I guess it fits the bill.
That it does. Would be keen on seeing, and yeah, again, I'm just happy we got two teams up. You know, it's a good thing for Southeast Asia.
Yes,
we have two teams.
Thank
God. So it's a good thing. We'll see. As I'm feeling pretty good about how Boom's been looking. Again, we talked about it, them being the favorites in this qualifiers, but there's been some weaknesses in a best of 5. You know, if that was a 2-1 into a best of 5, who knows how the next 2 games go? So we'll see those questions answered tomorrow, but we're gonna have to wait a little bit for that, Mike. We can't just keep casting all day, unfortunately, or all night.
No,
Sadly,
we certainly. Well, we can't, Jonathan. We can't keep casting all night. But that is it for all the Dota here for today, for SEA, for this stream. I'm pretty sure the other stream's still going with Tech Free Gaming versus Ivory. So again, go tune into that. It's EWC_Platinum_EN2 if you do want to check that out. Apart from that, it is MLP Dota. It's trying to expire, and it's been a pleasure. And hopefully we'll see you all again tomorrow for some more fantastic SEA action. We'll see you there.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. We have revenge tonight.
Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Looking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it.